My team's been split up. Minato and Milwaukee were sent to the front lines, and the Hokage wants me to become a Jonin instructor." Mikoto's eyes widened in surprise. A Jonin instructor? Chapter 164, Triple Play? Truly devious. Mikoto couldn't believe what she had just heard. For a moment, she even doubted her own memory of Takuya's age. But no, she was right. Takuya was only 10 years old, not even 11 yet. And now he was being asked to be a Jonin instructor? This arrangement from the village. Mikoto was at a loss for words. Takuya counted on his fingers while he complained, "So, I've got one from the Hyuga main family, one Uchiha, named Ryoji Uchiha, and another so-called civilian genius named Aida Sui. I don't even know why these specific students were given to me." He could understand the push to support civilian ninja, that was part of the village's policy. But giving him an Uchiha student? Fine, he could overlook that. But a main family member from the Hyuga clan? Was Sarutobi Hiruzen pulling his leg? Ryoji? The name caught Mikoto's attention, and her expression changed immediately. "What? Is there something wrong with Ryoji Uchiha?" Takuya asked, surprised at her reaction. "It's not him that's the problem. He's a decent kid, just a bit arrogant. But his grandfather..." Mikoto raised her hand, gesturing vaguely. "He's one of the people you particularly dislike." "One of the people I dislike?" Takuya mentally ran through his list of people he couldn't stand in Hidden Leaf Village. There were plenty of them behind closed doors, mostly those old fossils in the higher-ups. But publicly, that list was short, really just a couple of those old-timers in the Uchiha clan. "Well, now things are getting interesting," Takuya said, a smile creeping onto his face. Was the third Hokage doing this on purpose? He could see it now, Sarutobi trying to provoke him into holding a grudge against Ryoji Uchiha, hoping it would exacerbate the existing tension between him and the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Hyuga Renon's inclusion was meant to tie Takuya's hands, preventing him from taking any reckless actions. If something happened to someone from the Hyuga main family, it would cause a massive headache. As for Ryoji, the Hokage probably hoped he would clash with Takuya, leading to even more friction between him and the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly had no faith that Takuya would ever reconcile with the Uchiha if things got worse. It was a cunning move, Takuya realized. The third Hokage was playing dirty, targeting him from all angles. Before, Takuya had suspected that the Hokage wasn't as altruistic as he seemed. Now, after thinking it through, it was clear the old man had pulled a devious trick. Ryoji better keep his arrogance in check, Takuya muttered. Otherwise, he's going to regret it. But were there even any Uchiha who weren't arrogant? When Mikoto considered that, she had nothing more to say. Her hopeful idea that Ryoji wouldn't cause problems seemed far-fetched. She figured it was more realistic to hope that Takuya wouldn't bother giving him the time of day. And so, a simple little hotpot restaurant quietly opened its doors on the luxurious streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Since they didn't do any advertising, the restaurant didn't see much business at first, making Kushina's clan members and Sayuri Uchiha, who had been helping out, a bit anxious. Once again, Takuya found himself yanked out of bed at the crack of dawn, dragged by Kushina to sit with her at the restaurant. She claimed she was too nervous to handle the grand opening alone and needed someone to keep her company. Looking around at the empty dining area and seeing the worried faces of Kushina's clan and Sayuri Uchiha, even Kushina started to lose confidence. Tugging on Takuya's sleeve, she whispered in his ear, "Takuya, don't you think we should do some advertising?" "Nope," Takuya replied with a big yawn, showing no concern. The village's economy has taken a hit because of the war. It's not like during peaceful times. Advertising right now might send the wrong message. He stretched and added, "Take it slow. If the food is good, word will spread. Besides, we're in the fanciest part of town. It's not like there won't be customers eventually." "I'm just nervous," Kushina admitted. She wasn't worried about losing money. What could a little hotpot restaurant really cost her? It was more about the expectations of her clan members and Sayuri Uchiha. "Relax. Once people start talking, business will pick up." "Hokage-sama?" Right as they were talking, someone walked in. Kushina's jaw practically hit the floor. Even Takuya was surprised. It was none other than the third Hokage. "I heard that Kushina and Takuya had teamed up to open a hotpot restaurant, and since I'm off today, I thought I'd bring my wife and son to check it out," Hiruzen said with a warm smile. Behind him were his wife, Biwako, and his son, Sarutobi Asuma. "Hokage-sama, please, come in. It's on the house today, everything's free, my treat." Kushina was over the moon, thrilled that the Hokage himself had come to support their opening. She immediately offered them a free meal. "Well then, I won't refuse," Hiruzen said with a chuckle as he led his family upstairs to one of the private rooms. Was that really the Hokage? He came here to support their hotpot restaurant? Maybe that means the food here is really good. Let's give it a try. Seeing the Hokage's visit, people passing by started murmuring in curiosity. Soon, several onlookers decided to come in and try the place for themselves. Hot pot did exist in the ninja world, but its flavors were hard to describe. Takeya shuddered just thinking about it. Imagine boiling meat in plain water and then dipping it in wasabi. The taste would make anyone's soul ascend. Or worse, you might get a milk hot pot, where everything tasted overwhelmingly like dairy. After experiencing that once, Takeya had sworn off this world's version of hot pot. But with the Hokage's arrival, it was like they had been given free advertising. More and more villagers and ninjas started pouring in, eager to try the food. Soon, the place was buzzing with activity. Despite most customers opting for simple bone broth, the reaction was overwhelmingly positive, with people leaving stuffed and satisfied. What exactly are you up to? Biweko shot Hiruzen a suspicious look. Feeling her gaze, Hiruzen cleared his throat, a bit uncomfortable under his wife's scrutiny. Well, Mido-sama asked us to keep an eye on Kushina. I figured supporting her restaurant was a good way to help out, and maybe advertise it a bit. But of course, Hiruzen's real reason had little to do with Kushina. He had came to gauge Takeya's reaction after handing him that peculiar mix of students. Would Takeya be furious? Angry enough to come asking for replacements? It turned out Hiruzen had overestimated things. Takeya was entirely unfazed, as though nothing had happened. Maybe I was overthinking it, Hiruzen mused. In truth, the restaurant's location on Hidden Leaf Village's most luxurious street would have guaranteed business sooner or later. As long as the food was good, they would eventually build a reputation, and the restaurant would be a hit. The Hokage's impromptu visit had simply sped things up. After helping out for a day, Takeya was more than happy to let Kushina and Sayuri Uchiha handle the restaurant on their own. He had no real interest in managing a business. That time could be better spent resting or training to grow stronger. Having an advantage didn't mean Takeya slacked off. Even with his natural talent, he worked hard to improve, never wanting to rely solely on his luck. About 10 days after Takeya returned to the village, the last of the forces from the Rain Country finally made their way back. The village held a grand welcome ceremony for the returning heroes, with the third Hokage personally meeting them at the gates. As cheers erupted, even Tsunade found herself overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 165, Sakamo Hatake draws more hatred, why not leave him in the village? Tsunade waved back at the villagers calling her name, even though she disliked the title Sanin. As she waved, she scanned the crowd for someone in particular. But she was bound to be disappointed. The person she was looking for was still at home, fast asleep. Takeya knew about the village's welcome ceremony, and Kushina had gone to join the crowd, but he had stayed behind. Lately, Takeya had been working on his sage mode training with Snowy's help. Every night, he would head to the Forest of Death, where natural energy was abundant, and train until dawn before returning home. After more than 2 weeks of this, his schedule was completely flipped. He had no time or energy to join the festivities. Takeya's sage mode was different from the one practiced in the 3 great sacred lands. His was a tailed beast-specific sage mode, much like Snowy's exclusive 9-tail sage mode. With Snowy's help, he could absorb natural energy and refine sage chakra without much risk. If anything went wrong, such as absorbing too much energy or messing up the refining process, Snowy would step in to fix it. There was no danger of turning into stone or becoming a strange creature. Kushina. Kushina happily ran up to Tsunade in the crowd and gave her a big hug. Tsunade smiled and hugged her back, teasing her, "It's been a while, and look at you, Kushina, all grown up." "No way, I'm still a kid." Kushina stuck out her tongue playfully, making Tsunade laugh. "By the way, where's that troublemaker, Takeya?" "He's sleeping. He's been training every night and only gets back at dawn. His schedule's completely flipped, so he's probably dreaming right now." Kushina didn't know what Takeya had been up to lately, just that he went out every night and came back looking exhausted. Training at night? Was he hiding something? Tsunade thought she might need to ask him about this. "I'm heading to the Hokage's office." "I'll come find you later," Tsunade said, waving as she walked off to join the other Jonin heading to the Hokage's office. The people from the front line, including Denzo, had returned to Hidden Leaf Village. A high-level meeting was scheduled, and Tsunade had to attend. As for Denzo, Tsunade had initially thought about sending him back to Hidden Leaf Village early, but then she realized that if he returned, he might try to scheme against Takeya behind the scenes. So, she decided to keep him with the main group on their return. The meeting was just a summary of the war, with the third Hokage doing most of the talking while everyone else listened. It dragged on for about 3 hours, and Tsunade could barely stay awake. She would rather have been at the hospital helping the injured, gambling at the casino, or even just sleeping. Anything would have been better than sitting through that boring meeting. But there was no escaping it. When the meeting finally ended, Tsunade thought she was free to leave, but just as she was about to go, the third Hokage stopped her. "Tsunade, wait a moment. Old man, what is it? If it's nothing important, I'm leaving. I'm exhausted." The tired look on Tsunade's face wasn't an act, she was truly worn out. With Jiraiya and Orochimaru both stepping back from the battlefield, Tsunade had been left to handle everything on her own. The third Hokage sighed at the sight of her yawning. "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask how long it will take for Denzo to recover." The third Hokage needed Denzo's support, especially with the ongoing war in the Land of Rivers between Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village. "Oh, he's going to need a few months, at least, unless he doesn't want to recover." Tsunade could have healed him fully in a month if she wanted, but she wasn't in any hurry to get him back on his feet. A few months? The third Hokage frowned at the news. He didn't want Denzo out of commission for that long. Koharu and Hamura also looked concerned. "Can't the process be sped up?" Tsunade shot them a cold look and replied sharply, "If you think it's that easy, you're welcome to try removing the toxins from his brain yourself." Seeing the elders get silenced, the third Hokage quickly intervened to ease the tension. "Tsunade, they weren't questioning your skills. It's just that Hidden Leaf Village's situation is dire, and we need Denzo's help. I already told you, he needs a few months to recover. If you think someone else can heal him faster, go ahead and ask them. I could use the rest, anyway. I'm exhausted." Tsunade wasn't going to be pressured. Stretching, she asked, "By the way, have Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned?" She understood why Jiraiya had left, he was always unreliable. But Orochimaru? That was surprising. It must have been Denzo who pushed him too far. They've already gone to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers to assist Sakamo Hatake against the Sand Village. Tsunade had said her piece, and the third Hokage didn't push any further. He didn't want to risk losing her help too, which would have spelled disaster for Denzo. After all, aside from Tsunade, there was no one else who could heal Denzo. They went to the Land of Rivers. Yes, Minato and Nawaki went as well. "I think it's time Jiraiya and Orochimaru step up as teachers. They should take their responsibilities more seriously," Tsunade remarked. "They left their students behind to join others? That was irresponsible." But she quickly dropped the thought. With Jiraiya and Orochimaru around, Minato and Nawaki would likely be safe. Tsunade decided to head home to retrieve the Ragen blade she had promised to give to Takuya. After that, she would meet up with him and Kushina. She had no more interest in discussing the meeting. As she was about to step out of the room, she suddenly paused and turned back. What about Yagami Takuya? She must have been tired earlier and hadn't realized until just then. If Minato and Nawaki had gone to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, where was Takuya? Tsunade distinctly remembered Kushina saying that Takuya had been asleep that morning. His reversed sleep schedule had been going on for a while now. That meant Takuya hadn't been sent to the battlefield. At least, the village hadn't assigned him to go. How could a squad go to war while leaving their captain behind in the village? What kind of arrangement was that? Due to Takuya's past conflict with the third Kazekage, it was decided that sending him to the battlefield would result in him being targeted. For the future of the village, we agreed to keep him here as a Jonin instructor, Koharu explained, glancing at the silent third Hokage. Huh? A Jonin instructor? Did she hear that right, or was this some kind of joke? You want a kid barely over 10 years old to be a Jonin instructor? Tsunade's fatigue instantly vanished, and she was dumbstruck. Are you serious, old man? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, pointing towards the Sand Village. Sakamo Hatake killed Chio's son and daughter-in-law, and she hates him for it. Why not leave Sakamo Hatake in the village too? Being targeted? If Takuya wasn't going after others, that would already be a relief. It all came down to the Uchiha bloodline and power struggles. Tsunade chuckled, waving as she walked out. Do whatever you want. Takuya will be thrilled with this arrangement and thank you all for generations to come. Chapter 166, When shamelessness knows no bounds. If anyone else had been treated like this, they would have been furious. But Takuya. With what Tsunade knew about him, she was sure that Takuya would probably laugh even in his sleep. Not having to go to the battlefield and just lazing around in the village? That sounded like a dream to him. The funniest part was that they were claiming to protect a genius. Yet, why had they sent others to the battlefield in the Land of Rain before? Truly, when people are shameless, they can reach new extremes. Tsunade's words made Koharu and Hamura's faces darken as if they had been slapped. They felt like Tsunade was directly insulting them. After all, when someone drags in your ancestors, it's never a compliment. Meanwhile, the third Hokage remained calm and unaffected. Under normal circumstances, Koharu and Hamura would have immediately jumped up and bombarded the third Hokage with complaints. But this time, they didn't. Because they knew they were in the wrong. That's why the third Hokage also stayed silent, not stepping in to defend them. Lady Tsunade, hello, I am. As soon as Tsunade stepped out of the Hokage's office, someone approached her. Tsunade instinctively moved aside, not realizing the person was heading directly towards her. Already frustrated and full of anger, Tsunade irritably stepped aside. Sorry, I have something to take care of. Please don't bother me. The smile on Dan Kato's face slowly froze as he watched Tsunade walk away. He had finally gathered the courage to come up and talk to her, but his first attempt ended in a complete failure. Meanwhile, back at home, Takuya sat groggily on the sofa, still half asleep and ready to doze off again at any moment. Kushina, seeing how tired Takuya was, felt bad for him and quickly brought him a glass of ice water. Takuya, can't you train during the day? This flipped schedule is bad for your health. I know. After taking a big gulp of water, Takuya felt more awake. He rubbed his eyes and said, I just need to keep it up for a little while longer. Once the new recruits graduate, I should be done. Thanks to Snowy's help, Takuya was progressing quickly in his Sage Mode training. In another half-month or so, he figured he'd pass the hardest part, the first stage. Once he mastered absorbing natural energy and refining Sage Chakra, the rest of the training would become much easier. By the way, could you order some food from the hot pot restaurant? I don't feel like cooking for Tsunade. I already did. The side dishes and soup will be here soon. Kushina was reliable like that, she didn't need Takuya to remind her. She had already arranged everything. You're actually making time for romance? Tsunade remarked as she walked into Takuya's home, seeing him and Kushina laughing together. Whatever Takuya had said, it had Kushina giggling non-stop. Tsunade couldn't help but feel frustrated. Here she was, angry and stressed out over his situation, while he was happily flirting with a girl. Tsunade, stop teasing me like that. Kushina's face turned bright red. Takuya just shrugged. What did you expect? Should I spend every day looking miserable to make you happy? Tsunade's teasing was definitely because of the decision to keep him in the village as a Jonin instructor. As for Takuya's thoughts on the arrangement, he raised a thumbs up and said, well done. I love the idea of staying in the village as a lazy slacker. Training on schedule, sleeping in, wandering around the village, relaxing in the hot springs, what could be better? His attitude toward life was clear from the way his squad handled missions. Other squads were eager to take on more missions, while Takuya wished he could get away with just one mission a month. Fine, as long as you're happy, I have nothing to say, Tsunade thought to herself. If she wanted someone to show real ambition, it would have to be Minato or her brother, Nawaki. Both of them dreamed of becoming Hokage, after all. But that brought up another problem. What would she do when Minato and Nawaki both grew up and wanted to become Hokage? Who would she support? Supporting Minato over her own brother seemed wrong. But supporting Nawaki? Well, he wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. It wasn't an easy choice to make. Whatever, I'll deal with that when the time comes, she thought. Let them fight for it with their own efforts. As for Takuya, not that he had any interest in becoming Hokage, but even if he did, the higher-ups would never accept someone with Uchiha blood. Curse those prejudices, Tsunade thought bitterly. Soon, the food from the hot pot restaurant arrived. The three of them sat together, enjoying the air conditioning and hot pot. It was a great feeling. And after they finished, they had some cold watermelon to top it off. It was perfect. When are you heading to the front lines? Takuya asked. Not anytime soon. I'm planning to rest for a while. I've been exhausted lately. If anyone tries to make me go to the front lines, I'll punch them. Tsunade had made up her mind. No matter who asked, she wasn't going anywhere. She needed a break. Let's hope you stick to that, Takuya laughed. He didn't believe her. When the village needed her, there was no way Tsunade could sit idly by. Even if she didn't go willingly, the third Hokage would probably have a heartfelt talk with her and convince her to go. That brat. I really want to punch him, Tsunade thought, clenching her fist as she looked at Takuya's smirking face. Kushina, watching them, couldn't help but giggle. Takuya always managed to get on Tsunade's nerves, yet she never dared lay a hand on him. It was pretty funny. Kushina, come with me to the training ground. I need to check how your strength training is going. Takuya was already irritating, but now Kushina was laughing too. Enjoying my frustration, huh? Alright, you're in for it now. Kushina clasped her hands together nervously and pleaded, Tsunade, can we skip that? I've been training regularly, I promise. It had been Takuya's idea to have Kushina train in strength techniques. With her natural potential, it would have been a waste not to. If Kushina became strong enough, the incident in the original storyline, where Cloud Ninjas tried to kidnap her, would never happen. Just imagine if Kushina's strength techniques were at the same level as Tsunoda's. What would happen if those ninja from the hidden cloud tried to capture her then? Less talking, more training. Let's go. Tsunoda had originally planned to take a nap, but now she figured it was better to supervise Kushina's training first. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Tsunoda grabbed Kushina and threw her over her shoulder. Kushina struggled, throwing a pleading look at Takuya, but all he could do was give her a helpless smile in return. You traitor. Kushina thought as Tsunoda carried her off, leaving the living room quiet. Should I continue training or take a nap? Wait a second. Wasn't Tsunoda supposed to wash the dishes? That trickster. Looking at the messy table, Takuya felt like cursing. I just hope this training doesn't turn me into something weird, he thought. Even though Snowy had reassured him many times, Takuya still worried about the changes that might come with entering Sage mode. In the game, the changes didn't seem too drastic, but what if something went wrong in real life? Takuya definitely didn't want to end up with fox-like features after entering Sage mode. Master, don't worry. When you train in the tailed beast-specific Sage mode, your body won't change, Snowy assured him, sitting on his shoulder. I hope not. The thought of Jiraiya and Kabuto's Sage modes made Takuya shudder. Jiraiya wasn't so bad, he just looked ugly, with that toad-like face and enlarged features. But Kabuto? Takuya didn't even know how to describe it. Chapter 167, The Perfect Sage Mode of Snowy turning into something neither human nor beast. No matter how powerful this Sage mode was, Takuya wanted no part of it. After a long period of training, Takuya had become adept at absorbing natural energy and refining Sage Chakra. However, this was the first time he had entered Sage mode. Following Snowy's instructions, Takuya absorbed natural energy and refined it into Sage Chakra. With Snowy's guidance, he entered Nine-Tail Sage mode. It felt like his senses had heightened significantly. Not only his perception, but his body also felt more agile. As for the changes in his appearance, that was still a mystery. Takuya pulled out a mirror he had prepared beforehand and took a look. I guess this Sage mode is just for show. Looking at himself in the mirror, there didn't seem to be any noticeable changes. There were no distinctive markings on his face, and his body looked the same. No extra tails or anything. Snowy, are you sure I'm in Sage mode right now? Of course, Snowy said confidently, raising her head. With my guidance, you've succeeded on your first try and have already reached the perfect Snowy Sage mode. Snowy didn't like the name Nine-Tail Sage mode. Since Takuya had named her Snowy, she decided that this Sage mode would be called Snowy Sage mode. Are you serious? This name for Sage mode is ridiculous. Takuya twitched slightly and asked, when you enter Sage mode, isn't your body supposed to undergo some sort of transformation? There's a change, Master, Snowy replied, her tail wagging as she poked Takuya's head. It was then that Takuya noticed something odd about his hair. Because he hadn't gotten a haircut in a while, his hair had grown quite long. To keep it out of the way, he would usually tie it back in a ponytail while training. Now, though, there were two tufts of hair sticking out, resembling a pair of white fox hairs. Takuya reached up and touched them, breathing a sigh of relief when he realized they were just strands of hair, not actual fox hairs. That was a relief. Takuya had no desire to enter Sage mode and walk around with fox ears on his head. When Jiraiya entered Sage mode, his face took on a toad-like appearance. Naruto's eyes and eye sockets changed shape, and Hashirama Senju had markings on his forehead and eye area. Kabuto, on the other hand, looked like a snake, with lines still visible on his face. But with Takuya? Nothing. Except for his hair sticking up like fox ears, there were no other changes. Master, once you've perfected Sage mode, you won't have any obvious physical changes. At least, with the perfect Snowy Sage mode, there are none, Snowy reassured him. Perfect? So, the Sage modes from the three great sacred lands were flawed, which is why their bodies changed, and their faces had markings. Comparing the two, Takuya was glad he didn't have any markings on his face. At least he didn't look like some weird alternative fashion disaster. Thinking about all the ninjas in the Naruto world who entered special modes and ended up looking like monsters, Takuya thought the Snowy Sage mode was perfect, even if the fox ear-like hair was a little strange. Whatever, it's not a big deal, Takuya thought. At most, people might think his hair was just messy. The first time he entered Nine-Tail Sage mode, Takuya managed to maintain it for 3 minutes before his Sage Chakra was depleted. For a first attempt, Takuya's performance was already exceptional, especially compared to Jiraiya and Naruto. Besides, as long as Takuya could enter Sage mode, he didn't need to worry about maintaining it. Snowy would handle the chakra supply. Once he entered both Sage mode and the Nine-Tails Chakra mode, Snowy would become his personal massive chakra battery. Now that I've mastered Sage mode, I can start incorporating Nine-Tails Chakra mode into my routine. With his plan in place, Takuya promptly went home to sleep. The nightly routine of absorbing natural energy and refining sage chakra had left him exhausted. At last, Takuya felt a sense of relief. Compared to sage mode, mastering Nine-Tails chakra mode seemed much easier. As he raised his hand and looked at the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping it, Takuya couldn't help but laugh. I wonder when Kushina will finally earn the Nine-Tails approval and enter Nine-Tails chakra mode. Humphrey. Snowy can give Master Pure-Tailed Beast chakra and help you enter Nine-Tails chakra mode in no time. But Kushina? No way. That stinky fox inside her hates her. The Nine-Tails resented and even loathed Kushina. For her to gain the Nine-Tails approval, fully open her heart, and have the chakra willingly granted to her, Kushina still had a long road ahead. At this point, the relationship between Kushina and the Nine-Tails was at a stalemate. Kushina didn't torment the Nine-Tails in its sealed space, and the Nine-Tails didn't interfere with her training by using its chakra. To move forward, they would both have to make a lot more effort. Unfortunately, neither of them seemed to care about the other. Kushina didn't take the Nine-Tails seriously, and the Nine-Tails couldn't be bothered with her. Who knew when they would finally open up to each other? Snowy, starting tomorrow, we'll continue training. Besides mastering Sage mode, we also need to work on Nine-Tails chakra mode. Understood, Master. Snowy will assist you. Snowy excitedly rubbed against Takuya's face. Helping Takuya grow stronger always made Snowy the happiest. Alright, Snowy is the best. Takuya knew the best way to handle his little fox was to shower her with praise. It always made her day. As expected, Snowy was overjoyed after Takuya's compliment, chattering non-stop all the way home. Wake up. In the middle of his nap, Nawaki was shaken awake. Groggy, he opened his eyes and saw Minato cleaning his kunai. I'm going back to sleep. I'm an injured man. Stop bothering me, Nawaki groaned. We've got a mission today. Come on, a little scratch doesn't make you an invalid. Minato wasn't having it. He grabbed Nawaki and dragged him out of bed. With his hair sticking up in all directions and his face pale, Nawaki complained, another mission? Where are Orochimaru and Jiraiya? They've just left us here to fend for ourselves? And that idiot Takuya? It's been a whole month, and he's still nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Nawaki longed for the days when he went on missions with Takuya. Back then, he didn't have to worry about anything. He could just follow along, train with Takuya, and feel his strength grow noticeably. Unlike now, where he was constantly tired, with no peace or rest. Today it was a skirmish here, tomorrow enemies would appear over there. It was a never-ending fight that kept his nerves on edge. It couldn't compare to being with Takuya. If there was ever any danger, Takuya would sense it in advance or take care of it himself. Chapter 168, Missing Takuya during his 1 month away. The special Jonin leading Nawaki and Minato wasn't exactly reliable. And their strength wasn't much better than Nawaki and Minato's, either. So, it was wishful thinking to expect them to handle all the trouble. It was already a miracle if they made it back alive. At this point, it wasn't just Nawaki missing Takuya, Minato felt the same way. Things were so much easier with Takuya around. Without him, it was exhausting. Maybe he'll be back soon. After today's mission, I'll ask Jiraiya-sensei again, Minato said, though even he was starting to doubt whether Takuya was still part of their squad. What kind of mission was he on that took over a month to complete? They had waited anxiously for so long, but there was still no sign of him. You've said that so many times already, Nawaki replied, unimpressed. Minato gave a sheepish smile and shrugged. He didn't know what else to say. Oh well, they had no choice but to keep waiting. Time to head out on patrol again. The puppet forces from the Sand Village were a real pain. Dragging their tired bodies, they set out for another day of missions. They managed to survive another day without incident, and when they returned to camp, they ran into Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had just returned from a mission. The four of them sat down to eat together. Before Minato could say anything, Nawaki immediately asked, Orochimaru-sensei, why hasn't Takuya come to the front lines yet? It's been over a month. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Maybe the village has other plans for him. Minato looked to Jiraiya, who gave a bitter smile. I'm not sure either. The old man told me Takuya would join us soon. Maybe the mission he's on turned out to be more complicated, so it's taking longer than expected. Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru knew exactly what mission Takuya had been assigned. They knew he had gone with Tsunade to the Rain Village, but who knew if the village had given him other tasks afterward. In any case, both of you should eat quickly and get some rest. I'm sure that once Takuya finishes his mission, he'll come to the camp right away. Let's hope so, Nawaki muttered, looking exhausted. Minato wasn't doing much better. In addition to fighting enemies and completing missions, he had been spending every spare moment studying sealing techniques as preparation for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato had become obsessed with the Flying Thunder God technique, so much so that Jiraiya was starting to worry. He feared Minato would push himself too hard and collapse before mastering it. Seriously, who even came up with such a stressful jutsu? Cough, cough. As Jiraiya grumbled internally, he suddenly realized, wasn't that technique created by the second Hokage? Okay, can't complain about that one. What's wrong with you? Orochimaru glanced back at Jiraiya, who alternated between looking angry, thoughtful, and then sheepish. Orochimaru instinctively scooted away from him, just in case Jiraiya's mood was contagious. What Minato and Nawaki didn't know was that they wouldn't be seeing Takuya on the battlefield at all. As of today, Takuya has officially become a Jonin instructor. Even if he did come to the front lines, it wouldn't be as part of their squad. The day of the new recruits' graduation had arrived. The newly graduated students sat nervously in the classroom, waiting for their assigned instructors to come and collect them. Those who didn't get assigned to a Jonin instructor would have to form their own squads and try to make it on their own. Hidden Leaf Village only had a few hundred Jonin in total, and with most of them off fighting in the war, there weren't enough Jonin available to mentor all the new recruits. Only a small portion of each graduating class would be lucky enough to join a squad led by a Jonin. The number of students in the classroom dwindled as more and more were called away. Ryoji Uchiha tapped his fingers on the desk impatiently. Meanwhile, Aida, a civilian-born genius, kept glancing around, sneaking the occasional look at Hyuga Sazune, who was sitting in front of him. Of the three, Sazune was the calmest. She knew she would be assigned to a strong Jonin squad. And the Jonin leading that squad was known as a village prodigy. 5th year, Class 1. A familiar place, but without the familiar faces. Takuya sighed as he looked at the sign on the door, then pushed it open and walked into the classroom. It felt like something was missing. As he stepped inside, Takuya instinctively glanced up at the doorframe. It seemed no one in this class had Naruto's guts to prank their instructor, nor did they have someone like Kakashi, dumb enough to fall for it. "Who are you?" one of the students asked as Takuya walked in. After glancing at the student, Takuya ignored him and pointed to the 3 students who would be in his squad. "Hyuga Sazune, Ryoji Uchiha, Aida, you 3, come with me? He can't be our instructor, can he?" The 3 of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Takuya, who was standing at the door. He wasn't much taller than them, and he didn't seem that much older either. Ryoji Uchiha was the first to snap out of it. "Yagami Takuya." Bang. Ow. Ryoji clutched his head in pain after Takuya threw an eraser at him for calling his name out loud. Takuya dusted off his hand and said, "Call me that again, and next time I'll throw something heavier." Clapping his hands together, Takuya spoke with a serious tone. "My name is Yagami Takuya. I'm only a little older than you, and maybe you've heard of me. Maybe you haven't. Either way, I'm your Jonin instructor. There's no need to question it. Here's my Jonin identification. Now, come with me. Or, if you prefer, you can stay here and repeat the year." Waving his hand dismissively, Takuya turned and walked out. Aida hesitated for a moment before quickly following. Sazune frowned but followed as well. Ryoji Uchiha, rubbing the bump on his forehead, gritted his teeth and followed along. The others might not understand how dangerous Takuya could be, but Ryoji knew all too well. Thanks to his grandfather, he knew more about Takuya than the other 2 did. "Damn it, he actually threw an eraser at me," Ryoji muttered under his breath. The bump on his forehead was throbbing, and he suspected Takuya had done it on purpose. This was definitely a personal grudge. Leading his 3 students, 2 bewildered and 1 grumbling, Takuya brought them to the secluded training ground 13. Since he hadn't graduated too many years ago, rumors about Takuya still floated around the academy. As for anything else, it was rarely mentioned because the village didn't like to spread such news. In fact, the higher-ups, including the 3rd Hokage, even suppressed some of the information. As a result, aside from Ryoji Uchiha, Hyuga Sazune and Aida knew very little about Takuya. Being a traditional Uchiha, Ryoji had a high opinion of himself. On top of that, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans hadn't gotten along for years, constantly engaging in both open and hidden conflicts. So naturally, Ryoji wasn't too keen on Sazune, even though she was quite pretty. He didn't care for Sazune, and being a proud Uchiha, he also didn't want to associate with a civilian like Aida, either. So, he kept to himself. Sazune had a similar attitude. As a member of the Hyuga main family, she had no reason to reach out to Uchiha. This left the civilian-born Aida awkwardly stuck in the middle. Glancing at the 3 of them, Takuya couldn't care less about the issues between them. Every year, newly graduated Genin undergo a test from their Jonin instructor. Only after passing will they be allowed to stay on the team. It's a Hidden Leaf Village tradition, and you 3 aren't exempt. "Sensei, is it the bell test?" Aida asked, raising his hand. You sure know a lot, Takuya thought, looking at him for a moment before shaking his head. Chapter 169, a truly unique exam. The exam isn't fixed, and I'm not interested in having you compete for bells or focus on team coordination. You three, one from the Hyuga main family, one from the Uchiha, and a civilian, aren't going to blend together easily. I don't like wasting my time on things that won't work, so your exam will be a little different. Master, someone is using a special jutsu to spy on us, Snowy suddenly informed Takuya. Takuya didn't need to think too hard about who it was. Other than the person sitting in the Hokage's office, no one else would dare to casually spy on him. At that moment, the third Hokage really was using the telescope jutsu to see what Takuya was up to. He wanted to know how Takuya would handle leading a squad that was bound to have problems. The Uchiha were prideful, the Hyuga weren't far behind, and there was also a civilian genius caught in the middle. This team was not going to be easy to lead. How was Takuya going to solve the team's internal issues? Curiosity got the better of the third Hokage, and he began spying on them. Since there was no one else in his office, he could do as he pleased. Sazune from the Hyuga clan remained silent. Ryoji Uchiha was still rubbing his head, and Aida Suai, the civilian caught between them, asked curiously, "Sensei, what exactly is our exam?" Ignoring the Hokage's spying, Takuya snapped his fingers. "Simple, stand still." Takuya's sudden command made the three of them instinctively straighten up. Even Ryoji, who had been sulking, obeyed without complaint. Takuya glanced up at the sun. He created a shadow clone and said to it, "I'm going to take a nap. Keep an eye on them. Remember, don't move. Not until I wake up. If you move, you'll all fail and have to repeat a year. The bell test? That's old news. Since I'm the Jonin instructor, I'll decide how this exam goes." After warning the three students, Takuya turned away, lay down comfortably on the grass, and started sleeping, leaving the clone to watch over them. "What the? You're going to sleep while we stand here under the sun, and if we move, we fail? What kind of weird exam is this?" Ryoji wanted to scream, and Aida was just dumbfounded. Sazune stayed silent, but from the frown on her face, it was clear she wasn't happy with this test either. But Takuya didn't care whether they were happy or not. As long as he was content, that's what mattered. They would stand in the sun while he napped. This exam really is something else, the third Hokage thought, watching from his office. He glanced at Takuya, sleeping on the grass, and then at the three students standing motionless under the hot sun. His mouth twitched a bit. He even considered sending someone from the Anbu to remind Takuya that this wasn't how things were done. But he quickly squashed that idea. Since Takuya had been appointed as a Jonin instructor, the exam was his to run. As long as he wasn't intentionally harming the students, there was no reason for the Hokage to interfere. "Fine, I'll leave him to it," the Hokage thought, shaking his head. It seemed like Takuya was taking some sort of personal revenge. The Hokage put away his crystal ball and decided to stop watching. As long as Takuya didn't cross the line, he wouldn't get involved. Meanwhile, Hyuga Sazune, Ryoji Uchiha, and Aida Suai stood like statues under the blazing sun for more than 4 hours before Takuya finally woke up. "That nap felt great," Takuya said with a yawn. "When did Snowy come out?" Yawning again, he picked up Snowy and glanced at the sun. "They didn't move at all," his clone reported. The clone, which had been standing in the sun along with the students, dispelled itself. Even the clone had had enough of standing under the hot sun. Takuya absorbed the memories from the clone. Looking at his three students, drenched in sweat, Takuya chuckled as he sat down on the grass. He pulled out a sealing scroll, took out some snacks and drinks, and casually sipped on his drink while snacking. His legs were crossed, and he looked completely relaxed. He was so relaxed, it was infuriating. What kind of insane exam is this? Ryoji felt like he was about to lose his mind. Standing in the same spot for hours was more exhausting than a full day of training. The worst part? He really needed to use the bathroom. But he didn't dare move. He was terrified that if he moved even an inch, Takuya would fail him and force him to repeat a year. If he had to go back to the academy, he'd be humiliated for life. There was no way he could let that happen. No matter how bad things got, he'd hold it in. Ryoji was holding on, and so was Sazune, her face flushed from the heat. Even Aida, who looked absolutely miserable, was hanging in there. "Congratulations, you've all passed the exam. Meet me at the village gates tomorrow at 9 a.m. I don't like it when people are late, so make sure you're on time," Takuya said, glancing at them. He could tell they wouldn't last much longer. Someone would soon lose control and have an embarrassing accident. Ryoji could probably manage, but Sazune was a girl, and if she lost control in front of everyone, it would be socially devastating. If that happened, the Hyuga clan would probably want to kill him. Hearing that they had passed, the three of them collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to stand anymore. They struggled to their feet and wobbled off into the trees, desperate to relieve themselves before their bodies gave out completely. As they left, Takuya headed to the hot pot restaurant, intending to grab a meal and then head home for some rest. Takuya? How did the exam with your new students go? It was Mikoto Uchiha, who had the day off. She was sitting in the restaurant with Kushina, chatting. It went well. I had them stand in the sun all day, so their legs are probably a bit wobbly now. Your student exams are really strange. Most people use a combat exam or have them compete for bells. But you? You make them stand under the hot sun for hours until their legs give out. Kushina and Mikoto both felt sorry for Ryoji Uchiha and the others. Poor kids. If they were walking normally, it would take them about 10 minutes to get home. But Ryoji Uchiha, wobbling as he was called, took nearly an hour to make it back. Meanwhile, Sazune collapsed the moment she got home. Her legs felt like they weren't even part of her body anymore. As for the clan training exercises waiting for her, she simply couldn't do them. Having never gone through anything like this before, Sazune was shocked. Who knew standing still for a few hours could be more exhausting than a full day of training? Sensei really is a genius to come up with an exam like that, she muttered through clenched teeth. Aida, who lived the furthest away, massaged his aching legs as he walked home. The constant grimacing and smiling made passers-by think he'd lost his mind. At times he looked like he was in pain, and at other times he looked oddly happy. It was a bizarre sight. The next morning, Takuya woke up early. Having finished his Sage Mode training, he was now adjusting his daily routine. After picking up a mission from the Hokage's office, Takuya strolled over to the village gates. Even though it wasn't 9 a.m. yet, Ryoji, Sazune, and Aida were already there. None of them had dared to be late. Good job, no one's late, Takuya said, nodding approvingly. Let's get going. Today's your first official mission. Hopefully, you'll complete it without any issues. Their mission took them to the countryside. The client isn't here yet, so while we wait, why don't you all introduce yourselves? Talk about your dreams, favorite foods, things like that. It's a good way to get to know each other. Chapter 170, No matter who you are, don't cause me trouble. The most energetic of the group, Aida Sui, immediately spoke up. My name is Aida Sui, my favorite food is grilled meat, and my dream is to become the 4th Hokage. Another kid dreaming of becoming Hokage. Hey! Ryoji Uchiha, who stood with his arms crossed, sneered and couldn't resist a jab. Seriously, Aida? With your strength and grades, forget about becoming Hokage. A civilian dreaming of such a thing? Ridiculous. You! Aida's face turned red with anger. His dream was just trampled on, and he clenched his fists, glaring at Ryoji. TCH. Ryoji didn't take him seriously. In his mind, the only person in the class worthy of respect was Hyuga Sazune, who was always cold and distant. Most Jonin instructors would step in at this point to diffuse the tension and keep the team's atmosphere from getting worse. Takuya, however, just calmly watched them argue. He waited until they had worn themselves out before finally raising a hand. Next. Ryoji shot a disdainful look at Aida before crossing his arms again and grumbling, my name is Ryoji Uchiha. I don't have any favorite foods, and I don't have any particular dreams. Classic Uchiha. Next. Takuya didn't bother looking at Ryoji anymore. There were plenty of people like him in the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Sazune. I like sweets, and my dream is to help my clan leader and my father protect the family. Typical Hyuga. 3 difficult students, even more troublesome than Nawaki had been. Takuya didn't have high expectations for them anymore. A lively civilian with decent talent, who could probably make it to Jonin or Special Jonin with the right training. Then there was a typical Uchiha, and a traditionalist from the Hyuga clan. With these 3 on the same team, things were bound to get heated. At the very least, there was going to be constant competition between Ryoji and Sazune, while Aida was likely to be ignored by the other 2, making him the invisible member of the team. Sensei, what about you? Not wanting to stay mad at Ryoji, Aida eagerly looked to Takuya, hoping for a proper introduction. Takuya shrugged and casually opened his hands. My name's Yagami Takuya. I like food I cook myself, and I hate raw rice balls. As for a dream, I guess I just want to live my life the way I want. So lazy. Aida and Ryoji weren't the only ones who thought so, even Sazune was taken aback by how half-hearted Takuya's introduction was. It was fine for students to be simple, but shouldn't the teacher take things more seriously? Oh, and one more thing. Takuya's casual expression turned serious. I don't like being called sensei. I'm not taking on any disciples, and you're just members of my squad. Don't call me sensei. And another thing. Takuya's gaze shifted between Ryoji and Sazune. I don't care about the relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga or your little power struggles. In my squad, Don't cause me trouble. No matter who you are, don't ever make things difficult for me. Both of them grimaced at the warning. And you? Takuya's attention turned to Aida. Don't think you're getting off easy just because you're not from a clan. Leaning against a nearby tree, arms crossed, Takuya spoke lazily. To be honest, I didn't want to become a Jonin instructor. You guys were pushed on me, got it? If any of the higher-ups heard Takuya say that, they'd probably spit out blood. This was definitely not how a Jonin instructor should be talking to students. I'm usually pretty laid back, and I don't go out of my way to pick fights or target anyone. Even if I don't get along with your clan's elders, I won't take it out on you. But don't provoke me or make things harder than they need to be, or I won't be so easy on you. As for your training, I won't hold anything back. I'll help as much as I can. I also don't care if you date someone. Whoever you like is your business, but don't bring your drama into the team. That's all I have to say. Just remember, don't do anything stupid. At that moment, the client arrived, and Takuya wrapped up the conversation. He needed to talk to the client to make sure the mission details were clear and that everything was in order. Sometimes, particularly with D-rank missions, clients, especially villagers trying to save some money, would misreport the mission, hoping to get extra work done by the squad. Most squads wouldn't make a fuss about it since they were all from the same village, and it would be awkward to cause a scene. Takuya didn't mind if villagers who had fallen on hard times tried to take advantage of the situation a little. But the little was fine. Being outright dishonest wasn't. The land that needs clearing is just this area here, exactly as described in the mission. No exaggeration, the client explained. Great. We'll finish the job on time, so don't worry about the planting season, Takuya replied. From a distance, Aida watched Takuya talking with the client, his eyes full of awe. Did you notice how scary Captain Takuya looked just now? It was like a wild beast staring us down. That's because he's even more dangerous than a wild beast. He's killed more enemies on the battlefield than you've met in your life, including some famous Jonin. Even the third Kusagakure couldn't escape his Genjutsu, Ryoji said, his face dark after the warning they'd just received. Suzune looked just as uneasy. As a precious member of the Hyuga main family, she wasn't used to being threatened like that. Still, even if he was annoyed, Ryoji wasn't about to pick a fight with Takuya. That would only end badly for him. Even if Takuya didn't kill him, he wouldn't have an easy time. Despite everything, Ryoji couldn't stand the starry-eyed look Aida had on his face. The thing with the third Kusagakure, is that true? Suzune asked. It was the first time she had spoken directly to Ryoji. Aida also looked over, eager to know if the rumors were true. They'd heard all sorts of stories, but as recent graduates, they had no way of knowing what was fact and what was fiction. One had spent most of their time training with their clan, while the other was a civilian with no access to insider information. How pathetic, they couldn't even figure out whether these things were true. Ryoji lifted his chin and smirked. Of course it's true. Captain Takuya activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan ages ago. He even used Genjutsu to humiliate a Jonin from the Shimura clan right in the Hokage's office. The guy was stuck in the hospital for over half a month afterward. So, I'd suggest you both avoid provoking him. Look who's talking, Aida thought, rolling his eyes. You're the one who's always acting out. But he didn't bother saying it out loud. Knowing Ryoji, it would only lead to another argument. Suzune frowned, her brows furrowed in thought. She was trying to figure out how much of Ryoji's story was true. She had heard some rumors about Takuya, but they weren't widely circulated among the Hyuga clan. The main family didn't pay much attention to these stories, thinking they were just Uchiha boasting. Since Takuya had Uchiha blood, the Hyuga clan automatically associated him with the Uchiha, and they didn't take him seriously. Chapter 171, Is the Golden Chakra Stronger? With the Hyuga clan's strict and almost oppressive family rules, Suzune barely had time to socialize, let alone gossip about anything. If you look throughout the history of the ninja world, you'll notice that the Hyuga clan has always acted like frogs in a well, seeing only a tiny part of the world. You three, grab your tools and get to work. Before nightfall, I want this entire field dug up. Don't forget to clear the rocks and weeds. If you don't, the mission won't be considered complete, Takuya instructed as he handed tools to the 3 students after finishing his discussion with the client. Dig the field? Ryoji stared in disbelief at the dirt-covered hoe in front of him. Suzune seemed equally confused. Both of them were children of clan elders, completely unaccustomed to manual labor. Even if you gave them a hoe, it wasn't certain they'd know how to use it properly. Meanwhile, Aida Suai, being from a civilian family, quickly grabbed a hoe, spat on his hands, and got to work. Gross. Suzune wrinkled her nose in disgust at Aida's actions. Ryoji, on the other hand, felt stuck. How was he supposed to do this? He had never worked in a field before. Pick up the tool and get to work. Now, Takuya's deep voice growled in their ears. I don't know how. Ryoji protested, forcing the words out despite his frustration. This is ridiculous. And you? Takuya turned to Suzune. After a brief hesitation, Suzune picked up the hoe and stepped into the muddy field. Squelch. The moment she stepped down, her feet sank into the muck. I can do this. Believe in yourself. She encouraged herself mentally and mimicked Aida's movements, though she definitely skipped the part where he spit on his hands. Gritting her teeth, Suzune forced herself to keep digging, ignoring the discomfort of the mud squishing between her toes. Before Takuya could even turn around, Ryoji reluctantly followed suit, jumping into the field. Takuya had half expected Ryoji to put up a bigger fight, but despite his protests, his actions spoke louder than words. Of course, the result of two people with no experience in manual labor working in a muddy field was an absolute mess. Dirt flew everywhere. Takuya couldn't stand it anymore. You can't just swing the hoe with all your strength. You'll waste your energy, and if you use too much force, you'll break the tool. Here, let me show you. Aida Suai, surprisingly, stepped up and began teaching Suzune and Ryoji how to use the hoe properly. He never thought there'd come a day when he, the civilian kid always looked down upon, would be teaching core members of the great clans how to do something. I don't need your help. Ryoji's face turned red with embarrassment. Still, despite his words, he quietly adjusted his technique. Suzune said nothing, but from the redness of her ears, it was clear she was mortified. They had always looked down on Aida, but now, during an actual mission, it was Aida showing them how things were done. For two members of such prestigious clans, it was incredibly awkward. This was going to be a long day. Takuya shook his head and disappeared into the nearby forest, finding a quiet, secluded spot to train his mastery over the Nine-Tails chakra. As for his students, they were left to toil away in the muddy field. Takuya wasn't about to help with a task like that. After all, he didn't know how to farm either. The orange Nine-Tails chakra covered Takuya's hands. Compared to a Jinchuriki, he had a natural advantage. He could freely use Snowy's chakra whenever he wanted. As long as he improved his control, mastering the Nine-Tails chakra mode wouldn't be too difficult for him. That's why he prioritized training Sage mode first and left the Nine-Tails chakra mode for later. Snowy, why does the chakra turn gold after a Jinchuriki masters control over the tailed beast's chakra? Huh? Snowy, who had been watching Takuya train, blinked in confusion, tilting her head in bewilderment. Golden chakra. Every ninja's chakra aura was unique, and differences in chakra nature could lead to changes in chakra color. Normal chakra was a pale blue, while tailed beast chakra was red. Once in tailed beast chakra mode, it turned orange. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto's chakra even turned golden. And it wasn't just blue chakra either. Orochimaru's chakra, for instance, was purple. Sasuke's chakra, during his future battles with Naruto, also turned purple. Takuya guessed that chakra turning purple might have something to do with the strength of yin release, just as Naruto's golden chakra was likely related to yang release. Snowy, still puzzled, tilted her head further. Could it have something to do with yin-yang release? Is golden chakra stronger? Takuya asked, still deep in thought. Not necessarily, he answered his own question. In the Naruto world, there wasn't a direct correlation between chakra color and strength. Some people just had unusual chakra colors. The most notable example was Shizue Uchiha. When Shizue's chakra flared up, his entire body glowed green, even his hair. His Susanoo was also green. Takuya shuddered at the thought. Thank goodness my Susanoo isn't green, he thought. That would be humiliating. Opening the Mangekyo and seeing a big green figure pop out. Just imagining it made Takuya cringe. Black is much better, he thought, relieved that his Susanoo had a darker, more intimidating color. He was glad he hadn't chosen a green Susanoo back when he played video games in his past life. That would have been embarrassing. Pushing those random thoughts aside, Takuya focused again on his training. Meanwhile, Suzune and Ryoji were struggling in the muddy field. Having never done farm work in their lives, the experience was proving to be pure torture. Aida, on the other hand, was handling it with ease. By the time Takuya returned from his training in the evening, the field still wasn't fully dug up. Looks like this genius team isn't as great as they think. Can't even finish digging up the field, Takuya mocked as he surveyed the unfinished work. Ryoji and Suzune hadn't done much, and Aida was the only one truly putting in the effort. But one person doing the work of three was too much. All three of them remained silent, gritting their teeth as they continued digging. Takuya, meanwhile, skewered a rabbit he had caught and started roasting it over a fire. The smell of roasting meat began to fill the air, and the students' stomachs began to growl. Sorry, Captain, but we've been working all day. I'm a bit hungry, Aida said with an awkward smile. Ryoji wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. How embarrassing, his stomach growled at the smell of roasted meat. Suzune kept her head down, clearly embarrassed, as her stomach rumbled as well. Smells good, right? Takeya asked with a grin. Yeah. Aida's eyes lit up. Was the captain going to share the roasted meat with them? Good. I was worried the flavor wasn't right, Takeya said, taking a bite of the rabbit. He continued eating with relish, completely ignoring the hungry stares from his students. Wait, we're not getting any. Watching as Takeya devoured the entire rabbit, the three of them felt like crying. They had been working hard all day, and while they had barely had time to drink some water, Takeya was sitting there, enjoying a delicious roast in front of them. It was too much. Chapter 172, a four-man team. 4 different camps. Wipe that miserable look off your faces and get back to work. Finish by sundown, and I'll treat you to hot pot. If you don't finish, then we're working overtime. You'll go home when the job's done. Usually, a Jonin instructor would treat their students to a meal. However, Takeya had no intention of taking on disciples. After all, in the world of shinobi, students often end up turning on their masters. Takeya had no interest in taking disciples. Teammates were fine, though. Treating teammates to a meal wasn't a big deal, especially when it was at his own restaurant. Convenient and affordable. At the mention of hot pot, the 3 students immediately perked up. Despite their exhaustion, the thought of food filled them with new energy, and they worked harder than ever. Under the promise of a delicious meal, they finished the task before sundown. Takeya led the freshly cleaned up trio back to the village and straight to the hot pot restaurant. Takeya. Kushina, who had been lounging idly at one of the tables, lit up at the sight of him, jumping up excitedly. Huh? Noticing the 3 mud-covered figures behind him, she blinked in surprise and asked curiously, "Are these your students?" "Teammates," Takeya corrected her, emphasizing the word. Kushina giggled, eyeing the 3 muddy figures. "They look like little mud dolls. What's so funny about this?" Ryoji gritted his teeth, glaring at her. But when Kushina smiled and met his gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, he felt like he had just been cornered by a dangerous beast. This red-haired woman was terrifying. "Alright, stop scaring them. They just graduated, they don't know anything yet," Takeya said as he patted Kushina's arm. Then he called out, "Hey! Can you set us up with a mixed hot pot?" "Got it," came the reply from Mikoto Uchiha, who was helping in the kitchen. "I was just teasing them. Who knew they'd be so timid?" Kushina giggled, bouncing into the kitchen to lend a hand. As they headed into a private room, Takeya explained to his team, "This restaurant is a joint venture between Kushina and me. If you want hot pot in the future, come here. I'll give you a discount. Oh, and..." He gave them a brief introduction to the restaurant. Once seated, Aida Suai leaned forward, eager. "Captain, is that woman the red habanero everyone talks about in school?" "PFFT." Takeya spat out his water, completely caught off guard. Even after all these years, Kushina's infamous nickname still circulated. Crash. The room's door was suddenly ripped off its hinges. Takeya sighed in exasperation as Aida turned around to see Kushina standing there, holding the door with one hand and glaring at him with an icy smile. Uh-oh. Aida knew he was done for. Curiosity may have killed the cat, but it was about to land him in deep trouble. Kushina's hair started floating, her eyes turned red, it was clear she was furious. "You, Aida Suai. Come here for a minute. We need to have a little chat," she growled through clenched teeth, eyes practically blazing with anger. Aida was so terrified he almost dove under the table. Desperate, he looked to Takeya for help, but his captain ignored him completely. "That's what you get for running your mouth. You can handle this on your own. Forgive me, please go easy," Aida pleaded as Kushina dragged him outside. Ryoji's face twitched as he listened to Aida's cries of pain from outside, silently thanking his lucky stars that he hadn't said anything to upset Kushina earlier. A short while later, Aida returned with a black eye. It was obvious Kushina had given him a beating. "Captain, you're so heartless. You didn't even try to save me." Takeya completely ignored Aida's accusing looks. "You caused your own problems, you can deal with the consequences." After the meal, Takeya addressed his team, "You can all go home and rest now. When it's time for the next mission, I'll send someone to notify you." "Captain, what about the mission pay?" Ryoji asked. "I'll distribute it the next time we have a mission," Takeya replied. "Is there any set time for that, Captain?" Aida asked. Normally, new teams were put on a tight schedule, with missions back-to-back to build up experience. As of now, no set time, Takeya responded casually. Unlike most Jonin instructors, he wasn't in a rush to have his team complete mission after mission. Even if the missions were simple and required minimal effort from him, he preferred to work at his own pace. Well, alright then. With their captain's decision made, The trio had no choice but to accept it and leave. As they walked out of the hot pot restaurant, Sazune, who rarely spoke, suddenly asked, "Why do you think the captain doesn't want us to call him sensei?" "Who knows?" Ryoji shrugged, putting his hands behind his head as he answered nonchalantly. "I've asked around. Some of the older guys in my clan say our captain's a bit strange. They warn me not to make him angry. And apparently, we won't be doing that many missions," Ryoji added. "What? Aren't we supposed to do a lot of missions to gain experience?" Aida asked, clearly confused. Sazune also looked puzzled. It didn't make much sense. "How should I know?" "Let's just go," Ryoji said, dismissing the question. Had Sazune asked, he might have answered in more detail. Even if the Uchiha and Hyuga clans didn't get along, she still deserved some respect. But as far as Ryoji was concerned, Aida, a civilian ninja, wasn't worth his time. From the beginning, neither Ryoji nor Sazune had seen Aida as their equal. This was one of the ongoing tensions between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas. Clan ninjas tended to look down on civilians, and this wasn't exactly a secret. Few civilian ninjas dared compare themselves to those from powerful clans. After all, shinobi like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Minato were rare among civilians. In terms of numbers, civilians had the advantage. But when it came to overall quality, they were on a different playing field. Aida had a long way to go if he wanted to earn the respect of Ryoji and Sazune. "You know, there seems to be some serious tension within your team," Kushina remarked as she and Takuya sat by a window on the second floor, watching the trio go their separate ways. "It's no surprise. With 4 people in a team, you've got 4 different mindsets," Takuya replied with a small smile. "Ryoji Uchiha and Sazune Hyuga are both heirs from major clans. Of course, they look down on Aida, a civilian ninja. Meanwhile, Aida's desperately trying to fit in with the team. Unless something external forces them to bond, or Aida works really hard to gain their respect, the divide between clan and civilian ninjas will remain." "Are you going to help him?" Kushina asked, gazing at Takuya curiously. Chapter 173, Kushina, do you want to be free? Kushina was curious about what role Takuya would play in the team dynamics. Would he step in and assert control over the 2 clan ninjas, or help the civilian ninja gain his teammates' respect and integrate into the squad? Takuya chuckled softly. "I don't know," he said, raising a hand in a resigned gesture. "Looking at things now, the best way to solve the internal issues would be for me to step in. But some things can't be forced together. Clan ninjas and civilian ninjas already have so many differences, especially those from prominent families like the Uchiha and Hyuga. Even if I want to help, how would I do it? If I help Aida but neglect Ryoji and Sazune, it'll only deepen the team's divide. Human emotions are complicated, and Takuya didn't want to risk helping one only to alienate the other 2. That would just lead to more misunderstandings. Besides, he didn't have much motivation to improve the situation. With such a complex dynamic between an Uchiha, a Hyuga, and a civilian, one wrong move could easily cause everything to blow up. "Kushina, I need control of your body. Get lost." What was supposed to be a peaceful moment with Takuya was rudely interrupted by the Ninetales, and Kushina wasn't about to let it ruin things. Not only did it interrupt her time with Takuya, but now it wanted control of her body? Absolutely not. Her consciousness entered the seal space, and she stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the massive fox. "Big fox. What are you trying to pull now? I'm warning you. We have an agreement, and if you break it, I won't hesitate to put you in your place. Brat." The Ninetales struggled, trying to rise, but the adamantine chains that bound it restricted its movements. It could only move its head. Frustrated, the fox let out a roar. "I just want to confirm if Takuya really has the scent of a tailed beast on him." That scent, it was back. But how? The chakra had a familiar quality, similar to its own but also different. And strangely, it had an alluring fragrance. "Liar. You're not fooling me," Kushina huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. "There's no way Takuya has any tailed beast chakra. You're just trying to trick me." "I am not lying." The Ninetales howled in frustration. Why wouldn't this girl believe it? Was the only thing on humans' minds their love lives? The fox was being serious, but she refused to listen. Can't humans and tailed beasts have just a little bit of trust? "What's going on?" Takuya asked, noticing that Kushina had gone still, as if she had been frozen. He reached out and gave her a gentle nudge. "Huh?" Snapped back to reality, Kushina left the seal space, fuming. "That big fox is trying to trick me again." With that, she slammed the seal space shut, cutting off any connection between the Ninetales and the outside world. "Arg! You little brat, I'll eat you. I'll tear you apart." The fox roared inside the seal, thrashing against the chains. But in Kushina's body, it was tightly bound with no room to move, unlike when it was sealed in Naruto. There was no chance of escape here. Ninetales, huh? Takuya mused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Had the fox picked up on something? Was it sensing Snowy's presence, or maybe Snowy's chakra? After all, Takuya had been training to control the Ninetales chakra mode lately, so it wasn't surprising that some of Snowy's chakra had rubbed off on him. But he hadn't expected the fox to be able to detect it so easily. The sensing abilities of tailed beasts, especially the Ninetales, were extraordinary. Yeah, Kushina muttered angrily, that dumb fox said you have tailed beast chakra on you, and it noticed it. Oh? Takuya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could this be an opportunity to get the Ninetales to accept Kushina? If Kushina could gain its approval, her power would skyrocket. With that kind of strength, even someone like the third Hokage wouldn't stand a chance. That jerk even tried to take control of my body just to confirm it, she grumbled, growing more frustrated. I'm a girl. I won't let anyone control my body, not even that dumb fox. If the Ninetales could hear her thoughts, it would have rolled its eyes. It wasn't interested in human appearances. From a tailed beast's perspective, humans didn't even look that attractive. There's a chance here, Takuya thought, sensing an opportunity to manipulate the Ninetales. After confirming there were no more observers in the area, he turned to Kushina. Kushina, the Ninetales wanted control of your body to check if I really have tailed beast chakra, right? Yeah, she nodded, her fists clenched in frustration. I knew it wasn't up to any good. Don't worry, Takuya, I'd never let it take over. Takuya suppressed a laugh. Kushina, I'm saying you should let the Ninetales do it. But under one condition, it has to lend you its chakra. What? Kushina was stunned. Let the Ninetales take control? Make a deal with it. But why would I agree to something like that? I don't want anyone, not even a tailed beast, controlling my body. Takuya gently touched her cheek, his expression serious. Kushina, do you want to be free? The sudden shift in his tone made Kushina realize this was no time for jokes or stubbornness. She nodded. Freedom, it was something she dreamed of every day. She was tired of being followed everywhere by the Anbu, even when she was just going to the bathroom. And while she could move freely in Hidden Leaf Village, she was banned from its most secret places. The restrictions placed on her life were suffocating. I want that more than anything, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Then trust me, Takuya said softly, brushing his hand against her face. Her cheeks turned red as she gazed at him, eyes glistening with emotion, and nodded. Don't cry, Takuya said gently. If my plan works, not only will you be free, but your entire clan will be too. No one in the village will look down on them anymore, and they'll be treated with respect. Chapter 174, Negotiating with Kurama, a plan within a plan. Once Kushina could control the Ninetales chakra and enter the Ninetales chakra mode, her strength would skyrocket to the point where she could take on even Kage-level opponents. Who would dare challenge her then? Who would still try to restrict her freedom? And who in their right mind would continue criticizing the Uzumaki clan? At that point, the village leaders would treat Kushina like a living treasure. You need to enter the sealed space, Takuya advised, his voice calm but serious, and tell the Ninetales that as a girl, there's no way you'll let anyone or any tailed beast control your body. But offer to help confirm whether I have tailed beast chakra on me. The catch? It has to lend you its chakra, and it can't play any dirty tricks. The Ninetales, as mighty as it was still just a beast. It didn't have the scheming nature of humans. Takuya was confident that with the right bait, the fox would bite. Kushina, determined to gain control over the Ninetales for her freedom and her people, eagerly entered the seal space. Inside the dark, eerie seal space, the Ninetales lay sulking as usual. When it saw Kushina approach, it narrowed its eyes, clearly not in the mood for conversation, and turned its massive head away, closing its eyes as if to dismiss her entirely. Hey, you overgrown fox, don't push it, Kushina snapped, clearly frustrated with being ignored. You have the nerve to accuse me of being over the line, brat? The Ninetales roared, its voice echoing through the space, shaking the ground beneath Kushina's feet and forcing her to step back instinctively. Normally, this would have been the moment where Kushina would slam the fox with her chakra chains, shutting it up immediately. But this time, she restrained herself. She had a mission. Fine, let's talk, she said, trying to sound calm and composed. Humphrey. The Ninetales grunted, still not convinced. It turned away from her, clearly signaling that it wasn't interested in what she had to say. Seeing that, Kushina mumbled just loud enough for it to hear, I was actually going to help you confirm that thing about Takuya, but I guess you don't care. Too bad. As she turned to leave, the fox's massive face twitched for a moment. Before it could stop itself, it barked, Brat, are you calling me a dog? Did I say that? Kushina shot back, her arms crossed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You've been acting shady, wanting to control my body and all. I mean, seriously? A girl's body isn't something just anyone, or anything, can touch. Didn't your mom teach you manners? The Ninetales blinked, clearly at a loss for words. Did this girl just accuse it of not having proper upbringing? Was this seriously happening? Wait. Did tailed beasts even have parents? Images of the Sage of Six Paths, the ancient figure who created the tailed beasts, flashed through the Ninetales' mind. It shuddered at the thought. What the hell was it even thinking? Shaking its head, the Ninetales decided to get back to the matter at hand. So, what do you want? I'll help you confirm if Takuya really has the chakra of a tailed beast, but on one condition, Kushina offered, knowing she had the fox's interest. And what's that condition? Lend me your chakra. No holding back, and no sneaky tricks. If you agree, I'll go talk to Takuya right now. The Ninetales snorted. Dream on. You want to use my power? Not happening. It roared its refusal without hesitation. Why would it ever willingly lend its power to its jailer? Kushina sighed dramatically. Well, if that's how you want it, then I guess I'll just leave you locked up for even longer. Don't expect any more breaks out of your cage, either. I'm done dealing with you. With that, she turned on her heel, ready to leave. She didn't look back, even though she was hoping the fox would take the bait. If she pushed too hard, the whole plan could backfire. The Ninetales wasn't stupid. It could sense her tactic. But still, it hesitated. The curiosity about that strange chakra was gnawing at it. Who wouldn't be intrigued by something so unfamiliar? Seeing that the Ninetales wasn't going to budge, Kushina left the seal's space and returned to reality. Takuya, it didn't work. The fox is stubborn, it refused, she said with a hint of frustration. Takuya chuckled, not at all surprised. Of course it refused. If it agreed so easily, I'd be worried. Kushina knew Takuya wasn't one to give up easily. He had a backup plan, and she was ready to follow along. So, what's next? Come to my place. We need to move to the next phase, Takuya said, already preparing for what was to come. Without question, Kushina followed him to his house, curious about what the next step would involve. Once they were inside, Takuya turned to her and said, in a moment, I'm going to step out. When I do, Snowy will release a bit of chakra. When that happens, slightly loosen the seal around the Ninetales, just enough for it to sense the outside world. Let the fox feel Snowy's chakra, but don't give it too much freedom. Follow Snowy's lead, and we'll see how the fox reacts, Takuya explained. This was just part of the plan. The initial negotiations were only to plant the seed. Now, Takuya was going to let Snowy's chakra bait the Ninetales further. The fox's curiosity would get the better of it. The key was to not let the Ninetales know that the chakra came from Snowy, so it would become fixated on figuring it out. After explaining everything, Takuya left Snowy behind and quietly stepped out. He casually grabbed a drink from the fridge, then made his way to where the Anbu agents were stationed, keeping an eye on Kushina. What's this kid up to? One of the Anbu muttered as they saw Takuya walking towards them. Hey, you two have been working hard, Takuya said, tossing them a couple of cold drinks. Take a break? Caught off guard by Takuya's sudden appearance and gesture, the Anbu agents politely declined. Sorry, Takuya-sama, we're on duty. No hard feelings? Takuya grinned. The agents exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't want to offend him, but they had a job to do. Just as Takuya kept them distracted, Snowy made her move. Inside the house, Snowy leaked a small pulse of chakra. Following Takuya's instructions, Kushina loosened the seal just enough to let the Ninetales sense what was happening. The Ninetales didn't react at first, until the moment Snowy's chakra hit its senses. Instantly, the massive fox's eyes snapped open, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. This was definitely tailed beast chakra. But it wasn't like anything it had ever encountered before. Chapter 175, Kurama's realization, could Snowy be summoned like me? The chakra was similar to Kurama's, yet still different in some key ways. What really got to him, though, was the intoxicating scent that came with it. Just as Kurama was about to investigate further, Kushina quickly tightened the seal, cutting off the chakra flow. Kurama was left staring dumbfounded. Rah! You little brat! I'll eat you! I'll rip you to shreds! Kurama roared in frustration. Kushina was definitely messing with him on purpose, and it drove him mad. On the other side of things, Takuya, who had been keeping the Anbu agents distracted, decided he had done enough. Tossing the drinks aside, he muttered, ungrateful, huh? I try to be nice, and this is the thanks I get. The Anbu agents exchanged bewildered glances. They were utterly lost. What the hell just happened? I have no idea. But I'll tell you this, part of me wants to beat that kid senseless. Go ahead. Weren't you the one calling him sir just a moment ago? Should we report this to the Hokage? If you're fine with embarrassing yourself, be my guest. I'm staying out of it. Deciding it wasn't worth the trouble, the two Anbu operatives agreed to act like nothing had happened. After all, getting berated by a 10-year-old was humiliating enough. The last thing they needed was the Hokage finding out. As Takuya returned home, Snowy leapt into his arms. Stroking the soft fur, Takuya turned to Kushina. Alright, now's your chance. Head back into the seal. Kurama's bound to be freaking out by now. A mischievous grin spread across Kushina's face. She had been annoyed by Kurama's refusal earlier, but knowing that the fox was likely stewing in frustration made it all worth it. Let's see how you like it, you big dumb fox, she thought to herself, excited about the next step in their plan. As Kushina re-entered the seal, she found Kurama throwing one of his usual tantrums. What's your problem this time? She asked, crossing her arms and glaring at him. You did that on purpose, you little brat. Kurama roared, his eyes glowing with fury. Of course, Kurama wasn't stupid. He knew Kushina had been messing with him as payback for refusing her request to lend her his chakra. There were only two reasons a tail beast would share its chakra, to weaken the seal and attempt an escape, or because it had fully accepted its Jinchuriki. In Kushina's case, it was obvious that there was no chance of weakening the seal. Those damn Uzumaki chains were way too strong for that. Kurama was well aware that with a Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan, he was basically trapped. He couldn't erode the seal, and he had no hope of regaining his freedom. It was exactly why he had refused to share his power with her in the first place. No way was he going to willingly give up what little control he had left. Fine, whatever, Kushina shot back. I can see you're not interested, so I'll just leave. Kurama froze for a moment. Wait, what did I even say? Wait. He called out, realizing he couldn't let this chance slip through his claws. Over the years, he had sensed this mysterious chakra more than once, and it had been driving him crazy with curiosity. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, there was no way he could just let her walk away. Let's make a deal, Kurama grumbled, trying to sound like he wasn't desperate. A deal? Kushina raised an eyebrow. I still refuse to lend you my chakra, Kurama growled. But let's negotiate a different condition. Not a chance, Kushina said, firm in her resolve. I want your chakra, nothing less. Kurama was losing his patience. You're being ridiculous, brat. You're just like the other Uzumaki Jinchuriki. You're stuck here in Hidden Leaf Village, just like Mido was. You'll never have the chance to use my power in battle, so why even bother? That's for me to worry about, Kushina replied coldly. Now, are you going to agree or not? Kurama was starting to feel the pressure. He could tell that Kushina wasn't going to back down, and if he didn't play along, he might lose his only shot at figuring out that mysterious chakra. Taking a deep breath, Kurama finally asked, so, you just want to borrow my chakra? You don't need me to help you control it? Kushina nodded. That's right. You just give me the chakra. I'll handle the rest. Kurama was torn. He hated the idea of becoming a chakra battery for this girl, but the curiosity was killing him. After a long, agonizing pause, he gave in. Fine, he muttered. But in return, you have to find out what that chakra was. Kushina's smile widened. Deal. And don't try to back out, you know I won't let you off the hook if you do. Kurama scoffed. Unlike you humans, I'm not a liar. I'm Kurama, the Nine Tails. I don't go back on my word. So, where did that chakra come from? Kurama demanded, eager for answers. It's Takuya's summon, Kushina said matter-of-factly. Kurama blinked. A summon? You're joking, right? There's nothing funny about it. Takuya's summon is a fox just like you, only it's white, way smaller, and has 9 little fluffy tails. It even smells great, Kushina explained, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. It's way cuter than you, too. Kurama's eyes widened in shock. A summoning creature? With chakra like his? No way. Could it be? Memories of his past came rushing back. The day Madara Uchiha had come and used the Sharingan to control him, forcing him into a summoning contract. That day had been one of Kurama's greatest humiliations. Could Takuya's summon be in a similar situation? What kind of fox is it? Kurama asked cautiously. Kushina didn't hesitate. Like I said, it's a white fox with 9 tails and better looking than you. Takuya calls it Snowy. Chapter 176, Snowy, Smelly Fox, I heard you want to make me pee? Kushina had always wanted to cuddle Snowy, but no matter how hard she tried, Snowy simply ignored her. The only person allowed to touch Snowy was Takuya, and anyone else who tried ended up with a quick swipe of Snowy's claws. A fox? 9 tails? Smells good and is better looking than me? Kurama's enormous head was filled with questions. For a moment, he wanted to dig up the Sage of Six Paths just to ask, when the sage divided up the tailed beasts, did he hide away some chakra to create a second 9 tails? This whole thing was getting ridiculous. It took a while for Kurama to calm down, and even then, he coughed awkwardly, his expression a little uneasy. Hey, brat, Kushina, do you think I could meet this little fox? I can't make any promises, Kushina replied, a smirk tugging at her lips. I can put in a good word for you, but what will you give me in return? Kurama flared up in anger. I already agreed to lend you my chakra. Isn't that enough? How much more did you want? Kurama was furious. Were all human women this complicated? Where was Uzumaki Mido when you needed her? Despite how Mido had tormented him in the past, she had never dangled favors over his head like this, and she certainly never strung him along just to get something out of him. Lending me your chakra was part of our last deal, Kushina said, raising an eyebrow. But now you want my help, and you expect me to do it for free? Come on. She quickly realized how her words sounded and blushed. Wait, no, that didn't come out right. Kushina's face reddened even more as she corrected herself. Anyway, I told you about Snowy, but if you want me to help you meet him, you'll need to sweeten the deal. She paused, before adding, oh, and by the way, Snowy said you smell like really bad. Hold on, did I just say something I shouldn't have? Kushina's brain caught up a little too late, and she instantly regretted the words that had just left her mouth. She shot Kurama an awkward smile, hoping he wouldn't overreact. Kurama stood completely still, like a statue. The words replayed in his mind on an endless loop. Snowy said you smell like really bad. Roar. Kurama suddenly exploded with rage. Kushina. Get out. I'll lend you my chakra, but you need to take down that white fox. Take it down. Kurama, humiliated and furious, couldn't believe he was being called smelly. He was a tailed beast, for crying out loud. I'm not doing that, Kushina said, shaking her head. I can't beat Takeya, and I can't beat Snowy either. So. Yeah. Good luck with that. Bye. Sensing she was in over her head, Kushina quickly made her escape. Get back here, brat. Kurama roared in frustration. Coming out of the sealed space, Kushina let out a long sigh of relief and flashed Takeya an embarrassed smile. Takeya. I think I messed up. What did you do this time? Takeya asked, looking up as he continued playing with Snowy's fluffy tail. Kushina quickly explained what had happened in the sealed space, and by the end of it, Takeya couldn't stop himself from laughing. Meanwhile, Snowy gave Kushina a look of pure disbelief. Seriously? You dragged me into this mess to tease that smelly fox? Whatever. I won't hold it against you. After all, Kurama does stink. Unlike him, Snowy thought, I smell amazing. So, what now? Kushina asked, her tone a bit nervous. We press the advantage, Takeya said with a sly grin. He picked up Snowy, giving the fox a little hug. Snowy, I want you to go back in there with Kushina and mess with Kurama a little more. Keep pushing him until he willingly accepts Kushina. If we can get him to help, it'll be a huge step toward her becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. No problem, Snowy answered, blinking its eyes cutely, always willing to do whatever Takeya asked. Kushina, on the other hand, was feeling her bones turn to jelly at the sound of Snowy's sweet, lilting voice. As a girl herself, she couldn't help but be completely entranced by Snowy. Ugh, I wish I could steal Snowy away. Why couldn't we trade Kurama for Snowy instead? I don't want the big fox, I want the cute one. At that moment, Kurama was still seething with anger. Takeya figured that if Snowy pushed him just a little more, he might actually crack and agree to fully cooperate with Kushina. Snowy hopped onto Kushina's shoulder, and the two of them entered the sealed space together. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by the sound of Kurama's heavy breathing, a clear sign he was still fuming. Seeing Kushina again, Kurama huffed loudly in irritation. Seriously, how many times is she going to come in here? Wait a second. Kurama's eyes locked onto Snowy, perched on Kushina's shoulder. For a moment, he froze. That is a beautiful fox. And that scent. Big fox, I brought Snowy to meet you, Kushina said sweetly. Snowy jumped off Kushina's shoulder and trotted up to Kurama, sniffing the air with her cute little nose. She wrinkled it in distaste. You really do smell, Snowy said bluntly. It's embarrassing for a tailed beast to be this stinky. How long has it been since you had a bath? Kurama didn't know what to do. He was completely captivated by Snowy's appearance, her voice, and that wonderful scent. Kurama, who had lived for centuries and was practically an ancient being, found his heart racing. Any insult Snowy had thrown his way? Completely ignored. No way. Seriously? Kushina couldn't believe what she was seeing. Kurama, the terrifying Nine-Tails, looked like he had just fallen head over heels in love at first sight. This is like watching some weird animal version of a romance show. What's going on? Didn't Takuya say tailed beasts don't have genders? How could Kurama possibly have fallen for Snowy like this? Just a minute ago, he was threatening her life, and now he's completely entranced. Idiot, Snowy huffed, flicking her tail in annoyance as she took a few steps back. She lifted her chin and asked, I heard you said you wanted to make me pee? Kurama immediately shook his head, as if the very thought of harming Snowy was unthinkable. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless, Kushina thought, shaking her head. Kurama had lost all his dignity. Chapter 177, Where Did It All Go Wrong? Snowy. Kushina couldn't even handle how ridiculous the Nine-Tails was acting. She was beyond words. Snowy, equally disgusted, shot the Nine-Tails a glare so intense that if she could have, she would have beaten him senseless right there and then. Wait. Where did they go? Before the Nine-Tails could fully revel in his trance, he realized Snowy and Kushina had already left. Just from smelling Snowy's scent, the Nine-Tails had completely lost his senses and acted like a fool. What have I done? The Nine-Tails muttered as he slumped to the ground, tapping the floor in frustration with his claws. Well, this is humiliating. Master, the plan totally failed, Snowy grumbled the moment her consciousness left the sealed space. That dumb fox was completely obsessed with me. Takuya blinked, looking at the fuming Snowy, who was practically ready to tear the Nine-Tails apart. What on earth had happened in that sealed space to get her this mad? Even her language was slipping into some of Tsunada's favorite phrases. Takuya turned to Kushina, who looked just as exasperated. Seeing Takuya's confused stare, Kushina sighed, I have no idea what went wrong. Instead of getting agitated, the big fox saw Snowy and just went. Well, like one of those love-struck idiots you mentioned. She went on to explain what had happened. Takuya was dumbfounded. The plan to rile up the Nine-Tails had failed in the most ridiculous way possible. Who knew the fox had this side to him? Weren't the tailed beasts supposed to be genderless? What was going on here? This was more like some weird wildlife behavior. And it wasn't even mating season, it was nearly winter. Helping Kushina control the Nine-Tails was going to take a new strategy. Snowy's presence clearly wasn't working out. Nobody could have predicted that the fiery Nine-Tails would turn into a lovesick puppy. At this point, Takuya could only shake his head in disbelief. There's no way. Absolutely no way this is happening. Takuya, let's just drop the Nine-Tails thing for now. I'm heading home, Kushina said, feeling deeply embarrassed by the fox's behavior. Takuya had gone out of his way to help her, only for the Nine-Tails to turn the situation upside down. It was so absurd that Kushina couldn't even face him. That stupid fox. If I ever get the chance, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Snowy growled, still seething. The Nine-Tails had really gotten under Snowy's skin, but since she couldn't physically enter the sealed space, she had no way to confront him directly. Unless she could somehow get into Kushina's sealed space. But that would probably cause more harm than good. There's no way the seal could handle both of them. Yeah, we'll deal with him next time, Takuya said, trying to calm Snowy down with a small laugh. What on earth was wrong with the Nine-Tails? He was acting like a total pushover. Could it be that Snowy's scent was that irresistible to him? Takuya sniffed the air around Snowy. Sure, she smelled nice, but nothing about it seemed that unusual. So, why was the Nine-Tails acting like a lovesick fool? It didn't make sense. Takuya gave up trying to figure it out and decided to just let things play out for now. Meanwhile, Kushina couldn't bear the thought of facing Takuya after how ridiculous the Nine-Tails had acted. Just thinking about the fox's behavior made her face burn with embarrassment. When she got home, she immediately started berating the Nine-Tails. Usually, the Nine-Tails would have lashed out in anger, but after what had happened, even he seemed ashamed. When Kushina started yelling at him, the Nine-Tails simply curled up, wrapped his tails around his face, and pretended to be asleep, refusing to engage. Ugh, it's all that stupid fox's fault. Now I don't even know how to face Takuya. So annoying, Kushina muttered as she worked at the restaurant, resting her head on the counter in frustration. Takuya wouldn't hold this against me, would he? He's not that petty. Right? She ran her hands through her red hair, feeling irritated. She looked out toward the street and noticed someone lurking near the door. As soon as the figure saw her look over, they quickly hid. Confused, Kushina recognized the kid as the one she had scolded earlier. What's he doing, sneaking around like that? You can stop hiding. I already saw you. Get in here. Kushina called out, sounding annoyed. The figure froze. It was Aida Suai, and he immediately felt like he was in big trouble. With the squad on break, he didn't know what to do, so he decided to ask Takuya for some training advice. But since he didn't know where Takuya lived, he ended up at the restaurant, hoping to run into him. Unfortunately, the first person he saw was Kushina, and he wasn't exactly eager to face her. "Why do you look so scared? You think I'm going to hit you?" Kushina asked, arms crossed as she looked at him, noticing the fading dark circles under his eyes. "You're here to see Takuya, aren't you?" As Takuya's new student, well, teammate, there was no other reason Aida would be here. It wasn't like a kid would come to eat hot pot alone, after all. "I was hoping to get some training advice from the captain, but I don't know where he lives," Aida admitted, looking nervous after the scolding he'd gotten from Kushina last time. Seeing his timid expression, Kushina couldn't help but laugh. "He's not home right now. Go to the riverbank on the west side of the village. He's probably training there," she said. "Thank you, ma'am. I'll head there right away," Aida said, quickly making his exit. "Really? Am I that scary?" Kushina muttered to herself. She wasn't wrong. Takuya was indeed training by the river, continuing to refine his mastery of the Nine-Tails Chakra mode. Even with an advantage, Takuya was committed to working hard. Liking to relax didn't mean he was lazy. Liking to chill didn't mean skipping out on the work. He was determined to train harder than anyone else, and having an edge didn't change that. "Master, that kid Aida is here," Snowy said, sensing his approach. "Aida? What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be resting since the team's on break?" Following Kushina's directions, Aida arrived at the riverbank, but before he could get close, Takuya had already sensed him. "No need to search. I'm right here." "Huh?" Aida stammered. "Why yes." Startled by Takuya's voice, Aida straightened up and quickly headed in his direction. Breaking through the trees, Aida saw Takuya sitting by the riverbank. Takuya sliced open a watermelon he had brought along, motioning for Aida to sit down. "Have some watermelon first," Takuya said casually. "Prices have really gone up lately," Takuya remarked as they ate. Chapter 178, Your strength dictates how others treat you. As the war dragged on, even the Land of Fire, with its abundant resources, began to feel the pressure. Prices for goods, especially fruits, continued to skyrocket. Aida Sui cautiously ate his watermelon, chuckling awkwardly. "My mom said the war is messing up trade routes, so prices are climbing fast. She's been stressing about our household expenses." Being from a civilian family, Aida Sui wasn't as well off as Ryoji Uchiha or Hyuga Sazune. "Yeah, that sounds about right," Takuya agreed, nodding slightly as he set down the watermelon rind. "So, what brings you here? Didn't Kushina tell you I'd be out here?" "Yes, Captain." Aida immediately put down his half-eaten watermelon, stood up, and gave Takuya a deep bow. "I came to ask for some guidance with my training." Takuya had expected this. Since Snowy had told him Aida was coming, Takuya had already guessed his purpose. It was about training and getting stronger. For a fresh graduate with no clan backing, the best way to grow stronger was to seek guidance from their mentor. For civilian ninjas, this was often the only route. Of course, whether the mentor was willing to teach or share experience, or even offer support, was entirely up to them. No one would judge Takuya if he decided not to teach anything at all. Just look at the original series, for example. Take Kakashi's team, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Aside from some basic training, Kakashi spent most of his time focusing on Sasuke, barely teaching Naruto and Sakura anything. Yet in the end, Sasuke didn't even appreciate it and ended up trying to kill him. Ridiculous. This was one of the reasons Takuya despised the student-teacher dynamic in the world of ninjas. He could train you, teach you, and give you the best tools, but the student might still turn against him. Takuya wasn't about to fall into that trap. To avoid these kinds of nasty situations, the best solution was simple: don't take on students. "I can help you with some basic training," Takuya said, laying it out clearly. "But if you want to learn advanced jutsu, sword techniques, or taijutsu, you'll have to earn it yourself. You'll need to trade for that knowledge with your own contributions later." He didn't want Aida to get his hopes up, so it was best to be straightforward. "I understand, Captain. I'll work hard on my training." "Good. Have a seat." Takuya motioned for Aida to sit back down. He picked up another slice of watermelon and chewed thoughtfully as he considered what to do next. Aida sat cross-legged, waiting anxiously in silence. He kept his eyes on Takuya, too nervous to speak. Once Takuya finished his watermelon, he wiped his face at the river and let the cool water wake him up a bit. Finally, he turned to Aida with a more serious expression. "Before we start, I want to know, how do you see yourself as a ninja?" "Huh?" Aida was caught off guard by the question. "What do you mean?" "I'm talking about your role. Every team member has a specific role: offense, support, recon. In our team, we already have offense and recon covered. What we're missing is support. With the Sharingan and Byakugan in play, recon was more than covered, especially with the Byakugan. Offense and recon were also in good hands with Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune. That left only the support role vacant. But Aida wasn't exactly suited for support right now. At best, he was like a weaker version of Xiao Shu. Are you willing to put your own growth aside to support your teammates? Takuya's question hit right to the core. I don't know. Aida was at a loss. Strong offense, support, recon, these roles were all things the academy instructors had talked about. But most students, including Aida, hadn't really given it much thought. He never imagined himself as a support type. But after graduating, reality hit hard. Both Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune easily outclassed him, leaving Aida feeling stuck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to earn their respect. Not knowing is normal, Takuya said, laughing softly as he patted Aida on the shoulder. Relax. I'm just giving you a standard example. To be honest, support roles don't really exist in our team. Besides, your teammates don't need support, they just want someone who doesn't get in their way. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand, you don't need to change yourself to gain their approval. There's a path for civilian ninjas too. I have a friend, is it Minato no Mikaze? Aida interrupted, sounding a little proud of himself. Takuya chuckled. Yeah, exactly. Minato's a civilian ninja, but he's incredibly gifted. More importantly, he stays true to himself. He doesn't bend over backward to please others, nor does he change his role just to fit someone's expectations. It's important to stay true to yourself. A lot of the theoretical stuff they taught you in the academy? You can pretty much throw that out the window, it's nonsense. Aida could already picture his academy teachers having a heart attack if they heard that. Here's the truth, as much as your teammates matter, what matters more is becoming strong yourself. Otherwise, even if you're willing to sacrifice yourself for your team, if they don't respect you, what's the point? Do you really think Ryoji Uchiha or Hyuga Sazune will see you differently if you put their needs ahead of your own? I can tell you right now, they won't. Every word Takuya said hit hard, cutting through Aida's idealistic notions like a blade. Reality was harsh. Naive ideas wouldn't get you far in the ninja world. Takuya didn't want to be burdened with a teammate who was clueless about the harsh realities. Those kinds of people didn't just get themselves killed, they endangered everyone around them too. After giving Aida some time to process his words, Takuya continued. I might have Uchiha blood, but I was treated like a nobody when I needed support the most. No one cared. No one wanted to help. But now, those same people who once ignored me are the ones trying to kiss up to me. And do you know why? Because I got stronger. So stop worrying about gaining others' approval. When you're strong enough, both the Uchiha and Hyuga will have no choice but to accept you as a true teammate. Alright, that's enough for today. From now on, we'll focus on the basics. Forget about learning powerful jutsu, taijutsu, or swordsmanship. What you need most right now is a solid foundation. We'll start with chakra control. This place has everything you need. Start by practicing tree climbing and walking on water. The goal is to gather chakra at your feet and maintain it. Keep at it until you can climb to the top of the tree without falling and walk across water without sinking. When you can do that, your basic training will be complete. Ninjas from powerful clans were ahead of the game, not just because of their bloodline but because of the training they'd been given since childhood. While Aida had been learning the most basic lessons at the academy, others had already been training for years. I got it. Determined, Aida shook his head to clear away his doubts. Then he gritted his teeth and started practicing. Most ninja who excel at jutsu have good chakra control, and Aida was no different. On his first try, he managed a few steps up the tree before slipping and falling, hitting the ground hard. Takuya, leaning against the tree, yawned. Keep going. Chapter 179, Why doesn't the Raging Blade have a sheath? Everyone falls hard when they start this phase of training, it's an inevitable part of the process. There's no skipping ahead. Yes, sir. Aida Suai replied enthusiastically as he quickly got back up and resumed his training. After an entire afternoon of practice, Aida Suai had made significant progress. Here's the reward from yesterday's mission. I'll give you yours now. Make sure to head to the hospital for treatment, or you'll have a hard time getting out of bed tomorrow. Don't be stingy. If you want to get stronger, you'll need to invest in yourself first. The stronger you become, the more money you'll be able to make. Takuya handed him his payment and reminded Aida Suai to take care of himself before they parted ways. As he watched Aida Suai hobble toward the hospital, Takuya couldn't help but wonder how long he'd be able to keep up this pace. Well, I thought you'd gone missing, Takuya said with a grin as he entered his home, only to find an all-too-familiar woman sprawled across his sofa in a rather undignified manner. Her posture was sloppy whether she was sitting or sleeping. You vanished the day after we got back to the village, Takuya teased. Don't even start. I'm exhausted. Now hurry up and make me some food, I'm starving, Tsunade groaned, lying lazily on the couch, even with her feet propped up. Good thing she wasn't one for wearing skirts, or Takuya would have had quite the view. I thought you'd be able to relax once you got back to the village. But I guess the village has plenty of problems too. And on top of that, the old man's constantly badgering me to go to the front lines. It's driving me crazy, she muttered, running her hand through her blonde hair in frustration. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility, Takuya remarked as he walked toward the kitchen, slipping into his house slippers. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Great responsibility, huh? If that's true, how come I don't see you, Takuya Yagami, acting all responsible? Oh yeah, where's my raging blade? Takuya asked suddenly as he began slicing meat. He remembered Tsunade had promised to give him Dobirama Senju's raging blade. There was no way he'd let her forget that, especially since someone like Tsunade could be the type to dodge out of a deal if too much time passed. It was best to secure the sword as soon as possible. After all, a high-quality chakra weapon was exactly what he needed. The raging blade was one of the top-tier chakra weapons, no question. In the original series, it was destroyed too easily, but that was because of who wielded it. With weapons like these, their true power could only be unleashed by a strong enough wielder. Take Tsukumo Hatake's White Fang blade, for example. In Tsukumo's hands, the blade struck fear into even Kage-level opponents. But in Kakashi's hands, he struggled to take down mere Jonin, and the blade ended up broken. The raging blade didn't fare much better in the original storyline. Compared to sturdier weapons, chakra blades were easier to break. In the hands of a strong ninja, however, the raging blade was no decorative piece, it became a terrifying weapon. Once I get my hands on the raging blade, Takuya thought, I'll grab the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru and swap between them as needed. Here, take it. You talk like I'm some sort of liar, Tsunade grumbled, rolling her eyes as she tossed a scroll to him. She added a warning, just remember, this raging blade was Grandpa Dobirama's favorite. It's made mostly from chakra metal, so the blade's a bit brittle. Be careful not to treat it like an ordinary sword. Yeah, I got it, Takuya replied, already smiling to himself as he continued cooking. With a new, badass weapon in hand, he couldn't help but feel great. And he wasn't worried about Tsunade going back on her word. Since she sealed it in a scroll and handed it over, she wouldn't renege. If she did, he'd just hound her until she gave it up. So, what have you been up to lately? Don't tell me you've just been stuck working at the hospital, Takuya remarked, stirring the pot as he cooked. Tsunade might be hardworking, but she had a habit of sneaking off to the gambling halls when she could. And if she tried to say she hadn't, well, that'd be about as likely as the sun rising in the west. Tsunade paused mid-bite, her expression shifting ever so slightly. Takuya noticed immediately and smirked as she remained quiet and kept eating. Yep, definitely lost a ton of money at the casino. Seeing the guilty look on her face, Takuya couldn't help but shoot her a knowing grin. Stop staring at me like that. I'm eating here. Tsunade snapped. I was just stressed out, so I went to the casino to relax for a bit. Lost all your money, huh? Takuya teased, shaking his head in disbelief. Tsunade chose to ignore him, focusing on her food instead. No point in rubbing salt into an already sore wound. Once dinner was over, Takuya was surprised when Tsunade volunteered to do the dishes. After glancing toward the kitchen, Takuya pulled out the scroll containing the raging blade and unsealed it. To be honest, the raging blade wasn't exactly the most attractive sword, definitely not as sleek as the Kusanagi sword. ZZZZT, lightning chakra flickered along the blade's surface, turning the dull, dark metal into a vibrant blue-purple as crackling currents danced across it like wriggling electric worms. Takuya pulled out 2 kunai he had specially made, slicing through them with a single stroke. The kunai snapped cleanly in half, the edges perfectly smooth as if they had been cut by a laser. Who said the raging blade was weak? This thing was sharp beyond belief. If I cut someone with this, their body would probably fall apart before they even realized they were hit. Not bad, Takuya muttered, giving the blade a few more swings before carefully setting it aside. Tsunade, why doesn't the raging blade have a sheath? Grandpa Dobirama said that when they made it, there wasn't enough material left for a sheath, so it never got one. Want me to get one made for you? Tsunade's head poked out from the kitchen, her eyes gleaming. It was clear she was hinting at doing him a favor. For a price, of course. Yep, you've fallen right into the money pit, Tsunade. How much would a decent sheath cost? Takuya knew she wasn't doing this for free, but he also wasn't interested in running all over town himself. Why not let Tsunade's connections do the work? 5 million. Cough, what? Takuya nearly choked on his own breath, glaring at her with disbelief. 5 million ryo. Was she out of her mind? That amount could buy him a brand new chakra weapon. Ahem. I misspoke. I meant 500,000. Tsunade quickly corrected herself when she noticed Takuya's narrowed eyes and dangerous look. She raised her hand as if swearing it was a mistake. I've got 70,000 in a scroll. Don't try to cheat me out of any of it, Takuya warned as he tossed her the scroll. And if the sheath isn't top quality, you'll have to answer to me. He didn't trust anyone in the village more than Tsunade to get the job done. Letting her handle this would save him a lot of time and effort. Grabbing the scroll with glee, Tsunade dashed out the door in an instant. Give me 3 days. You'll have your sheath, guaranteed. She shouted as she disappeared. Great. Takuya stared at the now open front door before glancing at the mess she left behind in the kitchen. He was starting to regret letting her do the dishes. Tsunade in the kitchen was a bigger disaster than even Kushina. Sighing, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work cleaning up. Tsunade, however, was already on her way to the Hokage's office, motivated by the cash in her pocket. Chapter 180, Tsunade, does your family live by the sea? Why meddle so much? The door to the Hokage's office burst open, startling Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado as they were deep in discussion. The third Hokage, however, didn't even bat an eye. He was well accustomed to Tsunade's dramatic entrances by now. You! Koharu began to scold the intruder for their lack of manners, but upon turning to see that it was Tsunade, she immediately bit her tongue. There was no point lecturing Tsunade about rules or courtesy. She wouldn't care in the slightest. Old man, do me a favor, get a sheath made for the Raging Blade. I need it fast. I'll pick it up in 3 days, Tsunade announced, already halfway out the door before they could respond. The 70,000 ryo Takuya had given her was something she planned to pocket. As for getting the sword's sheath made, that was the third Hokage's problem now. After all, she'd been working herself to the bone for the village. Wasn't it only fair that the village put in a little effort for her? Wait a moment, the third Hokage called after her. Tsunade, why are you having a sheath made for the Raging Blade? I'm giving it to someone, she replied bluntly, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. The third Hokage felt the urge to shout. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he continued, Tsunade, the Raging Blade isn't just any weapon. It was your grandfather's sword and one of the sharpest blades in the ninja world. Making a sheath for it won't be easy, and it will be costly. There was no need to guess who she was giving it to, it had to be Takuya Yagami. After all, when they'd gone to negotiate with Hidden Rain Village, the Anbu had clearly overheard Takuya and Tsunade making a deal. While the Hokage wasn't thrilled about the Raging Blade ending up in someone else's hands, it technically belonged to the Senju family. There was little he could do but let it slide. Koharu and Hamura, on the other hand, couldn't remain silent. Tsunade, the Raging Blade was your grandfather's weapon. You can't just give it away like that. And making a custom sheath for it on top of that? You're being reckless. Koharu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Tsunade laughed at that, clearly unbothered. It's my family's sword. Who I give it to is none of your business. The Raging Blade had belonged to Tobirama Senju and had been kept in the Senju estate ever since. It was her family's heirloom. Why should she need permission to give it to someone else? Even the old man, the Hokage, hadn't objected, so who was Koharu to tell her what she could and couldn't do? You! Koharu's face turned red with anger, but before she could argue further, Hamura stepped in, trying to defuse the situation. Tsunade, I understand that you made a deal with Takuya, but the Raging Blade holds great significance for the village. You can't give it away so easily. Perhaps you could offer him a different weapon instead? You've got to be kidding me. We already agreed on this, and now you want to back out? I already took his money. Does Takuya owe you something? Why do you care so much? Are you the one giving him the sword? Tsunade sneered. She was done dealing with their nonsense. Turning to the third Hokage, she asked, what's it going to be, old man? Yes or no? Don't waste my time, I've got better things to do. Like checking in on a certain bedridden war advisor who's been lying around for 2 months and driving me crazy. The third Hokage sighed, rubbing his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Great. Now Tsunade was practically blackmailing him. If she didn't get the sheath made, it was clear she'd leave Denzo's recovery in his hands, and that was a nightmare scenario he wanted to avoid. She was making it very clear, either agree to her request, or face the consequences. After a moment of silence, the Hokage finally spoke. I'll have it delivered to Takuya's house in 3 days. Great. I'll be off then. You guys carry on, Tsunade said cheerfully, before quickly making her exit. She had other plans, like hitting the casino before the sun went down. Denzo could stay bedridden for a little longer. It wasn't like he was going to die. Hiruzen. Koharu started to protest, but the Hokage held up his hand, cutting her off. Tsunade has done a lot for the village. After everything she's contributed, making a sword sheath for her is a small price to pay. As for whether or not the Raijin blade should be given away, that's her decision. It's part of the Senju family's inheritance, after all. Even though he wasn't happy about the idea of Takaya getting the Raijin blade, there was no point fighting it. Protesting wouldn't change anything, and Tsunade certainly wouldn't retract her decision. The only result would be them having to make a custom sheath for the sword on top of everything else. If it had been anyone else making this request, the Hokage would have thrown them out. But Tsunade was a different story. It wasn't that he feared her, it was more that upsetting her wasn't worth the hassle. If she decided to quit or throw a tantrum, things would quickly spiral out of control. The sooner Denzo was back on his feet and Tsunade could be sent to help on the front lines, the better. The war with Hidden Sand Village was the priority now, not an old sword. Let's continue the meeting, the Hokage said, cutting off any further complaints from Koharu. She still looked dissatisfied, but Hamura quickly stepped in to calm her down. Meanwhile, Tsunade made her way to the casino, happy with her deal. An hour later, however, she stormed out, her face dark with frustration. It didn't take long for her to lose all 70,000 ryo. Every last coin. Hiruzen is becoming more and more biased toward Tsunade, Koharu grumbled as she and Hamura made their way to Hidden Leaf Village Hospital to visit Denzo. She hadn't stopped complaining since they left the Hokage's office. Hamura tried his best to placate her with a forced smile. Koharu, Hiruzen's hands are tied. The village needs Tsunade. Both Denzo and the front lines depend on her. It's just a sword, after all. Still, that was our teacher's sword. Koharu shot back, her voice rising in frustration. Couldn't we just make Takaya a new chakra weapon? Why is Tsunade always favoring him? He's not even her student. Hamura couldn't help but think back to when Koharu used to favor Kagami Uchiha. Her bias had caused plenty of issues for Denzo back then, too. Funny how she'd forgotten about that. But this wasn't the time for that conversation. Chapter 181, Denzo diverts chakra metal to win over Orochimaru. Takaya Yagami and Nawaki are close friends, and there's also Kushina. Because of them, Tsunade has grown closer to him over time. We should stay out of this. Crafting a new weapon isn't easy either. There isn't much chakra metal left in the village, said Hamura. What? How can that be? Koharu's eyes widened. She clearly remembered there was plenty left the last time they checked. The third Hokage hadn't been handing out chakra metal to shinobi for any rewards or weapon crafting lately, so how did it run out? Ahem, Hamura coughed lightly, glancing toward Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. Realization dawned on Koharu's face as her expression tightened. Denzo. It was him again. He had been quietly diverting chakra metal resources. If the Hokage ever found out that these vital supplies were gone, they would both be in serious trouble. What does he even need all that chakra metal for? Chakra metal was incredibly expensive. Even a small piece cost millions of ryo, and it wasn't the kind of material you could just go out and buy. Connections and influence were needed to acquire it. Hidden Leaf Village had a decent stockpile of chakra metal, but now it had mysteriously disappeared, diverted by Denzo. This was outrageous. It was one thing for Denzo to misappropriate funds or medical equipment from the medical department, but now he was dipping into their precious supply of chakra metal. What was he thinking? Equipping Roots shinobi with upgraded weapons? Most of Hidden Leaf Village's elite jonin didn't even have chakra-infused weapons, but Denzo was decking out his private army with them. Who knows? Why don't you ask him yourself? Hamura replied, making it clear he had no intention of taking the fall for Denzo's actions. If the Hokage started looking into the matter, Denzo would have to answer for it. Hamura wasn't going to cover for him. Not long after, they arrived at the hospital and entered Denzo's private, luxury ward. Looking at the man who was bedridden and unable to move, Koharu wasted no time with pleasantries. Denzo, you've diverted most of the chakra metal from the logistics department. What are you using it for? This is a serious issue. If Hiruzen finds out, he'll be furious. Denzo opened his one good eye, his voice indifferent. I have my reasons. As for what those reasons were, he didn't bother to explain. You. Koharu was already fuming after her earlier confrontation with Tsunade, and now Denzo's dismissive attitude pushed her over the edge. Denzo, you know how precious chakra metal is. If this gets out and Hiruzen learns about it, we're not going to cover for you. Denzo closed his eye again, ignoring her, leaving Koharu trembling with frustration. Fine. Have it your way, Denzo. She spat, storming out of the room in anger. She swore that if this mess ever came to light, she wouldn't lift a finger to help him. She was done with Denzo's reckless behavior. If he kept acting like this, he'd bring the whole house down. Denzo, you. Hamura sighed, caught between a rock and a hard place. He could only follow Koharu out of the room, leaving Denzo behind. Once they were gone, Denzo opened his eyes again, and 2 root operatives quietly appeared in the room. Lord Denzo, we've received a letter from Orochimaru, one of the shinobi reported. I see. Leave it here. Send a reply in my name. Tell him the chakra metal he needs has been secured, and I look forward to a successful collaboration, Denzo ordered. Take the materials to Orochimaru at the camp in the Land of Rivers. Make sure no one else handles them, deliver it to him personally. Yes, Lord Denzo. The root operative swiftly left the room. The hospital room returned to its quiet state. Denzo had funneled most of the chakra metal to Orochimaru, hoping to win his favor and form a partnership. What Orochimaru planned to do with it was a mystery to Denzo, but he didn't care. He had the resources, and now he had something valuable to offer. As for whether or not the Hokage would eventually discover the missing materials, that was a problem for another day. Even if it did come out, what could the Hokage really do to him? Strip him of his rank? Denzo scoffed at the thought. Koharu could claim she wouldn't help, but when push came to shove, she'd cover for him. If she didn't, then when her own skeletons came out, she'd be on her own too. Later that evening, Tsunade came to visit, looking displeased after a rough day at the gambling tables. She took one look at Denzo and was ready to leave. She wasn't in the mood to deal with him today, his treatment could wait. How much longer do I need to stay in this hospital? Denzo asked, opening his eyes as she turned to go. How should I know? Maybe a few days, maybe a few months, Tsunade replied casually, barely paying attention as she scribbled something in her notes. Oh, by the way, how's your condition today, Lord Denzo? Are your hands or feet numb? Any pain in your face? How about the back of your head? Any dull ache there? She asked with mock concern. You're a patient, after all. You can't hide your symptoms. If something happens, it'll be on you. Denzo gritted his teeth. No. I'm fine. He was sick of lying around in his hospital bed. If it weren't for the risks, he'd have left long ago. But Tsunade had made his condition sound so dire that he was too cautious to leave. What if he felt fine now, but as soon as he left the hospital, things took a turn for the worse. He couldn't afford to gamble with his health. Getting Tsunade to treat him after the fact would be nearly impossible. The Hokage had been pressing for Tsunade to go to the front lines for weeks now. If it weren't for her working on his treatment, she would have left already. Good, Tsunade said, jotting something down in her work log. In that case, just rest for a while longer. Wait. Denzo called out, growing desperate. Weren't you supposed to start my treatment today? Yeah, that was the plan, Tsunade replied with a shrug. But I've got other things to do, so we'll push it back a bit. Hope you don't mind, Lord Denzo. See you tomorrow. Denzo was left speechless as Tsunade walked out. The frustration from his encounter with her in the Land of Rain had finally come back to bite him. He had made her life difficult back then, and now she was making sure he paid for it. In a foul mood, Tsunade poured herself a drink back into her office, slamming the door behind her. Meanwhile, Denzo was fuming, tempted to leave the hospital right then and there. But he didn't dare. As much as it infuriated him, he couldn't risk leaving without proper care. Only Tsunade could handle his condition, and no one else in the village could help him. Outside the village, on a secluded path, a small white fox perched on a tree branch, gazing up at the full moon. It was Snowy's time to roam freely. Takuya didn't restrict Snowy's movements, and she often went out to explore the village on her own when there was nothing else to do. While Hidden Leaf Village's patrols and gate guards rarely detected her, Snowy moved silently and unnoticed. She could easily sneak in and out of the village without anyone being the wiser. If trouble ever came her way, Snowy could simply retreat into Takuya's body, avoiding any danger. As for the village's security barriers, they posed no threat to her. Tonight, the moon was bright and beautiful, though Snowy found herself wishing her master was there to enjoy it with her. Sensing that it was about time to return, she prepared to head back when something caught her attention. Her keen senses picked up a small disturbance in Hidden Leaf Village's barrier. It had been opened slightly, allowing 2 figures in Anbu uniforms to slip out. Snowy was familiar with Anbu shinobi. After all, they constantly shadowed Kushina wherever she went, so it was nothing new to her. But these 2 didn't feel quite right. Are they root operatives? Snowy thought to herself. Being by Takuya's side, she knew how much he disliked the root. Root operatives served Denzo, and in Takuya's words, they were nothing but trouble. In his opinion, anyone who joined root was bound to turn rotten sooner or later. Chapter 182, Unexpected Windfall. Fortune drops from the sky. 2 root shinobi, moving stealthily, slipped out of Hidden Leaf Village through a secret exit in the barrier instead of using the main gate. Their suspicious behavior made it clear they were up to no good. Remembering how Root had once targeted Takeya, even attempting to assassinate him, along with Denzo's threats, Snowy couldn't help but feel irritated. In an instant, she vanished into a streak of white light. The two Root operatives, carrying orders and a letter from Denzo as a sign of goodwill to Orochimaru, headed toward the Land of Rivers battlefield. They were moving quickly when something suddenly slammed into the back of their heads. The force was immense. Their vision blurred, and before they knew it, both had rolled their eyes back and collapsed. Not wanting to leave any chances, Snowy quickly dislocated their limbs with her tail to ensure they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. The searing pain made the Root ninjas cry out, but Snowy wasn't in the mood for mercy. Another thump to the back of their heads, and they were out cold once more. Using her tail as a makeshift hand, Snowy rummaged through their gear, pulling out several items. Among them were some standard shinobi tools and 2 scrolls. One of them was encrypted. The encrypted scroll needed a special code to be unlocked. Without it, the scroll would self-destruct. After a brief moment of thought, Snowy destroyed the encrypted scroll and took the other one with her as she returned to the village. Having snagged a scroll, Snowy couldn't immediately return to Takeya's side. Not long after she left, a pack of shadowy figures with glowing green eyes appeared at the scene. They grinned menacingly as they looked at the unconscious Root operatives. To maintain secrecy, both Anbu and Root often used hidden exits when conducting covert missions, and these entrances were usually in remote areas. Wild animals in these locations weren't uncommon, so no one would suspect anything if trouble happened. Master. Back at home, Snowy curled up in Takeya's lap, her voice soft and sweet. Snowy? What's wrong? Did something happen? Takeya groggily rubbed his eyes and switched on the light. I was out wandering around when I noticed 2 Root shinobi sneaking out of the village. So, I knocked them out and found this. Snowy handed Takeya the scroll, wrapped delicately in her tail. Root operatives? Sneaking around? Takeya thought for a moment. Could they have been unlucky enough to cross paths with Snowy while on a covert mission? Those 2 were really out of luck. Snowy had no love for Root or Anbu, especially the Root agents. They were fortunate she hadn't killed them on the spot. Did you kill them? Takeya asked as he unsealed the scroll. And did they realize it was you? Snowy's cheerful expression faltered. She hadn't wanted to cause a mess, so she hadn't gone for the kill. In hindsight, she probably should have finished the job. I only knocked them out. There's no way they could know it was me, Snowy explained, sounding a bit dejected. Takeya laughed, rubbing her head in reassurance. It's fine. As long as you weren't seen, it's no big deal. Even if they figure something out, Denzo won't dare challenge us. Takeya was confident. After being put in his place several times already, Denzo wouldn't risk provoking him again, unless he wanted things to get messy. Besides, with Snowy's abilities, knocking out a couple of Root shinobi was child's play. The chances of her being discovered were slim, and she was clever enough to cover her tracks. If anything, this incident would give Denzo something to stew over, which Takeya found rather amusing. Let's see what these Root operatives were carrying, Takeya said, unrolling the scroll. The moment he saw the contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this chakra metal? Takeya stared at the glowing stones that tumbled out of the scroll. For a second, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could Root shinobi be transporting this much chakra metal? The amount was staggering, enough to forge several high-grade chakra weapons. But how had Root gotten their hands on so much chakra metal? Takeya was suspicious. Even Hidden Leaf Village didn't have this much chakra metal in stock. The material was rare and extremely valuable. If it weren't for Hidden Leaf Village's size and influence, they wouldn't have been able to procure what little they had. This stuff was nearly impossible to buy, even if you had the money. Takeya picked up a chunk of chakra metal, channeled some chakra into it, and watched as it glowed brightly. His face lit up with a wide grin, tears of laughter welling up in his eyes. Snowy, you've hit the jackpot. Yay! Snowy cheered as Takeya scooped her up, planting a kiss on her head. Snowy froze, her pale fur blushing a bright shade of red beneath the white, though Takeya didn't notice. He was too busy laughing in pure joy. Regardless of where this chakra metal had come from, it was his now. He had just scored a fortune, and if it drove Denzo mad in the process, even better. Who could have guessed that Snowy's little adventure would lead to such an incredible windfall? This was a massive win. That said, where had Denzo gotten so much chakra metal? Could it have come from Hidden Leaf Village's supply? Takeya recalled Tsunade mentioning that Hidden Leaf Village had recently purchased a batch of chakra metal from outside the village. It had cost a fortune and required pulling some major strings. If this stash was part of that batch. Takeya chuckled to himself, imagining the fallout when it was discovered. Denzo was a high-ranking official, but he didn't have the authority to requisition large amounts of supplies from Hidden Leaf Village's logistics department, especially not something as critical as chakra metal. So how had it ended up in Denzo's hands? And why had he ordered Root to quietly transport it out of the village? Was he planning to sell it? Hoarding it didn't make sense if it was just going to leave the village. Denzo was definitely up to something shady. Great job, Snowy. I'll treat you to something special tomorrow, Takoya said, giving her an affectionate pat on the head. While tailed beasts were essentially living masses of chakra and didn't need to eat for nourishment, they could still enjoy the taste of food. Snowy, in particular, had a fondness for grilled meat. In a strange quirk of history, the Land of Lightning had once tried to capture the Nine Tails, and two of its shinobi, the Gold and Silver brothers, were swallowed by the beast. They had survived by eating the Nine Tails' flesh from the inside, eventually gaining its chakra. This raised an odd question: if tailed beasts were made entirely of chakra, where did their flesh come from? Thrilled at the thought of a special meal and her master's praise, Snowy curled up in Takuya's arms, drifting off to sleep. In the back of her mind, she was already plotting her next move, keeping an eye on more Root operatives and swiping whatever else she could. If she brought back more loot, her master would be even more pleased with her. Meanwhile, over at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, Denzo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his nerves tingling with unease. Late at night, two Anbu operatives returning from a mission approached the secret exit where Snowy had attacked the Root shinobi, intending to pass through the barrier to re-enter the village. Something's wrong, one of the Anbu whispered, sniffing the air. There was a heavy scent of blood nearby. The two operatives approached cautiously, and when they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes widened in alarm. Chapter 183, Tension among Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. A Hidden Leaf Village ninja had died, likely at the hands of an enemy who cleverly used wild animals to cover up the crime. The scene was a mess, with wolf tracks scattered around, a lingering stench of blood, torn clothing, leftover bones, and the animal masks of the Anbu agents. You stay here and gather information. I'll return to the village and report this to Lord Hokage, the Anbu agent codenamed Black Hawk said before opening the barrier and heading back to the village as quickly as possible, racing toward the Hokage's office. Saratobe Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had only just laid down after working late into the night when he was abruptly woken up. Groaning, he pulled on his robes and got out of bed. Hokage-sama. Black Hawk knelt on one knee as Hiruzen rubbed his aching temples, his voice raspy from fatigue. What is it? Sir, Black Hawk began, recounting everything. On our way back from a mission, my partner and I discovered the remains of fellow Anbu near one of the hidden exits. Their bodies had been mauled by wild animals, but there are plenty of tracks. They were dressed in standard Anbu gear, complete with masks. What? The shocking news instantly cleared the Hokage's fatigue. He felt as though someone had just slapped him across the face. Anbu agents, killed right near the village's outskirts, with wild animals used to destroy the evidence? This was not only an insult to Hidden Leaf Village but a direct affront to him, the Hokage. Anbu was his personal unit, under his direct command. Find out their identities immediately. Summon all Anbu operatives and launch a full investigation. Bring the barrier squad leader to me as well, Hiruzen ordered, his voice sharp. The fact that the attack occurred so close to one of the barrier's hidden exits meant the enemy knew of its location. In addition to investigating the deaths, the exit would need to be relocated to prevent further infiltration. With the Hokage's orders, Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu leaped into action. Even those monitoring and guarding Kushina Uzumaki were called back, highlighting just how seriously the third Hokage was taking this. A massive investigation began. Meanwhile, elders Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado were quickly roused from their beds, hurrying to the Hokage's office after receiving the news. Hiruzen, what's going on? Why have all the Anbu been mobilized? Koharu asked as soon as they walked in, her voice tense. Take a look for yourselves, Hiruzen replied, handing over the initial report. His expression was grim. The first piece of information to come in was regarding the identities of the dead. They weren't Anbu. They were dressed in Anbu gear, wearing Anbu masks, but the actual Anbu had no record of these two individuals. Which left only one possibility: they were from Root. The nerve of them, Hamura growled, slamming his hand on the desk. We must get to the bottom of this. Whoever was responsible for this not only found the hidden Anbu exit but had the audacity to attack so close to the village. We can't afford to take this lightly. As far as the identities of the dead went, Koharu and Hamura didn't care much. Whether Root or Anbu, they were all Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi. The priority now was finding out who was responsible. The sound of hurried footsteps and a cane striking the floor echoed down the hall. Hiruzen's eyebrows knitted together as he sensed the approaching chakra. Sure enough, moments later, Denzo arrived. Denzo had been resting in the hospital, but something had felt off, his neck had tingled, and a chill had settled over him. Then, the bad news came: the operatives he had sent out were dead, and the cargo was missing. Denzo had nearly leaped out of bed the moment he heard. Ignoring Tsunoda's orders to stay in the hospital, he rushed straight to the Hokage's office. The amount of chakra metal at stake was too much to ignore. "Hiruzen, have you found any leads on the culprits?" Denzo demanded as he entered. "Denzo, you should be resting in the hospital, not involving yourself in these matters," Hiruzen replied, unfazed by Denzo's sudden appearance. He was long used to Denzo showing up at just the right moment. What bothered him was that Denzo wasn't taking care of himself and was, instead, running around sending root operatives on questionable missions. Given that it was root agents who had been killed, it wasn't surprising that Denzo couldn't sit still. "If this isn't dealt with immediately, do you think I'll be able to rest in the hospital?" Denzo shot back coldly. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. His well-meaning advice had only earned him a sharp retort. Seeing that Denzo had no intention of leaving and had already pulled up a chair, Hiruzen decided to let him stay. The Anbu report should be coming in soon, and once they had more information, he'd send Denzo back to the hospital. Glancing at Denzo's expressionless face, Hiruzen made a mental note to remind Tsunoda to keep a closer eye on his recovery. "Hokage-sama." An Anbu agent entered the room, and Hiruzen raised a hand to signal him to speak. But before he could, Denzo, clearly impatient, cut in. "Have you found anything of value?" The Anbu agent hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. This wasn't going to be good news. Just from the agent's tone, Hiruzen could tell they hadn't uncovered anything useful. He lowered his hand and coughed softly, giving Denzo a look that told him to hold his horses. "Go ahead," Hiruzen said. "Yes, Hokage-sama," the Anbu agent bowed respectfully before continuing. "We've cordoned off the area and conducted a thorough search, but the scene is chaotic. The bodies were partially eaten by wild animals. Aside from a pack of wolves, there's been no other useful evidence uncovered." Hiruzen frowned. It was indeed bad news. "Useless," Denzo bellowed, slamming a fist on the table in frustration. The Anbu agent immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet Denzo's eyes. He had no choice but to endure Denzo's outburst. "That's enough, Denzo," Hiruzen snapped. "This is the Hokage's office, not the root headquarters." "Humphrey." Denzo, realizing he'd overstepped, grunted in annoyance and turned away, falling silent. "Continue," Hiruzen prompted. "Yes, sir," the Anbu agent said, composing himself before pressing on. "Based on our findings, we suspect the issue lies within our own ranks. It's likely that whoever did this is someone from inside the village. Outsiders wouldn't have known about the hidden exit. An inside job. It was likely a spy, someone embedded within their own ranks. With no concrete evidence left at the scene, it was possible the killer had returned to the village using the very same hidden exit. In that case, any investigation outside the village would be futile. This was turning into a real headache. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen waved his hand. "Thank you for your work. You're dismissed." The Anbu bowed and vanished. "What do you think?" Hiruzen asked, lighting his pipe. Thick smoke swirled in the air, filling the office. Koharu's face was stern as she responded, "Hiruzen, if this really is an internal issue, then we have a serious problem on our hands. If the enemy has access to our barriers nodes, they can move in and out of the village freely. We can't allow that to happen." Hamura sighed deeply. Trouble seemed to be piling up one issue after another. Chapter 184, The Purge begins. Anbu comes first. While the war in the Land of Rivers raged on, new problems began surfacing in the village. The third Hokage sat quietly, glancing at Denzo, his advisor. This was Denzo's moment to step up. Typically, in these situations, the third Hokage would lean on Denzo's advice. Denzo was ruthless and decisive, the type of man needed to handle tough problems. Unlike Koharu and Hamura, who were good at running the medical and logistics departments, they weren't cut out for making difficult decisions that required a firm hand. They hesitated, never fully committing to either side, but Denzo. He acted swiftly. "How dare they target my men? These fools must have a death wish," Denzo thought to himself, fuming. Whoever attacked his agents had to be spies sent by another village. They might have already infiltrated the village's inner ranks. After a brief pause, Denzo gritted his teeth and said, "Hiruzen, we need a full internal investigation. We can't afford to let this slide. If we don't root them out now, this will come back to bite us." "An internal investigation?" The third Hokage was taken aback. A thorough sweep like that would ruffle feathers, and if things went wrong, it could cause chaos. Especially since Anbu would be the first to be inspected. As for Root, there wasn't much to worry about there. Denzo had already ensured that no one in Root could spill any secrets. "Isn't there another option?" The Hokage hesitated. A full investigation was possible, but targeting Anbu first seemed risky. Denzo, growing frustrated, slammed his hand on the table. Hiruzen, this is no time to be indecisive. If the location of our village's barrier nodes leaks, we're in big trouble. Or do you plan on changing the entire system? The third Hokage wanted to roll his eyes. Changing the barrier system. Hidden Leaf Village's barrier covered the entire village, and each node was fixed in place. Replacing it would require a massive overhaul, both in manpower and resources. And with the war against the Sand Village still ongoing, that wasn't an option. Denzo has a point, Koharu interjected. Now's not the time for mercy. I agree, Hamura added. We need to conduct a thorough sweep of our ranks. If we don't, and something happens while we're fighting in the Land of Rivers, it could be disastrous. Koharu and Hamura may have lacked the will to take such decisive action on their own, but they had no problem backing Denzo when he did. I understand. The third Hokage nodded, his expression serious. This was going to be a difficult task, but it had to be done. Very well. Have everyone from Anbu and Root report to the interrogation department. Notify the Yamanaka clan, they'll play a crucial role in this. The Hokage paused, then added, and summoned Tsunade. If they were going to do this, they might as well go all the way. Enemy spies had been a constant issue in the village, and no matter how many sweeps they conducted, they couldn't seem to catch all of them. This time, they'd be thorough. Denzo, Koharu, and Hamura left to make preparations. Root would also be subject to the investigation, though Denzo wasn't concerned. Root agents had been thoroughly conditioned to prevent any leaks, and Denzo hadn't yet committed the more unsavory deeds he'd become infamous for later. It was still relatively easy for him to cover his tracks at this point. If this investigation had taken place after the Third Shinobi War, things would have been much messier for Denzo. Oh, and make sure Yagami Takuya comes with Tsunade, the third Hokage added. With so many of the village's top shinobi out on missions, Anbu and Root would be the first to be scrutinized. But the Hokage wanted to make sure that if anything went wrong, they had strong shinobi on hand to manage it. Tsunade was an obvious choice, but the Hokage decided to include Takuya as well. If there were spies hiding in Root or Anbu, and a fight broke out, Takuya's skills would be invaluable. Anbu was the main focus of the investigation, with Root being checked only to avoid causing unrest among Anbu operatives. Denzo and the advisors had no objections to this plan, and they all left the Hokage's office to begin. Denzo, you'd better hope nothing goes wrong, Koharu muttered as they walked away from the Hokage's office. Everyone knew Root's dirty secrets. If anything came to light, it would be hard to explain to the Hokage. I'm aware, Denzo replied curtly, tapping his cane as he walked away. I hope so, Hamura sighed, watching Denzo disappear. Like Koharu, he was worried. They feared that something might go wrong, even if the chances were slim. Denzo was usually good at hiding his tracks, but there were no guarantees. Who's knocking at this ungodly hour? Tsunade's voice boomed through her house. Having worked late into the night, she had barely managed to fall asleep when a loud knock on the door jarred her awake. Her temper flared instantly. Hair a mess and eyes heavy with exhaustion, Tsunade yanked open the door so hard it nearly came off its hinges. The poor shinobi standing at her doorstep looked terrified. Tsunade-sama, I've been ordered to inform you that the Hokage requests your presence at the office immediately. The old man wants me? Tsunade blinked, squinting at the frightened messenger. Am I really that scary? Wait, something's off. If the third Hokage had something important, he'd usually send Anbu, not some random shinobi. Did something happen? Tsunade's senses sharpened, her mind clearing. Oh, and I was also told to let you know that Yagami Takuya should come with you. I got it. You can go now. Tsunade waved him off, too tired to care. She retreated to her bathroom to freshen up. Something's definitely wrong, she thought. Anbu wasn't mobilized, and instead, they sent a regular shinobi to call me in. And now they want me to bring Takuya? This isn't normal. There wasn't much time to think about it, so Tsunade quickly got ready, tied her hair back, and headed over to Takuya's place. Last night's surprise windfall had left Takuya grinning in his sleep, but his peaceful dreams were rudely interrupted. Bang! The loud crash snapped Takuya awake. He bolted upright in bed, while Snowy, curled up beside him, yawned lazily, using her tail as a pillow. Since it was just Tsunade, Snowy didn't bother alerting Takuya. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto Uchiha, Nawaki, and Minato all had permission to enter without triggering any alarms. For anyone else, Snowy would have instantly warned him. What the hell, Tsunade? Don't you know how to knock? You have a key, don't you? Takuya groaned, glaring at the busted lock. I forgot, Tsunade shrugged nonchalantly. Without waiting, she grabbed Takuya by the hand and dragged him out of bed. Come on, we need to get to the Hokage's office. Something urgent. Urgent? Wait. I haven't even washed up yet. Ugh, damn it. Takuya barely had time to change out of his pajamas before Tsunade pulled him out the door, still half asleep. Tsunade kicked open the Hokage's office door without hesitation and strode in confidently. "Old man, what's the emergency?" she asked, with a grumpy-looking Takuya trailing behind her. Anyone would be irritated if they were woken up at the crack of dawn, dragged out of bed without being allowed to wash up, and still hadn't had breakfast. "You two are coming with me to the interrogation department," the third Hokage said, skipping any pleasantries as he stood to leave. Tsunade immediately sensed something serious was happening. What's going on? What could have escalated to this? It couldn't possibly have anything to do with Snowy knocking out those root agents and snatching the loot, right? Surely the third Hokage wouldn't be making such a fuss over that. Right? Chapter 185, The Yamanaka clan begins the investigation. "We've got a problem on the inside," the third Hokage explained as they walked. "While on a mission, some of our Anbu operatives were killed just after leaving the village. Whoever did it was ruthless, they left no clues behind and even used wild animals to devour the bodies. We found nothing useful at the scene." The Hokage made no effort to hide the situation from Takuya as he continued. "From what we've gathered, this was likely the work of enemy spies from another village. They might have already infiltrated Anbu, so we need to conduct a thorough internal investigation. Your task, along with Tsunade, is to ensure no spies try to attack or flee during the process. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter," the Hokage added. "Even a corpse can reveal secrets. Especially if it falls into the hands of the Yamanaka clan. This situation is that serious." Tsunade frowned, her brow furrowing. These spies had become far too bold, infiltrating Anbu of all places. Takuya, walking a little behind them, kept his head lowered, seemingly staring at the floor, but in reality, he was stifling his laughter. The last thing he wanted was to burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Snowy knocking out two root operatives would cause this much chaos? The third Hokage was now so paranoid that he was ordering an internal sweep of Anbu. All thanks to Snowy's impeccable timing and skill. Snowy did a brilliant job, Takuya thought, trying not to grin. Back at home, Snowy stretched, yawned, and curled up again, oblivious to the chaos she'd caused. She had the vague sense that Takuya was praising her, but she chalked it up to a dream and drifted back to sleep. The interrogation department was one of the most secretive and grim places in the village. If Anbu brought you in for questioning, it likely meant you were a suspect, and they just needed to verify things. But if you were sent to the interrogation department, congratulations, you were probably never leaving. Even if you did make it out, you might be alive, but you wouldn't walk out, you'd be carried. And sometimes, even your corpse would be put to use. Death didn't always mean peace in the world of ninjas. There were plenty of jutsu, like the infamous reanimation jutsu, that played with the souls of the dead. This was Takuya's first time visiting the interrogation department, and he hadn't expected it to be located underground, not far from the Hokage's office. The closer they got, the stronger the faint metallic smell of blood became. It was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Who knew how many lives had been ended in this place? Inside the department's main hall, every available Anbu and root operative had been gathered. Alongside them stood members of the Yamanaka clan, who had been tasked with screening for any spies. "Isn't this a bit much?" Takuya muttered, yawning as he leaned against the wall, looking more tired than alert. He hadn't slept well, and it showed. "Stop talking like that," Tsunade snapped in a low voice, glaring at him. "Can't you at least pretend to be serious?" Takuya rolled his eyes. "I'm always serious." He glanced around the room with mild interest. The gathered Anbu and root operatives had all removed their masks, revealing their faces, something rarely seen. Isn't this supposed to be a secret operation? Takuya thought. Why drag me into this? They were starting with Anbu and Root. Would they move on to suspecting the Jonin next? Would they start looking at him too? Takuya mulled it over. The chances of them coming after me? Almost zero. He had never been involved with any of the village's barrier nodes, which were usually under the control of Anbu, Root, or former members of those groups. Takuya had always entered the village through the front gate. If it hadn't been for Snowy, he wouldn't even have known there was a way to sneak in and out through the mountains. As the third Hokage entered the room, Koharu, Hamura, and Denzo arrived with him. Denzo, it seemed, couldn't sit still after losing so much chakra metal. Despite his injuries, he had dragged himself out of the hospital. The third Hokage had tried to convince him to go back and rest, but Denzo insisted on participating. After all, the dead men had been his subordinates. It would have been strange if he hadn't been there. Several unfamiliar Jonin and special Jonin entered the room shortly after, taking up positions at the entrance to the interrogation department, sealing off any possible escape routes. Glancing around, Takuya noted that most of the ninjas were faces he didn't recognize. Tsunade, do you know any of these guys? He asked, noticing her frowning in thought. "I've seen a few of them," she replied quietly. "They're from the Saratobi and Shimura clans, but I don't run into them often." "Saratobi and Shimura, huh?" Takuya shrugged. "Well, that makes sense. These two clans had tons of ninjas, yet they still claimed to be commoners. It wasn't surprising that some of them had been kept in reserve, hidden away from the public eye. With Anbu under investigation, how many trustworthy people did the Hokage still have at his disposal? If he couldn't even fully trust Anbu, it made sense that he would rely on clan members. What a waste of time, Takuya thought. Why did they drag me out here? I could be sleeping right now. Once everything was set, the third Hokage stepped forward, addressing the gathered Anbu and Root operatives with a grave expression. "As many of you already know, we suffered an attack outside the village last night. Our forces have been infiltrated by spies. These spies are taking advantage of the current crisis to make their move." The Hokage took a deep breath, his face full of regret. "As Hokage, I take full responsibility for this failure. I should have prevented this from happening." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "To ensure the safety of our village, I have consulted with the advisors and elders, and we have decided to conduct an internal sweep. We will begin with Anbu and Root to root out any spies among us." "There's no need to apologize, Lord Hokage," one of the Anbu captains spoke up. "We understand the situation. We'll comply with the investigation, even if it's a bit uncomfortable." Takuya could tell what he meant. The presence of the Yamanaka clan meant one thing: mind reading. They were going to delve into people's memories. And while these ninjas might not be spies, everyone had secrets. Having your memories exposed was a violation, even if it was for the greater good. "Please rest assured," one of the Yamanaka clan members stepped forward. "We are bound by strict agreements. Any information unrelated to the investigation will not be disclosed to anyone. Our only focus is finding the spies. Nothing more." Hearing this, the uneasy expressions on some of the ninjas' faces eased slightly. Still, nobody liked the idea of someone poking around in their mind. Everyone had things they'd rather keep private. Even the Hokage himself would be in trouble if the Yamanaka clan were to dig into his memories and reveal certain indiscretions. The Anbu were the ones who handled the dirtiest and most dangerous jobs in the village. And now, they were the first ones being investigated. It hardly seemed fair. Takuya shook his head, thinking, "If it were me, no way would I let anyone rummage around in my memories, not even if the sky was falling." "What's with you?" Tsunade asked, turning to look at him. "Why are you shaking your head?" Chapter 186, Secrets Exposed. No one is clean. Takuya stood close to Tsunade, pressing against her back. Tsunade immediately felt a tickling sensation and shifted uncomfortably. Just as she was about to tell Takuya to back off, she heard him whisper, "You think if these Anbu guys had been caught spying on girls in the bathhouse or sneaking around the red light district, they'd die of embarrassment?" Tsunade's discomfort vanished instantly, her forehead veins bulging as she clenched her fists. Grinding her teeth, she hissed, "Do you think everyone is like Jiraiya? Kid, you're only 10. Is this really what you should be thinking about? But didn't Jiraiya say even the Hokage enjoys speaking too?" Takuya countered innocently. Cough, cough. Both Tsunade and Takuya drew attention. Those nearby, including Hamura, turned to glance at the two. Hamura, in particular, caught sight of Tsunade clenching her fists, clearly on the verge of hitting someone. Takuya, meanwhile, stood close behind her, whispering something casually. "What the?" Hamura blinked in surprise. Could it be that Tsunade's into this kind of thing? After all, Takuya was still just a kid. From where Hamura was standing, it looked like Takuya had his arms around Tsunade, causing her annoyance. Tsunade, of course, wasn't the type to appreciate such behavior, especially in public. And this wasn't exactly the time or place for romantic games. Right now, Hamura could only shake his head and think to himself, kids these days. Wait a minute. Wasn't Takuya usually hanging out with Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha? Now he was tangled up with Tsunade too? This kid really knows how to play the game. Hamura's gaze at Takuya grew more curious and slightly judgmental. "What?" Takuya noticed the look Hamura was giving him and rolled his eyes in frustration. "We're just talking quietly, what's your problem?" "Stand properly," Tsunade warned, shooting Takuya a sharp look. Now wasn't the time for this kind of nonsense. Shrugging, Takuya straightened up and turned his attention to the Anbu and Root members standing in the hall. He couldn't help but wonder how many of them would be exposed during this internal investigation. Spies had been known to infiltrate even the elite ranks of the Anbu. It wasn't a one-off occurrence, either. This happened in every village. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't the only one placing spies in other villages. Still, some villages had it harder, like the Mist. The shinobi from the Hidden Mist Village were pretty distinctive, likely because of the unique geography of the Land of Water. Their ninjas were among the easiest to spot out of all the 5 great nations. Inside the interrogation hall, reactions varied. Some shinobi clearly didn't want to go through the inspection, while others looked perfectly calm. A few, however, seemed distinctly uneasy. Meanwhile, there were others, mostly root members, who stood expressionless, waiting their turn. It was no surprise. Denzo had brainwashed most of his operatives, whereas the third Hokage would never take such drastic measures with Anbu. The investigation began with the squad captains. Given the limited number of personnel, the highest-ranking members of Anbu were only captains. After all, the Anbu was Hidden Leaf Village's only division without a formal chief position. The Anbu technically answered directly to the Hokage, so adding another leadership layer seemed unnecessary. However, over the years, the division had lost its original purpose. Since Koharu and Hamura had gained more power, the Anbu had shifted. Now, it wasn't just the Hokage who could command them, Denzo and the village elders also wielded influence over the unit. The once pure Hokage's personal guard had turned into a joke. Relax. Don't resist, or it could cause damage to your brain, a member of the Yamanaka clan gently advised the shinobi about to undergo the mind probe. Hearing this, Takuya nearly burst out laughing. The poor shinobi had already been on edge, but now they were even more terrified. The Yamanaka might have meant well, but they weren't helping calm anyone down. Nerves aside, the inspection continued. One of the Yamanaka placed his hand on the shinobi's head, sending his mental energy into their brain to sift through their memories. The shinobi's face twisted in discomfort, clearly struggling, while beads of sweat formed on the Yamanaka's brow as he concentrated. It made sense. Fast-forwarding through someone's memories was no easy feat. It was like binge-watching a full TV series in one sitting. Mentally exhausting. The Yamanaka clan's secret techniques allowed them to perform this task. Any other ninja would have been driven mad by the sheer volume of memories. Even the clan's leader had come out to assist with the inspection, lending his talents to search through one of the senior captains, codenamed Black Hawk. After a few moments, the Yamanaka leader nodded to the Hokage. He is clean. Phew. Black Hawk rubbed his temples, feeling like his head was about to explode. He exchanged a glance with the Yamanaka leader, silently communicating, "You'd better not spill any of my secrets, or I'll come after you." The Yamanaka leader smiled sympathetically and nodded. He knew this investigation would earn his clan no favors. Even if they promised not to reveal anything they found, who was going to trust them now? Everyone had skeletons in their closet. Once those came to light, trust would be hard to maintain. Black Hawk exhaled sharply and moved to stand beside the Hokage, waiting. Next. The process was moving quickly. Each Yamanaka took only a few minutes to scan through a person's memories, checking if they had done anything that might jeopardize the village. As for any dirty secrets, the Yamanaka would simply pretend they hadn't seen those. You. The Yamanaka clan leader sighed. The recently inspected shinobi panicked. "I'm not a spy." "I know you're not a spy," the Yamanaka leader replied, "but some of the things you've done will need to be reported to the Hokage." The shinobi had once abandoned his teammates during a mission, leaving them to fend off enemies while he fled to save himself. Getting caught for something like that wasn't going to end well. This was the kind of secret you could live with, until someone dug it up. Before the Hokage could even speak, two jonin stepped forward, ready to take the offending shinobi into custody. Knowing he couldn't fight his way out of this, the shinobi gritted his teeth and accepted his fate. Betraying your teammates might not be a death sentence, but it would certainly land you in prison. And that was still a better fate than being labeled a spy. Once you were marked as a traitor, there was no coming back from that. One by one, the Anbu and Root members were examined. Several were found to have committed offenses, though none serious enough to be labeled traitorous. Even so, the third Hokage's expression darkened. This was his personal unit, after all. Knowing they had such disgraceful pasts stung his pride. And it served as a stark reminder, no one's memories are clean. Even if you've never betrayed anyone, having your past laid bare for others to see was always going to be uncomfortable. This inspection would certainly make the Yamanaka clan a lot of enemies. Still, the investigation pressed on. Roughly 1/3 of the personnel had passed already. Die. Chapter 187, Spy's Retaliation, Plan exposed just then, an Anbu member being inspected exploded into action. Lightning flared from his arm, piercing through the body of the Yamanaka ninja who was using his secret technique. Yatsuki. The inspection was abruptly interrupted. Yamanaka Yatsuki glanced down in shock at the gaping hole in his chest, blood spilling from his mouth. He never would have imagined that the person he was inspecting had a problem, much less that they would strike just as the inspection began. Save him. It was true, there was a spy in Anbu. The third Hokage's face darkened like a storm cloud as he barked a command. Understood. The Jonin who had been called in, along with the Anbu members who had already passed the inspection, charged at the rogue ninja. Tsunade was among them. Her main role today, however, was to heal the injured. Why? Why are you pushing me like this? If I could have just stayed undercover for 2 more years, I would have left Hidden Leaf Village and returned to my village. Just 2 years. The spy, now exposed, screamed in desperation. His superior had promised that if he remained hidden for 2 more years, he could leave Hidden Leaf Village and return to his village. He thought he would have those 2 years to lie low, but then the incident with the root ninja being attacked happened, leading to the Anbu inspection that sealed off his escape route. Take him down. Denzo wasn't interested in listening to the spy's rant. He was desperate to find out who had attacked his men and where the stolen chakra metal had gone. The interrogation department only had one exit. Unless someone had godlike powers, there was no way to escape. Chaos broke out in the interrogation hall. 2 more Anbu members who hadn't yet been inspected took advantage of the mayhem, dashing toward the exit in a bid to escape. TSK, TSK. Anbu had been thoroughly infiltrated, it seemed. Too bad for them, there was no way they were going to make it out. They couldn't even get close to the exit. Heart rupture, don't let the fight interfere with my work. Tsunade wasted no time in rushing to treat Yamanaka Yatsuki. His injuries were severe, with a gaping wound through his chest and his heart damaged by the lightning chakra. The flesh around the wound was scorched, making the injury almost impossible to treat. He's a spy from the Hidden Cloud Village, take him down. Realizing his cover was blown, the spy threw everything he had into his escape, trying to flee from the interrogation department. His identity was confirmed almost immediately. Thanks to Tsunade's medical skills, Yamanaka Yatsuki, who had been on death's doorstep, was pulled back from the brink. Unfortunately, even though he survived, the severity of his injuries would have a lasting impact on him. The 3 spies who had been exposed were quickly overwhelmed and subdued. Take them away and start questioning them immediately. The Hokage had suspected that there might be spies, but the confirmation stung like a slap to the face. Still, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief that he had followed Denzo's advice. If it hadn't been for Denzo, he never would have taken such decisive action to root out the traitors. Denzo truly was the Hokage's right-hand man. The 3rd Hokage made a mental note to remind Tsunade to treat Denzo's injuries as soon as possible. They couldn't afford for Denzo's health to deteriorate. The spectacle was finally over. Tsunade escorted the wounded back to the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, leaving Takaya to head home alone. At least the inspection had been limited to Anbu and Root. If they'd tried to extend it to every Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village, it would have been a nightmare. Wait a minute. If they were inspecting Jonin, wouldn't I be one of the targets too? Inspecting the Anbu was relatively straightforward since there weren't that many of them. But if they expanded the investigation to include every Jonin in the village, it would be an enormous undertaking, practically impossible to complete. Unless they had concrete evidence, none of the clan-affiliated ninjas would agree to such an inspection. The secrets of the clans were no laughing matter. The higher-ups wouldn't dare issue such an order. And even if they did, the Yamanaka clan would never agree to carry it out. Inspecting the Anbu was already ruffling some feathers, but it wouldn't cause major trouble for the Yamanaka clan. However, if the investigation spread to include every Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village, things would take a drastic turn. The Yamanaka clan would find themselves in a very tight spot. It could even force the Inoshikacho alliance to split. The results of the investigation came in quickly. The 3 spies were from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village. 2 of them were from the Cloud Village. In addition to the spies, several other Anbu members were found to have questionable backgrounds. Some had deliberately sabotaged others, framed their teammates, abandoned comrades in danger, or even bullied those weaker than them. Humans are selfish, emotional creatures. Very few can withstand intense scrutiny. If you look closely enough, almost everyone has something to hide. The difference is, some people's secrets will be uncovered, while others won't. In the end, the investigation exposed 3 spies and saw over 10 Anbu members arrested. They would be sent to prison for further questioning. Those damn Hidden Cloud bastards. They were planning to target the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The 3rd Hokage rarely lost his temper, but this time he was like a furious lion. The Hidden Cloud Village spies had crossed a line. The Jinchuriki was not something to mess around with. The idea of an enemy infiltrating Hidden Leaf Village to kidnap Kushina sent a shiver down his spine. If anything went wrong, they could be looking at a disaster, like a Nine-Tails rampage right in the heart of the village. The thought of the Nine-Tails tearing through Hidden Leaf Village made the Hokage break out in a cold sweat. He wasn't confident he could stop the rampage. As Hidden Leaf Village's long-standing neighbor, the Wind Country had experienced more than its fair share of Jinchuriki disasters. Every time Shukaku, the One-Tail, lost control, the Hidden Sand Village was thrown into chaos. And that was just the one tail. If the 9 tails got loose, it would be infinitely worse. The entire Hidden Leaf village could be destroyed. This is why I've always said we need to keep a tight grip on the Jinchuriki. But you never listen. You refuse to accept my advice, Denzo interjected, seizing the opportunity to pressure the Hokage. He hoped this would be the incident that finally pushed the Hokage to hand control of the Jinchuriki over to Root. That's enough, Denzo. I'm not going to argue with you. Denzo had always wanted to control the Jinchuriki, but the Hokage wasn't willing to allow it. For one thing, the Jinchuriki couldn't be pushed too far. And besides, if Denzo gained control over the Jinchuriki, his ambitions might grow out of control. That was a risk the Hokage wasn't willing to take. Now's not the time for this, Denzo, Koharu and Hamura chimed in, siding with the Hokage for once. Humphrey. Denzo wasn't done yet, though. The Hidden Cloud village is reaching too far. They dared to target our Jinchuriki. Are you just going to let this slide? Who the hell attacked my men? Although the Yamanaka clan's interrogation techniques had pried open every secret the spies were hiding, Denzo couldn't be satisfied. The matter of his men being attacked, and the stolen chakra metal, was still unresolved. Still, this inspection hadn't been entirely fruitless. The Hidden Cloud village had indeed gained access to certain nodes in Hidden Leaf Village's barrier. They had been planning to infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village and carry out their Jinchuriki abduction scheme. Chapter 188, using their own tactics against them. Thankfully, this internal inspection caught the problem. Otherwise, if spies from the Hidden Rain Village had managed to sneak into Hidden Leaf Village and kidnap Kushina, no one would have known until it was too late. So, what's your plan? Taking revenge on the Hidden Cloud Village won't be easy. And with Hidden Leaf Village currently at war with the Hidden Sand Village, they couldn't just start another conflict with the Hidden Cloud under the pretext of battle. The third Raikage, with his infamous temper, would be all too eager for Hidden Leaf Village to strike first, giving him an excuse to drop his conflict with the Hidden Stone Village and focus all his efforts on attacking Hidden Leaf Village instead. If the Hidden Cloud tried to kidnap our Jinchuriki, then we'll target theirs, Denzo declared. Using their own tactics against them, that was Denzo's plan. The Hidden Cloud had spies in Hidden Leaf Village, but could they guarantee that Hidden Leaf Village didn't have any spies in the Hidden Cloud? They dared to go after the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Well, they'd have to live with Hidden Leaf Village playing the same game. It was classic hawkish thinking, very much in line with Denzo's usual methods. Though the third Hokage wasn't as aggressive as Denzo, the fact that the Hidden Cloud had dared to target Kushina made retaliation a reasonable option. He certainly wasn't opposed to the idea. The problem, though, was that while it was easy to talk about revenge, executing such a plan was far more difficult. Even if Hidden Leaf Village had infiltrated the Hidden Cloud with a high-ranking spy, the risks were still substantial. If the plan worked, losing a few key spies wouldn't be a huge deal. But if the plan failed, Hidden Leaf Village would lose its vital assets, making it a major loss. Cultivating a good spy, embedding them in enemy territory, and helping them climb the ranks wasn't easy. The third Hokage didn't reject the idea outright. Puffing on his pipe, he took a few deep drags, lost in thought. Seeing his hesitation, both Koharu and Hamura remained silent. They didn't object to Denzo's plan, recognizing that the third Hokage was seriously considering it. After a long pause, the Hokage spoke. Let's hear your plan. Got him. The plan itself was never the issue. The problem was getting the third Hokage to agree. Now that he was on board, everything would fall into place. Once the Hokage didn't object, Denzo knew the plan was a go. I suggest we bring Orochimaru back. He's the best person for a task like this. Our spies within the Hidden Rain Village can help Orochimaru make contact with the Hidden Cloud's Jinchuriki. Orochimaru, huh? It was indeed a fitting choice, though Tsunade or Jiraiya could handle it just as well. However, in the Hokage's mind, Orochimaru had always been his most prized student. His preference for Orochimaru had always outweighed his feelings for Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade was fine, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage and officially titled as the Princess of Hidden Leaf Village. She never suffered from a lack of favoritism. But Jiraiya had always been the one stuck in the middle. Fortunately for him, Jiraiya had a stroke of luck when he stumbled upon Mount Mayabaku, allowing him to catch up with Tsunade and Orochimaru's growth. In time, he even managed to surpass them both. Very well. After careful consideration, the third Hokage agreed to Denzo's proposal. Since the Hidden Cloud wasn't playing by the rules, Hidden Leaf Village would return the favor in kind. Whether the plan would succeed or not, only time would tell, once Orochimaru was back in play. The war in the Land of Rivers continued to rage on. Caught between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the Land of Rivers had become an unfortunate battlefield. The entire country had turned into a war zone, with Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Sand clashing relentlessly as they vied for territory. As time wore on, Hidden Leaf Village began to push the Hidden Sand Village further and further back. Being the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Sand's shortcomings were becoming increasingly apparent. Their supplies were no longer keeping pace with the demands of war, while Hidden Leaf Village had an endless stream of resources being delivered to the camp. Compared to the well-funded Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Sand simply wasn't in the same league when it came to provisions. Looking at the supply logs, the third Kusagakure's head was practically splitting. He'd much rather be out on the battlefield, trading blows with Hatake, than sitting here dealing with these logistical headaches. Is there still no word from the daimyo? The war continued, but their supplies were running out. The only options left were to loot what they could or buy it. But making those purchases would depend on the daimyo's negotiations. After the third Kusagakure had assured the daimyo of the Hidden Sand's imminent victory, the daimyo agreed to purchase additional supplies and provide some support for the war effort. They're currently negotiating with the daimyo of the Land of Fields. As for the Land of Fire, after what happened with the Hidden Rain, and considering the ongoing war, the daimyo has refused to sell any resources to the Land of Wind. When push came to shove, the daimyo of the Land of Fire knew where his loyalties lay. If his sale of resources caused Hidden Leaf Village to lose the war, he'd be branded as a traitor to his own country. The situation had changed drastically since the early days of the conflict. Even Hidden Leaf Village's resources were beginning to stretch thin. If the daimyo started selling to the Hidden Sand, there would be plenty of outrage. Not to mention, during the early days of the war, many sand ninjas had infiltrated the Land of Fire, causing chaos and looting supplies. All of these factors combined had made the Fire daimyo choose his side. The Sand Village liked to stir up trouble, and now they were coming to Hidden Leaf Village for help. Dream on. Forced into a corner, and with no support from the Land of Fire, the daimyo of the Land of Wind was now turning to the Land of Fields, hoping to purchase large quantities of grain to support the Hidden Sand's war efforts. As long as they won the war, the daimyo stood to make a hefty profit, and they could carve out a chunk of the Land of Fire to make up for their losses. But if they lost, the compensation alone would be enough to bankrupt the Hidden Sand. At that point, the third Kusagakure would be reduced to little more than a miner, constantly digging for resources to cover the village's losses. Frustrated, the Kusagakure massaged his aching temples and muttered through gritted teeth, "Has that brat made it to the front lines yet?" Abizo hesitated, then answered, "According to the intelligence gathered by our spies, Hidden Leaf Village has shown no intention of sending Yagami Takuya to the battlefield. In fact, it seems they're trying to protect him. He's already been appointed as one of the village's guiding jonin, responsible for training the new recruits." Damn it. The third Kusagakure slammed his fist down on the table. That brat had humiliated him once, and he wasn't the type to forget such slights easily. Back in the Hidden Rain Village, the Sand Village had suffered numerous setbacks at Takuya's hands. His nickname, the Silver-Haired Demon, struck fear into many of the Sand Shinobi. Tensions reached a boiling point when Chio sent her troops to ambush Takuya's team, only for them to be wiped out by 2 summoned beasts. The Kusagakure hadn't seen that coming at all. Ever since, the Kusagakure had been hoping Takuya would show up on the battlefield so he could finally kill him. Other people might fear giant summons, but he didn't. After all, he had once subdued Shukaku, the One-Tail. If even a tailed beast couldn't escape his magnetic release, what chance did a summoning beast have? Giant snake? Huge fox? It didn't matter, in the face of his abilities, they were nothing. If Yagami Takuya sets foot on the battlefield, notify me immediately. Understood. Back at the Hidden Leaf Village camp, Orochimaru and Narashikage were busy discussing both defense and offensive strategies. Hatake, the overall commander, sat nearby, eyes half closed in contemplation. This kind of planning wasn't his forte, and he had no intention of interfering. Unlike Denzo, Sakamo wasn't obsessed with glory or increasing his reputation. All that mattered to him was winning the war. Everything else was secondary. Much like Sakamo, Jiraiya was content to let Orochimaru handle things, enjoying the chance to relax for once. Chapter 189, Why don't you ask the Hokage why he's targeting our squad? Sometimes, it's best to leave the job to the experts. So, he decided not to get involved. Orochimaru-sama, this is an urgent message from the village. A member of the intelligence unit suddenly rushed into the command tent, handing over a sealed scroll to Orochimaru. Everyone in the tent turned their attention to the scroll in Orochimaru's hand. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru broke the seal and unrolled the scroll in front of everyone. Naruhidetsu and Hatake didn't try to peek, choosing instead to wait patiently. They knew that if it wasn't confidential, Orochimaru would tell them. If it was classified, it wasn't their place to pry. Some people knew their boundaries, others, not so much. Jiraiya, on the other hand, stretched his neck, trying to sneak a look. Orochimaru shot him a cold glare before laying the scroll flat on the table. Everyone, it seems that I won't be able to fight alongside you for a while. The village has ordered me to return immediately for a special mission. Are you going back alone? Jiraiya, who hadn't gotten much of a peek at the scroll, immediately leaned over for a better look. Sure enough, Orochimaru had been summoned back to the village for some secret mission. And it was just him, no one else was involved. Since it's a special mission, it must be important for the village. You'd better pack up and leave as soon as possible, Naruhidetsu advised. They all knew better than to ask about the details of a secret mission. Orochimaru himself didn't even know what was waiting for him back at the village. Well then, I'll take my leave, seniors, Orochimaru said politely, nodding toward Hidetsu and Sakamo before getting up to leave. Jiraiya, ever curious, caught up to him as he walked out. Orochimaru, how about I come with you? He asked sneakily. Suit yourself. As long as you're not afraid of the old man scolding you or Tsunade beating you up, go right ahead, Orochimaru replied without looking back. Damn it. Forget I said anything. Jiraiya grumbled, flipping Orochimaru the finger in frustration. Not that it mattered, Orochimaru didn't even bother to acknowledge the gesture, which only added to Jiraiya's sense of defeat. Make sure to keep an eye on Nawaki for me, Orochimaru added as he left. Yeah. Take care of your own student. I'm not doing it. Jiraiya shouted after him. Jiraiya felt completely unappreciated. Why did Orochimaru get to go back to the village while he was stuck out here? Why wasn't he assigned to a special mission too? This was definitely favoritism from the old man. He was being targeted, for sure. Despite his complaints, Jiraiya knew he couldn't just abandon Nawaki. Jiraiya, where's sensei? A voice called out. Don't ask me. Your sensei ditched you, went back to the village for a mission, and left me here to babysit, Jiraiya replied, his expression sour. This is definitely favoritism. Why does he get to do a special mission, and I don't? He hadn't been back to the village in a long time, and the thought of it made him want to take a break and gather some material. The battlefield was nothing but fighting and scheming, and it was getting old. It had been so long since his last visit to the village, and he wondered if they'd taken down the roof of the bathhouse by now. Maybe the windows in the women's hot springs had been reinforced with thicker wood. He'd love to check on that. Watching Jiraiya mumble to himself, Nawaki tugged at Minato's sleeve, whispering, Hey, Minato, do you think Jiraiya-sensei might be, a little off? Nawaki pointed at his own temple, making a circular motion. Minato rolled his eyes. Give me a break. Jiraiya-sensei's fine. It's just his bad habits acting up. Didn't Takuya say that peeping is addictive? Cough, cough. Whoa. I thought I was ruthless, but Minato, you're even worse. Nawaki's eyes widened in shock. Just don't mention that in front of Jiraiya-sensei, or he'll get mad, Minato quickly added, realizing he might have gone too far. Deal. Nawaki grinned, before shoving a dirty sock in Minato's face. You wash my socks, and I'll keep quiet. Minato stared at the smelly sock for a few seconds, completely stunned. Are you serious? If you don't, I'll tell Takuya that you had a crush on Mikoto when we were in school. You wouldn't want that, right? MMPPHH. Minato had been trying to tease Nawaki, but the young boy panicked and, in his haste, stuffed the sock into Minato's mouth. Minato's eyes bulged in horror, his entire body shaking as his face turned red. Oh no. Realizing what he'd done, Nawaki tossed the sock aside and ran. Minato, I'm sorry. Don't, that hurts. You jerk, don't hit me so hard. You little brats. Jiraiya glanced at the scene of Minato chasing after Nawaki but couldn't bring himself to care. All he wanted now was to get back to the village, take a break, and do some things he'd been wanting to do. Who's bad-mouthing me? Rubbing his nose, Takuya glanced up at the bright sun. The weather was perfect, there was no reason to feel chilly. Someone must be talking about him behind his back. Shifting into a more comfortable position, Takuya leaned back against the tree trunk and continued to relax. I can't take it anymore. Ryoji Uchiha suddenly erupted. He had been enduring this all morning, and now he was at his breaking point. The three members of Takuya's squad all looked pretty disheveled. Only Aida Suai seemed to be holding it together. Ryoji and Hyuga Sazune, on the other hand, were desperate to drop the bamboo baskets they carried on their backs and stomp them into the ground, maybe even burn the stinking garbage inside. Tossing his basket to the ground, Ryoji's forehead veins bulged as he shouted, Captain, why are we doing this stupid mission? This trash stinks. I'd rather be digging ditches. He remembered vowing never to work in the fields again, yet here he was, after just one morning, regretting that decision. Ryoji would rather be covered in mud than picking up garbage. Because it's our mission. If you've got a problem, Blame the task distribution team for assigning it to us. Takuya, thoroughly entertained, wasn't bothered in the slightest. After all, it wasn't his decision to take the garbage cleaning mission, it was handed down by the mission board. So, if Ryoji was mad, he should take it up with the mission board. It had nothing to do with Takuya. Ryoji clenched his fists, resisting the urge to torch the trash, along with the basket. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "This feels personal. The other squads are pulling weeds or chasing cats, and we're stuck picking up trash." Well said. Takuya clapped his hands in mock approval. I agree. I think the people at the Hokage's office are targeting us. How about this, when we're done, I'll take you to the Hokage's office, and you can ask the old man yourself why he's giving our squad such terrible missions. Ryoji's eye twitched. Do you think I'm stupid? Go question the Hokage? Even Hyuga Sazune, who was struggling with the garbage stench, had no comeback. Complaining to the mission board was one thing, but confronting the Hokage himself? Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. If their families found out, they'd be in deep trouble. Takuya, you really have no filter. I couldn't help but chuckle at his captain's boldness. You don't have the guts? Then stop whining and get back to work. Chapter 190, Young man, what's best for you is what fits. Our mission for today is to clean all the trash out of this river. If you're not worried about failing the mission and having it recorded in your personal file, you can go home now and rest, Takuya said with a smirk. Failing a mission and having it recorded on their file was something these fresh graduates, who were still in their prideful phase, couldn't bear to imagine. Hearing Takuya's words, Ryoji Uchiha's face turned dark, and he immediately picked up the bamboo basket again. He even checked it thoroughly to make sure he hadn't broken it when he dropped it in frustration. Once he confirmed that it was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and got back to work. He'd much rather deal with the stench than have a failure marked on his record. Once he put it that way, Ryoji found that the smell wasn't entirely unbearable. In fact, they should have considered themselves lucky. If they'd been given a mission to clean the village latrines, that would have been an entirely different level of suffering. Takuya wasn't sadistic enough to pick a mission like that anyway. Cleaning up garbage was bad enough, dealing with toilets? Not a chance. Even if he didn't have to do the dirty work himself. As the day came to a close and the mission was completed, Takuya treated the team to ramen. Captain, when will our squad get to do higher-ranking missions? I asked as they sat in the ramen shop, curiosity evident in his voice. Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune immediately perked up, their ears practically standing to attention. Clearly, they were also interested in this topic. Not many fresh genin had the patience to keep doing these low-pay, dirty, and exhausting D-rank missions. They all wanted to leave the village and see the world. As the three of them stared at Takuya with expectant eyes, Takuya looked back at them with a strange, almost sympathetic expression. What's with that look? Is there something we don't know? Given the unique nature of their squad, the village wouldn't assign them too many dangerous missions. If anything were to happen, especially to Hyuga Sazune, the consequences would be severe. Sure, Ryoji's status as Uchiha made him important, but if something happened to him, it was survivable. But Sazune was different. She was from the main Hyuga family, and the main house didn't have many members left, especially women. If something happened to Sazune, the third Hokage wouldn't be able to answer to the Hyuga clan, especially since their young heir, Hayashi Hyuga, was still unmarried. Losing the perfect future clan head's wife would be a political disaster. Maybe after you complete a few more D-rank missions, you'll start seeing C-rank missions, Takuya said casually. Why? Can't you take on higher-ranked missions for us? Ryoji asked, confused. Takuya was a jonin, a village prodigy whose name was already known throughout the ninja world. Why couldn't he take higher-ranked missions? Why couldn't they leave the village and go on real adventures? That's a great question, Takuya said with a smirk. Next time we're at the Hokage's office, why don't you ask the Hokage yourself? That line again. Once more, Takuya used the third Hokage as his shield, and just like that, Ryoji lost all his fight. He was fuming inside but could only grit his teeth and silently eat his ramen. Even if some of the Uchiha didn't agree with all of the third Hokage's policies, openly criticizing him was another matter entirely. They were just starting out, and they already wanted to fly before they could walk. 99% of fresh graduates had the same mindset as Ryoji when they first left the academy. They looked down on D-rank missions, the simplest and most basic assignments meant to help them ease into the life of a ninja. They all wanted to go out on high-level missions, to fight enemies and experience real combat. What they didn't realize was that if it weren't for the village's protective policies, those mundane D-rank missions would be snatched up long before they had a chance to take them. The Hidden Leaf had a population of hundreds of thousands, with at least a few thousand ninjas, and the majority of those were genin. At least 20,000 were lower-ranking ninjas. If D-rank missions were open to everyone, would these fresh out-of-school genin even get a chance? These fresh buds, who had just stepped out of the greenhouse, all had their heads in the clouds. They had no idea that these basic tasks they hated were the kind that most other genin would fight over. It wasn't until they had their butts handed to them a few times that they'd learn the meaning of reality and hardship. After finishing their ramen, everyone headed home. Remember to meet at the village gate tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. I won't wait long, so don't be late, Takuya reminded them before leaving. Ryoji shot Aida Suai and Sazune a quick glance before walking off without so much as a goodbye. Well. Aida Suai had planned to say something to Sazune but found himself swallowing his words when faced with her cold, beautiful face. He quickly left the ramen shop, feeling embarrassed. Thank you for the meal, Sazune said politely as she wiped her mouth and was the last to leave. This kid. Sigh. Tuki, the owner of the ramen shop, sighed as he watched Sazune walk away. She was such a good kid, but why was she so cold and distant? Was it because of her family, or was there something else? And Takuya too, he's a teacher, but he doesn't seem to care about his students, Tuki added. Ow! Suddenly, Tuki stumbled, almost crashing into the counter. His father had just walked out from the back and smacked him on the back of the head. You're in charge of the ramen shop, not in charge of sighing over other people's lives. Who says Takuya doesn't care about his students? His father scolded. He's a genius, one of the village's strongest ninjas. Do you really think he needs advice from the ramen cook? But Tuki wanted to argue but quickly closed his mouth when he saw his father's giant fist twitch. Without another word, he got back to cleaning the dishes. As night fell, Sazune slowly made her way back to the Hyuga compound, walking at a leisurely pace. While walking, she noticed a familiar figure in the distance. Aida Suai? That wasn't the direction of his home. Where was he rushing off to? Without even thinking, Sazune started following him. Captain. A voice called out, and Takuya, who had been on his way to grab Hotpot with Tsunoda and Kashina, turned around. Aida Suai, what's up? Takuya asked. Out of breath, Aida Suai stopped in front of him, taking a moment to catch his breath. His face, darkened by the sun, turned red with embarrassment. Captain, I wanted to ask. If I'm going to exchange for a new jutsu, which one should I go for? Aida Suai asked, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Did you run all this way just to ask that? Takuya couldn't help but laugh. Do you remember what I told you last time? Aida Suai nodded quickly. Yes, you said that at this stage, I should focus on taijutsu, not ninjutsu. Nawaki had already proven this to be true. Just because you knew more jutsu didn't mean you were stronger. Even someone like Orochimaru, known as a walking jutsu library, or the third Hokage, who was hailed as a ninjutsu master, didn't use that many jutsu in battle. Having more techniques didn't automatically make you stronger. What's best for you is what fits you the most. Of course, learning more jutsu wasn't a bad thing, but trying to specialize in everything would only spread you thin. It was better to find a balance rather than develop too many weaknesses. Nawaki had leaned too heavily on ninjutsu, and when he was on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, he ended up getting hacked at by the enemy. He was a perfect example of what not to do. To put it bluntly, for a fresh genin, it was more practical to throw a few well-aimed shurikens than to rely on fancy ninjutsu. Trying to master ninjutsu at such a young age was something only a rare few could pull off. And Aida Suai wasn't one of them. Chapter 191, Takuya can kiss you, but I can't. Build your foundation and hone your combat awareness. The stronger your foundation is, the smoother your future path will be, Takuya advised. Yes, sir. Aida Suai's response was less than enthusiastic. It wasn't the answer he was hoping for. What he wanted was some solid advice from Takuya, something that could help him quickly improve his strength. But Takuya had no intention of feeding him any shortcuts. Though he wasn't too enthusiastic about training students, Takuya wasn't going to let Aida Suai sabotage his own growth by rushing the process. He'd offer advice, but if the person didn't want to listen. If Aida Suai continued thinking that learning more ninjutsu would make him stronger overnight, then there wasn't much Takuya could do. Some lessons you can't teach, you have to let people learn them the hard way. Aida Suai was clearly in that phase. Even with guidance from Takuya, his insecurities still hadn't gone away. He was still fixated on quickly improving his strength and earning the approval of his teammates. Watching Aida Suai's slouched form as he walked away, Takuya shook his head. He wasn't too concerned. He had given the necessary advice, whether Aida Suai accepted it was up to him. Hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping on someone's conversation is rude, you know, Takuya said, his eyes shifting to the dark corner of the street. Hyuga Sazune, who had been standing in the shadows, flinched before slowly stepping into the light. Captain, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to listen, I just... Sazune stammered, clearly flustered. Takuya was surprised to see this side of Sazune, the girl who always seemed cold and unapproachable, her expression forever stuck in don't bother me mode. In any other family, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But for someone from the strict and formal Hyuga clan, eavesdropping was a serious offense. It would bring shame to the family. Walking up to her, Takuya noticed her cheeks were slightly red as he tilted his head and asked, "The Hyuga clan's compound isn't this way, is it?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to," Sazune hurriedly apologized, bowing so deeply her head nearly touched her chest. No wonder so many people said the Uchiha clan was full of crazies, and the Hyuga clan was full of lunatics. With the suffocating rules and harsh family traditions they lived under, it was a wonder any of them stayed sane. If Takuya had been born into the Hyuga clan, he would have gone mad. The Uchiha might have been wild and impulsive, but at least they didn't have so many ridiculous rules stifling their members. The Hyuga clan, on the other hand, was the perfect example of being strict with their own while being weak against outsiders, especially the high and mighty main family. "I'm just messing with you. I'm not mad. Now, go home and wash up. You probably hate smelling like this," Takuya said, patting Sazune on the head as a sign of reassurance. But the moment his hand touched her head, Sazune's flushed cheeks turned beet red. The blush quickly spread to her ears, and her body went stiff as a board, as if she had been hit with a paralysis jutsu. What just happened? Was I not supposed to touch her head? I just patted her. Was it really that big of a deal? Seeing Sazune's red face, the steam practically rising from her, and the way she nervously clutched her pants, Takuya was dumbfounded. Sure, guys and girls had their boundaries, but Takuya had only patted her head as her captain. There was no ulterior motive. Who would have thought Sazune would react like this, as if he had touched some forbidden spot? Did I mess up? Making a girl blush like that? This feels off. Just as Takuya was about to explain himself, Sazune turned on her heel and bolted toward her home. "Hey! I didn't mean anything by it," Takuya called after her. But the more he called, the faster Sazune ran, as if something terrifying was chasing her. After a moment, Takuya lowered his hand. That was weird. Shaking his head, he shrugged it off. "Guess I'll go find Kushina," he muttered, heading toward her place. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, where the fox had made a complete fool of itself, Kushina had been avoiding Takuya, hiding like an ostrich. "Girl, what's wrong with you lately?" Tsunade slurred, her arms slung around Kushina's shoulders, her breath reeking of alcohol. "You've been talking to yourself all the time, and you haven't visited Takuya recently. You used to practically live at his place, and now you don't even stop by." "It's nothing, I've just been busy," Kushina said with a forced smile, trying to push Tsunade's boozy breath away. "Phew, you stink like a bar," Kushina complained, waving her hand in front of her face. "Oh, now you're complaining?" Tsunade blew her breath in Kushina's direction again, sniffing herself. "I don't smell a thing. You must be imagining it. Come on, take a whiff." "No way. Get away from me." Kushina pushed Tsunade's face away again. "You smell awful." "Ha ha ha, you think you can escape from me?" Tsunade cackled like a mischievous uncle, pulling Kushina into a tight hug and pushing her face close to hers, puckering her lips in mock affection. At that moment, Takuya arrived at Kushina's place, only to hear the sound of playful scuffling inside. Without thinking, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. What he saw was Tsunade practically kissing Kushina, with Kushina desperately trying to push her away. Seeing Takuya standing in the doorway, Kushina froze, her face going blank. Before she could react, Tsunade kissed her on the cheek. "What just happened?" Blinking in confusion, Takuya raised his hand. "Should I give you two a moment?" As Kushina's stunned expression slowly turned crimson, veins popped out on her forehead. "Tsunade. That's not fair!" Kushina shouted. "Did she really just kiss me? It wasn't that big of a deal, after all, they were as close as sisters, and Tsunade was clearly drunk." But the problem was that Takuya had just walked in and seen the whole thing. Kushina was mortified. In a burst of anger, Kushina shoved Tsunade with all her strength, sending the drunken woman flying out the window. Takuya stared at the large hole in the window, watching as Tsunade landed face first in the yard. Man, women with super strength are something else. That shove was enough to send someone flying. "Kushina. Tsunade's drunk," Takuya said, his voice filled with sympathy. "I know." Kushina shouted in frustration, rubbing her temples. "We need to go get her before she causes more trouble. And then we should probably get someone to fix the window." Takuya just nodded. "Ungrateful brat." Tsunade grumbled, stumbling to her feet, still wobbly from the booze. "I've been taking care of you, keeping you company, comforting you. And this is how you repay me?" Tsunade, who was used to dishing out super-powered punches, finally knew what it felt like to be on the receiving end. She never imagined Kushina would use so much force to push her away. Kushina, her face still red with embarrassment, helped Tsunoda up, muttering softly, "I didn't mean to push that hard. But you kissed me." "What? That brat Takuya can kiss you, but I can't?" Tsunoda snapped, her drunken temper flaring. Kushina bit her tongue to keep from tossing Tsunoda out the window again, her face shifting from red to black with anger. Chapter 192, Orochimaru wants Takuya Yagami. That's what you get for drinking so much. Serves you right. Kushina grumbled as she dragged Tsunoda into the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face. The cold water seemed to sober Tsunoda up a bit as she started to remember what had just happened. Alright, enough already. We're both girls. What's the big deal about a kiss? I didn't do it on purpose, you know, Tsunoda protested. If you get drunk and act up like that again, I'll throw you into the fish pond. Kushina threatened, pouting in annoyance. But, of course, Tsunoda didn't take it seriously. She knew Kushina would never actually do that. Once Tsunoda was cleaned up, she and Kushina stepped out of the bathroom, only to be met with Takuya's teasing. Drinking so much, huh? Did you blow all your hard-earned money at the casino again? Never underestimate Tsunoda. When she wasn't being lazy, she could make money faster than almost anyone. If you asked anyone in Hidden Leaf Village, they'd tell you that people lined up for miles just to have Tsunoda treat them at the hospital. But seeing her wasn't just about having money. It also depended on her mood. Sometimes, after blowing all her cash at the casino, Tsunoda would knuckle down at the hospital for a few days, and her wallet would be full again in no time. But her gambling habit was a problem. The moment she had money, she'd feel the itch to gamble. And then, her big sucker reputation would kick in. In no time at all, she'd lose everything she had just earned. Tsunoda's smile froze, her teeth grinding in frustration as she glared at Takuya. You little brat, do you feel better now that you've said that? No, I was just testing a theory. Oh, and let me guess, the booze was borrowed from the casino too? With her sore spots thoroughly poked, Tsunoda decided to ignore Takuya altogether. This kid was way too good at getting under her skin. And what made it worse was that she couldn't beat him in a fight, which just made her frustration even worse. The Ninetales hasn't been causing any trouble lately, right? Takuya asked, turning to Kushina now that Tsunoda was ignoring him. It's been really quiet, Kushina replied, a little embarrassed as she remembered the incident from before. Takuya chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her smooth red hair. Don't worry about it. It was the Ninetales that made a fool of itself, not you. That big fox doesn't define you, Kushina. Could the Ninetales be charmed? Takuya had thought about it and figured probably not. As for why the Ninetales had acted so foolishly, Takuya suspected that it had something to do with the scent on Snowy. That might explain why a creature as ancient as the Ninetales had behaved so strangely. It had been quiet lately, which was proof enough. The Ninetales was probably sulking, embarrassed by its own behavior, so it was hiding in the sealed space, taking a nap in silence. Yeah, I guess you're right, Kushina said, scratching her head and laughing. So, you're not mad at me, Takuya? Why would he be mad at you? You didn't do anything wrong, Tsunoda interjected from the side, unable to stand watching the usually feisty Kushina turn into a flustered mess around Takuya. This girl is done for, Tsunoda thought to herself. She's completely wrapped around Takuya's little finger. Oh, by the way, I'll be heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers tomorrow. The enemy's been pushing hard lately, and the old man wants me to help out, Takuya said. Make sure to keep Nawaki at the camp. Don't let him go on missions. I'm worried he'll end up being an easy target for the enemy. Takuya didn't want to outright say that he was afraid Nawaki would get blown up by an explosive tag, so he used a different excuse. After all, Nawaki was the direct grandson of Hashirama Senju. If he showed up on the battlefield, the enemy would have no problem targeting him first. The excuse was reasonable. I'll think about it, Tsunoda replied, considering her hot-headed younger brother's impulsive nature. Keeping him in the camp did seem like a smart idea. When he had been with Takuya, it wasn't a problem. Takuya would handle things if anything went wrong. But now, with Takuya back in the village and only Nawaki and Minato on the front lines, if Nawaki got too fired up, Minato wouldn't be able to rein him in. Even though Tsunoda said she'd think about it, she had already decided to keep Nawaki at the camp. Training didn't necessarily mean fighting on the front lines all the time. Her main concern was simply his safety. This whole situation with the old man is so frustrating. He left Takuya in the village, and the kid just went along with it. What's he thinking? Tsunoda wondered. What's on your mind? Takuya asked, noticing the frown on Tsunoda's face as she stared at him. Should I ask? She thought. Something just doesn't feel right. After a brief hesitation, Tsunoda decided to voice her thoughts. Takuya, don't you have any thoughts about the old man's decision? Not really. What's there to think about? I'm just following the village's orders, Takuya said with a grin. Tsunade was speechless. She could tell that Takuya understood why the village had assigned him to be a teacher. But why, even after figuring that out, had he gone along with it? Whatever. As long as you know what's going on, I guess I'll stop worrying about it. If Takuya was clear on the situation, then there was no point in her stressing about it. Even if she did worry, it wouldn't change anything. Takuya wasn't the type to follow her advice anyway. Besides, Tsunade wasn't exactly in a position to give Takuya orders. This brat is always making me mad. I must have done something to you in a past life. As long as you know what you're doing, I'll leave it at that. But remember, if something doesn't sit right with you, you have every right to say no. After chatting for a bit, Tsunade's drowsiness started to kick in again, and she sprawled down on the couch, falling asleep almost immediately. The weirdest part? She snored louder than Takuya ever had. With Orochimaru back in the village, Tsunade was now heading to the front lines to take over his duties. Knowing that Takuya wasn't upset with her, Kushina bounced back quickly, showing up bright and early the next morning at Takuya's place with a homemade breakfast. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru had just returned to the village and was sitting across from Hiruzen. Looking at Orochimaru's tired eyes, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy as he sighed. You've worked hard these past few weeks. Relaxing in his chair, Orochimaru allowed himself a small smile. It wasn't too bad. Not as tiring as dealing with certain other people. That was clearly a jab at Hiruzen's decision to put Denzo in charge of the war effort in the Land of Rain. Ahem. Hiruzen coughed, quickly steering the conversation away. So, what's your plan this time? The Cloud Village is very protective of their Jinchuriki. It won't be easy to get close to them. Since I've accepted the mission, I've already got a plan. Just have your operatives assist me when the time comes. Oh, and I'd like to bring someone along with me to the Cloud Village for this mission, Orochimaru added. He wanted to bring Takuya along, thinking the boy would be interested in something like this. After all, with Takuya's connection to Kushina, and the fact that the Cloud Village had targeted her, Orochimaru figured Takuya wouldn't sit this one out. Who do you want to bring? Hiruzen asked. Takuya Yagami. Takuya? Hiruzen frowned. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to suggest taking Takuya on this mission to the Cloud Village. If this mission succeeded, the recognition would be enormous. This clearly went against the council's decision to cool things down with Takuya. They had assigned him to be a teacher precisely to keep him out of the spotlight. If Takuya went with Orochimaru to the Cloud Village and completed this mission, all their efforts to keep him out of the limelight would be in vain. Takuya out of the question. He is currently a Jonin instructor, responsible for training 3 students. Why don't you pick someone else? Hiruzen said, immediately rejecting Orochimaru's request. Chapter 193, Hanzo attacks the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron request Sage rejected. Ever since Orochimaru learned that Takuya had been kept in the village as a Jonin instructor, he knew exactly what the higher-ups were trying to do. But what he didn't expect was that the village would be so determined to keep Takuya out of the spotlight that they'd sacrifice the success rate of the mission. Orochimaru wasn't sure if he could pull it off alone, but with Takuya's help, he was confident they could make the Cloud Village regret ever crossing Hidden Leaf Village. Even if they were discovered, he knew they could escape with ease. But now, doing it alone? Not only would the mission be far more difficult, but if he was caught, he'd face relentless pursuit from the Cloud Village. Maybe even from the third Raikage himself. Orochimaru had already come up with various strategies, but the moment he tried to bring in a partner, his plan fell apart. He. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. The sound of his laughter was laced with sarcasm and frustration. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, couldn't help but feel a little uneasy hearing that mocking laugh. After all, they knew what they were doing wasn't entirely justifiable, and being called out on it left him feeling uncomfortable. Alright, whatever makes you happy, Orochimaru said with a disappointed tone, standing up to leave. But before he went, he warned Hiruzen, just don't push him too hard. If you corner him, you'll regret it. Knock, knock, knock. Before the third Hokage could respond, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lord Hokage. A member of the intelligence division rushed in, quickly placing a scroll on the desk. This is a request for aid from the Land of Iron. They're asking Hidden Leaf Village to send help to stop the Hidden Rain Village. What? The third Hokage thought he had misheard. The Land of Iron, a permanently neutral country, was being attacked by another ninja village? And the attackers were from the Hidden Rain Village, the same village that had just suffered a defeat not long ago. What on earth is Hanzo thinking? Crossing through the Land of Fire to attack the Land of Iron? Has he lost his mind? In a hurry, the third Hokage opened the scroll and began reading. Orochimaru, who had been on his way out, stopped. This could be interesting, he thought, deciding to stick around and see how this played out. "This is outrageous," Hiruzen roared, slamming the table in anger. "Has Hanzo gone mad? The Hidden Rain Village should be recovering, not starting wars. Yet here he is, leading an assault on the neutral land of Iron." Hanzo's desire for war was no joke. Originally, his target had been the Land of Grass. It was right next door to the Hidden Rain Village, and its geography was favorable. Conquering it could have greatly boosted the Rain Village's economy, strengthening the country. But the Land of Grass was a close ally of the Land of Fire, and by extension, Hidden Leaf Village. There was no way Hidden Leaf Village would allow it. So, after much back and forth, not to mention the schemes of the Hidden Sand Village, the war had escalated. Just as Hidden Leaf Village had wrapped up their conflict with the Hidden Rain, preparing to focus their efforts on the Hidden Sand, Hanzo went and launched an attack on the Land of Iron. "Summon the Council of Elders and the Hokage's advisors. Orochimaru, you should come too," Hiruzen said, grabbing the scroll and storming toward the meeting room. Orochimaru smirked and followed leisurely behind. He was curious to see how the village would handle this situation. The Land of Grass was a close ally, so Hidden Leaf Village couldn't ignore any threats there. But the Land of Iron was a neutral country, one that none of the 5 great nations could afford to see attacked. Hidden Leaf Village especially relied on the Land of Iron for its high-quality minerals. Allowing this attack to continue was simply not an option. "Hanzo, you're certainly bold." Before long, Denzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Midokado arrived at the Hokage's office. They all took their seats in the meeting room. The third Hokage passed the scroll around. "Take a look at this. Hanzo's gone and done it. Just as the war ends, he crosses our borders to attack the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron doesn't want a full-scale war, and they're unwilling to sacrifice too many people, so they've asked us for help. I suspect the other villages will receive similar requests. Can the Land of Iron fend off the Hidden Rain Village? Probably not. Hanzo alone would be a serious challenge for them. And as a neutral country, the Land of Iron was reluctant to get dragged into wars. Asking the 5 great ninja villages for help was their best option. The Hidden Mist Village was too far away to be of any help. The Hidden Sand Village was struggling with its own problems. That left only Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Stone, and the Hidden Cloud with the ability to respond. This is madness. Hanzo must be out of his mind. Hiruzen, we can't let this happen. We have to stop Hanzo immediately, Koharu and Hamura both said, outraged. For the Hidden Rain Village, and by extension, the Land of Rain, the only way to recover was through war and the seizure of resources. With their country nearly bled dry, recovery without war would take at least 20 years. That was why Hanzo was willing to take the risk of crossing through the Land of Fire to attack the Land of Iron. Both Koharu and Hamura were fuming, while Denzo remained silent. His clenched fists, however, made it clear that he wasn't calm either. Orochimaru, noticing Denzo's bandaged right eye and arm, couldn't help but feel amused. He must really hate that old Hagio right about now. Stopping him is a must, Hiruzen said, lighting his pipe and taking a deep puff. The question is, how do we stop him? They couldn't just declare war on the Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo hadn't attacked the Land of Fire directly, so Hidden Leaf Village had no grounds to retaliate. Figuring out how to stop Hanzo was a real problem. Threatening war wasn't an option. But would simply sending someone to reason with Hanzo be enough to make him retreat? It didn't seem likely. Koharu and Hamura, who had just been fuming, were starting to realize that this wasn't going to be an easy situation to handle. Denzo, what's your take on this? Hiruzen asked, turning to his advisor. Denzo, always cold and calculating, replied, at this point, the only option is to send someone to persuade Hanzo to withdraw and lead the Rain Village's forces out of the Land of Iron. Under normal circumstances, Denzo would have been eager to get involved in this. But right now, his mind was preoccupied with the missing chakra metal. You're suggesting you go yourself? Hiruzen asked, assuming Denzo was volunteering to handle the matter personally. I'm just giving my opinion. Who said anything about me going? Denzo was stunned for a moment, realizing that the Hokage was trying to pin this on him. He quickly shook his head. My health has only recently stabilized. I'm in no condition to make such a long journey. I won't be able to negotiate with Hanzo myself. Denzo was clearly trying to bow out. Even though Tsunade had confirmed that he was mostly fine aside from some reduced mobility, he was adamant about not getting involved. With Denzo refusing, there was no way Koharu or Hamura would volunteer to leave the village. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Maybe. He. Before the Hokage could finish his thought, Orochimaru, who had been watching the whole exchange, let out a quiet laugh. I refuse. After earning the title of one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Orochimaru had no desire to ever see Hanzo again. Unless he became strong enough to kill Hanzo, he didn't want anything to do with the man. Besides, he still hadn't fully figured out the details of his current mission. Now Hiruzen wanted to dump this mess on him? No way. This was a thankless job, and anyone who took it on would be a fool. Orochimaru, what are you laughing at? Hiruzen asked, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 194, The most suitable candidate is Takuya Yagami. Feeling somewhat offended, Koharu Uchiha said with displeasure, are you saying, as a member of Hidden Leaf Village, you're unwilling to serve the village? Great. Now it's escalated to the point of being about the village's interests. Unfortunately for her, that didn't intimidate Orochimaru in the slightest. With an unchanged smile on his face, he replied lightly, of course, I'm willing to serve the village. But I currently have other tasks to handle, so I can't get involved in this matter. Since we're all working for the good of the village, I'm sure you elders wouldn't mind taking a trip yourselves, right? After all, negotiating with someone like Hanzo requires people of equal standing. Orochimaru, what are you implying? Koharu felt more offended, realizing Orochimaru was suggesting she didn't have the courage to negotiate with Hanzo. Exactly what I said. Orochimaru gave her a smile and stood up, heading for the exit. Old man, don't even think about dumping this on me. Go ask Jiraiya. I need to prepare for my mission in the Land of Lightning. The third Hokage nodded, not pressing Orochimaru any further. Since he wasn't willing to go, they would focus on his mission in the Land of Lightning instead. The situation with the Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Iron didn't need his involvement. Hiruzen, why do you always side with him? Koharu's frustration grew, not just with Orochimaru but with the third Hokage too. Tsunade constantly butted heads with her, and now even Orochimaru was showing signs of defiance. Koharu's face turned pale with anger. Revolting, every single one of them. Orochimaru still has his own tasks to attend to. Hiruzen chose not to engage with that topic and quickly changed the subject. Hamura, who do you think the village should send to negotiate with Hanzo? Take it easy, Hiruzen thought. Getting angry won't solve anything. With a common glance toward Koharu, Hamura Midokado habitually adjusted his glasses and replied, Hiruzen, do you think it might be wise to send Takuya Yagami? After all, he was the one who accompanied Tsunade during the last negotiations, and it was thanks to him that Hanzo was forced to back down. I believe he's the most suitable candidate, considering Hanzo fears his strength. Takuya? The third Hokage had just dismissed Orochimaru's involvement, but now Hamura was suggesting sending Takuya. Thinking about it carefully, it did make sense. Takuya really was the best person for the job. Last time, even Tsunade's presence wasn't enough, but Hanzo had been cowed by Takuya's power, which made the negotiations easier. Given that this matter also involved Hanzo, sending Takuya seemed like the perfect solution. I think Takuya Yagami would represent Hidden Leaf Village well in negotiations with Hanzo. Denzo suddenly spoke up in agreement. I agree. Koharu, not wanting to be left behind, also voiced her approval. Whether it was about cooling down his public profile or not promoting him too much, those were matters to deal with later. For now, the most important thing was to handle Hanzo. Hidden Leaf Village couldn't allow him to attack the Land of Iron unchecked. Then inform Takuya Yagami, the third Hokage concluded, agreeing with the others. Meanwhile, Takuya's team was in the middle of helping some villagers cut grass. Compared to digging and playing in the mud or collecting trash, this task felt much easier. Leaning against a tree, watching his three team members work hard in the distance, Takuya considered taking on more of these types of tasks in the future. As long as it didn't involve getting filthy or doing something he wasn't good at, this wasn't so bad. Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune were working with impressive speed. Their efficiency even startled Aida Suai. When they were digging and picking up trash, they hadn't worked nearly this hard. But now, it was like they were competing, as if cutting fewer stalks of grass would somehow disgrace their respective clans. In broad daylight. What's gotten into them? Noticing someone quickly approaching, Takuya turned his head and saw a familiar face. It was one of the Anbu members he had intimidated before. Takuya-sama, the Hokage has summoned you to the Hokage's office immediately. Got it. With a casual wave, Takuya slowly jumped down from the tree and walked over to his team, who were still hard at work. As for the Hokage's summons, well, if they sent Anbu to find him, it was probably something troublesome. Captain, his team members said, stopping their work as he approached. Takuya tossed the mission scroll to Hyuga Sazune. The Hokage has some business with me. When you're done, go to the mission office and turn in the task. Don't try to slack off, and remember to keep my share of the reward. With that, he left without further explanation. Why didn't he give it to me? Aida Suai wondered aloud, puzzled about what the Hokage could want with Takuya. Meanwhile, Ryoji Uchiha was annoyed that Takuya had given the scroll to Hyuga Sazune instead of him. To Ryoji, Takuya would have handed the scroll to him, Why give it to that stuck-up Yuga girl? Staring at the scroll in Sazun's hands, Ryoji felt irritated. Humphrey. Sazun snorted, unimpressed by Ryoji's envious gaze, and turned back to her work. She wasn't about to let him show her up. Damn it, as a proud Uchiha, I refuse to lose to you. Ryoji grumbled, gripping his scythe tightly and cutting even faster. You stay here and watch over them, Takuya told the Anbu member, who had been about to follow him. The Anbu operative hesitated but was immediately stopped by Takuya, whose Sharingan was spinning, pinning him with a stern gaze. If anything happens to them while I'm gone, I'll hold you responsible, Takuya said calmly, the threat clear in his tone. The Anbu member felt a chill run down his spine, his heart sinking. He worried Takuya might actually do something to him. I'll keep an eye on them, the Anbu member stammered nervously. Satisfied, Takuya gave him a look that said, you better, and then disappeared from sight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the Anbu operative felt relieved as he turned back to the field, keeping a close eye on the three young shinobi. He didn't want to risk Takuya coming after him. Takuya made his way back to the village, heading straight for the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the building, an Anbu agent quickly approached him. The Hokage is in the meeting room, the agent informed him. With a nod, Takuya proceeded to the meeting room. He is here. The third Hokage put down his pipe and addressed Takuya. It's unfortunate, but we have a rather special mission that requires your attention. Of course, Takuya thought. I knew this wouldn't be anything good. Is this mission related to the war? Takuya asked. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't so desperate that they'd need to send him to the front lines, right? It is related to the war, but not directly to Hidden Leaf Village, Hamura Midokado interjected, taking over the explanation. Following its defeat, the Hidden Rain Village is in chaos. Its economy has collapsed, and the entire country is in disarray. To solve this, Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, has chosen to wage war. No way. Hanzo really is that bold? He's actually gone to attack the Land of Iron? The Land of Iron was a neutral country. Aside from the distant and isolationist Hidden Mist Village, and the struggling Hidden Sand Village, the remaining major villages, Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Clouds Village, would never allow the Rain Village to attack the Land of Iron. So, if that's the case, what does the Rain Village attacking the Land of Iron have to do with Hidden Leaf Village? Takuya asked, genuinely puzzled. Chapter 195, Whoever wants to go can go, but Takuya Yagami won't. Hanzo is attacking the Land of Grass, and you guys can't handle it, so you jump up, leading to the outbreak of war. Now, Hanzo has set his sights on the rich Land of Iron, and once again, you're jumping in. You haven't even finished cleaning your own mess. And here you are, thinking about helping someone else clean up theirs. Mido Hamura wasn't expecting Takuya to say something like that. He froze, feeling at a loss for words. Instinctively, he looked toward the third Hokage. The third Hokage was speechless. But he still tried to explain, this involves the interests and alliances between nations. If the war between the Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Iron continues, it could have serious repercussions for Hidden Leaf Village. So, they needed someone to go and negotiate with Hanzo, to get him to retreat. Right. It was a thankless task. And let's be real, Hanzo might get so angry that he'd want to fight you right then and there. Don't doubt it. Hanzo would absolutely do that. He is already thinking, you Hidden Leaf Village bastards turned my Land of Rain into a wasteland with your battles, and now when I try to conquer another country to get resources, you have the nerve to stick your nose into my business? Do you think I don't have a temper? So we should stop this war? Sorry, but I'm not taking this mission, Takuya shook his head, refusing the special assignment. Hanzo attacking the Land of Iron had nothing to do with Hidden Leaf Village. At most, it would slightly affect their purchase of iron ore. And it's not like the Land of Iron is defenseless. Hanzo taking it over isn't going to be easy. The Hidden Rock and Cloud villages haven't even moved yet, and here's Hidden Leaf Village rushing into it. Takuya wasn't interested in becoming a target for Hanzo's anger. Besides, wasn't the village trying to hold me back, finding every excuse to keep me here? You were so worried that I'd rack up too much merit and become hard to deal with. And now, when there's a tricky mission no one wants to touch, you suddenly want me to take it on. Yeah, right. Rejected. Everyone in the meeting room, including the third Hokage, froze in surprise. In their plans, it had never occurred to them that Takuya might refuse. But that's exactly what happened. After a brief silence, the third Hokage asked, can you tell me why? Because I'm too young. I'm just a 10-year-old kid, Takuya said innocently, spreading his hands. The Hokage assigned me to be a Jonin instructor, leading 3 students who are practically my age. I've already got a lot of pressure on me. Lately, I've been having trouble sleeping, worried that I might mess up their training and ruin their futures. As for negotiating with Hanzo to stop his attack on the Land of Iron, I'm not capable of persuading him. After what happened the last time, when we bombarded the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo hates me. If I show up, it'll probably make things worse. It could even lead to a bigger problem. The village has been protecting me, keeping me here to prevent the Hidden Sand village from sending assassins after me. How can I take such a risk by going to meet with Hanzo? That's the reasoning you gave me and Tsunade to convince us to stay. Now, I'm just giving it back to you. There had been plenty of cases where people refused missions, but this was the first time someone had used the very excuse the higher-ups had given them as a reason to refuse. The third Hokage was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that the reasoning he used to dismiss Takeya would now be turned against him. So, this important task should be given to someone else. I think the Hokage's advisors or the two elders would be perfect for the job. With their esteemed status, they're the perfect counterparts to someone like Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. Their negotiation would undoubtedly be more effective. Denzo. Koharu Udatain. Mido Hamura. They were all stunned. The third Hokage opened his mouth, but the words he'd normally use to persuade others got stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything. This awkward feeling was unbearable. Hokage-sama, elders, if you'll excuse me, my team is waiting for me to return so I can guide them on their mission. I can't stay too long. With that, Takeya turned and walked out, moving quickly so they wouldn't have the chance to try and convince him otherwise. Whoever wants to go can go, but Takeya Yagami won't. When it comes to stirring up trouble, you're all eager, but when things get difficult, you sit back and wait for someone else to deal with it. That's not how it works. You're the leaders of the village, enjoying the privileges and respect that come with your positions. So when problems arise, it's your job to step up and solve them. Otherwise, what's the point of having you in charge? It seems Takeya doesn't want to go to the Land of Iron, a voice said as Takeya stepped out of the Hokage's office. He was stopped by none other than Orochimaru. Aren't you supposed to be at the front lines? Takeya asked, always on his guard around Orochimaru. This guy was dangerous. Once he snapped, there was nothing he wouldn't do. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Takeya had no intention of getting involved in Orochimaru's schemes, but he knew better than to completely trust him either. Especially when it came to certain dangerous individuals like Orochimaru. It seems Takeya-kun is still wary of me, Orochimaru said with a slight smile as if he could read Takeya's mind. Takeya didn't bother to deny it. Can you blame me? You're dangerous, he replied bluntly. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru let out a laugh, though his soft voice made it sound unsettling rather than joyous. As Takeya had grown older, he'd noticed the dark aura around Orochimaru intensifying. And that was before anything had happened to Nawaki. Takeya couldn't even imagine how Orochimaru might change if something did happen to him. Wait, no. Takeya shook his head, scolding himself. Nawaki isn't going to get hurt. What kind of friend would I be to think something like that? If people heard, they'd probably think I was cursing my own friend. Whatever makes you happy. Takeya shrugged. If Orochimaru wanted to laugh, let him laugh. When the laughter died down, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Shall we talk somewhere more private? I've got an interesting and rather thrilling mission for you. I believe you'll find it worth your time. He glanced up toward the direction of the Hokage's meeting room. Follow me. Takeya thought for a moment but didn't refuse. He was genuinely curious about what kind of mission would prompt Orochimaru to personally extend an invitation. Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't an ordinary task. As for the mission the third Hokage had offered him, whoever wants to go can go. If joining Orochimaru on this mission upset the Hokage and the elders, that wasn't Takeya's problem. Orochimaru would have to handle that. After all, since Orochimaru had invited him, it was his responsibility to negotiate and get approval from the higher-ups. The two of them headed to a nearby restaurant. Takeya, you're here, a cheerful voice called out as they entered. Mikoto's mother Sayuri Uchiha greeted him with a smile, teasing him a bit. Takeya scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Andy, Orochimaru, and I need to discuss something. Could you ask the kitchen to prepare some food for us? I'm starving. Chapter 196, Since it's revenge, we must hit the Hidden Cloud village hard. No problem, Mikoto's mother smiled warmly, glancing at Orochimaru before nodding. The three legendary Sanins were well known in Hidden Leaf village. In terms of reputation within the village, the Sanins were far more famous than Takeya. After all, they'd earned their status step by step, while Takeya's rise had been sudden, and his recent lull hadn't helped either. With the village's subtle promotion, the Sannin became role models for many shinobi, icons of hard work and dedication. Is this your place? Orochimaru had been away, moving around the Land of Rivers and hadn't heard about Hidden Leaf Village's latest popular spot, a hot pot restaurant. As they walked in, several patrons greeted Takuya enthusiastically, making it clear to Orochimaru that he had some kind of connection to the place. Takuya sat down, cracked open a bottle of chilled juice, and took a sip. Ah, it's good to be back in the village. The restaurant isn't mine. It's Kushina's, but I contributed the recipe, so I get a share of the profits. It's mainly to support the Uzumaki clan. They didn't want to accept jobs from the village, and having Kushina support them long-term wasn't a good solution. So, we opened this place, and now they run it. Every month, the Uzumaki clan gets a share of the profits. That's a solid plan, Orochimaru agreed. It's definitely better than just letting them live off her. No matter how wealthy Kushina is, things would have gone bad eventually. Soon, the food was served, and the broth started bubbling. Takuya grabbed a slice of meat and dipped it into the spicy red broth. So, what's this mission about? Let's see if I'm interested, Takuya said, chewing on the meat. If it piqued his interest, he didn't mind going out for a while. He'd been cooped up in the village for quite some time, and maybe he could even take his team with him, and give them a taste of the real world. If the opportunity arose, Takuya wouldn't mind taking them on a trip to the land of rain, to show them how harsh reality could be. Orochimaru glanced at the two kinds of broth but chose the clear one. You're aware of the recent internal investigation in the Anbu, right? Yeah, of course. Phew, that's hot. Takuya responded between breaths, fanning his mouth after taking a bite of the hot broth. I was there, helping guard the interrogation department with some of the Shimura and Saratobi clan ninjas. We were preventing anyone from escaping. This is getting interesting. Orochimaru's signature smirk widened. During those interrogations, some interesting intel came to light. The Hidden Cloud village is planning to kidnap Kushina. Takuya froze mid-bite before quickly resuming his meal. And? He didn't need Orochimaru to spell it out for him. Takuya had already been preparing for the Hidden Cloud's moves on Kushina. Luckily, they were both well prepared. If the Hidden Cloud tried anything, they'd regret it. Takuya could imagine the chaos when they tried to abduct Kushina. With access to the Ninetales chakra, she'd be terrifying. Plus, the Ninetales itself might even step in to help. The moment the Hidden Cloud ninjas tried to sneak into her home, they were in for a big surprise. Wait a minute, didn't the investigation uncover some Hidden Cloud spies? Without insiders helping from within, could the Hidden Cloud really pull off an abduction? That possibility seemed slim. So, the village has decided to retaliate. I've been assigned the mission, and I want you to come with me to strike back at the Hidden Cloud. PFFT, cough, cough, cough. Water. Takuya sputtered, the piece of meat flying out of his mouth as he choked. His eyes watered as he fought to catch his breath. Getting a hit of spicy broth in his throat was not pleasant. Things were getting more interesting now. Seeing Takuya's reaction, Orochimaru's grin only widened. Takuya downed half a bottle of water before finally recovering, his throat and nose burning. He swallowed and asked in disbelief, "You're telling me the village wants to hit back?" This was crazy. Was this even the same Hidden Leaf village leadership? When had Hidden Leaf village's higher-ups ever been this aggressive? In the original timeline, the leadership was never this bold. Orochimaru's revenge against the Hidden Cloud was a personal vendetta, not an official village mission. But now, the leadership had actually assigned this mission to Orochimaru. This was next level. Since when did Hidden Leaf village's leaders grow a backbone? The leadership had no problem with passive responses, Takuya knew that. After all, that's what led to the war with the Hidden Rain village. But to actively strike back? That wasn't Hidden Leaf village's usual style. Is this Denzo's idea? After thinking it over, Takuya could only come to one conclusion. The only way the leadership's approach would change so drastically was if Denzo was behind it. The third Hokage, along with Koharu and Hamura, didn't have the guts for something like this. But Denzo, with his hawkish tendencies, was always pushing for a hardline approach. So, it had to be his doing. Whether it was attempting to assassinate the third Hokage, trying to control the Kage with Kotoa Mitsukami, or leaking intel about the Jinchuriki, Denzo would stop at nothing. Compared to that, a little revenge mission against the Hidden Cloud was nothing. So, are you interested, Takuya? When do we leave? Did that even need to be asked? Of course, he was interested. Kushina was his to protect. If the Hidden Cloud wanted to mess with her, then he'd gladly raze their village to the ground. When Orochimaru had taken his revenge on the Hidden Cloud in the original timeline, he'd released the Eight Tails, wreaking havoc on the village. So why not go a step further? Maybe he could control the Two Tails Jinchuriki and set that loose too. If they were going to cause chaos, why not make it a full-blown spectacle? Let the Eight Tails and Two Tails tear through the Hidden Cloud and put on a real fireworks show. Tomorrow. Alright, come get me in the morning. You'll have to handle the higher-ups, though. I just refused their request to negotiate with Hanzo, so leaving the village might stir things up. Since Orochimaru was the one inviting him, he could handle the fallout with the higher-ups. Having secured Takuya's agreement and enjoyed a good hot pot meal, Orochimaru was in a great mood. Lord Hokage, Takuya has agreed to come with me to the Hidden Cloud. As for Hanzo, you'll have to send someone else. Why do you insist on bringing him along? The third Hokage asked, confused. With Orochimaru's skills, even if he couldn't complete the mission, he should at least be able to get away safely. Why was he so adamant about bringing Takuya? Orochimaru's response was calm but clear. For my own safety, and to ensure the mission causes enough chaos. If we're going to retaliate, we need to hit the Hidden Cloud hard, enough to make them feel it. Besides, Kushina is important to Takuya. His desire for revenge will be stronger than mine. Kushina belongs to the village. Not to any one person. The third Hokage wanted to shout that out, but he held his tongue. Chapter 197, A Special Mission, Who Wouldn't Want to Go? Just thinking about Kushina's feelings for Takuya made the third Hokage swallow his words. If Takuya was willing to retaliate against the Hidden Cloud village for Kushina, it meant she hadn't chosen the wrong person. But the problem was Takuya's background. His bloodline. Well, I'll leave you to it, old man. You can worry about it yourself, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, seeing right through the third Hokage's dilemma. He turned and left without a care. Captain. The three kids from Takuya Quad had just finished a mission and returned to the village, only to see Takuya waiting for them at the gate. Hyuga Sazune handed over the mission scroll, which Takuya took with a nod. I'm going to be leaving the village for a while, Takuya said to them. I've been assigned a rather special mission. During my absence, focus on your training and improving your skills. As for when we'll regroup as a team, just wait for my notification. A special mission? The moment they heard those words, the eyes of all three lit up. It wasn't just the competitive Ryoji Uchiha and the approval-seeking Aida Suai, even Hyuga Sazune's usually calm eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. There was no doubt, they all hoped Takuya would take them along on this special mission. Captain, can you take us with you on this mission? Ryoji Uchiha asked eagerly. Aida Suai nodded enthusiastically as well, while Sazune didn't speak, but her eyes gave her away. The young girl clearly wanted to join too. Special mission? Who wouldn't want to go? For these kids who hadn't yet stepped outside the village and hadn't seen the harshness of the world, higher-ranked missions were the most exciting thing imaginable. Takuya looked at their eager faces and his expression turned a bit strange. Are you sure you want to go? He asked. Of course. They replied. Even if this mission is so dangerous that even Jonin has only a 1 in 10 chance of survival? Takuya added. They froze. Wait. Was this still a special mission? Or was it more like a suicide mission? What kind of mission had such a terrifying death rate, where even Jonin was unlikely to come back alive? This was no special mission, this was practically a death sentence. In fact, the mission truly was one where most Jonin would meet their doom. Only those with exceptional skills had any chance of survival. Sneaking into the Hidden Cloud village and targeting their Jinchuriki? The difficulty level of this mission was off the charts. Most shinobi wouldn't even dare think about it. In such a mission, what good was Jonin? They'd likely be wiped out. Do you still want to go? Takuya asked with a grin, looking at their stunned faces. Come on, you were so confident just now. What happened? Captain, you're joking, right? Haha. Aida Suai laughed awkwardly. Ryoji's face kept shifting between determination and hesitation, while Sazune stayed silent, clearly conflicted. She was trying to figure out whether Takuya was just trying to scare them, maybe to discourage them from coming along. Shaking his head, Takuya dropped his smile and spoke seriously. I'm not joking, and I don't make jokes about things like this. This mission is extremely dangerous. Even Jonin can die easily on it. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to come along. Just don't expect me to guarantee how many of you will make it back. No thanks. We'll just wait here in the village for you, Captain, Aida Suai said, immediately backing down. Ryoji Uchiha hung his head too. As much as he wanted to argue back, Takuya had no reason to lie to them. If they didn't believe him, they could go along and see for themselves. If they died, well, they'd have no one else to blame. On a regular mission, Takuya could prioritize protecting them. But on this kind of mission? Sorry, if you die, that's on you. Stay here and wait for me to come back. I can't bring you along for this mission, and I'm sorry for that. But once I return, I'll take you all out to see the world. We'll tackle some higher-ranked missions, Takuya said, patting Hyuga Sazune's head and painting a promising picture for the three of them. And it wasn't an empty promise. Takuya genuinely planned to take them out beyond the village, to show them the harsh realities of the world. He wanted them to stop daydreaming about becoming instant heroes and the next Hokage. The truth was, all those thoughts were just fantasies. Besides, Ryoji and Aida causing a fuss was one thing, but why was Sazune joining in? Didn't she realize her unique position? But why did she always blush every time he touched her head? Takuya made a mental note to be more cautious next time. Maybe it was a sensitive spot or something. With a glance at Sazune's flushed face, Takuya waved them off. Alright, that's it for now. Head home and rest. I'll notify you when a team regroups. In the meantime, if you can't sit still, feel free to take on some standard missions together. Sigh. If only Captain would take us with him. Aida Sui lamented as Takuya walked away. Are you crazy? Captain said it himself, if we went, it'd be a death sentence. Do you really think Captain would joke about something like that? Ryoji snapped. And how do you know he wasn't just trying to scare us? Aida shot back. Ugh, I'm not wasting my breath on you. Captain's an Uchiha, he wouldn't stoop to lying. Ryoji turned his head proudly and walked off, as if continuing the conversation was beneath him. Aida Sui was left speechless. Even Hyuga Sazune gave him a strange look before shaking her head and walking away. Why are they both treating me like this? Left feeling both insulted and misunderstood, Aida's anger was reaching its boiling point. His young face twisted in frustration. After parting ways with his team, Takuya found Kushina and reminded her, I'm leaving the village tomorrow for a special mission. Stay alert while I'm gone and don't wander around. The village uncovered some hidden cloud spies, and it seems they're planning to abduct you. What? Kushina's eyes flared with anger, her hair even lifting slightly as if on fire. Those bastards think they can come after this old lady? Seeing Kushina so fired up, Takuya couldn't help but think that maybe he should talk to Tsunade about not using the phrase this old lady so often. Kushina's already picked it up. And her temper had gotten noticeably worse too. She was starting to resemble Tsunade more and more. Don't worry, Takuya, Kushina assured him. I'll stay right here. If those hidden cloud fools come looking for trouble, I'll make them regret it. Hey. That big fox promised me that if anyone tried to harm me, it'd step in and help. So if they want to die, they're welcome to try. Although Kushina hadn't earned the Ninetales' full approval, the fox had begrudgingly agreed to a few terms after their last incident. One of those terms was that if she found herself in danger, it would step in to help. Unfortunately, she only had 3 chances. No matter how much Kushina begged, the Ninetales refused to grant her any more. So if the hidden cloud shinobi dared to attack, they might not face Kushina alone, but the fearsome orange chakra of the Ninetales itself. Chapter 198, No chakra medal, no deal alright, as long as you're confident. I won't say more. I'll start preparing, I'm leaving tomorrow, Kushina said confidently, and Takuya felt like he should trust her. With the spy network dismantled, even if the hidden cloud village tried to send people over, there was no guarantee they could even sneak into the village, let alone make a move on Kushina. Now that they knew about the hidden cloud's plan to abduct a Jinchuriki, the third Hokage definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If Kushina were captured, it wouldn't be the worst thing, they could always get her back. But if the Ninetales were released by accident, the entire village could be destroyed. The third Hokage knew he couldn't stop the Ninetales. After all, he wasn't the first Hokage who could take on the beast like it was just a pet. If the Ninetales were to rampage through the village, it would leave nothing but ruins in its wake. That's why, despite his usual reluctance, the third Hokage agreed to Denzo's revenge plan. The hidden cloud dared to make a move on Hidden Lee Village's secret weapon? They had to retaliate. Meanwhile, in a private lab, Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat and focused on his experiment, suddenly sensed something. His eyes flashed with annoyance. I don't remember inviting you here, he muttered. Thud. Thud. The steady sound of a cane striking the iron floor echoed through the lab as Denzo slowly entered. Is this how you treat an ally? Denzo asked, his voice as cold as his entrance. We're not allies yet. Our deal hasn't been finalized because I haven't received what you promised, Orochimaru said, eyes narrowing. Seeing that his experiment wouldn't be continuing, Orochimaru quickly jotted down some notes, set his tools aside, and removed his gloves, tossing them into a nearby trash bin. At this point in time, Orochimaru hadn't fully descended into darkness, though he had his sights set on immortality. He wasn't yet as extreme as he would later become, especially after the events involving Milwaukee. This lab, for instance, was entirely legal, funded by his own earnings, and sanctioned by Hidden Leaf Village. The higher-ups knew Orochimaru had a passion for experimentation, so they allowed him to build his own lab. Some of the equipment was even procured with the third Hokage's approval. As of now, his research didn't involve anything forbidden. Although he wasn't thrilled about Milwaukee being forcibly assigned to him, Orochimaru had grown fond of the kid. So when Denzo approached him for some less than legal experiments, Orochimaru made his demands clear. In addition to a hidden laboratory, he required chakra metal. That's why Denzo had recently moved most of Hidden Leaf Village's reserves into a storage scroll. It was a necessary part of their arrangement. Denzo, having lost an eye and the use of his arm, was desperate. Hidden Leaf Village would never accept a cripple as Hokage, it would damage the village's image. To restore his body, Denzo needed to conduct certain forbidden experiments. And who better to help than Orochimaru? The chakra metal was stolen, Denzo growled, his face darkening as he slammed his cane against the ground in frustration. I had most of the village's reserves of chakra metal sealed in a scroll and sent to you, but as soon as it left the village, it was ambushed and taken. Well, that's unfortunate, Orochimaru said with a sly grin. He couldn't help but be amused at Denzo's bad luck. The shipment was stolen almost immediately after leaving the village? The chakra metal just vanished? Well, without the chakra metal, I can't craft the high-level tools I need for our experiments. So, naturally, our cooperation isn't valid. Orochimaru needed the chakra metal not just for the experiments, but also because he wanted to create a suitable weapon for Nawaki, who had been training relentlessly in taijutsu and swordsmanship. Denzo's face twisted in frustration. The internal investigation in the Anbu, was that your doing? Denzo asked, his tone accusatory. Humphrey. Saratobe has grown old and lost his edge. Without me pushing him, do you think he'd have initiated the investigation or gone along with the plan to retaliate against the hidden cloud? Denzo spat, growing angrier as he spoke. But Orochimaru didn't care. Let's talk again when you have what I need. Maybe by the time I return from the Land of Lightning, you'll have some good news. Otherwise, find someone else to work with, Orochimaru said, dismissively. Denzo's grip tightened on his cane. You'll see my commitment, Denzo replied through gritted teeth as he turned to leave. Orochimaru's refusal wasn't surprising. Both men were cut from the same cloth, neither would move without proper incentive. The loss of the chakra metal was Denzo's problem, not Orochimaru's. Without the goods, there would be no deal. After Denzo left, Orochimaru chuckled darkly to himself. Meanwhile, Denzo needed to figure out how to acquire the chakra metal before Orochimaru returned. But where would he find more chakra metal? The remaining reserves in the logistics division were overseen by Koharu, and she would never allow him to take them. He had already pushed his luck the first time. If he tried again, she would certainly raise hell. It looks like I'll need to visit Hanzo myself, Denzo mused aloud. He saw an opportunity to meet with Hanzo. Under the guise of convincing Hanzo to withdraw his forces from the Land of Iron, Denzo could negotiate for something in return, like chakra metal. After all, Hanzo was sure to loot resources if he succeeded in his invasion. As for how much Hanzo could extract from the Land of Iron, that was Hanzo's problem. Hidden Leaf Village's official mission was to convince him to back down, but Denzo knew he'd control the narrative. If Hanzo refused to leave, what could Hidden Leaf Village do? They wouldn't go to war with the Hidden Rain over it, surely. Denzo, who initially had no interest in getting involved with the Land of Iron situation, now felt he should personally take the reins. The next day, Denzo approached the third Hokage, who had been grappling with the situation and volunteered to negotiate with Hanzo. The third Hokage was stunned. Denzo had been so adamant about not getting involved. What changed? But in the end, the third Hokage accepted Denzo's offer. Hidden Leaf Village did need someone to approach Hanzo, after all. Even if the negotiation didn't succeed, they had to show they were serious about peace. As for whether Hanzo would withdraw his troops, that would depend on the negotiation. With everything in Hidden Leaf Village settled, Takuya was ready for the journey ahead. Late at night, Orochimaru arrived at Takuya's home. Seeing Takuya casually climb out of the window, Orochimaru smiled. Takuya-kun is as reliable as always. Takuya-kun? Why did that always sound so wrong coming from Orochimaru? They talked about this before, just call him by his name. But after wandering around for a while and fighting on the front lines in the Land of Rivers, Orochimaru had gone back to his old habit. Every time Orochimaru called him Takuya-kun, Takuya couldn't shake the feeling that the snake-like man was up to something. The two of them left the village through a hidden Anbu exit, slipping into the night as they headed toward the Land of Lightning. What intel does the village have on the Hidden Clouds Jinchuriki? Takuya asked, wanting to be well prepared for the mission ahead. Chapter 199, Takuya, are you interested in the two tales? Orochimaru maintained a steady pace as they traveled, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to Takuya. There's a spy placed in the Hidden Cloud Village by Hidden Leaf Village. He'll help us infiltrate, but after that, it's up to the two of us to handle the rest, Orochimaru explained. Too bad though. Such pieces can only be used once. Of course, they can, Takuya muttered internally. Once things blow up, The hidden cloud will definitely launch an internal investigation. All the spies planted by different villages will be rooted out one by one. That's the whole point of a spy, right? To be useful when it matters most. What's the point of being sentimental about it? Anyone who takes this path knows they'll be discovered eventually. The moment they make a move, their value is gone. Not many spies can stay hidden forever, unless they never act at all. Do we have any information on the two-tails Jinchuriki? Takuya asked, skimming through the scroll. Orochimaru took the scroll back and replied, Hidden Leaf Village only has detailed intel on the eight-tails Jinchuriki. As for the two-tails, it rampaged not too long ago, and they've likely replaced the Jinchuriki since then. I'm afraid the hidden cloud has hidden them away. That's a shame, Takuya said, slightly disappointed. He was looking forward to testing himself against the two-tails Jinchuriki, but if they were locked away, it seemed their target was limited to the eight-tails Jinchuriki. If they managed to release the eight tails, it would certainly make the third Raikage furious. How much destruction they could cause would depend on how quickly the Raikage returned to the village. The hidden cloud had special transportation seals, and given the Raikage's near superhuman durability, it would hardly slow him down. Takuya, are you interested in the two tails? Orochimaru asked with a sly grin. Yeah, I've heard the two tails is a rather unique tailed beast among the tailed beasts. I was curious to see for myself, but it looks like the hidden cloud isn't giving me the chance. I guess we'll focus on the eight tails, Takuya replied. If the two tails isn't available, then the eight tails would be the next best thing. As long as they could cause a little chaos in the hidden cloud, that was enough for him. By the time the hidden cloud got their next eight tails Jinchuriki, it would probably be that goofball, Killer Bee. What do you think is the meaning of life? Orochimaru suddenly asked as they continued on their journey. Takuya paused, glancing back at him, then sat down on a nearby rock. He decided to take a short break. Orochimaru sat down as well, his gaze never leaving Takuya. Takuya pulled out a scroll, retrieving some supplies. He was planning to grab a quick bite before they continued. Probably. Just staying alive, Takuya said casually. It was a question everyone had a different answer to. For Orochimaru, it was immortality. For Takuya, he wasn't as ambitious, just living was enough. In a way, it was the same as immortality, just without the obsession. After all, who wants to die if they can keep on living? Although, in the world of shinobi, not dying was easier said than done. Just staying alive? Orochimaru repeated. Of course. What else? Takuya replied. And why is that? Orochimaru asked, clearly intrigued by Takuya's answer. It wasn't the kind of response you'd expect from someone Takuya's age. Most kids at this age would struggle to answer such a deep question. Many wouldn't even know what to say. Orochimaru had asked the same question to Nawaki before, and his answer. Well, Orochimaru could only describe it as underwhelming. Because life only has meaning while you're alive. Once you lose it, you lose everything. Orochimaru was still thinking over Takuya's words. Was this question coming from a place of personal reflection? Nawaki was still alive and well. So what was triggering this line of thought in Orochimaru? Takuya wondered. Maybe something happened to Orochimaru on the front lines in the land of rivers. He had been acting a little strange since he returned from the battlefield. After a while, Orochimaru suddenly chuckled. Takuya, your answer is fascinating. The meaning of life is to live, and once life is gone, so is everything. Orochimaru seemed to be lost in thought again. He quickly stopped walking, pulling out a scroll and a pen, and started jotting down notes. Takuya had no idea what Orochimaru was doing, so he waited, watching the snake-like shinobi scribble away. This was why Takuya had to be careful around him. Orochimaru, once he went down a darker path, would become utterly ruthless. It was safer to keep a distance from someone like that. Especially since a darkened Orochimaru would develop a particular fascination with the Sharingan, and Takuya didn't want to get caught up in that. Once Orochimaru had finished writing, he smiled, pleased with himself, and tucked away the scroll and pen. The two resumed their journey. The world wasn't exactly peaceful at the moment. While the war between Hidden Lee Village and the Hidden Rain had ended, a fierce conflict was now raging between Hidden Lee Village and the Hidden Sand in the Land of Rivers. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Hidden Rain had launched an invasion of the Land of Iron. In another corner of the world, tensions between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone were escalating, as the two longtime rivals clashed once again. In fact, the threat of an attack from the Hidden Cloud had forced the Sushi Kage, Anoki, to withdraw his forces from the Hidden Rain and redirect them to defend against the Hidden Cloud. In a roundabout way, the Hidden Cloud had actually helped Hidden Lee Village. If the Hidden Stone hadn't pulled back its forces, the war in the Hidden Rain would have dragged on. Hidden Lee Village's land, Chio, was able to negotiate a truce with Hanzo, but Anoki wouldn't have given him the same courtesy. Takeya and Orochimaru passed through the Land of Iron as they made their way to the hidden cloud. The war had even brought chaos to the once neutral Land of Iron. Villages burned, and the signs of battle were everywhere. They stopped to rest in one such village, which had been ravaged by conflict. Takeya handled the food while Orochimaru went hunting. Soon, a half-grown deer was roasting over the fire, filling the air with the mouth-watering scent of venison. Takeya, your cooking skills are truly impressive. No wonder Tsunade is always going on about your food, Orochimaru remarked, taking a bite of the perfectly roasted meat. Although he wasn't picky about food, Orochimaru didn't mind indulging in good cuisine when the opportunity presented itself. As they ate, Takeya mused, I wonder how long the war between the Hidden Rain and the Land of Iron will last. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone won't stand by and watch. The Land of Iron is neutral, after all, and they have good relations with the 5 great villages. Even if Hidden Leaf Village doesn't get involved, the Cloud and Stone certainly will, Orochimaru replied. Among the 5 great villages, Hidden Leaf Village was stretched thin. The sand was struggling to hold its own. The mist was too far away and too isolated to interfere. Orochimaru believed the fate of the Land of Iron would be decided by how the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone reacted. Hidden Leaf Village might want to intervene, but they were in no position to do so, and it wasn't like Hanzo would listen to them anyway. If the Raikage or Anoki got involved, Hanzo wouldn't have much choice but to retreat. He might be known as a demigod, but his power only extended so far. Against the Raikage or Anoki, Hanzo didn't stand a chance. Chapter 200, Wearing a wig is fine, but green is a no-go after a night's rest. Takeya and Orochimaru set out again, soon crossing into the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning was known for its high plateaus, with a hidden cloud village built atop one of the tallest mountains. Due to the terrain, much of the region was constantly cloaked in storm clouds, giving rise to the country's famous lightning phenomena. Bolts of lightning repeatedly struck down from the skies with tremendous force. It wasn't surprising that most of the ninja from the hidden cloud village had an affinity for lightning-style jutsu. Growing up in this environment, it would be hard not to excel in lightning techniques. Recalling some of the jokes from his previous life, Takeya couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Orochimaru gave him a curious glance. Takeya, did something amusing cross your mind? Kinda, Takeya replied, smiling. I was just thinking about how, because of their environments, Hidden Cloud Shinobi are skilled in lightning techniques, Hidden Mist Shinobi are experts in water jutsu, Hidden Stone Shinobi specialize in earth jutsu, and Hidden Sand Shinobi dominate wind techniques. Meanwhile, we in the Leaf. We've got a little bit of everything. Orochimaru stared, seemingly unamused. Was that supposed to be a joke? Maybe his sense of humor was just too refined to find it funny. Still, Takeya had a point. The Leaf was a melting pot of ninja with various affinities, making it harder to define a signature style for the village. Sure, there was wood style, but that had died out with the first Hokage. Takeya, we'll need to alter our appearances before entering the Hidden Cloud village. It'll make things smoother for us, Orochimaru said, pulling out a scroll. Opening it, he began pulling out items. Takeya's expression darkened as Orochimaru pulled out wig after wig, comparing them. The sense of foreboding grew stronger. He understood the need for disguises, but why on earth did Orochimaru have so many green wigs? Bright green, dark green, forest green. How much did Orochimaru love this color? You've got to be kidding me. There's no way I'm wearing that. And don't even think about smearing that stuff on me, Takeya snapped, eyeing the deep green wig Orochimaru had selected. He was also holding a small box that contained some kind of thick, black liquid that smelled absolutely foul. Takeya immediately knew what Orochimaru had in mind, slap on a green wig and smear that sticky black mess all over his skin. No way in hell. I'll wear a wig, fine. But not a green one. Absolutely not. Sure, in this world, green hair wasn't uncommon. But Takeya wasn't having it. And as for that box of goo, the smell alone was enough to make him gag. There was no way he was putting that on his skin. Is it the color you don't like? Orochimaru asked, looking puzzled as he held the wig in his hands. Takeya, your appearance is known all over the ninja world. If you don't disguise yourself, getting into the Hidden Cloud village could become complicated. I'll figure something out. You go on ahead. I'll meet you later, Takeya insisted. Wear a green wig? Over my dead body. Takeya's face twitched as he watched Orochimaru pick up the green wig again. He'd rather sneak into the village and stay hidden than walk around with that thing on his head, especially not with that nauseating black paste smeared on him. If you insist. Orochimaru said, shrugging. He proceeded to disguise himself, donning the wig and covering his skin with the dark goo. He even added wrinkles to his face, making him look like an elderly man from a distance, a very odd elderly man. See you in the Hidden Cloud, Orochimaru said, his new disguise complete. Since Takeya refused to take on the full disguise, Orochimaru didn't press him. After all, he needed to move quickly to meet up with their informant inside the village. As for Takeya, Orochimaru trusted he would be able to sneak in and hide without any trouble. "Can't stand it," Takeya muttered, watching Orochimaru walk off with his flowing green hair. It was an eyesore. There was no way in hell he was putting that wig on. Orochimaru really had some strange tastes. And it wasn't just the wigs. The guy liked to wear fancy robes, tie giant ribbons on himself like some noble, and walk around like that. It was just weird. Getting into the Hidden Cloud Village wasn't hard, actually, it was easier than getting into the Leaf Village. Despite the Hidden Cloud being built atop a mountain, the village was famous for producing high-quality beef and fine wines, drawing merchants from all over the world. The wealth they earned from trade had filled the village's coffers, allowing them to continually build up their military might. After Hidden Leaf Village's losses in the First and Second Shinobi Wars, the Hidden Cloud had caught up. Without the strain of constant war, the Hidden Cloud was thriving, bustling with activity as traders and merchants from various lands gathered there. This made Takeya's infiltration even easier. He might not be as skilled at disguise techniques as Orochimaru, but he knew enough to get by. With Snowy helping to suppress his chakra signature, Takeya applied a light disguise and strolled casually through the bustling streets of the Hidden Cloud Village. "Hey boss, give me a leg of that young calf," Takeya called out as he passed by a street vendor. When in the Hidden Cloud, you had to try the local delicacies. As for Orochimaru, Takeya would send Snowy to find him later that night. As long as Snowy remembered his scent, she'd be able to track Orochimaru down, no matter where he was hiding in the village. According to Snowy, he reeks of snake. You could smell him even if he was underground. Coming right up. One calf leg, fresh off the grill. The shirtless vendor, his muscles bulging, skillfully sliced off a leg from the roasted calf and handed it to Takeya. Grilled whole calf, one of the Hidden Cloud Village's signature dishes. Inside the restaurant, a bunch of similarly muscular men were noisily digging into their food. Compared to the average shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village, the folks in the Hidden Cloud were built like tanks. The Hidden Cloud specialties were well known: top-grade mountain beef, fine wines, and muscles. Good thing bodybuilding contests don't exist here, or the Hidden Cloud would win every year. Overhearing some of the conversations, Takeya realized that many patrons were discussing the ongoing war in the Land of Iron. "I heard that Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain, is attacking the Land of Iron. It's chaos over there. The samurai are putting up a fight against the range shinobi. That so-called demigod only has the guts to attack neutral countries like the Land of Iron." "What a joke," one man scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Hanzo's reputation. It was obvious from the way they spoke that the people of the Hidden Cloud had little respect for Hanzo, believing their own third Raikage to be the strongest. After filling his stomach and enjoying the sights, Takeya wandered the streets like any tourist would, buying various local products and storing them in his scrolls. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already infiltrated the village and made contact with the informant Hidden Leaf Village had planted inside. Once this mission is complete, find a way to leave the Hidden Cloud and return to Hidden Leaf Village. Your mission here is over, Orochimaru instructed the spy. Spies were almost always disposable. Once they were activated, their chances of getting caught skyrocketed. The future for most spies was either death or escape. Orochimaru wasn't leaving this one to die. He was offering the man a chance at a new life. If he could make it back to Hidden Leaf Village and pass the various screenings, he'd be given a fresh start. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," the spy responded, voice shaking with emotion. Chapter 201, Orochimaru Strikes. The Eight Tails goes berserk. Escaping the Hidden Cloud Village and returning to Hidden Leaf Village to live a normal life was the dream of the spy. Now, that dream was finally within reach. But first, he had to survive long enough to leave the Hidden Cloud and return to the Leaf. And that could only happen after Orochimaru's mission was completed. If he left too soon, it would raise suspicion. "Dismissed," Orochimaru said. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," the spy replied, retreating into the shadows. Opening the intel scroll, Orochimaru began his preparations. He was about to give the Hidden Cloud a gift, though it was one they definitely wouldn't appreciate. With the spy's help, Orochimaru had successfully infiltrated the village and was now laying low. What he didn't realize was that a certain youth, disguised as a tourist, had already passed by his hideout with a knowing smile. Takeya, disguised as a traveler, spent his time leisurely visiting the famous sights of the Hidden Cloud. He had to admit, in terms of scenic beauty, the Cloud Village outclassed Hidden Leaf Village. Its unique natural wonders attracted visitors from all over the world. Blending in with the crowds, Takeya played the role of a wide-eyed tourist, mesmerized by the stunning views. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had switched disguises multiple times, had no idea that Takuya had already found him. Not only that, but Takuya knew exactly what Orochimaru was planning. Orochimaru's scheme was simple: make the owner of a small, out-of-the-way restaurant disappear, take his place, and then target the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. According to the intel from the spy, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki often dined at this little restaurant, which was located in a secluded part of the village where not many people ventured. This Jinchuriki wasn't as popular as Killer Bee would one day become. In fact, his life in the Hidden Cloud was rather harsh, as many villagers treated him like a monster. That's often the curse of being a Jinchuriki. Until you gain the acceptance of most of your village, you're seen as nothing more than a dangerous creature. This alienation gave Orochimaru the perfect opportunity to strike. Takuya, however, had his sights set on the Two Tails. Unfortunately, after several days of searching, he couldn't detect any trace of the Two Tails chakra anywhere in the village. His guess? The Two Tails Jinchuriki had been hidden away, possibly on Turtle Island. Given the timeline, the current Two Tails Jinchuriki couldn't be Ujito yet. Ujito was from Kakashi's generation. So, there's still another issue with the Two Tails Jinchuriki? Takuya mused. Compared to Hidden Leaf Village, other villages certainly had a rougher time managing their Jinchuriki. No wonder they'd been so eager to target the Uzumaki clan. They'd clearly been spooked by the trouble caused by the tailed beasts. 5 days quickly passed. During that time, Takuya made no effort to contact Orochimaru, even though he knew where Orochimaru was hiding and what disguise he had taken on. Similarly, Orochimaru made no move to seek out Takuya, confident that the younger shinobi had successfully infiltrated the village and was keeping a low profile. Almost time, Orochimaru muttered, gazing at the last remaining drops of his concoction with a cold grin. No one in the Hidden Cloud village could have expected that their plan to abduct the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would backfire and lead to retaliation from Hidden Leaf Village. From the Cloud's perspective, Hidden Leaf Village was far too busy fighting the Sand Village to even notice their schemes. Even if they did manage to kidnap Kushina, the Cloud believed that Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't be able to retaliate. The Leaf, weakened and war-torn, would have no choice but to negotiate and trade for the Nine-Tails and Kushina's return. That's why the Hidden Cloud had dared to hatch such a plan in the first place. What they didn't know was that their plot had been discovered before it even began, and thanks to Denzo's interference, a counterattack was already in motion. Orochimaru wasn't stupid enough to try controlling a Jinchuriki directly. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, though not a perfect host, was still strong. If he tapped into the Eight-Tails chakra, combined with his own abilities, even Orochimaru would have trouble. That's why Orochimaru had a different plan: drugs. A special concoction designed to agitate a tailed beast, pushing it into a berserk rage and causing it to break through its seal. Of course, this only worked on Jinchuriki whose seals were unstable. If you tried this on someone like Kushina, she could probably drink the stuff like water and feel no effects. The adamantine sealing chains would keep the Nine-Tails on a tight leash, completely under control. The only way to weaken Kushina's control would be to severely exhaust her and have outside help to force the Nine-Tails to break free. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, though, was far from being a perfect host. Unpopular among the villagers and constantly mistreated, the Jinchuriki had plenty of psychological stress, exactly the kind of instability Orochimaru needed to make his plan work. "Master, I'm sensing an unstable tailed beast chakra," Snowy's voice rang in Takuya's mind. "So Orochimaru has already succeeded?" Takuya mused. It had only been a few days, and yet Orochimaru had managed to pull off his plan so quickly. Of all the tailed beasts, the Eight-Tails was second only to the Nine-Tails in strength. With the Jinchuriki lacking the Eight-Tails' full cooperation, and the seal weakened by the drug, there was no telling what kind of destruction was about to unfold. A sharp scream echoed from the remote part of the village, followed by a surge of crimson chakra. The Eight-Tails chakra shot into the sky, wrapping around the Jinchuriki's body like a cloak. Covered in the Eight-Tails' malevolent chakra, the Jinchuriki's mind was rapidly slipping away, bit by bit. What the hell is going on? The Hidden Cloud Danbu who had been tasked with watching the Jinchuriki were shocked. Staring at the figure now cloaked in the tailed beast's energy, eyes glowing red and full of madness, they immediately realized they had a serious problem on their hands. "Morina, calm down. Don't let the tailed beast take over," one of the Anbu shouted, while the other sent an emergency flare into the sky. The flare exploded high above the Hidden Cloud village, drawing the attention of many. With the Eight-Tails chakra spreading like wildfire, the village's strongest shinobi began converging on the scene. "It seems your plan worked out quite well," a voice remarked behind Orochimaru. In the dimly lit restaurant, Orochimaru's body stiffened. Every hair on his body stood on end as the voice spoke, sending a chill down his spine. His pupils narrowed into slits. When he finally turned and saw that it was only Takuya, Orochimaru's tense posture relaxed. "Did I scare you?" Takuya asked, raising an eyebrow. Seeing Orochimaru's snake-like eyes widen in fear was not something Takuya had expected. His ability to hide himself had clearly improved. With Snowy concealing his chakra, sneaking up on someone as skilled as Orochimaru had been no problem at all. I didn't expect to see your eyes go full snake mode, Takuya teased. Orochimaru's gaze narrowed as he studied Takuya. How had the young shinobi managed to find him and sneak in without being detected? After a moment of thought, Orochimaru chuckled, a long tongue flicking out to lick his lips. It seems you've grown stronger, Takuya. Your ability to conceal your presence. I'm quite interested in that. Do you think you could teach it to me? It's pretty simple, Takuya replied with a smirk, placing Snowy on his shoulder. Just find yourself a summon like Snowy here and have it hide your chakra. It's foolproof. Orochimaru's smile faltered, the corners of his lips twitching. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the air vibrated as the Eight Tails chakra erupted further. The entire village trembled under the weight of the tail beast's power. Takuya glanced upward. Looks like the Eight Tails has broken free of its seal. Man, the Cloud Village really has some sloppy sealing techniques. So, what did you use to make it go berserk this quickly? Without saying a word, Orochimaru continued packing up his equipment. On the table, he left behind a small bottle with the last remnants of the purple liquid he'd used. This is a special serum, designed to push a tailed beast into a frenzy. It's a one-time use solution, though. Now that I've done it, the other villages will surely develop countermeasures. Even once is impressive, Takuya said, picking up the bottle and giving it a curious sniff. It had no scent at all, just looked like purple water. Chapter 202, Can Takuya really restrain the Nine Tails? Scientists really do have a knack for dirty tricks. You even managed to create something like this, Takuya remarked, swirling the strange liquid in the vial. When are we leaving? He added. The Eight Tails was rampaging, and although the third Raikage would arrive soon to clean up the mess, the hidden Cloud Village had already taken quite the beating. Their mission was practically complete, though the heavy lifting had been done by Orochimaru. Takuya had spent his days leisurely exploring the village, even visiting the famous Cloud Valley Gorge. Not a bad trip overall. Orochimaru, packing up his belongings, chuckled. Aren't you curious why I invited you on this mission in the first place, Takuya? Leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs, Takuya shrugged. I figured it out. You're afraid of dying. So, using my connection to Kushina, you took the opportunity to bring me along. If things go smoothly, you can retreat easily. But if something goes wrong, two are better than one. Having someone else draw fire increases your chances of escape, Takuya explained with a smirk. Orochimaru wasn't someone who did things out of kindness. Takuya knew better than to believe that. His motives laid bare, Orochimaru didn't seem to mind. He hadn't expected Takuya to be fooled in the first place. Still maintaining his disguise, Orochimaru extended another invitation. How about watching the rest of the show with me? Of course. Who wouldn't want to see this? Takuya grinned. Events like this didn't happen every day, it'd be a waste not to enjoy the chaos. Takuya also recalled how Orochimaru had slyly taken the broken horn of the Eight Tails with him. The village was in total disarray, the Eight Tails rampaging uncontrollably. The seal had been shattered, and it was only a matter of time before the beast fully emerged. Roar. At that moment, a massive figure of crimson chakra was tearing through the hidden cloud. The drug Orochimaru had concocted sent the Eight Tails into a full-blown frenzy, destroying everything in sight. Earth-style, 10,000 earth flow walls. One by one, tall earth walls rose, attempting to block the Eight Tails' rampage. Dodai, the assistant to the Raikage, was working himself to the bone, barking orders. Where is the Raikage? He shouted, frustration clear in his voice. The Eight Tails had gone berserk far too suddenly, and to make things worse, the strongest ninja in the village, the third Raikage, was out of town. With no other choice, Dodai led the village's Jonin in a desperate attempt to contain the beast. But trying to stop the Eight Tails or the Nine Tails with sheer numbers was pointless. In the face of these tailed beasts, even large groups of shinobi were barely a match. Lord Dodai, we've already notified the Raikage. He should be on his way soon. Damn it. Hold the line. Dodai roared. The sounds of explosions, battles, screams, and chaos filled the air. Civilians and merchants alike fled in all directions, terrified. Takuya and Orochimaru stood atop one of the taller buildings, watching the spectacle unfold. What did you put in that concoction of yours? Takuya asked, half in disbelief as he watched the Eight Tails completely lose control. It was hard to believe, but here it was happening right before his eyes. Takuya remembered the vial Orochimaru had handed him earlier, it had seemed so ordinary. How had something so simple pushed the Eight Tails to this point? It doesn't make sense, Takuya muttered to himself. Orochimaru, arms crossed, watched the destruction with a twisted smile. Tailed beasts are naturally filled with hatred and malice towards humans. At the same time, the Jinchuriki often despise the beasts sealed within them. All I had to do was amplify that hatred and resentment, combined with a weakening of the seal. Takuya couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's ingenuity. Only someone like him would come up with such a devious solution. The crimson chakra around the beast began to form bones and muscles, a clear sign that the tailed beast was about to fully emerge. If nothing stopped it now, the beast would soon break free from its Jinchuriki entirely. Looks like we should get a bit further away, Takuya said. As the eight tails began to charge a tailed beast bomb, both Takuya and Orochimaru retreated to a safer distance. They were here to watch, not get caught in the crossfire. Without a third Raikage, and with the fourth Raikage not yet strong enough, could the hidden cloud really stop the eight tails? The answer was obvious: they couldn't. The tailed beast bomb exploded in the center of the village, sending a devastating shockwave in every direction. Buildings crumbled, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and countless hidden cloud shinobi were killed, injured, or burned in the blast. The five great nations treated tailed beasts like nuclear weapons for a reason. Just look at the destruction this one attack had caused. The power of the tailed beast bomb was on par with, if not greater than, modern missiles. The shockwave from the explosion blew the wig right off Orochimaru's head, his expression filled with excitement as he watched the chaos unfold. This was the masterpiece he had orchestrated. The old man was right to let me carry out this retaliation against the hidden cloud. If the Nine Tails ever unleashed its fury on Hidden Leaf Village, the destruction would be even worse than what we're seeing here, Orochimaru remarked. The Nine Tails wouldn't get the chance to go wild, Takuya replied, still focused on the scene below. Oh? Orochimaru's slitted eyes narrowed. Are you saying you can restrain the Nine Tails, Takuya? Could Takuya really restrain the Nine Tails? Was he serious? Orochimaru's mind raced, wondering how Takuya could possibly pull that off. Was it this little fox companion of his? Or some other technique? Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued as he speculated wildly. Snowy, sitting on Takuya's shoulder, glanced at Orochimaru indifferently, not interested in giving him the time of day. It had never liked Orochimaru's scent to begin with. I can restrain it to some extent, Takuya admitted casually, not overplaying his hand. He could restrain the Nine Tails, sure, but it depended on how you defined restraint. Beating the beast into submission was one way, sealing it was another. Then there was the Madara Uchiha method of treating the Nine Tails like a pet, or the Hashirama approach of casually grabbing it like a chicken. Same result, but the methods were worlds apart. The hidden cloud would suffer a massive loss from this eight tails rampage. For the foreseeable future, they would have to put their rivalry with the hidden stone on hold. Roar. The eight tails finally broke free. Rampaging through the village, the beast smashed through everything in its path, unstoppable. Takuya watched with curiosity. How much damage could the eight tails cause before it was brought down? Master, I sense a powerful chakra approaching, Snowy suddenly said, its tail stilling as an unsettling presence drew closer. It seemed the main player had arrived. A flash of lightning streaked through the air, slamming into the eight tails and sending the massive beast flying back hundreds of meters. The eight tails tumbled through the village, toppling countless buildings before finally coming to a stop. The third Raikage had arrived. The lightning-fast figure that had just struck the eight tails was none other than the third Raikage, fully cloaked in his lightning-style armor. Aside from the absurdly overpowered flying thunder god technique, very few in the ninja world could match the third Raikage's speed. Orochimaru's grin faded, replaced by a more serious expression. The game had changed. Die. Roaring in rage, the eight tails clambered back to its feet, its enormous mouth opening wide as it began to charge another tail beast bomb. But the third Raikage wasn't one to be intimidated. He charged straight for the beast, his muscles bulging as he raised his arm, thicker than Takuya's waist, and brought it crashing down on the eight tails' jaw. Chapter 203, The Beast's Broken Horn? Snowy, go fetch it. The eight tails let out a painful roar as the tailed beast bomb it was gathering dispersed into nothing. Its massive face was nearly deformed from the blow, and its body slid further across the ground. Lord Raikage. The third Raikage had finally arrived. The hidden cloud shinobi cheered as their warrior god appeared on the battlefield. The third Raikage's expression was serious as he commanded, Dodai, take your men and assist the injured immediately. Investigate the cause of the eight tails rampage. I will handle the beast. Fighting tailed beasts was something the third Raikage had plenty of experience with. Roar. The eight tails, frustrated and furious after repeated defeats, roared and lashed out with its eight massive tails, thrashing them wildly in the Raikage's direction. Watch out, Lord Raikage! Dodai yelled in alarm. But the Raikage remained composed, charging fearlessly toward the beast. his right hand raised, enveloped in terrifying lightning chakra, as he aimed directly at the berserk eight tails. Dangerous. Even in its rage, the eight tails instinctively recognized a threat. Its tails whipped through the air, trying to strike the Raikage, but his speed was too great for the beast to land a hit. In desperation, the eight tails wrapped its tails around its own body, using them as a shield. Splat! The Raikage's hellstab, four-finger nukite pierced through the tails, driving straight into the eight tails' head. With a deafening scream, the beast's left horn snapped clean off, severed by the Raikage's strike. If the tails hadn't blocked some of the attack, the blow would have landed directly on the eight tails' skull, leaving it in far worse shape. What a terrifying attack! Orochimaru's voice trembled as he watched, his body stiff from the shock of what he had just witnessed. Go retrieve the eight tails' broken horn, Takuya mentally commanded Snowy before turning to Orochimaru. We need to leave. The hidden cloud shinobi will soon track you down. If we don't go now, it's only a matter of time before they find out, and when they do, we might end up facing the Raikage and the entire village. Once their identities were exposed, the hidden cloud would stop at nothing to hunt them down. Let's go. Orochimaru agreed. The idea of sticking around had lost all appeal. Originally, Orochimaru had intended to take the broken horn with him, but Takuya's warning made him reconsider. To get close to the eight tails and the Raikage now would be far too risky. If they were discovered, things would quickly spiral out of control. And if the Raikage led a manhunt, it could even force the hidden cloud to chase them all the way to the hidden leaf, putting Orochimaru in the position of being blamed for everything. Risking it all for a horn just wasn't worth it. Meanwhile, the eight tails was dazed from the blow, giving the third Raikage the chance to drag the beast out of the village by its tails. As the eight tails recovered, it retaliated ferociously, and their battle slowly shifted from the village to the nearby Cloud Valley Gorge. Within the hidden cloud, Snowy skillfully maneuvered through the chaos, sneaking closer to the battlefield. With a flick of its long tail, Snowy snatched up the broken horn of the eight tails and quickly made its retreat, following the scent of Takuya. The entire village was in disarray, so no one paid attention to the small fox darting around in the shadows. Dragging the eight tails horn, Snowy caught up with Takuya and Orochimaru shortly after. Master, I'm back, Snowy said proudly, dropping the horn in front of Takuya, its eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. Takuya chuckled at the sight of the horn lying on the ground, and a contented Snowy, clearly expecting compliments. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked as though he had eaten something bitter. He had been eyeing the horn for himself, yet Takuya had beaten him to it, with Snowy successfully retrieving it. You did great, Takuya said with a smile, patting Snowy on the head. The little fox purred happily, nuzzling against his hand. After sealing the horn into a scroll, Takuya stood up. Let's move. The hidden cloud will be a dangerous place for a while. Once the cause of the eight tails rampage was uncovered, the village was sure to explode into chaos. A thorough purge of spies would follow, much like what had already happened multiple times in the Hidden Leaf. The other villages' planted agents had long since been struggling to stay hidden. Many of them had undoubtedly cursed the third Hokage and his ancestors countless times for making their lives so difficult. With no time to waste, Takuya and Orochimaru quickly made their exit. Back in the hidden cloud, the battle was still raging. The fight had shifted from pure destruction to a fierce one-on-one between the Raikage and the Eight Tails, with the sounds of their clash echoing through Cloud Valley Gorge. Within the village, relief efforts were ongoing, but before the Raikage's arrival, the Eight Tails had already caused considerable damage. Following the Raikage's instructions, Dodai wasted no time investigating the cause of the disaster. The two Anbu members who had been monitoring the Jinchuriki were immediately treated and interrogated. You're saying there was nothing unusual about Mona's behavior recently? And no one strange had contact with him? Dodai asked, his frown deepening as he reviewed the Anbu report. If no suspicious individuals had interacted with the Jinchuriki, then how had the Eight Tails gone berserk? As their investigation progressed, all the clues pointed to the small restaurant that the Jinchuriki had often visited. But when Dodai and his team arrived at the restaurant, it was already abandoned. There wasn't a single person left inside. On one of the tables, they found a small glass bottle, containing a small amount of purple liquid. Seeing that bottle, Dodai had a sinking feeling. Take this back for analysis. I want to know exactly what this liquid is and how it was made. Dodai ordered, his frustration mounting. Looking out over the wreckage of the village, the bodies and the wounded scattered everywhere, Dodai clenched his fists in fury. Whoever is responsible for this, I'll make sure you pay. He shouted, his voice filled with rage. The results of the analysis confirmed his worst fears. The liquid contained an extract of hallucinogenic flowers, designed to induce hallucinations in its victims. Once the affected individual's negative emotions were amplified, chaos ensued. The drug had been tailored specifically to exploit the vulnerabilities of a Jinchuriki. Being ostracized by the villagers, treated like a monster, constantly monitored, and living under the weight of such oppression, anyone would eventually crack. Combine that with a substance that heightened those emotions, and disaster was inevitable. In the end, the calamity was as much the result of the Hidden Cloud's treatment of its Jinchuriki as it was the effects of the drug. Chapter 204, Man vs. Beast. The third Raikage is injured. If the seal was strong enough, even if there was a problem with the Jinchuriki, the tailed beast wouldn't be able to break free so easily. Upon discovering any issue, the sealing squad could immediately reinforce the seal and regain control over the beast. The Eight Tails rampaged through the Hidden Cloud village, causing widespread destruction and countless deaths. The village had been severely weakened. The news spread like wildfire, and even though the Hidden Cloud wanted to contain it, they couldn't stop the word from getting out. Moreover, the Cloud Shinobi didn't have the luxury of worrying about keeping the news under wraps. After all, their Raikage was still locked in battle with the Eight Tails. There was no time to worry about controlling the narrative. Besides, with something this big, it was impossible to hide. Since the situation couldn't be covered up, they might as well focus on containing the beast and deal with everything else later. It was clear that the Hidden Cloud had been set up. Who was behind it remained a mystery, though. And investigating such a plot wouldn't be easy unless the village responsible deliberately exposed themselves. But would the Hidden Leaf reveal their hand so easily? If word got out, it would likely provoke a retaliatory strike from the Hidden Cloud. Busy fighting the Sand Village, the Hidden Leaf would make sure this information was sealed tight. Thanks to the Eight Tails rampage, the Hidden Cloud had suffered heavy losses, its reputation shattered. It would take a long time for the village to recover. Even if the truth were revealed, launching a counter-strike against the Leaf wouldn't be so simple. Get out of my way. I don't want to fight, I just want freedom. In the Cloud Valley Gorge, the Eight Tails roared, desperate to escape, but the third Raikage blocked its path at every turn. By now, the Eight Tails had regained its senses. After a grueling battle with the Raikage, it was exhausted. From the beast's perspective, the Raikage was a madman, unstoppable, unbreakable, and relentlessly determined. The Eight Tails, one of the most fearsome tailed beasts, was on the verge of collapse, but the Raikage still had energy left to fight. It was absurd. Who was the real beast here? Damn it. Not this move again. The Raikage prepared his signature technique, Hellstab, one-finger Nukite, a terrifying attack that had made him a legendary figure across the ninja world. Countless enemies had learned to fear this technique. As the Raikage charged, his hand poised to strike, the Eight Tails panicked. It had suffered too many defeats at the hands of this move. By now, even the sight of the Raikage raising his hand sent shivers through the beast, its mind scarred by the repeated blows. Damn it. If I'm going down, so are you. In a desperate bid, the Eight Tails opened its mouth, rapidly forming a tail beast bomb. The bomb was small but condensed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was ready to fire. Seeing the bomb, the Raikage's face darkened. He quickened his pace, lightning flashing around him. Damn. I'm too late. In a flash, the Raikage was upon the Eight Tails. The beast's eyes widened in shock. Realizing it wouldn't be able to fire in time, the Eight Tails lowered its head to avoid the blow. The tailed beast bomb, no longer aimed, plummeted to the ground. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the gorge, the Hidden Cloud Shinobi stationed nearby startled by the sudden blast. In the aftermath of the explosion, the Raikage looked down in surprise at his chest. His eyes widened as he saw blood seeping from the wound. He had been injured by his own Hellstab, one-finger Nukite. The Eight Tails' sudden evasion and the explosion from the bomb had thrown off the Raikage's trajectory. Instead of striking the beast, his attack had pierced his own chest, leaving a deep, jagged wound. It was one of the few visible scars on the Raikage's otherwise invincible body. The difference? Every other scar had come from fighting enemies, but this one had been self-inflicted. Damn old monster. The Eight Tails muttered. Dazed and utterly exhausted, the Eight Tails was at its limit. After firing one last tailed beast bomb, it had no strength left to continue the fight. The close-range explosion had rattled the beast's mind, leaving it cursing under its breath before collapsing in a heap. On the other side, the third Raikage, having held out until the Eight Tails fell, finally allowed himself to relax. As the tension in his body eased, he too collapsed, unconscious. Thus, the battle between man and beast came to an end, a draw, with neither emerging victorious. Raikage-sama Nodai, along with a team of Jonin, rushed into the Cloud Valley Gorge. They immediately carried the Raikage to the hospital for treatment. Get the sealing squad here immediately. We need to reseal the Eight Tails. Nodai commanded. Yes, sir. The shinobi responded. With the Raikage being treated and the Eight Tails sealed away once more, The Cloud Shinobi began working around the clock. But rebuilding the village, which had been devastated by the rampage, would take a long time. When the third Raikage finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. "Raikage-sama, you're awake," Dodai greeted him, bowing respectfully. The Raikage shook his head and sat up, his enormous frame causing the bed to creak under his weight. He coughed slightly before asking, "Dodai, has the Eight Tails been resealed? What's the state of the village?" Dodai's elated expression faltered as he delivered the grim news. "The Eight Tails has been resealed, and now we're just waiting to select a new Jinchuriki to complete the process. But as for the village..." Dodai's brow furrowed as he continued, gritting his teeth. "The damage is severe. Many of our people were killed during the battle, and a large portion of the village's buildings were destroyed. Several foreign tourists and merchants were also caught in the destruction, and we'll need to compensate them as well. Despite the world running on strength, the Hidden Cloud would still have to give those merchants and tourists an explanation. Without proper compensation and a reasonable explanation, no one would want to come to the Hidden Cloud to do business again." The Raikage's thick eyebrows knitted together. "Have you determined the cause of the Eight Tails rampage?" He hadn't been in the village when the attack happened. It wasn't until the Anbu notified him that he returned and got pulled into the fight. Even now, the Raikage didn't know why the Eight Tails had gone berserk. "Raikage-sama, I suggest we take this opportunity to conduct a thorough purge. Based on my investigation, this incident was definitely the work of enemy spies," Dodai declared angrily. "According to our findings, the owner of a small restaurant that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki frequented was murdered and replaced by a spy. That spy laced the Jinchuriki's food with a special drug. The Jinchuriki unknowingly consumed the drug over time, which eventually eroded his sanity and allowed the Eight Tails to break free. This drug magnified the Jinchuriki's inner darkness, fueling the Eight Tails' fury and triggering the rampage. Investigate." The Raikage roared, slamming his fist down on the bed. The steel-framed hospital bed crumpled under the blow, and the entire ward trembled. "Raikage-sama, please calm down," Dodai pleaded, his eyes wide with panic. The village had already suffered enough damage. If the Raikage lost his temper and demolished the hospital, it would be disastrous. There were too many injured to risk such an outburst. "I'm fine," the Raikage grumbled, standing up and ripping off the bandages wrapped around his chest. His gaze fell on the jagged lightning-shaped scar on his chest, and his mouth twitched in frustration. Who would have thought the day would come when the Raikage's hellstab, one-finger Nukite, would be used against himself? "Raikage-sama, that wound," Dodai began, hesitant. He knew better than anyone just how durable the Raikage's body was. Even a close-range tailed beast bomb hadn't inflicted too much damage. So how had this scar been made? Was it the Eight Tails? The Cloud's medical staff were equally baffled by the injury. How had the indomitable Raikage sustained such a wound? "Don't ask." The Raikage cut him off, his face dark with embarrassment. This was one shameful incident he wasn't about to explain. Chapter 205, The Desperate Third Kazekage Makes a Risky Move. "There's no need to ask," the third Raikage muttered. This was a matter far too embarrassing to talk about. Other than himself, only the Eight Tails knew how he got this injury, and he wasn't about to let anyone else find out. After all, it wasn't exactly something to be proud of. If the story spread that he injured himself with his own attack, his rival, Anoki, would probably laugh himself to death. Why couldn't they ask? Was there some hidden shame behind it? Back in the Hidden Cloud village, the largest espionage purge in the village's history was underway, throwing everything into chaos. Under intense scrutiny, one spy after another, planted by other villages, was discovered and apprehended. In the world of shinobi, where not even corpses could hide secrets, as long as the investigation was thorough, even the most deeply embedded spies would eventually be flushed out. The news of the Eight Tails rampage in the Hidden Cloud village spread quickly like a gust of wind. Since they couldn't keep it under wraps, the Hidden Cloud stopped trying to hide it altogether. For them, the priority now was repairing the buildings destroyed by the Eight Tails and compensating the foreign merchants caught in the chaos. If they didn't handle this properly, it would have serious repercussions on the village's future commerce. The news of the Eight Tails rampage spread across the 5 great shinobi nations through various channels. Meanwhile, Takeya and Orochimaru had only just left the Land of Lightning. When the news reached the Hidden Stone village, Onoki was frozen in shock for a moment before he burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Serves them right. Ouch. My back." His laughter was so wild that he threw out his back, and he collapsed onto his desk, clutching his lower back in pain. His sudden collapse startled everyone in the Sushi Kage's office. "Orochimaru didn't let me down, Hiruzen," the third Hokage muttered with a satisfied smile, tucking the intelligence scroll away. He glanced in the direction of the Land of Lightning with a look of schadenfreude on his face, as if to say, "Looks like the Hidden Cloud Village is getting what it deserves." Meanwhile, in the Land of Rivers, after putting away the intelligence scroll and handing it to Chio, the third Kusagakure furrowed his brow and asked, "So you're saying this was the work of the Hidden Stone?" The Hidden Stone and the Hidden Cloud had been at odds for years, with Onoki and the third Raikage constantly butting heads. If it weren't for the fear of mutual destruction, the two villages would have been at war long ago. Given that, the third Kusagakure's first instinct was that Onoki must have orchestrated this. "It's very likely," Ebizo confirmed. "The Hidden Cloud has been conducting a thorough purge of spies. Even the ones we had placed there were caught." Ebizo's heart ached. Training capable spies was difficult enough, but getting them embedded in enemy villages was an even greater challenge. Now, thanks to the Eight Tails incident, all their spies had been flushed out. All their careful planning and investment had gone down the drain. Chio calmly placed her teacup down after a moment of thought. Aside from the Hidden Stone, no other village would dare provoke the Hidden Cloud right now. It's highly likely that the Hidden Stone is behind this. I suggest we keep a close eye on our Jinchuriki. Watching from the sidelines was all well and good, but the Eight Tails incident had given Chio a warning. If they didn't keep a close watch on their Jinchuriki, the same thing could happen to them, which would spell disaster. Though the third Kusagakure could easily suppress Shukaku, the Hidden Sand couldn't afford the destruction the One Tail could cause. The village was far too poor. If Shukaku went on a rampage, the damage would be catastrophic, further worsening the village's already dire financial situation. Chio has a point. I'll assign more people to guard Bunpaku, the third Kusagakure agreed. With the front lines still engaged in battle, there was no room for mishaps in the village. The thought of their home base being threatened made the Kusagakure even more cautious. Once the topic of the Eight Tails incident was over, the third Kusagakure turned his attention to the map, his brow furrowing deeply. The situation was growing increasingly unfavorable for the Hidden Sand. The Hidden Leaf was determined to drag out the conflict, and the Sand Village's finances and resources were nearly depleted. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before the village would be forced to retreat from the Land of Rivers. "Chio," the Kusagakure muttered. Chio shook her head slightly, signaling there was little hope for a solution. The third Kusagakure clenched his fists. "Is there no other way? If this drags on any longer, we'll be forced to retreat to the Land of Wind. That's not the outcome we wanted when we started this war." The third Kusagakure was unwilling to accept defeat. Chio felt the same, but what could she do? The village was poor, in debt, and lacked the resources to continue fighting. War required a stockpile of resources, something the Hidden Leaf had in abundance, but the Hidden Sand did not. Looking from his silent sister to the disappointed third Kusagakure, Ebizo fell silent for a moment. Then, finally, he raised his head and pointed to a circle on the map of the Land of Rivers. Chio's eyes widened, and she shot to her feet, alarmed. "No. Doing that will bring severe repercussions for the village and hurt its future growth. If we lose this war, the village will have no future," the Kusagakure countered. Ebizo's suggestion was ruthless. If the Hidden Sand had no money and no food, they should simply take it from the Land of Rivers. Though the country was caught between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, it was in disarray, attracting rogue shinobi and bandits. Even so, the officials in the Land of Rivers were wealthy. The third Kusagakure was clearly tempted by the idea. Chio, however, was growing anxious. "Kusagakure-sama, if we target these people, it will have significant long-term consequences," Chio warned. Even though the Land of Rivers was in turmoil, it was still a recognized country. If the Hidden Sand attacked its officials, word would spread, and the village's reputation would be tarnished. Worse, it could lead to strained relations with the daimyo, who might have familial ties to the officials of the Land of Rivers. The daimyo of various countries were often related to one another in convoluted ways. If they attacked the wrong person, they could very well find themselves in the crosshairs of the Wind or Fire country daimyo. If the Hidden Sand took such drastic action, they would undoubtedly face backlash. No one would want to do business with them, and potential clients would hesitate to commission them. The Hidden Sand's economy was already fragile, and a move like this would make future development nearly impossible. Chio shot her brother, Ebizo, a scathing look. What kind of terrible idea was this? Under the weight of her glare, Ebizo could only lower his head in bitter resignation. He knew this plan wasn't ideal and that it would make the Hidden Sand a pariah in the eyes of daimyo and officials everywhere. But what choice did they have? "Enough. I've made my decision," the third Kusagakure declared firmly. "Chio, if you're unwilling, you can return to the village and oversee the Jinchuriki. I'll handle this matter myself." Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the third Kusagakure was beyond caring about the consequences of his actions. He wanted to win the war. If they lost, The hidden sand would be forced into a corner, drowning in war reparations so large that not even a decade of mining could pay it off. I just hope you won't regret this, Kazekage-sama, Chio said coldly. She gave one last icy glance at the war-obsessed Kazekage before turning on her heel and walking out. She was ready to retire and spend time with her orphaned grandson. Ebizo. The Kazekage barked. Kazekage-sama. If you carry out this mission successfully, I'll allow you to retire as well. But this job must be done right. The Kazekage ordered. Ebizo didn't want to tarnish the village's name by targeting government officials. But the third Kazekage wasn't giving him a choice. Though the Kazekage wouldn't dare touch Chio, Ebizo wasn't so lucky. As the head of the intelligence department, it wouldn't take much for the Kazekage to find an excuse to punish him. Understood, Ebizo muttered reluctantly, his voice filled with resignation. Chapter 206, The Hidden Sand Village frames Hidden Leaf Village. After this is over, I'll return to the village, seek my sister's forgiveness, and spend time raising Saisari before retiring, Ebizo thought with a sigh as he went to make arrangements. The Land of Rivers had become a battleground between the Hidden Sand and Hidden Leaf, throwing the entire nation into chaos. However, this chaos did nothing to disturb the officials of the Land of Rivers, who were still enjoying their luxurious lives. As night fell, the capital of the Land of Rivers was as lively as ever, with feasts and dancing filling the palace of the daimyo. Unbeknownst to the officials, who were feasting and watching beautiful dancers, death had already come for them. Shadows dressed in black silently infiltrated the palace and the homes of many officials. The slaughter began. One by one, the officials of the Land of Rivers, including the daimyo, died without even knowing what hit them. They were enjoying their lives at home, and disaster suddenly struck from above. Until their dying moments, they couldn't comprehend why such calamity had befallen them. Though not explicitly stated, it was an unspoken rule that in war or assassination, officials were typically left alone. Targeting them would only bring undesirable consequences. Sir, there's been a mass killing at the daimyo's palace in the Land of Rivers. Many officials were assassinated, a voice reported. What? Tsukumo Hatake, who was discussing strategies with Narashikashige to stall the Hidden Sand forces, was stunned. Narashikashige also paused, lowering the pen in his hand. Was this the work of rogue ninja? That doesn't make sense, Tsukumo muttered. The Land of Rivers was home to many rogue ninjas, but none of them would dare assassinate officials. They knew that such actions would make them outcasts, leaving them nowhere to hide. That was a line that couldn't be crossed. Based on our investigation, it doesn't seem like the work of rogue ninjas. The attackers were highly organized and had a clear target. The intelligence officer paused, his tone suddenly uneasy. Tsukumo's eyes widened as he jumped to his feet. Has the Hidden Sand gone mad? If this wasn't the work of rogue ninjas, then there was only one other possibility, it had to be the Hidden Sand. But had the third Kazekage lost his mind? What was the point of killing these officials? It was a thankless job that could only backfire. If they weren't careful, the Hidden Sand could find itself despised by every daimyo and official in the land. I don't think they're insane. I think they did it on purpose, Narashikashige said thoughtfully. At first, he found it hard to believe the Hidden Sand would do something like this, but considering the situation they were in, it made sense. They've gone too far. Doesn't the third Kazekage realize this will make the Hidden Sand a pariah? Tsukumo exclaimed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Shikashige, I'll leave the camp in your hands. I need to personally investigate this, Tsukumo said urgently. Go ahead. I'll handle things here, Narashikashige nodded. This was the kind of situation that required immediate investigation, or else Hidden Leaf Village might end up taking the blame for it. If the Hidden Sand was desperate enough to kill officials, there was no doubt they'd try to pin the blame on Hidden Leaf Village. I'll inform Tsunoda and Jiraiya about this, Shikashige added. Thanks, I'll leave that to you, Tsukumo replied before securing his white fang short sword and heading out with his Anbu squad. This is giving me a headache, Shikashige muttered, rubbing his temples. Send word to Tsunoda and Jiraiya. Tell them I have something important to discuss. Yes, sir. As Takuya walked along the edge of Hidden Leaf Village's perimeter, his hands behind his head, he couldn't help but comment, why do I feel like I just went on a sightseeing tour of the Hidden Cloud Village instead of completing a mission? Didn't you cause enough chaos in the Hidden Cloud? Orochimaru smirked, raising an eyebrow. After all, they had released the Eight Tails, causing a massive rampage that nearly destroyed the entire village. What more chaos could he want? Not really, Takuya shrugged. It just feels like I didn't do much. Like the whole trip was a waste of time. He had barely done anything. Sneaking in, meeting the spy, and drugging the food had all been handled by Orochimaru. Takuya Yagami had basically gone on a vacation, stolen one of the Eight Tails' horns, and then left. Still, He couldn't complain. Even though he hadn't done much, he would still get a share of the credit. The thought of receiving rewards for minimal effort made Takuya's mood considerably better. "Aren't you going to report to the Hokage's office?" Orochimaru asked, arching a brow. Most shinobi, after completing a mission, would head straight to the Hokage's office to give a report. But here was Takuya, ready to go home instead. "What for?" "This was your mission, not mine. Just remember to put in a good word for me when you report it," Takuya waved dismissively, turning to leave. Orochimaru stood there, shaking his head in mild disbelief. "Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage has requested your presence," a voice called out. Well, that was fast. Orochimaru had barely set foot back in the village, and already they were calling him in. With a slight grin, Orochimaru nodded at the Anbu and changed direction toward the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Takuya headed home, content to let Orochimaru handle the formalities. "What nerve! The hidden sand has completely lost it." A loud voice echoed from the Hokage's office. "They caused this mess, and now they're trying to blame it on us." Koharu Utane's angry voice could be heard through the walls as Orochimaru approached the office. Clearly, something serious had happened, and it seemed the hidden sand village was involved. "Knock, knock." Orochimaru knocked on the door, a smirk playing on his lips. "Come in," the third Hokage's voice called out. The shouting inside stopped as Orochimaru entered the office, his sharp eyes quickly taking in the tense atmosphere. Koharu and Hamura Midokado were there, both looking furious, though there was no sign of Denzo. Odd. With something this significant, Denzo should have been there too. "Old man, the mission was a complete success. You'd better keep a close eye on the returning spies and make sure the information is sealed. If word gets out, the third Raikage might come after you personally," Orochimaru quipped, a mischievous glint in his eye. Did he always have to joke around like this? The third Hokage cleared his throat. "We've already handled the return of the spies. As for your mission, well done. I'll make sure your contributions are duly recorded," the Hokage assured him. "Not just mine, Takuya's as well," Orochimaru added. "Of course, I won't overlook his contribution either. Don't worry, the village won't forget those who serve it well," the Hokage promised, but Orochimaru's grin only grew wider as if he had heard something amusing. Seeing the sly look on Orochimaru's face, the Hokage suddenly realized what he had just said. He had promised not to overlook those who contributed, but that had always been a point of contention. Orochimaru's expression said it all. Realizing his slip-up, the Hokage's gaze faltered. Hamura Midokado, sensing the awkwardness, quickly interjected, "Orochimaru, since you're back, we need you to return to the Land of Rivers as soon as possible. Some troubling events have occurred there recently." As he spoke, Hamura handed Orochimaru a scroll containing intelligence. "I will," Orochimaru said with a nod, taking the scroll before leaving the office. Chapter 207, A Paper Bomb on the Battlefield. Nawaki takes the hit. Sarutobi, now is not the time to grow soft. We've come too far. Even if you want to change things now, it's too late. Don't forget, he has Uchiha blood, and right now, the Uchiha clan is still trying to recruit him, Koharu Utane reminded the third Hokage, her tone firm. Sarutobi's soft heart had always been a problem, and both Koharu and Hamura Midokado couldn't let him slip now. The dirty work was already done. Regret had no place here, and they couldn't afford to turn back now. "That's right," Hamura Midokado chimed in. "Besides, all of this was Takuya Yagami's own doing. We thought he could become another Kagami Uchiha, but he rejected our offer." "Enough about that," Sarutobi cut in. "Regardless, the credit he deserves can't be denied. Both he and Orochimaru did a remarkable job. I'll make sure it's recorded in the archives." The news of the Eight Tails rampage in the Hidden Cloud Village had already reached Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage wasn't sure what methods Takuya and Orochimaru had used to release the Eight Tails, but it was clear it wasn't a simple task. Orochimaru, however, hadn't provided a full report, and Sarutobi wasn't going to force him. Both Takuya and Orochimaru would be credited for their efforts. "That's fine," Koharu replied. Neither she nor Hamura cared if Takuya received credit, as long as it wasn't publicized too much. Their concern was that Sarutobi might try to recruit Takuya again, which would render all their previous efforts meaningless. They couldn't let that happen. Back in the village, Takuya's life returned to its usual rhythm. He led his three companions on missions, rested, or stayed in the village to train and further improve his abilities. Meanwhile, news spread like wildfire across the world. First, the Hidden Cloud Village was devastated by the Eight Tails rampage, losing a significant portion of its strength. The village conducted a massive sweep for spies, and many infiltrators from other villages were wiped out. But the most shocking news came from the Hidden Sands attack on the Land of Rivers daimyo's palace. This brazen move infuriated daimyos across the nations, and even the Sand Village's own daimyo was outraged. Though the Hidden Sand tried to frame Hidden Leaf Village by shifting the blame, most people could see through the deception. After all, Hidden Leaf Village had enough resources to sustain the war without needing to target the Land of Rivers daimyo. On the battlefield, Hidden Leaf Village steadily advanced, forcing the Sand to retreat. The battlefront was slowly moving from the Land of Rivers to the borders of the Wind Country. "It's almost the end of the year, and this place is still scorching," someone complained. "Just hold on for a few more days, and we'll be able to head back and rest," Minato said, looking up at the sky. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, snow had already begun to fall, but here in the Wind Country, the sun blazed during the day, while the nights were bitterly cold. "When we get back, I'm going to give Takuya a piece of my mind. It's ridiculous. He left us stranded on the battlefield." Nawaki grumbled, getting more worked up as he spoke. Minato chuckled. "I think we were sent to the battlefield by Jiraiya-sensei, not Takuya. Besides, do you really think you can take him on?" Thinking back to Takuya's growth, Minato couldn't help but feel conflicted. No matter how hard he worked, was he really closing the gap between them? Takuya's growth rate was simply monstrous. People called Minato and Nawaki geniuses, but compared to Takuya, Minato felt like nothing. Still, he had made significant progress with the Flying Thunder God technique. When they returned to the village, he was certain Takuya would be impressed. "Nawaki, we're running low on sealing scrolls. Bring a couple over," one of their teammates called out. "On it." Nawaki ended his conversation with Minato and ran over with 2 scrolls. As he approached, he noticed something off. 2 paper bombs were stuck underneath the corpse his teammate was handling. Because of the angle, his teammate hadn't noticed the danger. "Watch out!" Nawaki shouted, throwing himself forward without thinking, shoving his teammate out of the way. Boom! An explosion ripped through the air as the paper bombs detonated. Nawaki was thrown several meters and hit the ground hard, losing consciousness. The sudden explosion left everyone momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, Minato dropped what he was holding and rushed to Nawaki's side, picking him up and sprinting toward the camp as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Takuya had finally decided it was time to start taking on more serious missions again. After months of completing routine assignments, his 3 students were growing restless. Takuya had promised them that once he returned from the Hidden Cloud Village, he would take them out to experience the world. But 2 months had passed, and it was time to make good on that promise. Both Aida Sui and Ryoji Uchiha were starting to get impatient, and even Hyuga Suzune was showing signs of frustration. Did they really think they were ready to leave the village and take on dangerous missions? Clearly, they hadn't experienced the harsh reality of life yet. After submitting his latest mission report, Takuya spoke to the mission department staff. "Keep an eye out for any missions in the direction of the Land of Rain or the Land of Iron. I need to take my students out to see the world." "I'll keep that in mind, sir. If something suitable comes up, I'll send word immediately," the staff member replied. "Thank you," Takuya said, accepting the mission rewards and heading home for a much-needed bath. "Huh?" As he opened the door, Takuya found an unexpected guest sprawled across his couch. Long, white hair spread out over the cushions, and a foul odor filled the room. There was a dark stain on the sofa where the person was lying, and Takuya's forehead vein pulsed in anger. Jiraiya. Of course, it had to be him. What was he doing here? Did he think there were girls hiding in the house? Takuya fumed. Not only had Jiraiya broken in through the window, but he hadn't even bothered to bathe or change his clothes before collapsing on the couch. That couch was brand new. Kushina had picked it out herself. At that moment, Takuya really wanted to punch someone. "Takuya, you're back?" Jiraiya mumbled groggily, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Despite his nap, the weariness was still evident on his face. Why did Takuya look like he wanted to kill him? Jiraiya scratched his head, still half asleep and confused. "Takuya, listen, about Nawaki, ow!" Before he could finish, Jiraiya found himself flying through the air, crashing into the yard outside with a thud, dazed and bruised. "If you don't like bathing, at least put on clean clothes before lying down." Takuya snapped, pulling the sofa cover off, his temper barely in check. What on earth was that smell? How long had it been since Jiraiya last bathed? Did the battlefield really have that little water? Pa. 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 Spitting out a mouthful of dirt, Jiraiya finally started to piece things together. He glanced up at Takuya's furious face, then at the now ruined sofa cover, where several dark stains were visible. Realization dawned on him, and Jiraiya wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. With an awkward laugh, he tried to explain, don't be mad, Takuya. I was just too exhausted and fell asleep by accident. I'll wash it, I swear. No need. Just be more careful next time." Takuya didn't dislike Jiraiya, though some of the man's habits irked him. But Jiraiya had crossed a line this time. Chapter 208, Nawaki, I'm still alive. Just wrapped like a mummy. You really just laid down on my clean sofa cushion, huh? Did you need something? Takuya asked, setting the cushion aside and deciding to clean it after he ate. You need to come with me, Nawaki's in the hospital. What? Wait, what? Wasn't Nawaki supposed to be on the battlefield? How did he end up in the hospital? A sudden, sinking feeling hit Takuya. Could it be that despite everything, the events from the original story still happened? After spending so much time with Minato and Nawaki, they had become his close friends. Takuya had always looked out for Nawaki, constantly reminding him to be cautious of paper bombs and traps on the battlefield, hoping to avoid the tragic fate from the original timeline where Nawaki was blown up by a paper bomb. What happened? Takuya asked, now completely forgetting about the sofa cushion as he followed Jiraiya toward the hospital. It's a long story, Jiraiya replied with a grim smile. Nawaki is a good kid, but he got caught in an explosion while trying to save a teammate. His injuries were pretty serious, but thanks to Tsunoda's treatment, he's stabilized. That's why I brought him back to Hidden Lee Village to recover. Minato came back with him too, Jiraiya added. If it wasn't for this, they would have already returned to the village for New Year's. Takuya was speechless. Was this fate? No matter what he did, it seemed like Nawaki was destined to get hit by a paper bomb. Despite Takuya's efforts to change things, Nawaki still ended up getting injured, but this time, it was while saving someone else. They arrived at the hospital quickly. Jiraiya led the way to Nawaki's recovery room, where they were greeted by the sight of Minato leaning against the window, arms crossed. Nawaki lay in bed, completely wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. His body was held in place by supports to prevent movement, with only his head free to move. Hey, Minato, Nawaki, look who I brought with me, Jiraiya announced as he pushed the door open. Takuya stepped into the room and immediately saw Orochimaru standing by Nawaki's bed with a faint smile on his face. The moment Nawaki had gotten injured, Orochimaru had dropped everything and rushed back to the village with him. Neither Tsunoda nor Jiraiya could convince him to stay behind. Orochimaru insisted on accompanying them, unable to rest until Nawaki was safely home. Despite Orochimaru's usual strange demeanor, his care for Nawaki was undeniable. Minato turned toward Takuya, a smile on his face as he raised a fist. Takuya grinned and bumped it in return before walking over to Nawaki's bedside. Glancing down at his friend, who looked no different than a mummy, Takuya couldn't help but tease, I warned you before that you were destined to get blown up by a paper bomb. You didn't believe me, huh? Well, how does it feel now? Go to hell. Cough, cough. Nawaki, clearly expecting some words of comfort, had the wind knocked out of him by Takuya's teasing. His attempt to snap back ended in a painful fit of coughing, his injuries too severe for such exertion. Minato chuckled, unable to hold back his laughter. Nawaki, glaring at him, snapped, what are you laughing at? Weren't you the one saying you wanted to beat him up? Well, go on then, I'll support you. Mentally. Minato's laughter died down as he glanced back at Takuya, whose eyes sparkled mischievously. Minato suddenly realized that trying to challenge Takuya was probably a terrible idea, he'd definitely end up the loser. You seriously thought Minato would take me on? What a waste of effort. Takuya couldn't stop himself from laughing at the absurdity of it all. He leaned against the bed and asked Nawaki, so how bad is it? How long will you need to recover? I'll be fine. Just broke a few bones, lost a chunk of flesh from my chest, and ruptured some internal organs. But my sister treated me right away, and Jiraiya-sensei brought me back to the village for recovery. Nawaki tried to downplay his injuries with a light-hearted tone, but Takuya wasn't buying it. Yeah, right. A few broken bones didn't explain why Nawaki was wrapped up like a mummy. His body was probably a mess of fractures, and losing a chunk of flesh might not seem like a big deal, but it would leave a pretty nasty scar. The real concern was the damage to his internal organs. Thankfully, Tsunoda had been there to treat him immediately. With proper care, Nawaki would make a full recovery and be back to his usual energetic self in no time. Hey! What about me? I brought Nawaki back too. Don't I get any credit? Jiraiya interrupted, clearly feeling left out. This ungrateful brat didn't even mention me. Orochimaru shot him a cold look. You were the one who suggested sending Nawaki and Minato to help with the body collection. Now you're upset because you had to help bring him back after things went wrong? Orochimaru hadn't wanted Nawaki to be involved in the cleanup in the first place. He would have preferred to have him either stay in the camp or be on the front lines. But Jiraiya, in his usual way, had offhandedly suggested they help out with the bodies. Once he'd said it, Tsukumo had agreed, and the decision had been made. If Jiraiya hadn't opened his big mouth, Nawaki probably wouldn't have been injured by the paper bomb. Well. It's not entirely my fault, Jiraiya muttered, clearly uncomfortable. His intention had been to give Nawaki and Minato a meaningful experience, one that might help them appreciate the horrors of war and perhaps even understand the importance of peace. He hadn't expected things to go so wrong. When Tsunade heard about the accident, she had almost torn him apart. Orochimaru hadn't been much better, glaring daggers at him the whole time. Jiraiya had barely survived the ordeal and decided to accompany Orochimaru in bringing Nawaki back to the village, though it had been a tense journey for him. Luckily, Nawaki had only been injured and not killed. While he'd have some scars to show for it, Jiraiya was just relieved that the situation hadn't turned fatal. It's not Jiraiya's fault. I wasn't paying attention, it was my mistake, not his, Nawaki said, trying to smooth things over. He could see how uneasy Jiraiya felt, so he quickly changed the subject. So, Takeya, how does it feel to be a Jonin sensei? Pretty cool, huh? Nawaki had always dreamed of becoming a Jonin sensei himself one day. He imagined leading the next generation of Hidden Leaf Village as shinobi, guiding them on missions, and teaching them how to grow. But he wasn't even a Jonin yet, and Takeya had already become a Jonin sensei. It's alright, Takeya said with a smug grin. Basically, I just accept missions, relax, and watch the others do the work while I get paid. Pretty simple. Wait, are you serious? Both Nawaki and Minato stared at him, dumbfounded. Was being a Jonin sensei really that easy? You don't have to train your students? Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow. Takeya shrugged. I'm still just a kid myself. What if I end up teaching them the wrong things? Plus, 2 of my students are from powerful clans. Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune don't need me to teach them anything, they've got their families for that. That was unusual. Then again, he wasn't wrong. Training someone like Ryoji Uchiha was one thing, but how could Takeya possibly teach Sazune from the Hyuga clan? He didn't even know the first thing about Gentle Fist. It made sense to let their families handle their training. But what about the other one? The civilian kid, Aida Suai? Jiraiya asked, curious. Chapter 209, Orochimaru and Jiraiya clash. You mean Aida Suai? Takeya thought for a moment, then shook his head with a sigh. That kid is kind of like Nawaki. I've taught him the basics, and pointed him in the right direction. The rest is just up to him. He needs to finish missions, earn some credit, then either get proper training in swordsmanship or find ninjutsu that suits him. Takeya continued, but Aida's got a mindset issue. He's desperate for the approval of Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune, and he wants to be on their level. I've tried correcting him a few times, but it doesn't seem to help. Honestly, why does he have to compare himself to others? People like Ryoji and Sazune have family legacies and resources. Aida's a talented kid, but he needs to be more realistic. He sounds like a bit of a problem child. Looks like you'll have your hands full with him in the future, Jiraiya chuckled, rubbing his chin with amusement. He already had images of Takeya being driven crazy by his students. Too bad for Jiraiya, Takeya didn't care at all. He shrugged indifferently. Just to clarify, I'm not their teacher, only their team captain. I don't have any obligation to make sure they succeed. I just need to do my job, and the rest is on them. Takeya's frustration finally surfaced. Normally, he kept a relaxed demeanor, but when he was with Minato and Nawaki, he allowed himself to vent about things like this. You haven't changed, Minato said, smiling as he shook his head. Back in Hidden Rain Village, Takeya had refused to let Yahiko and Konan call him sensei, and even now, as a Jonin sensei, he still didn't want his team calling him their teacher. Changed? Don't make it sound so bad, Takeya said, playfully punching Minato in the chest before leaning back against the wall, arms crossed. I'll do my part as a Jonin sensei, but the rest is up to them. Ryoji Uchiha and Hyuga Sazune will be fine. Aida just needs to get his head on straight. If he can focus and work hard, at the very least, he can become a special Jonin. But if he keeps comparing himself to others, no amount of effort will help. Do you want me to have a chat with him? Jiraiya offered. It was rare to see a talented civilian ninja, and Jiraiya felt it would be a waste to let Aida struggle without proper guidance. Such kids deserve the chance to reach their full potential. Wow, so generous? Takeya smirked, giving Jiraiya a knowing look but said nothing. Sensing the tension, Minato quickly intervened, steering Jiraiya toward the door. Sensei, we've got a lot to discuss here. Why don't you head home, take a bath, change into some clean clothes, have a nice meal, and maybe relax in the hot springs. Don't worry, I'll come by to visit you again. And when you're discharged, I'll even have a gift for you, Orochimaru said as he patted Nawaki's bed frame and headed for the door. As Orochimaru left, Minato turned back to Takeya, trying to explain, Sensei didn't mean anything by it, he just... Takeya raised a hand, cutting him off. I know. He just doesn't want to see a promising kid like Aida lose his way. No need to overthink it. Outside the hospital, Orochimaru glanced sideways at Jiraiya and couldn't resist muttering, "Idiot." Under normal circumstances, Jiraiya would have been enraged by that. But today, he just looked at Orochimaru seriously and said, "Orochimaru, I wasn't trying to undermine Takeya's leadership with Aida. I just don't want to see a talented kid like that go down the wrong path." Takeya was right, though. Aida does have a mindset problem. If no one helps him adjust, it could lead to trouble later on. And what makes you think you're in any position to advise him? Orochimaru sneered. You can't even manage your own students properly, so how can you go around telling others what to do? Jiraiya was taken aback. Orochimaru's words cut deep. Don't forget the reason Takeya became a Jonin sensei in the first place. You played a part in that, too. So don't get too full of yourself. There are some people who don't see you as important as you think you are. What are you talking about? Jiraiya asked, taken aback. Orochimaru smirked coldly. If it weren't for you, Takeya could have been on the battlefield, earning glory and making a name for himself across the shinobi world. But no, thanks to people like you, he's stuck as an unnoticed Jonin sensei, hesitant to even leave the village on missions. That's not true. Jiraiya protested. He accepted responsibility for tricking Nawaki and Minato into going to the battlefield, but he wasn't about to take the blame for what Orochimaru was implying. The Hokage and those two elders made that decision, not me. I tried to stop them, but my voice didn't carry enough weight. Orochimaru just gave him a knowing smile before walking off, leaving Jiraiya standing there, seething in frustration. Damn it! Jiraiya shouted, punching a nearby tree. The impact left a deep dent in the trunk, shaking loose a flurry of leaves. Why did things always have to be this way? Was it just because Takeya wasn't aligned with the Hokage, or maybe because of his Uchiha blood? Why did they insist on molding him into another Kagami Uchiha? In that moment, Jiraiya felt the overwhelming urge to leave Hidden Leaf Village, to escape from the swirling vortex of village politics. Back in the hospital, with the room now cleared of extra people, Takeya turned to Nawaki, his expression serious. Next time, don't be reckless. Saving people is fine, but don't risk your own life like that. Takeya reached over and grabbed Nawaki's ear, giving it a firm tug. You're an idiot, aren't you? You've got all these ninjutsu at your disposal, but instead of using them, you throw yourself into danger. What about your ninjutsu, huh? Where's your brain? Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I get it. I was just in a hurry, alright? Oh. Nawaki yelped, clearly in pain. Minato, sitting on the side, couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Takeya was doing exactly what Nawaki needed. He had gotten a little too overconfident after his recent successes on the battlefield. Minato had tried to rein him in, but Nawaki hadn't really listened. Takeya was the only one who could get through to him. Serves him right, Minato thought with a grin. If anyone could knock Nawaki back down to earth, it was Takeya. Nawaki, on the other hand, was less amused. He silently vowed revenge, even though he knew he probably wouldn't be able to take on Takeya when a time came. Still, once his injuries healed, he'd get his payback somehow. He just had to figure out how. Chapter 210, A Thorn in Nawaki and Minato's Hearts. After Nawaki raised his hands in surrender, Takeya finally let him go. But what should have been a light-hearted moment didn't feel right. Both Minato and Nawaki were unusually quiet, their mood somber. Minato managed to hide it better, but Nawaki couldn't mask his disappointment. We heard from Jiraiya that you'd be coming to the battlefield to join us, Nawaki said with a bitter smile. That's why we rushed off to the front lines. But who could have predicted you'd be kept back in the village, made into a Jonin sensei? The idea was almost laughable. He and Minato had been waiting eagerly for Takeya to show up on the front lines. But instead, the higher-ups left him behind with some flimsy excuse, making him a Jonin sensei responsible for 3 rookies. I doubt it's just because of your Uchiha blood, Minato chimed in, glancing out the window. Takeya shook his head, signaling that there was no one eavesdropping. Even if it weren't for the Uchiha connection, it would have turned out the same. Maybe just in a different way. Honestly, being a Jonin sensei isn't so bad, more relaxed, no need to risk my life on the battlefield. He opened his hands, smiling at them both. Besides, you guys know what I really want, right? It was just a cooling-off period, nothing to worry about. Compared to what happened to Sakamo, Takeya's situation was a breeze. Sakamo, though, had been truly unfortunate, driven to his death by rumors. Of course, that was partly because Sakamo couldn't handle the pressure. If he had just taken a stand or retired from being a shinobi, the village's leadership would have been scrambling to change things. Who could have guessed that mere rumors would push Sakamo to take his own life? If Sakamo had survived, The Third Great War might have played out very differently. Yeah, right, Nawaki laughed, shaking his head. We're out there fighting for our lives, dealing with all kinds of dangers, and you're just lounging around the village having an easy time. That's so unfair. As soon as I'm healed, I'm applying for the special Jonin exam. I have a feeling the Hokage will kick you out of his office, Minato teased, undercutting Nawaki's excitement. You're the one who'd get kicked out. Nawaki shot back. If Takuya can become a Jonin, why can't I at least be a special Jonin? To be honest, both Nawaki and Minato had the skills to pass the special Jonin exam. As long as the exam wasn't too difficult, they'd likely succeed. But passing the exam was one thing, getting approval from the Hokage was another matter entirely. If you apply, I'm sure the Hokage would approve it, Takuya said with a grin. As for Minato, though, that might be tricky. Why me? Minato frowned. Why would Nawaki's application get approved but not his? Was he really that much weaker? Nawaki scoffed. How old are you again? Did you forget? Takuya's situation was unique, that's why he got approved. What's your excuse? Minato realized what Nawaki meant. Nawaki was 3 years older than both Takuya and him. With Nawaki's age and skills, it was only a matter of time before he became a Jonin. In fact, people like Tsunade and Orochimaru had already become Jonin at his age. The Hokage had no reason to hold Nawaki back. Hey, Nawaki grinned, proud of himself for once again coming out on top. But before he could celebrate too much, Minato, ever the tactician, switched the topic. Hey, Takuya, I heard you and Kushina opened a hot pot restaurant. How about we go have some? I'm sick of eating rations and soldier pills from the battlefield. Sounds good, Takuya replied with a laugh. Hot pot? Nawaki's eyes widened in disbelief. Were they seriously about to leave him behind and go eat hot pot without him? He tried to sit up, but being wrapped like a mummy, he could barely move. His smugness vanished. Hey! You guys better not be serious about this. Minato, you promised me we'd go together when I was better. Nawaki shouted. Did I? I don't remember saying that, Minato said with a playful grin. Besides, Tsunade-sensei said you can't have anything spicy. At least not until you're out of the hospital. So you can just watch us eat. Don't be such a jerk. Nawaki growled, frustrated beyond words. Takuya couldn't resist throwing in a final jab. We could always have the hot pot delivered here. That way, you can enjoy the atmosphere. In the end, Takuya actually did order a hot pot to be delivered to the hospital. But it wasn't to tease Nawaki, he specifically ordered a special rice porridge hot pot for him. As Nawaki stared at the bland porridge and a few slices of meat in his bowl, then looked over at Takuya and Minato enjoying their spicy meal, sweat dripping down their faces, he wanted nothing more than to slam his head into a wall. Why did he even open his mouth? He should have known better than to mess with these two. After saying goodbye to a thoroughly miserable Nawaki, Takuya and Minato left the hospital. Every time Minato thought of Nawaki's face, filled with despair and frustration, he couldn't help but laugh. Takuya, don't you think we went a bit too far? Too far? Nah, we're just getting started. He needs to learn his lesson, or he'll never stop making reckless decisions. Takuya looked up at the gray, clouded sky as they walked, kicking aside puddles. Looks like it's going to snow again. Minato, however, wasn't interested in the weather. He couldn't shake the thorn lodged in his heart. The fact that Takuya had been held back in the village as a Jonin sensei, while he and Nawaki were sent to the front lines under Jiraiya's lead, it didn't sit well with him. He might have looked like the ever-cheerful little son to everyone else, always wearing a bright smile. But those who knew him well could tell that Minato didn't forget these things easily. It bothers me, but I can't bring myself to blame sensei. He's just as trapped in this as we are. I know. That's why I don't hold it against him, Takuya replied, his expression turning serious. But the truth is, his ideals and mine don't align. He's always chasing this elusive idea of peace, trying to find saviors where none exist. Me? I'm a realist. I do what's in my best interest. Chapter 211, Supplements That Work, Just in the Wrong Way. Is there really such a thing as a savior in this world? Maybe, Takuya thought, like Naruto. But if Naruto hadn't been influenced by Azura's chakra, would he have become a savior? Takuya doubted it. Without that influence, Naruto might have turned dark the moment he was pushed too far, and instead of Pain attacking Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto might have blown it up himself. You're not going home? Takuya asked, as they reached his place. He had assumed that Minato would head back on his own. But instead, the little son followed him inside without a word, flopping right down on the couch as if it were his own. Jiraiya had just been kicked out not too long ago, and now Minato was lying there. Thankfully, he didn't leave any stains on the couch like his teacher had. Takuya, do you think things will ever change in the village? Minato asked suddenly, his face serious. Change? How? Takuya thought to himself. By getting rid of the old geezers. If he said that out loud, Minato might jump 3 feet in the air. Sure, Takuya replied as he tossed the soiled couch cover into the washing machine. If it's caused by people, then it can be changed by people. Maybe a new Hokage could bring that change. Without the third Hokage, Denzo, and their cronies messing things up, a lot of these problems would vanish. The only real solution was to replace the leadership with someone who had both power and the will to act. If Minato became Hokage. Nah, let's not even go there. This kid would just end up being a puppet, a Hokage without any real power, while the old guard pulled the strings behind the scenes. Suddenly, Minato sat up, clenching his fists as if he'd made some important decision. Takuya, what if I... Before he could finish, Takuya cut him off. You've got no chance. Better get some sleep. Come on, I didn't even finish my thought, Minato fumed silently. Just when his determination had flared up, Takuya doused it with cold water. You're dreaming again, aren't you? Takuya thought with a smile. Even if Orochimaru didn't go off the deep end, and even if Tsunade didn't leave the village in despair, Minato still wouldn't stand a chance. As long as Tsunade stayed in Hidden Leaf Village, the 4th Hokage title would be hers, without question. And even if Orochimaru did end up turning dark, Tsunade would still take the position. That's why Takuya told Minato to give up and go to bed. There's a difference between having a dream and just daydreaming. Whether Denzo would stir up more trouble was the real question. The war was going smoothly, with the Sand Village barely holding on. Even though they continued to resist, the battles were slowly shifting deeper into the Wind Country. It was clear that the Sand Village couldn't last much longer. Takuya figured the war would be over by the next year. Tsunade had gained a lot of respect, not just for her skills, but for her title as the Princess of Hidden Leaf Village. If she wanted to compete for the position of 4th Hokage, the others wouldn't stand much of a chance. Minato? No way. Even Orochimaru would have to step aside, and Jiraiya, well, he was too busy looking for his savior of the world to even care about the position. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was already starting to show signs of his dark turn. Takuya couldn't imagine a scenario where the 3rd Hokage stepped down, and Orochimaru hadn't already crossed a line by then. The next morning, just as Takuya woke up, Kushina and Mikoto arrived at his place, carrying a bunch of shopping bags. Takuya, you were too much yesterday. How could you eat hot pot in the hospital and make Nawaki crave it so badly? He's been whining about it ever since, Kushina scolded the moment she saw him. What do you mean I made him crave it? He ate some too. Takuya shot back. There was no way he was taking the blame for this. Sure, they had joked around a bit, but he wasn't that heartless. He only ordered the hot pot after Nawaki gave him the okay. It wasn't like he was deliberately rubbing it in his friend's face. But Nawaki, still upset that he hadn't gotten to eat his favorite spicy broth, had routed him out to Kushina, exaggerating the whole thing. Now Takuya was the bad guy. Kushina, Mikoto-ne, good morning. Minato, looking half asleep, wandered out of the guest room with his hair a mess. What are you doing here? Kushina asked, eyeing Minato suspiciously. After checking that he wasn't wearing Takuya's pajamas, she seemed to relax. She and Mikoto had specially picked out those pajamas for Takuya, and they weren't for anyone else to wear. Well. Minato scratched his head sheepishly, flashing his usual sunny smile. My place hasn't been cleaned in a while, so I stayed over here for the night. I'll head back and clean it up later. Really? Kushina wasn't buying it. Doesn't Takuya hire someone to clean your place regularly? He even had all the damages fixed. You didn't go home at all, did you? Minato froze and looked back at Takuya, who was lounging on the couch with his head resting comfortably on Mikoto's lap. Wait, didn't you tell me yesterday that my place hadn't been cleaned in months? Were you messing with me? And what's with you just lying there on Mikoto-ne's lap? Kushina and Mikoto clearly liked Takuya, and he seemed to return the feeling. But their relationship had never been clearly defined. Minato didn't know the details, and it wasn't his place to ask. But seriously, to casually rest his head on Mikoto's lap right in front of Kushina? That's bold. He couldn't believe Kushina wasn't angry about it. Minato felt like a massive third wheel. A very, very obvious one. Stop messing around, Mikoto blushed as Takuya's breath tickled her stomach. She gently pushed him off, her face red, and handed him a bottle of juice. The cold juice jolted Takuya awake. After downing half of it in one go, he blinked himself back to alertness. Why'd you buy so much stuff? Did you hit the jackpot or something? He asked, pointing at the bags. It's all for Nawaki. We got him a bunch of nutritious food, Kushina said, a bit defensive. Who gave her that idea? Takuya thought, exchanging a glance with Mikoto, who looked equally innocent. Apparently, it was all Kushina's doing, and Mikoto had just gotten roped into buying some things too. "Let me see what you bought," Takuya said, opening one of the bags. The smell of raw meat hit him immediately. "Is this pigeon?" he asked, looking puzzled. "Yeah." The butcher said pigeon meat is great for restoring energy and blood, so I bought a bunch, Kushina said proudly. "And what's this for? What kind of restoration does this provide?" Takuya raised an eyebrow as he found something else in the bag. This was definitely a unique item. Sure, it was nutritious, just in a very specific way. Minato leaned in to look and nearly choked. "Kushina, are you sure Nawaki needs this? Who in their right mind buys kidneys as a recovery food for someone injured?" Mikoto, meanwhile, couldn't stop laughing and collapsed onto the couch. "Ahem, I think he might not be ready for that kind of recovery," Takuya coughed, setting the bag aside. "We'll take it to the hospital later. Nawaki can enjoy it." After trying to hold it together for a few seconds, Takuya and Mikoto both burst out laughing. Minato, shaking his head with a half-smile, turned to Kushina. "Kushina, who told you this was a good idea?" "There was this guy at the butcher shop asking for the best stuff for energy, and the butcher recommended it. So, I bought some too." Kushina replied, still clueless. "And you guys are laughing at what, exactly?" "Oh, nothing," Takuya wheezed, struggling to stop laughing. "You just bought some really top-notch stuff, that's all." Barely keeping a straight face, Takuya tossed the bag to Minato. "Go clean this up. We're cooking it for lunch." Chapter 212, Want to tag along for a stroll? "Why me?" Minato fumbled to catch the bag. "Well, do you want me to handle it while you cook?" Takuya shot back with an irritated tone. "Alright, it's just a couple of kidneys, nothing too big a deal." Though Kushina's clueless expression was amusing, it wasn't really that funny. To be honest, Takuya liked kidneys. They tasted good, though preparing them was a hassle. Perfect chance to give Minato some practice with a knife. "I'll do it," Minato sighed, resigning himself to his fate as he headed toward the kitchen. His cooking wasn't bad, at least it wasn't as horrifying as Kushina's, which no one dared touch. But it also wasn't anything extraordinary. If they really wanted something delicious, Takuya would have to take over. While Takuya went to freshen up, Minato started prepping the ingredients. Meanwhile, Kushina finally learned what had happened from Mikoto, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Her fists clenched as she imagined marching down to the market and punching the meat seller. That old man. No wonder his expression was so weird when he took the money. "Still, can you even eat that stuff?" she muttered. "Yes, you can. It's pretty tasty actually, Takuya loves it," Mikoto reassured her, pulling Kushina into a gentle hug. "It's just that some people like to joke about it. Don't take it too seriously." Despite her initial reluctance, Kushina eventually fell to the power of smells too good to resist. After dinner, the four of them packed up and headed to the hospital to visit Nawaki. "How's your sealing jutsu training going?" Takuya asked casually on the way. Minato puffed out his chest with pride. "I've made a lot of progress, even with the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Next time we train, you'll be blown away." Takuya sincerely hoped Minato's idea of blown away didn't involve crashing into a tree. He could already picture it. Minato throws a special kunai, teleports, and, bam, smacks right into a tree trunk. Yeah, that'd be something. As they trudged through the thick snow, they reached the hospital. Inside, Nawaki was lying in bed, looking completely defeated. He was on the verge of going crazy, stuck staring at the ceiling with nothing to do. A day or two of this was fine, but after a while, it was enough to drive anyone nuts. Finally. "You guys have no idea how lonely I've been. Not one of you stayed to keep me company. It's cruel." Nawaki complained as soon as they walked in. "That's not true, we were out preparing you a special meal packed with nutrients," Takuya said, opening the food container. The delicious aroma filled the room, and Nawaki's eyes lit up with joy, practically drooling. "Did Takuya make this?" he asked eagerly. "It smells amazing. Way better than hospital food." As Nawaki dug into the tender, slow-cooked chicken, his eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. This was a true friend, a friend who brought him delicious food. "Don't worry, if you like it, there's more. I made plenty. We've got pigeon soup for lunch, and tonight, pig's foot soup. Variety is key." "That's fantastic." Nawaki grinned from ear to ear. It didn't take long before Nawaki was completely full and utterly satisfied. What he didn't know was that today's meal had been made by Takuya. Tomorrow? Well, that was anyone's guess. "Nawaki, you've got to finish all of it, okay? I went out of my way to buy it for you," Kushina said sternly, hands on her hips, ready to lecture. "Also, next time, don't be so reckless. There are plenty of ways to save people. Don't risk your life like that again." Imagine how heartbroken Tsunade would be if you died. After hearing this, Nawaki, who had just settled in for a rest, plastered on a sheepish smile as he tried to assure her. I'll be more careful next time, I promise. But as Kushina continued to scold him, Nawaki started giving Takuya desperate looks, begging for rescue. Minato, didn't you have something you wanted to talk to me about? Takuya asked, stepping in to save him. Huh? Minato blinked, confused for a moment, before quickly catching on. Oh, yeah. I did. Let's go talk outside. Seriously? You're just going to leave me here to fend for myself? Nawaki mentally screamed. Ha 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 ha. As soon as they left the room, both Takuya and Minato burst into laughter, clutching their sides. Nawaki's helpless, pitiful expression was just too much. Let him suffer a little. After all, running into a bomb to save someone is the kind of reckless behavior that deserves a bit of punishment. This would be a lesson. Enduring Kushina's lectures would teach him a thing or two about being careful next time. Takuya was certain that after today, Nawaki would flinch at the sight of Kushina. You're not taking your team on a mission? Minato asked, wiping away tears of laughter. I'm planning to take them out soon. They need to see the real world, face the harsh realities. Keeping them sheltered for too long. Even if they grow, they won't be able to survive the storms ahead, Takuya replied, stretching as he spoke. I'm thinking of taking them on a trip to the land of rain first, then maybe over to the land of iron. Let them witness the cruelty of war firsthand. If you don't experience hardship, you can't truly grow. You need to see the storm before you can find the rainbow. Minato clapped a hand on Takuya's shoulder with a grin. Careful you don't go overboard. Your team includes some high-profile individuals, you know. He winked, clearly hinting at someone specific. Losing one of them could spell big trouble. Relax, if anyone's going to mess up, it's not going to be me, Takuya replied, rolling his eyes. Screwing up? Him? That was a joke. Even if he had the third Raikage chasing him down, Takuya wouldn't break a sweat. Takuya was always cautious, no matter how powerful he got. Failure wasn't an option, and he wasn't about to let carelessness cause things to go off the rails. You want to tag along? Takuya asked. Go with you? Minato blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't expected to be invited along on the mission. Actually, going with Takuya didn't sound like a bad idea. Minato thought it over. He could train with Takuya along the way, spar a bit, and get stronger. Staying in the village would just mean more solo training and keeping an eye on Nawaki, who wasn't recovering anytime soon. As for playing nurse, yeah, that wasn't happening. That was a job for the hospital staff. Taking a trip sounded like a much better option. Sure. You go pick up the mission, and I'll report to the Hokage, Minato decided. In Hidden Leaf Village, you couldn't just leave the village without permission unless you had serious connections or ridiculous strength, like the legendary Sannin. They came and went as they pleased, and no one dared question them. Chapter 213, Denzo and Hanzo's tense meeting. The two of them split up, and Takuya headed to the mission department. Bring me the missions and requests related to the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron. Understood, please wait a moment. The person at the mission desk pulled out the scrolls and began sorting through them. It didn't take long for the missions and requests from both regions to be gathered. Takuya began reviewing them. There weren't many missions for the Land of Rain, but there were quite a few for the Land of Iron. Most of them were escort missions, escorting caravans heading to the Land of Iron. The person at the desk, cigarette in mouth, explained, since Hanzo from Hidden Rain Village has been attacking the Land of Iron, the number of escort missions has spiked recently. This request in particular has a nice payout. If you're interested, you could take it. Let me have a look, Takuya said, unfurling the scroll. The request was to escort a caravan delivering food and medicine to the Land of Iron. The food was just an extra item, but the medicine was what the Land of Iron needed most desperately at the moment. Looks like the war had really hit the Land of Iron hard. Hanzo had given those samurai quite a rough time. There was even a time constraint. Glancing over the conditions, Takuya narrowed his eyes. The mission's reward was quite substantial. No doubt, Takuya was interested. He wasn't desperate for money, but who would say no to earning more? An A-rank mission offering a reward of 2 million ryo, according to the commission split. As the leading Jonin, he could earn close to 1 million ryo himself. But was this really worth that much money for just an A-rank mission? After all, mission difficulty and rewards were usually tied together. You couldn't always gauge a mission's true risk just by its rank. Some C-rank missions could pay more than B-rank ones. Isn't there something off about this mission? Takuya asked. Shouldn't it be classified as an S-rank mission? Takuya directed his gaze at the person in charge. The mission's classification seemed suspicious. These escort missions aren't placed in the S-rank category because there's a chance you won't even encounter any enemies. But if a battle does happen, it could easily escalate to S-rank difficulty. The Hokage himself decided to classify it as an A-rank mission, the man explained, taking another drag of his cigarette. So there's a chance of running into Hanzo, the so-called demigod, right? Takuya completed the thought. It was labeled as an E-rank mission instead of S-rank because, if luck was on their side, they could get to the Land of Iron without any conflict. But if they were unlucky, they might attract the attention of Hidden Rain Village's forces, or worse, Hanzo himself might show up. Since Hidden Rain Village was attacking the Land of Iron, Hanzo wouldn't want to see any supplies, especially medical supplies, reaching their destination. The mission clerk gave a helpless shrug. Takuya chuckled, an interesting mission, coming from the mission department rather than being directly assigned by the Hokage. Hidden Leaf Village's missions and requests were divided into two categories. The first involved missions you could pick and accept yourself from the mission department. The second type was directly assigned by the Hokage, who would designate specific teams to carry out high-level or special missions. Usually, A-rank and S-rank missions were assigned by the Hokage. Only a handful of high-level missions ended up in the mission department. The clerk lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled. This mission's been sitting here for days. No one suitable has taken it. Interested? Wasn't that obvious? Takuya rolled his eyes. Due to the war, most of the high-ranking Jonin were at the front lines, and only a few had remained in the village. This mission specifically required a Jonin to lead. But how many Jonin were dumb enough to take this mission? Everyone knew there was a high chance of running into Hanzo, the so-called demigod. The reward was high, but it wouldn't matter if you couldn't live to spend it. Besides, this wasn't a direct assignment from the village. Who in their right mind would gamble their life, hoping they wouldn't cross paths with Hanzo? The war with Hidden Rain Village had only recently ended. All of Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin knew how terrifying Hanzo could be. As a result, this high-paying mission had been collecting dust for days, with no takers. The third Hokage hadn't assigned a team to it because Denzo had already left the village and was on his way to the Land of Iron, likely negotiating with Hanzo as they spoke. Sending a supply convoy to the Land of Iron now would risk those negotiations falling apart if they ran into trouble. That's why the Hokage relegated the mission to the mission department. He knew that no Jonin in the village would be eager to take on this mission. Those with the strength wouldn't touch it, and those without the strength would be too afraid of Hanzo to even consider it. I'll think about it, Takuya said, leaving the mission department without making a decision. There were plenty of other suitable missions available, so there was no need to rush. Such a shame, the mission clerk muttered as he watched Takuya walk away. This mission wasn't looking promising. A high reward didn't mean much if no one was willing to accept it. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, why hadn't the Hokage assigned this mission to a specific team? Hopefully, they wouldn't end up sending a random squad. If they did run into Hanzo, well, that squad would be in for some serious trouble. Meanwhile, in the chaotic war zone of the Land of Iron, Hanzo and Denzo met face to face, each flanked by their forces. Especially Denzo, who had brought almost all of his root operatives with him. Clearly, he didn't trust Hanzo and feared an ambush. Denzo was a cautious man with great ambitions, but he cherished his life even more. The size of his entourage wasn't about making a statement, it was about ensuring his safety. Hanzo, however, had no regard for Root, leaving them behind as he confidently approached. Glancing at Denzo, whose head and shoulder were still wrapped in bandages, Hanzo sneered, "Looks like that old Hagcho did a real number on you." Denzo's remaining eye flashed with hatred, his expression cold. "And it seems that losing the war has sapped your will to fight, Hanzo. You've been reduced to mocking others for their injuries." "Ha." Hanzo scoffed. "Let's cut the nonsense. We both know what kind of people we are. Why are you here, Denzo?" Hanzo wasn't naive, he knew Denzo had ulterior motives for seeking him out. Just thinking about the recent defeat, Hidden Leaf Village's disregard, and the gaping hole in Hidden Rain Village's defenses made Hanzo's face twitch under his gas mask. His tone grew even frostier as he addressed Denzo. "I'm here to propose a deal." Denzo didn't mention the mission Hidden Leaf Village had given him. To him, the village's orders were secondary to his personal agenda. Hanzo paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. "A deal? If I had to guess, you're here on behalf of Hidden Leaf Village, asking me to withdraw and abandon my assault on the Land of Iron, right? Did you really think I wouldn't see through your little schemes, Denzo? Talk of a deal, what a joke." Hanzo's laughter was harsh and grating, especially to Denzo's ears. "That's the village's business, it doesn't concern me." Denzo admitted that Hidden Leaf Village had tasked him with negotiating a retreat, but made it clear to Hanzo that he didn't care about that. His focus was on his personal interests. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Hanzo's eyes narrowed in disdain. This man was not to be trusted. Chapter 214, A disagreement sparks Hanzo's killing intent. I wanted to wage war against the Land of Grass, and Hidden Leaf Village jumped in to stir up trouble, which eventually led to the outbreak of war. Now, I've chosen to back down and wait for someone to negotiate, but what does Hidden Leaf Village do? They sent Tsunade, clearly showing they don't respect me at all. Hanzo continued, his tone full of bitterness. After being rejected, they bombed Hidden Rain Village's walls, forcing me to the negotiation table. I still compromised. But now, for the sake of my village in the Land of Rain, I've had no choice but to wage another war, this time against the Land of Iron. And here comes Hidden Leaf Village again, sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. Do they really think I, Hanzo, have no temper? Forget about cooperation. I don't think I can live up to Hidden Leaf Village's expectations. As for the conflict with the Land of Iron, that's between the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron, it has nothing to do with Hidden Leaf Village. Hanzo dismissed Denzo's words, showing no interest in even entertaining a conversation. Whether Denzo represented the village or himself didn't matter to Hanzo. He had no intention of dealing with either. If they knew what was good for them, they would stop bothering him. If pushed too far, Hanzo wouldn't hesitate to make rash decisions, and Hidden Leaf Village would be the ones regretting it. This Hanzo is simply unreasonable. Denzo's face turned livid with anger. He hadn't even had the chance to make his case, and Hanzo was already kicking him out, leaving no room for negotiation. Hanzo, are you saying you want to be Hidden Leaf Village's enemy? Denzo challenged, deciding to use the weight of the village to pressure him. Hanzo, who had taken a couple of steps away, suddenly stopped. His fists clenched, and his hand slowly moved toward his back. He turned his head and fixed Denzo with a cold stare. Are you threatening me? If Saratobe Hiruzen had said this, maybe Hanzo would have tolerated it, but Denzo. Who did he think he was? Did he really think his title as Hidden Leaf Village's advisor gave him that kind of authority? Who do you think you are? Denzo could feel the killing intent emanating from Hanzo, and his heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he took a step back. Denzo-sama, be careful. Noticing the shift in Hanzo's aura, Denzo's root operatives immediately moved in, surrounding their leader in a protective formation. The rest of the team encircled Hanzo. Are you threatening me, Hanzo? Denzo's anger flared. Hanzo sneered, you can threaten me, but I'm not allowed to threaten you? Seems I've overestimated you, Denzo, the so-called root of Hidden Leaf Village. Stop him. Denzo's pupils contracted as he saw Hanzo's hand reach for the handle of his scythe. He quickly retreated, knowing full well that Hanzo had made up his mind. This wasn't just a bluff, Hanzo really intended to kill him. Damn Hanzo. Cursing inwardly, Denzo continued to fall back. He wasn't about to put himself in such a dangerous situation. After the incident with Chio, Denzo had become especially cautious. He wasn't about to risk his life. If his subordinates died, they could be replaced, but if he died, that was the end of everything. Coward. Denzo spat while fleeing, still trying to save face. Hanzo only felt more disdain. To think Denzo was part of Hidden Leaf Village's high command, he was nothing but a coward, not even on par with the Sannin. At least the Sannin would fight back, willing to fight to the bitter end. But Denzo. All he did was run. Protect Denzo-sama. As soon as Hanzo revealed his intent, the root operatives moved to shield their leader. A few stayed back to engage Hanzo, while the rest led Denzo to safety. Protect Lord Hanzo. The Hidden Rain Village ninja, seeing the clash unfold, quickly joined the fray. Denzo could hear the anguished cries of his subordinates behind him. His body trembled with rage, but he couldn't afford to stay. Now that he had lost both an eye and an arm, his strength had diminished significantly. He stood no chance against Hanzo in his current state. If he stayed, the one who would die would be him, Denzo. Hanzo, you coward, you only know how to leave your subordinates to die. Denzo shouted as he continued to flee. This madman. Never in his wildest dreams did Denzo imagine that his simple words would push Hanzo over the edge. Denzo was used to using the village's authority to pressure others. It was a habit he had developed in Hidden Leaf Village. But what he failed to realize was that Hanzo, after the war with Hidden Leaf Village and the humiliation he had endured, had grown extremely sensitive to such condescension. By trying to lord over Hanzo, Denzo had only succeeded in enraging him. Denzo-sama, run. He is coming after us. The root operatives fought valiantly to buy Denzo time to escape. Hanzo. At this moment, all Denzo could think about was accelerating his recovery plan. He had grown tired of his weakened body, which had only hindered his power. What would happen if he killed Denzo? Of course, it would offend Hidden Leaf Village, but Hanzo didn't care. He was intent on finishing Denzo off, regardless of the consequences. Unfortunately, despite suffering heavy casualties, the root operatives managed to hold off Hanzo long enough for Denzo to escape, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Though they paid a heavy price, the root operatives had succeeded in protecting Denzo and helping him make it back to the village. Denzo, You! Saratobe Hiruzen was stunned as Denzo, disheveled and furious, stormed into his office. Weren't you supposed to be in the Land of Iron, negotiating with Hanzo? How are you back already? And in such a sorry state? Clearly, the negotiations had fallen apart. There was no other explanation for Denzo's condition. Though he had already guessed the answer, Hiruzen still asked, Denzo, did the negotiations fail? He didn't even give me a chance to negotiate. That lunatic. Denzo, caring nothing for his appearance, shouted in frustration. He wouldn't even let me speak, nor did he care about Hidden Leaf Village's authority. Hanzo has gone mad. Does everyone need to bow to Hidden Leaf Village? Clearly not. Many had chosen not to heed Hidden Leaf Village's influence. Hanzo was just one of many. This is really not good news, Hiruzen murmured, deeply furrowing his brow. Things were taking a turn for the worse, just as he feared. With peace talks off the table, how would they handle the situation with the Land of Iron? It was a headache waiting to happen. Hanzo had made it clear he wasn't interested in negotiating with Hidden Leaf Village, nor would he retreat just because Hidden Leaf Village told him to. Worst of all, Hidden Leaf Village's reputation had been tarnished. The esteemed advisor of Hidden Leaf Village, sent to negotiate with the leader of a small village, had been chased off and returned in disgrace. It was a slap to Hidden Leaf Village's face. A very loud one. Upon hearing the news, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado rushed to the Hokage's office. The moment they saw Denzo's disheveled state, they knew things had gone terribly wrong. Not only had the negotiations failed, but they had also stirred up more trouble. What happened? Koharu asked, eyeing Denzo warily. Seeing Denzo's dark expression, Hiruzen sighed and answered. Hanzo refused to negotiate. He believes Hidden Leaf Village is trying to bully the smaller nations, specifically him and the Land of Rain. Hiruzen gave a brief account of what had happened. Whether it was entirely true, only they knew. After all, this was what Denzo had told him. Hanzo has some nerve, not even putting Hidden Leaf Village in his eyes. Hiruzen, we can't let this go, or else the other small nations won't take Hidden Leaf Village seriously anymore, Koharu snapped. They couldn't just let this slide. They had to put Hanzo in his place, or Hidden Leaf Village's reputation would be damaged. If they didn't act, what would stop other small nations from following Hidden Rain Village's example? I know, Hiruzen muttered, equally frustrated. But the question is, what can we do about it? The best way to punish a village was through war. But could Hidden Leaf Village afford another war? No. After the recent war with Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Leaf Village was now locked in conflict with Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Sand Village was already on the verge of defeat, with victory in sight. There was no way Hidden Leaf Village could afford to start another war with Hidden Rain Village. Especially since they had just signed a peace treaty. Starting a war immediately after would be an embarrassment to Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 215, Comparing with Tsukumo Hatake, only Takuya Yagami the third Hokage had another concern. What if they pushed Hanzo too far? Would he resort to something desperate, like joining forces with Hidden Sand Village to stand against Hidden Leaf Village? That was a scenario he couldn't afford to let happen. When people are backed into a corner, they tend to do crazy things. Upon hearing this, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado fell silent. Starting a new war was out of the question. The current situation didn't allow for it, and Hidden Leaf Village wasn't about to engage in another conflict with Hidden Rain Village over this. But if war wasn't an option, what else could they do to resolve this? We'll likely need to send someone to meet with Hanzo directly, Hamura suggested after a long pause. Who? The third Hokage looked up. Well. Hamura hesitated. That was indeed the question. Whoever they sent would have to be strong enough. Sending someone weak would only anger Hanzo further, and the consequences could be worse than what Denzo had faced. At least Denzo had his root operatives to shield him, buying time to escape. But most other candidates wouldn't have such loyal, fearless subordinates. Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford such a loss. How about recalling Tsukumo Hatake? Koharu suggested after some thought. When it came to strength among the new generation, no one could surpass Tsukumo, also known as Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. The ongoing success in the Land of Rivers was largely thanks to Tsukumo, who had slain many enemies and kept the third Kusagakure at bay. Tsukumo can't leave, Hiruzen responded. The war was at a critical point. With just a bit more effort, they might force Hidden Sand Village into surrendering. Pulling Tsukumo out now would only give the enemy time to recover. The third Hokage wasn't about to accept that. Send Takuya Yagami. Denzo, though reluctant and at odds with Takuya, had to admit that Takuya was the only person besides Tsukumo who had the guts to face Hanzo, and could even force Hanzo to compromise. In fact, Takuya might even be more suited than Tsukumo. Hanzo had dared to attack him only because Denzo's strength had been severely diminished. If Tsukumo couldn't be deployed, sending Takuya was the next best option. Upon hearing Takuya's name, the third Hokage furrowed his brow. He recalled how Takuya had refused his previous mission. What made them think Takuya would accept this time? Regardless of what happened before, Takuya Yagami is still a member of Hidden Leaf Village. He should contribute in times like these, Denzo pressed. They needed a solid reason, or Takuya would likely reject the mission again, just like last time. I'll think about it, Hiruzen said, neither agreeing nor refusing outright. But Koharu and Hamura exchanged knowing glances. They could tell that Hiruzen was leaning toward accepting. His non-committal response was a clear sign. If he wasn't outright rejecting the idea, he was likely to go along with it. I need your support in getting the remaining chakra metal, as well as some key equipment and tools, Denzo demanded. Are you insane? Koharu's eyes widened, her wrinkled face tensing. She couldn't believe Denzo was still after the chakra metal. He had already taken plenty before, so why was he asking for more now? The supply hadn't even been replenished yet. If the Hokage ever needed that metal and found it missing, they'd all be in deep trouble. There'd be an investigation, and the consequences could be dire. We need this, you don't have to help me, but if you don't expect me to help you when the time comes, Denzo threatened. They were all in this together, having done things they'd rather not see the light of day. If they refused him now, they could forget about his help when their own problems arose. You. Koharu was furious. When persuasion didn't work, Denzo turned to threats, leaving her speechless. Hamura could only give a helpless smile. Denzo, why do you need chakra metal so badly? Isn't there something else you could use? Hamura asked, trying to defuse the situation. We really can't touch the remaining supply. It would cause too many problems. If Hiruzen found out, it might uncover a lot of past issues, and all three of us, myself, Koharu, and you, could lose our positions. Do you want to risk that? The stakes were too high. If one part of their scheme unraveled, the entire thing could collapse. Denzo understood this well. After thinking for a moment, he said, then we'll each contribute some from our personal stores. Don't refuse, I know you've kept plenty for yourselves. If you don't agree, I'll take this straight to the Hokage and confront him. You bastard. Koharu was speechless with rage, and Hamura's face darkened. Like you're any better, Denzo. You have no shame. The Shimura and Sarutobi clans had taken the most, and now he had the audacity to criticize them. Fine, fine. Koharu snapped, her voice shaking with anger. Take it. But this is the last time. Don't expect our help again. If you pull this stunt one more time, we'll go straight to Hiruzen. Denzo didn't care. He knew that once Koharu calmed down, they'd still come to his aid. They were all rotting from the same tree. If their corruption were exposed, none of them would escape punishment. Their crimes would be enough to strip them of their positions and land them in prison for life. Even if the third Hokage showed mercy, others would jump at the chance to destroy them. Denzo knew Koharu and Hamura wouldn't take that risk. Make sure to deliver it to the Foundation as soon as possible. I need it urgently, Denzo said as he rushed past them, leaving without another word. Koharu trembled with fury, pointing after him. Can you believe him? He's completely out of control. Hamura could only smile bitterly. Yelling at him wasn't going to change anything. They had allowed him to get away with too much for too long. Knock knock. Come in. The third Hokage put his thoughts aside as he tidied up his desk. The door to the office opened, and Minato walked in, bowing respectfully to the Hokage. Ah, Minato. What brings you here? Hiruzen's face softened as he greeted him with a warm smile, clearly pleased to see him. Minato smiled back, looking a bit shy. Hokage-sama, Takuya is planning to take his team on a mission outside the village. I've been feeling a bit stuck in my training lately, so I was hoping to join him, maybe clear my mind. I'd like your permission to go. Oh? The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Takuya to be planning a mission outside the village. Curious, he asked, where is Takuya planning to take his team? It seems like they're heading to the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron. He said he wants his team to experience the dangers of the shinobi world and the harsh realities of war. I don't know exactly what mission he'll choose, though. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. He would be informed of any mission Takuya accepted, so Minato had no reason to hide anything. The Land of Rain and the Land of Iron, huh? Minato looked at the Hokage, clearly hoping for his approval. After a moment of consideration, Hiruzen smiled and said, very well. I'll allow it. But have Takuya come to my office before he leaves. There's something I need to discuss with him. Right away, Hokage-sama, Minato said, smiling as he received permission. He quickly left, eager to share the news. Wants to see me, huh? Takuya muttered, surprised at how easily Minato's request had been approved. What did the Hokage want with him? Was it about Hyuga Sazun's safety? That seemed like an overreaction. Even if Hyuga Sazune was a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, who could possibly take her away from Takuya? Did Minato say why he wanted to see me? Takuya asked. Do I look like I know that? Minato's eyes seemed to say, giving Takuya an amused look. You're so useless. Takuya laughed. Go to hell, Minato shot back with a grin. Chapter 216, Confronting the Third Hokage and Requesting Retirement. Minato chuckled, playfully punching Takuya on the arm. Go on, maybe the Hokage has a special mission lined up for you. Special mission? That's the last thing I want to hear. Nothing good ever comes from those. Takuya grumbled as he waved off Minato and headed toward the Hokage's office. Just like Takuya said, whenever the word special mission popped up, trouble was always sure to follow. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Takuya stepped through the door, entering the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. The third Hokage set aside the documents he'd been reading and looked up at Takuya. I heard from Minato that you've decided to take your team toward the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron on a mission? Yes, Takuya confirmed with a nod. I haven't settled on the exact path yet. I need to review the available missions carefully since Hyuga Sazune is part of the team. I'll have to take that into account. Though the Hyuga clan has always been very protective, I believe that keeping flowers sheltered in a greenhouse will only make them weak. It's time to let them experience the real world. You're right. Without facing challenges, these kids won't be able to stand on their own, the Hokage agreed with Takuya's assessment. Since that's the case, I have a mission I'd like you to take on and complete. What mission? Takuya asked bluntly. If it's anything to do with Hanzo, then count me out. The third Hokage was momentarily stunned. Takuya had already refused before he could even explain. Could you at least tell me why? This mission is very important to the village. Aren't you willing to serve your village? What does that mean, Hokage-sama? Takuya's face flushed red with anger as he raised his voice. If I wasn't willing to serve the village, why have I risked my life taking on missions? If I wasn't willing to serve the village, why did I go to the front lines to fight? If I wasn't willing to serve the village, why did I threaten Hanzo and bomb Hidden Rain Village? If I wasn't willing to serve the village, why did I accept the role of Jonin instructor to train the next generation? Hokage-sama, do you feel no guilt saying something like that to me? Takuya's voice echoed loudly through the Hokage's office, so much so that even those in the hallway outside could hear him. People passing by stopped, staring at the door in shock, not sure what was going on. The atmosphere was tense. Some of the Anbu members considered stepping in to calm things down, but on second thought, they realized Takuya hadn't done anything wrong, he was just being loud. Besides, when it came to sensitive matters like this, it was best for Anbu to stay out of it. That's not what I meant at all, the Hokage tried to explain, now flustered by Takuya's outburst. He had only intended to make a casual remark, but Takuya's heated response had thrown him off. Then what did you mean, Hokage-sama? Takuya wasn't letting up, his voice growing even more intense. Does taking on village missions not count as serving the village? Does going to the battlefield and fighting enemies do not count as serving the village? Does being a Jonin instructor, helping young shinobi grow, not count as serving the village? Then please, Hokage-sama, enlighten me, what exactly does it mean to serve the village? I follow every mission the village assigns me. I go to war when the village sends me. I train new recruits when the village asks me to. And yet, somehow, I haven't served the village? Did Takuya Yagami just walk into the Hokage's office? Someone whispered in the hallway. Yeah, it's him. That kid's young, but I hear he's really strong. Even the third Kazekage and Hanzo have fallen for his tricks. What's going on in there? Sounds like he's arguing with the Hokage. Who knows? Best not to pry into things that don't concern us. The hushed murmurs quickly died down as Anbu agents shot warning glances toward the gossiping shinobi, reminding them to mind their own business. Still, everyone strained their ears to catch more of what was being said inside. Takuya, calm down. That's not what I meant, the Hokage said, trying to defuse the situation. I appreciate all you've done for the village. I was simply hoping you'd be willing to take on this one mission. No way. Takuya's frustration continued to build. When others fight for the village, they're hailed as heroes. But when I fight for the village, no one even knows about it. Fine, I can deal with that. But then you try to keep me in the village, telling me it's for my protection, forcing me into this role as a Jonin instructor. Tell me, Hokage-sama, how can I, a mere child myself, be expected to guide 3 other children to grow? 3 children, no less, one of them Uchiha, one a Hyuga, and from the main branch at that. The tension in the squad is unbearable. Alright, enough, enough. Please stop, the third Hokage's head was spinning. He was terrified that the next thing out of Takuya's mouth might be an accusation that the village was targeting the Uchiha, and maybe even him, Takuya Yagami. The third Hokage knew that Takuya was aware of the village's treatment of the Uchiha, thanks to his close relationship with Tsunade. There was no doubt in his mind that Tsunade had filled Takuya in on the details. Since the village no longer trusts me, I hereby request retirement from service. I will no longer be a shinobi of this village. I'm tired of being targeted because of the Uchiha. I just want to live a normal life. I'll submit my official resignation in writing soon. As for my squad, you'll have to assign someone else to replace me. That's not what but before the Hokage could finish, Takuya had already stormed out of the office, leaving him in complete shock. And those who had been eavesdropping were just as stunned. Wait. What just happened? Did Takuya really just quit being a shinobi? Was this for real? He was already talking about handing in his resignation letter. It wasn't unheard of for shinobi to retire, especially when they could no longer handle the psychological toll of killing or due to other personal reasons. They would submit a request to the Hokage's office, and if approved, their shinobi status would be revoked, allowing them to live as ordinary citizens. But this Takuya Yagami was taking the initiative and flipping the situation on its head before anyone else could. Who am I? What just happened? The third Hokage sat there for a good while, too stunned to even process what had just occurred. Takuya, what mission did the Hokage give you? Minato asked, approaching Takuya as he returned. Takuya shoved Minato's face aside with one hand. No special mission. But he sure tried to dump a heap of responsibility on me. Want to take it? What? Minato blinked in confusion. What responsibility was he talking about? Oh, by the way, you're pretty good with words, right? Help me write up a resignation letter. I need to submit it to the Hokage's office tomorrow. A resignation letter? Minato was now completely lost. Chapter 217, Better to Manipulate Than Be Manipulated. Entering the room, Takuya grabbed some paper and a pen, slamming them down on the table. He pulled Minato over and pressed him into a chair. Go on, start writing. Keep it simple, just a standard shinobi retirement application. Are you out of your mind? Minato shot up from the chair in shock. Retire? Was this some kind of joke? People retire because of psychological trauma or physical disabilities. But Takuya Yagami? He was perfectly fine, wasn't he? Yup, I'm totally out of my mind. Takuya grinned widely. Those old geezers wanted to play dirty behind the scenes? Fine. He'd just flip the table and lay all the cards out in the open. No more playing along with their schemes. If they want to suppress me when it suits them, then came running to me when they need something, accusing me of not being loyal to the village when I refuse, well, I'm done with it. I'll just retire. Who needs to be a shinobi anyway? Constant surveillance, endless schemes. The second you're connected to the Uchiha, it doesn't matter how much you contribute or how many victories you bring. They'll always find a way to target you. I'm going to see the Hokage, Minato muttered, finally understanding why Takuya was talking about retirement. The village leadership had pushed him too far. If Takuya had aligned with the Uchiha, it might have been one thing, but he hadn't. And yet, they still wouldn't leave him alone. Their tactics were underhanded and downright cruel. Sit down and finish writing that retirement request. After that, you can do whatever you want. Let me go. Where's my stick? In the end, under Takuya's not-so-subtle threat of violence, Minato sat back down, reluctantly writing the retirement letter. He never thought he'd find himself doing something like this, writing up a resignation for his closest friend. The whole situation left a bitter taste in his mouth. As soon as he finished, Minato tossed the pen aside and bolted out of the room, terrified that Takuya might grab him and rope him into something else. Would Takuya chase after Minato? Not a chance. In fact, Takuya was counting on Minato to spread the word, to make sure the whole village, no, the entire shinobi world, knew about this. When news got out, the third Hokage would have a real mess on his hands. Suppressing a village hero on baseless accusations? Forcing him into retirement because of some imaginary grudge against the Uchiha. Once the public caught wind of it, the village leadership's reputation would be dragged through the mud. Captain, are we preparing to head out soon? When Aida Suai saw Takuya, he was practically buzzing with excitement. He had been eagerly awaiting the day they'd leave the village to take on higher-level missions. But he was about to be sorely disappointed. Takuya sighed and patted Aida Suai on the shoulder. Sorry, Aida Suai, but I won't be able to take you on any more missions. I came here to tell you that the Hokage will be assigning another Jonin to lead your team. The smile on Aida's face froze, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Captain, please don't joke like that. It's really not funny. I'm not joking. I'm retiring. Do your best from here on out. I still need to inform Sazune and Ryoji. Take care. Retiring? Why? When Ryoji Uchiha heard the news, he was in complete disbelief. Retire? What the hell was going on? Captain, can I ask why you want to retire? Hyuga Sazune, who had been looking forward to leaving the village and exploring the wider world, was shocked when the first news she got was about Takuya's sudden decision to retire. It felt like her entire world was spinning. Does it really matter? It does. Sazune nodded earnestly. I guess I'm just tired. Tired of constantly fighting for the village, only to be targeted and dragged down because of some ridiculous reasons. So, I'm choosing to retire. Let the Hokage deal with targeting the Uchiha from now on. I'm done with it. Even if you have a new captain, make sure to work hard. Only strength can truly ensure your safety. Takuya gave Sazune's head a light pat before walking away with a smile. Was he retiring because he was being targeted? As someone from the Hyuga main family, Sazune was somewhat aware of the tension between the village leadership and the Uchiha. She wasn't completely clueless. The higher-ups had been targeting the Uchiha for a long time, and because Takuya had Uchiha blood, despite not being part of the clan, he'd been caught up in their schemes. Do you need help packing your things? Sazune's father, the Hyuga elder, had assumed his daughter was about to leave the village on her first real mission. He had no idea what was really going on. Father. After bowing respectfully, Sazune shook her head. There's no need to pack anything anymore. My captain is retiring. He's no longer going to be a shinobi. Retiring is a good. Wait, retiring? The elder's eyes widened, his pale Byakugan flaring as his voice rose an octave. Retiring? Is that true? It was the first time Sazune had seen her father lose his composure like this. She nodded slowly. Yes. That's what Captain said. He's tired of being targeted because of his connection to the Uchiha, so he's choosing to retire. What in the world was going on? The Hyuga elder knew far more than his daughter about the inner workings of the village leadership. He just never expected Takuya to react so strongly. Everything had seemed fine up until now. Why the sudden backlash? Could it be that the Hokage had ramped up the pressure again? None of it made sense to him. From the elder's perspective, Takuya might have Uchiha blood, but he had repeatedly refused to align himself with the Uchiha. That made him far more valuable than any actual member of the Uchiha clan. Was the village really willing to throw away a genius like him? As her father shook his head in frustration, Sazune timidly asked, Father, was the captain telling the truth? Stop asking questions. Her father shot her a stern look. If Yagami Takuya is retiring, it means your team is being disbanded. You'll stay here and continue your gentle fist training. Yes, father. Sazune nodded obediently, not daring to press any further. Where is Master Jiraiya? Minato was growing frantic. At first, he'd thought about going to the Hokage, but he quickly abandoned that plan. Jiraiya would be much more effective at getting through to the higher-ups. If Minato went to the Hokage himself, it wouldn't change a thing. Why did it have to come to this? Didn't they realize how much this would demoralize everyone? Minato couldn't understand why the village leadership was so determined to target the Uchiha, especially someone like Takuya, who had Uchiha blood but had no ties to the clan. Why did it always come down to power and control? After searching everywhere, Minato couldn't find Jiraiya. Frustrated, he ended up at the hospital. In Nawaki's recovery room, Orochimaru was explaining the finer points of ninjutsu while Nawaki listened attentively. The door suddenly slammed open, startling them both. Minato, what are you doing? Don't you know patients need a quiet environment to recover? Are you deliberately messing with me? Orochimaru rarely had time to give private lessons, and Nawaki had been listening intently, only to be interrupted by Minato's loud entrance. Screw the recovery. Minato was too panicked to care, brushing past Nawaki to approach Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei, do you know where Master Jiraiya is? I need to find him, it's urgent. Jiraiya. Orochimaru calmly closed the book he'd been holding and thought for a moment. He's probably somewhere. Not fit for little kids. Ever since that old man's voyeur technique got exposed, all the hot springs in the village have added coverings. He can't peep anymore, so he's been finding other ways to entertain himself. Why do you need him? Chapter 218, Jiraiya gets strict again. Orochimaru calls him out. Jiraiya's still the same, he never changes, Nawaki muttered with a look of disdain. Minato sighed, rubbing his forehead with a bitter smile. Things are getting complicated. This morning, I went to the Hokage's office to apply for an external mission, planning to go on a mission with Takuya. The Hokage mentioned a special task for Takuya and asked him to come to the office. Before Minato could finish, Nawaki began yelling in protest. How could you, Minato? You're going to leave me behind and run off with Takuya? That's so unfair. Shut up. Everything was chaotic enough already, and Nawaki was only making it worse. Minato shot him a stern look, his face hardening. Nawaki immediately fell silent, staring at Minato in surprise. Has the little son lost his mind? He thought. What's with the attitude today? Clearly, something interesting had gone down involving Takuya and the old man. Now that Nawaki was quiet, Minato continued. After Takuya returned, he asked me to help him write an application. He wants to retire, to quit being a shinobi. Orochimaru's usual smile froze for a second. Nawaki's jaw practically hit the floor as he sat up in his hospital bed despite his injuries. Ouch. Damn it. Takuya's actually thinking about retiring? What did the Hokage say to him? Apparently, the Hokage questioned Takuya's loyalty to the village, which made him feel like he's been singled out and targeted. He is disappointed and wants to retire. Enough talking, I need to find Master Jiraiya. Minato rushed out of the hospital room, heading straight for parts of the village no child was allowed to visit. Teacher. Nawaki, feeling helpless and frustrated, wanted to confront the third Hokage himself, to demand an explanation. But with his injuries, he could barely move, so he turned to Orochimaru with a pleading look. Orochimaru chuckled softly. I'll go talk to the old man. You just focus on recovering. I'll also send a message to Tsunade. Thanks, sensei. With a wave, Orochimaru left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. It was obvious that the old man had caused trouble again, otherwise, there was no way Takuya would be this upset and choose to retire. Tsunade would definitely explode when she heard about this. This is getting more interesting by the minute, Orochimaru mused, smirking as he headed not for the Hokage's office, but the intelligence division. I need to send some information to Tsunade. Prepare a messenger hawk, he instructed. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The intelligence officers didn't dare ask questions. They took the scroll from Orochimaru and promptly sent the hawk flying toward the land of rivers. With that task done, Orochimaru finally made his way to the Hokage's office. It just so happened that he ran into Jiraiya, who was reeking of alcohol and sporting a few lipstick marks on his neck. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he hurried over. Orochimaru, what's wrong with the old man lately? The village is already in chaos, and now he's making things worse. You still don't get how those old geezers think? Orochimaru sneered. Jiraiya paused, forcing a smile. I just hope this doesn't blow up into something bigger. If it does, it'll affect morale on the front lines. By the way, Tsunade doesn't know about this yet, does she? I just sent her a message. What? Jiraiya nearly jumped out of his skin, staring at Orochimaru in disbelief. You already told her? The moment Tsunade found out, she'd explode with rage and probably rush back to the village immediately. Was Orochimaru trying to make things worse? Jiraiya, close to having a heart attack, could only point at Orochimaru, speechless. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. If there's going to be chaos, why not let it spread? Let everyone see the ugly faces of those in power. Today, it's Takuya, tomorrow, it could be you or me. That's not going to happen. The old man wouldn't do that. Jiraiya protested, still holding faith in the third Hokage. He refused to believe the Hokage would ever turn against him or Orochimaru. I used to believe that too, Orochimaru replied quietly. But after the war in the Land of Rain, I realized people can change. Jiraiya had no words. When the two arrived at the Hokage's office, Jiraiya didn't bother knocking, he threw open the door and stormed inside. Seeing both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the third Hokage knew trouble was brewing. Old man, what is going on? Are you trying to drive Takuya out of the village? Is that what will finally make you happy? Jiraiya demanded. That's not my intention. The Hokage's face darkened as he tried to defend himself. Besides, I wasn't the one who assigned Takuya this special mission. It was your idea, he thought. Now that the situation had blown up, it was time for someone else to take the blame. The third Hokage knew he couldn't hide what had happened, but he needed to distance himself from it. When the Hokage targets his own people, it's a huge deal. When the village elders do it, it's nothing but a minor scandal. The difference in consequences was clear. Even if you didn't assign him, you stood by and let this happen. Jiraiya's voice rose in anger, while Orochimaru leaned back, crossing his arms, thoroughly enjoying the show. He found the whole situation rather amusing. And what kind of special mission requires Takuya to handle it? The task was to negotiate with Hanzo, to get the Rain Village forces to withdraw from the Land of Iron and end the war. Denzo already attempted the negotiation but was chased off by Hanzo. We lost several members of both the Anbu and Root, the Hokage explained with a sigh. He lit his pipe, taking a deep drag before continuing. Everything we've done, it's all for the good of the village. The Land of Iron is a neutral country, and with Hanzo's forces attacking, Hidden Leaf Village can't just stand by. But because we lost the war, Hanzo holds a grudge against Hidden Leaf Village, which is why negotiations broke down. Shifting the conversation to the well-being of the village was a trick the Hokage often used to calm Jiraiya. It usually worked on both him and Tsunade. No matter how upset they were, once the village's interests were at stake, they'd back down. As expected, hearing this made Jiraiya hesitate. His expression soured, and all the arguments he'd been preparing seemed to catch in his throat. If it was for the sake of the village, how could he keep protesting? The village's well-being was more important than any one individual's problems. I remembered Tsunade once mentioned that Hanzo's grudge against Hidden Leaf Village stemmed from the peace negotiations after the war. Apparently, the village didn't send anyone of equal status, which fueled his resentment. Orochimaru suddenly chimed in. Cough, cough. The Hokage choked on the smoke from his pipe, coughing so hard his eyes watered. Jiraiya's eyes widened, glaring at the third Hokage. Were you trying to trick me? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I fought our hearts out on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, only to be insulted with that ridiculous title of legendary Sannin. Don't bring up Hanzo as an excuse, Orochimaru added coldly. He didn't mind if the Hokage tried to distract Jiraiya with other matters, but using Hanzo to justify everything was too much. Nice try, old man. Jiraiya slammed his hands on the desk in frustration. Hanzo's grudge is clearly a result of those botched negotiations. Takuya forced him into a corner once already. If Denzo couldn't succeed, what makes you think Takuya can do any better? Do you plan to force Hanzo to back down again? Aren't you worried this will drive Hanzo straight into the enemy's arms? Didn't Takuya already refuse to take this mission? Chapter 219, Public Outcry Hits Hidden Leaf Village. The elders start to panic, so the previous excuse doesn't hold up anymore. Jiraiya wanted to see how the third Hokage would explain himself. But to his disappointment, the Hokage said nothing, silently puffing on his pipe. Hey! Orochimaru knew this situation wasn't going to play out the way Jiraiya hoped. With a meaningful chuckle, he was the first to leave the Hokage's office. Phew. Exhaling heavily, Jiraiya rubbed his aching head and waved dismissively. Forget it. You're the Hokage, after all, so it's your call. I can't convince you. You'll have to talk it over with Tsunade when she gets back. You've already told Tsunade? The third Hokage shot up from his seat, alarmed. Is Tsunade really the one who'll fix all this? Jiraiya smirked bitterly. Orochimaru sent the message, not me. Anyway, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. I've got a headache and need to rest before heading back to the front lines. The third Hokage felt like he'd been stabbed in the back by Orochimaru. Oh, by the way. Jiraiya turned back at the door, scratching his head sheepishly. Old man, if anyone tries to target me, can you watch my back a little? I am your student, after all. Don't just leave me hanging. Jiraiya was frustrated, which is why he was using this sarcastic tone. But what good was sarcasm? He couldn't change the third Hokage's mind. Maybe Tsunade could. Forget it. Let her raise hell for a change. It might do some good. Orochimaru was right, things were getting out of hand. The third Hokage had practically distanced himself, making it clear to Jiraiya and Orochimaru that the whole mess was someone else's idea, likely Denzo or the Elder Council, and that he was merely going along with it. Since I can't deal with this or persuade you otherwise, Tsunade will have to handle it. Hopefully, she doesn't blow a fuse. Meanwhile, Denzo, Koharu, and Hamura were blissfully unaware that the third Hokage had thrown them under the bus. When Tsunade stormed back to the village, they'd be caught completely off guard. The news spread quickly, and soon, nearly everyone knew about Takuya's decision to retire. Many were shocked by it. Takuya was widely regarded as one of Hidden Leaf Village's most promising talents, a strong shinobi with solid connections. His future was bright. But now, he was being forced into early retirement. What could have driven him to such a decision? Suddenly, many eyes turned toward the Uchiha clan. The elderly Uchiha patriarch, already frail and near the end of his life, nearly had a heart attack when he heard that his clan had been dragged into this mess. People were speculating about what had gone down in the Hokage's office to make Takuya so angry that he was willing to quit being a shinobi and live a normal life rather than deal with the constant pressure. Lord Hiruzen, what's going on with all these rumors? Are you just going to let people keep talking like this? Koharu and Hamura stormed into the Hokage's office the moment they heard the news. People were already whispering that Takuya had been forced into retirement due to conflicts with the Elder Council. Listen to this nonsense. Sure, they'd been keeping Takuya in check, making sure he didn't rise too high and threaten their authority, but they hadn't pushed him into retirement. I was merely following your suggestions, the third Hokage replied flatly. You came up with these ideas. I just went along with them. Now that things had blown up, they had the nerve to ask him what was going on? Koharu and Hamura had no idea what the Hokage had said to Takuya. They assumed that the pushback from Takuya had caused this mess because of their efforts to limit his rise. That Takuya is ungrateful. Everything we did was for the good of the village, Koharu grumbled. Then, turning to Hiruzen, she asked, why haven't you done anything to control the situation? Look at what people are saying, they're accusing us of forcing him to retire, even dragging the Uchiha into it. Phew. The third Hokage sighed deeply, his old face weary. How am I supposed to control this? Everyone in the Hokage building heard Takuya yelling at me. How can I control the rumors? If I were to try and suppress it now, it would only confirm that we really did force Takuya into retirement. Are you two losing it? He thought. Trying to control the narrative now would be like shooting ourselves in the foot. I'll personally address the issue, he continued. We're preparing an official statement. Once it's released, the villagers will understand. They'll see that we were acting in the best interests of the village and not trying to push Takuya out. Koharu and Hamura looked more at ease after hearing that. If the Hokage himself made a statement and an official announcement was posted, it would clear things up. And with the Hokage's personal guarantee, people would see it was all a misunderstanding. Takuya has been harboring some resentment ever since we made him a Jonin instructor. You two should lay low for a while. Oh, and where is Denzo? Given the chaos, the third Hokage was surprised that Denzo hadn't reacted yet. Had he somehow not noticed that he was getting dragged into this too? Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The Hokage cleared his throat. Come in. Lord Hokage, came the voice. We'll discuss this later. The Hokage gave Koharu and Hamura a look. Has the design for the new weapon been finalized? When will production start? He asked. The molds for the weapon have been made, but... The blacksmith hesitated, glancing nervously at Hamura, clearly unsure of how to proceed. The Hokage frowned. Why would you hesitate in front of the elders? It's just a weapon, and nothing particularly secretive. So why the reluctance? Hamura, still sipping tea, glanced at the blacksmith but didn't give it much thought. What's the matter, blacksmith? Is there something you can't say in front of me and Hamura? Koharu asked, clearly irritated. The blacksmith gave a strained smile. Lord Hokage, the mold for the chakra weapon is ready, but we're short on materials to begin forging it. Chakra weapon? Koharu and Hamura felt their stomachs drop. Was Hiruzen making a chakra weapon? This is bad. Both elders stood up in shock, Hamura's teacup tipping over on the table, spilling tea everywhere. What's going on with you two? Are you hiding something from me? Sensing something amiss, the third Hokage cut them off before they could respond. His tone darkened. Why are we out of materials? It's just one chakra weapon, it shouldn't need that much chakra metal. It's over. The third Hokage was clearly suspicious, and he wasn't giving them a chance to speak. Chapter 220, Why should we take the fall for Denzo's mess? Koharu glanced secretly at Hamura, who sighed and shook his head at her. The message was clear, there was no point in hiding this. Trying to cover it up would only lead to bigger problems. I sent my subordinates to the logistics department to retrieve the chakra metal, but they told me the village's supply of chakra metal is running low and can't be used for weapon crafting. How is that possible? The third Hokage couldn't sit still. He distinctly remembered the village having a significant reserve of chakra metal, all of it purchased at great expense from external sources. Crafting a single weapon would only require a small portion of that supply. Not everyone was like Obi Ramasenshu, who had the luxury of using chakra metal to forge something like the Thunder God's sword, which Tsunoda eventually gave to Takuya. So the question remained, what happened to all the chakra metal from the logistics department? The third Hokage shot a deep look at the two elders, who remained silent. He already had a strong suspicion of where the issue lay. Forcing an awkward smile, he turned to the blacksmith. You can go rest for now. I'll send over the chakra metal. Just be ready to start forging. Yes, Hokage-sama. The blacksmith obediently left the office. As soon as he was gone, the forced smile on the third Hokage's face vanished, replaced by a dark, thunderous expression. Koharu, Hamura. Is there something you'd like to explain to me? A whole batch of chakra metal, just gone. And the logistics department was mostly managed by Koharu and Hamura. If the chakra metal had disappeared, it was undoubtedly tied to them. Hamura chuckled bitterly. He opened his mouth to admit the truth but found himself at a loss for words. The third Hokage's face grew darker, the anger simmering inside him rising as he glared at Koharu and Hamura. Hiruzen, there's no need to look at us like that, Koharu finally said. This matter has nothing to do with us. You should ask Denzo. He's the one who took the metal. We only found out about it afterward. Why should they take the fall for Denzo's actions? In times of trouble, survival instinct kicks in, and they had no qualms about throwing Denzo under the bus to save themselves. If they didn't, they'd end up being the ones to suffer. Denzo. The third Hokage clenched his fists, his breathing becoming more rapid as he struggled to contain his rising fury. Send for Denzo, he ordered, his voice barely controlled. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Anbu appeared in the office and disappeared just as silently, heading out to summon Denzo. Hiruzen looked livid. This is all Denzo's doing, not ours. Koharu and Hamura communicated with each other through their gazes. They had no intention of defending Denzo, selling him out was their best option. Once Hiruzen had calmed down, they could plead for leniency on Denzo's behalf. Before long, Denzo entered the Hokage's office, walking slowly with his cane. Hiruzen, what do you need me for? If it's not urgent, don't waste my time. Root suffered heavy losses, and I'm busy recruiting replacements. As he mentioned this, Denzo ground his teeth, silently cursing to himself. The various clans had refused to send any of their people to join Root. Denzo had been eyeing the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in particular for a while now, but the third Hokage wouldn't allow him to recruit from them. Left with no choice, Denzo had turned to the smaller clans. Unfortunately, they had also refused. Root had taken heavy losses, and with the third Hokage using the war's toll as an excuse, he was unwilling to provide Denzo with any significant support. Without the Hokage's full backing, rebuilding Root would be an uphill battle. Let's leave Root aside for now. The third Hokage's mood soured even further at Denzo's words. Koharu and Hamura were speechless. Denzo, are you blind? Can't you see how upset Hiruzen is? Why did you take the chakra metal from the logistics department? Hiruzen demanded. Huh? Only now did Denzo realize something was wrong. His gaze shifted toward Koharu and Hamura. So the chakra metal issue came to light, and you didn't even warn me? But Koharu and Hamura kept their heads down, pretending not to notice. This was your mess, Denzo. You deal with it. We need an explanation, Denzo. The third Hokage shouted, slamming his hand on the desk. Do you have any idea how much money the village spent on that chakra metal? How many favors I had to call in to get it? And you thought it was a good idea to use it all to arm Root with chakra weapons? Even Anbu didn't get this kind of special treatment. What in the world was Denzo thinking? The rarity and value of chakra metal were beyond question. But what really enraged the Hokage was the fact that Denzo had done this behind his back. And worse, Koharu and Hamura had known about it and said nothing, keeping him in the dark. The three of them had worked together to conceal this from him. Brilliant. Just brilliant. The third Hokage felt like a puppet leader, betrayed by those closest to him. He had given them their authority, and now they had the audacity to go behind his back and act without consulting him. Did they not respect him at all? I took it, Denzo admitted, seeing no point in lying now that the secret was out. Denying it would only make Hiruzen angrier. And where is the chakra metal now? The Hokage sneered. Don't tell me you've already used it to forge weapons. Go on, Denzo. Show me what you've done this time. Remaining calm, Denzo replied, the metal. I intended to give it to Orochimaru. He's a war hero and has done so much for the village. I knew he wanted to give Nawaki a fine weapon, so I decided to provide some of the chakra metal. To give to Orochimaru? The third Hokage let out a bitter laugh. Yes, Orochimaru is a war hero. He's done more for the village than most, and as my student, I would have no problem rewarding him with some chakra metal. In fact, I've already arranged for a chakra blade to be crafted for Orochimaru, so he can give it to Nawaki. But now, there wasn't a single scrap left. And who gave Denzo the authority to move materials from the logistics department? Chapter 221, The Elder's power is revoked, and Root is merged into the Anbu. Did you deliver it? And how much? According to what the third Hokage knew, Orochimaru hadn't crafted any chakra weapons for Nawaki. This meant that the materials never made it to Orochimaru. Hiruzen, everything I did was for the village. Having been repeatedly mocked and questioned by the third Hokage, Denzo finally snapped, yelling, isn't it right to reward the village's heroes and contributors? Yes, of course it's right. The third Hokage let out a bitter laugh. Koharu, standing to the side, kept signaling Denzo with her eyes, trying to get him to stop talking. But Denzo paid her no mind. Koharu rolled her eyes and gave up on him completely. If you won't listen to me, then you can deal with this mess yourself. Bang. The third Hokage slammed his hands on the table and stood up. Denzo, let me ask you, who gave you the authority to pull resources from the logistics department? It's my responsibility to decide who gets what rewards. I am the Hokage of this village. At a time like this, you're still trying to cover your tracks? As the Hokage's advisor, Do you have the right to make such decisions? What do you take me for? You. Denzo wanted to argue back, but he couldn't. He wasn't the Hokage. Everything the third Hokage said was true. Every word felt like a sharp blade stabbing into Denzo's chest. His face twitched, but eventually, he held his tongue, his expression dark and rigid. Denzo finally lowered his head. The third Hokage took a deep breath before asking, "Where's the rest of it? Don't tell me you gave all of the chakra metal to Orochimaru." As far as I know, he hasn't crafted any chakra weapons for Nawaki. The amount of chakra metal Denzo had taken wasn't small. It was enough to craft several weapons. Even a piece of metal the size of a fist was worth millions of ryo. The chakra metal Denzo took was worth several billion. It's gone. After being pressured repeatedly, Denzo decided to just give up and admit it. I ordered root members to deliver it to Orochimaru, but they were ambushed and killed as soon as they left the village. Cough. Cough. The third Hokage suddenly remembered the recent attack on root members outside the village. The thought hit him like a punch to the gut, and he began coughing violently. No wonder Denzo had been so angry and anxious back then. He hadn't cared about the deaths of root members or the village's reputation. What had really upset him was losing the chakra metal he had secretly taken. And what about the other batch of chakra metal? Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage continued to question him, suppressing the fury bubbling inside. If he didn't control himself, he feared he'd lose it entirely. Denzo closed his eyes and pretended not to hear. The rest of the chakra metal was still in his possession, but he had no intention of handing it over. If he gave it up now, his negotiations with Orochimaru would fall apart. After being hunted by Hanzo, Denzo was desperate to get his research going so he could recover his body. But Orochimaru wasn't one to work without a reward. Are you refusing to return it? Denzo continued to ignore the question, his face set in stone, infuriating the third Hokage to the point where his whole body began trembling with anger. Koharu couldn't stand it any longer. Denzo, just hand over the chakra metal. Don't be so stubborn. If Denzo handed it over, the third Hokage would still be angry, but he wouldn't take any drastic measures. After all, Hiruzen still needed Denzo. But if Denzo refused to cooperate, things could get much worse. Shut up. The moment Koharu spoke, Denzo exploded in anger. You're the ones who gave me the chakra metal. Didn't we agree that your two families would contribute some of the supply? You. Denzo's ingratitude left Koharu fuming. How dare he bite the hand that feeds him? She was so enraged she could barely breathe. The third Hokage turned his gaze on the two of them, his eyes practically burning with fury. Well. You three have outdone yourselves. You're really not going to cooperate. The third Hokage let out a hollow laugh and slammed his hand on the table. If you won't cooperate and insist on keeping secrets from me, then from today on, the three of you will be stripped of your powers. And root will be merged into the Anbu. If anyone else had pulled a stunt like this, they'd be rotting away in prison for decades. But for the two elders and the Hokage's advisor, even though the third Hokage was furious, he only took away their authority. Their positions remained intact. Going forward, the three would still be the Hokage's advisors and members of the Council of Elders, but they no longer had any actual power. What? Denzo's eyes widened in shock, and Koharu and Hamura were just as stunned. They hadn't expected the third Hokage to go this far and strip them of their authority. While being an elder or an advisor might sound prestigious, without actual power, they were nothing. Denzo's root, Koharu's control over the medical department, and Hamura's grip on the logistics department, these were all vital branches of Hidden Leaf Village. Without these positions, their status would plummet. Hiruzen, you can't do this to us. This is Denzo's fault, why are you punishing me and Hamura? In a last-ditch effort, Koharu threw Denzo under the bus completely. Even if Denzo did this, he never would have taken resources from the logistics department without your approval. He didn't have the authority. The third Hokage's voice was cold as ice. And after you found out about it, instead of reporting it to me, you kept it hidden. You even helped him cover it up the second time. That makes you complicit, his accomplices. Both of you need to step back and reflect on your actions, figure out where you went wrong. Hiruzen, get out. I'm tired. The third Hokage didn't want to hear any more excuses. There was no point in listening. The three of them had crossed the line, and the third Hokage couldn't tolerate it. He had to take away their power as a punishment, teach them a lesson, and possibly restore their authority later depending on the situation. The third Hokage knew he couldn't run the village without the help of his old comrades, which was why he had only taken away their authority and not their positions. Had he removed their positions entirely, they'd be done for. Meanwhile, unaware of what was happening in the Hokage's office, Takuya stared at Minato in disbelief. Minato, the always reliable little son, Had even notified Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha. What was this, some kind of trial? I was just worried you were serious about giving up being a ninja, Minato said with a sheepish smile. Kushina, on the other hand, had no such reservations. With her hands on her hips, she declared boldly, Takeya, if those old guys at the Hokage's office are giving you trouble, then quit. Tomorrow, I'll write up my own resignation and leave too. If it comes to it, I'll just take care of you. She had the confidence of someone with wealth. Takeya. Minato. Mikoto Uchiha. Chapter 222, If they make me unhappy, I'll make sure they're miserable too. Kushina's bold declaration of I'll take care of you left everyone in the room stunned. I don't need you to take care of me. I've saved plenty of money. Even if I quit being a ninja, I've earned enough from my missions and contributions to live comfortably. Money was something Takeya never lacked. He might not be the wealthiest, but he had enough to live a comfortable, worry-free life. Besides, do you really think my resignation will be approved? They were overthinking this. Just because he submitted an application didn't mean it would automatically be approved. The third Hokage had to agree to it, and if he didn't, the resignation request would just sit there, gathering dust. Probably. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be, Minato said, scratching his head. He wasn't entirely sure if the third Hokage would approve Takeya's resignation. Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances. Neither of them knew what the third Hokage was thinking either. Takeya waved his finger dismissively. I can assure you, the Hokage won't approve it. He'll just keep it on file. So, you won't actually become a civilian? Minato's eyes brightened. He'd been worried all day, fearing that Takeya would really quit being a ninja and live as a civilian. Wait, if the Hokage won't approve it, why bother writing the resignation in the first place? If you're going to make a stand, just make a stand, why go through the trouble of submitting paperwork? You really don't get it, do you? Takeya rolled his eyes at him. No wonder, even as the fourth Hokage, Minato had ended up as little more than the third Hokage's puppet, with no real power of his own. I'm just making my stance clear, Takeya said, stretching lazily on the couch. I want them to know that I'm tired of being messed around with. I'm done with all these ridiculous games. It was frustrating enough when people kept testing your patience, but the worst part was, the more you ignored them, the more they pushed. It was as if they thought you'd never push back, that you'd always tolerate it. And that only made them more brazen, pushing you further and further until you were standing at the edge of a cliff, with nowhere to go but down. The Uchiha clan was a perfect example. In the original timeline, if they'd resisted sooner, would the third Hokage and Denzo have been so bold? The Uchiha had hundreds of ninja, dozens of whom were jonin, making up a tenth of Hidden Leaf Village as elite. And their jonin were strong, each of them capable of taking on two regular jonin in battle without breaking a sweat. Then there were Fugaku Uchiha and Shizue Uchiha, both possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. If the Uchiha had truly revolted, the ones in trouble would have been the third Hokage and his faction. But unfortunately, with someone as weak-willed as Fugaku leading them, the Uchiha were doomed from the start. Takeya's situation was similar to the Uchiha's. The difference was, while the Uchiha couldn't agree on a course of action, Takeya was just tired of dealing with the nonsense. The result was the same, people took advantage of the situation, constantly pushing boundaries. Well, if that's how they want to play, I'm done playing along. From now on, everything's strictly business. No more games. But won't this upset the Hokage? Mikoto asked, worried. As an Uchiha, she knew all too well how the village targeted her clan. If they used the same tactics on Takeya, things could get bad. Minato, who had been feeling relieved just moments earlier, suddenly felt uneasy. Even Kushina, who had boldly proclaimed she'd take care of Takeya, was now concerned about whether he'd be targeted or punished in retaliation. The minds of those in power were unpredictable. People had been targeted for no reason before. Going up against the higher-ups like this would definitely make them hold a grudge. And once someone became a target, it would only lead to more trouble. If they make me unhappy, why should I care about making them happy? Takeya smirked, unconcerned. He'd already considered the consequences before taking action. How things would turn out depended on how far the third Hokage wanted to push. If he wanted a fight, Takeya was ready to oblige. Don't worry, I'm not like the divided Uchiha elders or the overly accommodating Fugaku. It'll be fine. Just wait, everything will calm down soon. Sure, this might have ticked off the Hokage, but so what? Was the Hokage really going to come after him during a time of war? Would he risk damaging his own reputation just to settle the score with Takeya? If he did, fine, let's see who'd suffer in the end. Takeya. Minato was suddenly afraid. Takeya seemed completely unconcerned about the usual rules and restrictions. In this state of mind, if Takeya clashed with the higher-ups, Minato couldn't even imagine the outcome. What if? No, he couldn't think about it. Minato shook his head, trying to push the thought away. Takuya would never leave the village, right? His parents sacrificed themselves for Hidden Leaf Village, and their graves were here in the memorial cemetery. Hidden Leaf Village was his home, the only place he could honor his parents. He wouldn't just leave it behind. Minato wasn't being unreasonable. Knowing Takuya's personality, it wasn't hard to imagine him doing something drastic if pushed too far. What's wrong? Takuya asked. Nothing. Do you have anything to eat? Minato smiled wearily. You scared me half to death today. I've been running around all day, and I'm exhausted. I haven't even eaten. Let me check. I think I brought back a deer from a mission a while ago. Takuya didn't think much of it and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After all, he hadn't eaten yet either. Once they'd all had dinner, everyone, lost in their own thoughts, didn't linger for long. They each left to go their separate ways. Minato, you're hiding something, aren't you? Mikoto asked as they left Takuya's house. Minato was planning to visit Nawaki in the hospital and discuss what had happened today, but Kushina and Mikoto had stopped him. If even Kushina could sense that something was bothering Minato, how could someone as perceptive as Mikoto not notice? Takuya had been too preoccupied with his resignation to notice, but that didn't mean Kushina and Mikoto hadn't picked up on it. Minato looked back at Takuya's house, where the lights were still on, and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Let's talk at the hospital. I was planning to discuss it with Nawaki anyway. Then let's go. Kushina, eager as ever, grabbed Mikoto and dashed toward the hospital, with Minato hurrying to catch up. How did it go? Is everything sorted out? Nawaki was lying in his hospital bed, anxious for news. When Minato arrived with a food box in hand, Nawaki couldn't even focus on eating, immediately bombarding him with questions. Nawaki, don't worry. Takuya said his resignation is just a way of expressing his frustration. The Hokage won't approve it. There's nothing to worry about, Kushina reassured him, pushing Nawaki back down onto the bed to keep him from moving too much. With his injuries, he needed to stay still. Too much movement could reopen his wounds. That's a relief. Nawaki sighed in relief and then laughed, cursing, that damn Takuya, he really scared me. I thought he was serious about quitting as a ninja. But seriously, why does the Hokage keep targeting him when he hasn't done anything to harm the village? Chapter 223, Minato's Worries. Tsunade receives the news 1 or 2 times is tolerable, but after repeatedly being pushed like this, anyone would snap. I wouldn't be able to hold back either, Minato said with a sigh. It seems this is somehow connected to the Uchiha. I heard it all started with the Elder Council, Mikoto Uchiha added, frustrated. But there wasn't much she could do. She didn't have the power to intervene in such matters, so all she could do was silently support Takuya from behind. Damn it. Because of Takuya's influence and his knowledge of the darker side of things, Nawaki had long since lost any respect for the members of the Elder Council. Hearing this just made him curse under his breath, mentally burying Koharu and the others countless times. Unfortunately, no matter how angry he was, it didn't change anything. Even if he wasn't injured, there wasn't much he could do about the situation. My sister should be back in a few days. When she returns, I'll have her give those people a good scolding. They're always targeting someone, stirring up trouble for no reason. I can't do anything, but my sister sure can. When she gets back, they'll be sorry. It was probably for the best that Tsunade wasn't around to hear Nawaki say these things. If she had, she'd definitely give him a good smack for his cheekiness. After all, there's truth in the saying, it's best to discipline your brother early. What did you bring to eat? It smells so good I'm starving, Nawaki said, finally letting go of his worries about Takuya's resignation after being reassured it wouldn't go through. Only then did he realize he hadn't eaten all day, too preoccupied with worrying about Takuya. Kushina, ever thoughtful, opened the food box, saying, Takuya told me that your blood levels are low. Eating more venison and drinking the broth will help replenish your blood and speed up your recovery. Hee, I knew Takuya wouldn't forget about me, Nawaki chuckled. This is delicious. Since Nawaki was unable to feed himself, Kushina had to help, feeding him directly. No one thought twice about it, after all, they were practically like siblings. Besides, everyone in Hidden Leaf Village knew that Kushina had eyes only for Takuya, the handsome white-haired guy. After a few bites of venison and some broth, Nawaki felt much better, his body warming up from the inside. As he ate, he noticed Minato had been unusually quiet ever since they entered the hospital room. Minato, why aren't you saying anything? Nawaki asked. Yeah, you've been acting strange since we were at Takuya's house. Your face looked off too, Kushina chimed in, now remembering Minato's odd behavior and pressing him for answers. Mikoto Uchiha also turned her gaze toward Minato. Under the pressure of their collective stares, Minato scratched his head in frustration. You've all known Takuya for a long time now. Haven't you noticed his personality? Even if today's situation gets resolved, if anything happens later, with Takuya's temperament, he's not the type to stay quiet. I'm worried he might end up doing something drastic. Like leaving the village. Then let him leave. If he's really fed up, he should. Kushina started but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Leaving the village? The implications hit her like a ton of bricks. Leaving the village meant becoming a rogue ninja. Clatter. The food box fell to the floor, scattering the venison and broth everywhere. But no one was paying attention to the mess. All eyes were now on Minato. Don't talk nonsense. Takuya would never do something like that, Nawaki said, his face darkening as he resisted the urge to curse Minato out for saying such things aloud. Mikoto Uchiha, after a moment of shock, smiled faintly, her thoughts simple. If Takuya were to defect, what reason would I have to stay in the village? What's the point of staying in Hidden Leaf Village if he's not here? Kushina, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Ahem. I'm just saying it's a possibility, Minato quickly backtracked, trying to calm them down. The village has all of us here, plus Mikoto and you, Kushina. Takuya wouldn't do something like that. Besides, if he tried, Lady Tsunade would hunt him down, even if it meant searching the whole world. Minato was desperately trying to cover his slip, fearing that his comment might make Kushina overthink and cause unnecessary trouble. Auntie always said she was grateful to have grown up in Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village is her home, and it's Takuya's home too. He won't leave, Mikoto Uchiha assured Kushina with a warm smile. Even if he wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to leave you behind, Kushina. Isn't that right? Mikoto added with a playful nudge. Kushina, simple and straightforward in her thinking, quickly calmed down after Mikoto's words and turned her frustration toward Minato. You nearly scared me to death, Minato. You're in trouble now. Get back here. Who'd be dumb enough to stick around? Minato thought. Kushina was already furious, standing still would just mean getting smacked. Without hesitation, Minato jumped out the window and vanished in an instant. Kushina, fuming, ran after him, with Mikoto Uchiha following close behind to keep her from really starting a fight with Minato. That Minato. He's always trying to scare me, Kushina muttered, still seething. Phew. Suddenly, Nawaki froze, his neck stiffening as he slowly turned to look at the scattered venison and broth on the floor. Minato. His furious shout echoed down the hospital halls, startling the nearby doctors. But Minato was already long gone, too far away to hear the anger in Nawaki's voice. Meanwhile, miles away from Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade was still hard at work. The number of injured being brought to the camp from the battlefield was overwhelming, and the medical unit was always the busiest. Under Tsunade's leadership, they worked tirelessly to heal and care for the wounded. Even when she finally got a chance to rest, she had to head to the command tent for meetings. Although the war is turning in our favor, I don't recommend moving the camp into Wind Country territory. First, logistics would be an issue, and second, as long as we hold our position, victory is certain. The Sand Village can't hold out much longer, Tsunade said. The Sand Village's puppet troops have suffered heavy losses, but they're still a threat. Tsunade, we need your help to deal with them, Tsukumo Hatake added. Tsunade was the natural counter to the Sand Village's puppet forces. In her hands, those puppets were nothing more than oversized toys, easily crushed with a single punch or kick. And Tsunade's immunity to poison made her an absolute nightmare for the Sand Village's puppet ninjas. While Tsukumo could also easily deal with them, his mission was to hold off the third Kusagakure. So the task of dealing with the puppet troops had fallen to Tsunade. I'll take care of it, Tsunade replied. Though exhausted, Tsunade didn't mind handling a few more enemies. She was eager to end this war and return to the village for some well-deserved rest. Even though she wasn't officially the commander, Tsunade was undoubtedly the busiest person in the camp. It was wearing her down. Good, Tsukumo nodded and continued, everything else remains the same. Our main focus is to prevent the Sand Village from launching another surprise attack on our camp. We should all reflect on the lesson learned from the Rain Village's ambush. He stopped suddenly, looking toward the entrance of the command tent. Tsunade-sama, an intelligence officer rushed into the tent, handing Tsunade a scroll. This is an intelligence report from the village, for you. For me? Tsunade blinked, confused. Reports from the village should have been directed to either Tsukumo Hatake or Narashikaku, not her. Was this sent specifically for me? Chapter 224, Today it's Yagami Takuya being targeted, what about tomorrow? Tsunade glanced at Tsukumo Hatake and Narashikaku, her heart filled with doubts. Then, in front of everyone, she undid the seal on the scroll and spread it open. Bam. A few seconds later, as everyone was wondering what the scroll contained, Tsunade's expression turned dark. She stood up in a rage and slammed her hand down on the table. Tsukumo Hatake jumped, instinctively grabbing the map, while Narashikashich's hand shook, spilling tea all over the table. The wooden table cracked under Tsunoda's force, shattering into a pile of broken wood on the floor. Who on earth upset this lady? This is just too much. Why are they targeting him like this? Tsunoda seethed. Tsunoda, what happened? Can you share it with us? Seeing Tsunoda fuming and about to explode, Sakamo Hatake quickly tried to calm the situation with a cough, hoping to ease the tension. At the same time, he was curious about what could have happened in the village to make Tsunoda this furious. Could it be Nawaki? No, that didn't make sense. In Hidden Leaf Village, who would dare target Nawaki? Even though the Senju clan had faded away, their influence remained strong. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Nawaki still enjoyed special privileges. No one would dare mess with him, and even if they did, the third Hokage would never allow it. After all, angering Tsunoda could lead to serious trouble, potentially reaching the daimyo, which would be a huge embarrassment for Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. That useless Tenzo, Tsunoda cursed, showing no restraint. He was supposed to represent the village and negotiate with Hanzo, but instead, he was chased and nearly killed, causing heavy losses to both the Root and Anbu. Tsunoda was merciless, her scorn for Denzo evident. And now, despite everything, the old man still tried to pass the mission to Takuya. After being refused, he even questioned why Takuya wasn't willing to serve the village. Is that reasonable? Hasn't Yagami Takuya done enough for the village? Hasn't he gone to the battlefield? Hasn't he earned enough merit? The entire command room was silent, everyone stunned by Tsunoda's outburst. Even Sakamo Hatake and Narashikashichi didn't dare say anything casually, as Tsunoda had just openly criticized the third Hokage. Tsunoda might dare, but they certainly didn't. And as for calling Denzo useless, that was pretty bold, considering he was one of Hidden Leaf Village's advisors. Everyone exchanged looks, and soon, all eyes turned towards Sakamo Hatake. Why are you all looking at me? Sakamo Hatake thought, exasperated. I'm the frontline commander, but I don't deal with things like this. Besides, this wasn't really his responsibility. However, seeing Tsunoda ranting about the village leadership wasn't a good sign, so Sakamo had no choice but to step in and try to defend the third Hokage. Tsunoda, calm down for a moment. Who sent this message? Could it be a misunderstanding or even a prank? Orochimaru sent it, Tsunoda replied, handing the scroll to Sakamo, her teeth clenched, eyes blazing with anger. The intense look in her eyes gave Sakamo a chill. An angry woman was terrifying indeed. A misunderstanding? How could it be? Takuya's already preparing to file for retirement. He even confronted the old man in the Hokage's office, demanding to know why he was being targeted. Both parties were being bold, one for cursing, and the other for standing up to the Hokage. But the word targeted. Everyone in the command center quickly understood what was going on. It was obvious that Takuya was being singled out. Takuya was a rare genius with limitless potential. But just when his star was about to rise, he was suddenly left behind in the village and, bizarrely, made into a Jonin instructor. What kind of ridiculous decision was that? Sakamo Hatake had been hoping Takuya would come to the battlefield and help lighten his load. Takuya's mere presence on the battlefield, just by summoning his spirit beast and standing there, would have been enough to make the third Kazekage hesitate in battle. No one, after all, wanted to perform a pole dance in front of everyone. Even though the pole dance was exaggerated as slander, the fact remained that the third Kazekage had been caught in a Ganjutsu, making him forget himself and dance gracefully. That part wasn't fabricated. Naturally, the Kazekage had to be extra cautious to avoid getting hit again. But instead, Takuya was kept in the village. Sakamo Hatake still couldn't describe his feelings upon hearing the news. He had thought help was on the way, especially since he was still a young rising star, facing immense pressure from the powerful third Kazekage. But instead of backup, he received word that Takuya was stuck in the village, serving as a Jonin instructor. Sakamo had been beyond frustrated at the time. What kind of decision was this? Who thought it was a good idea to make a 10-year-old a Jonin instructor? With no help coming, Sakamo had to carry the burden alone, an experience he found more bitter than words could describe. Now, it seemed things had escalated even further. Takuya was filing for retirement and didn't want to be a ninja anymore. Everyone in the room was shocked. This isn't a joke. A young genius on the rise suddenly becoming an ordinary person. What a waste. What exactly were the higher-ups thinking? Unfortunately, most of them only dared to think this. No one had the courage to actually say it out loud. Except for Tsunoda, who had no qualms about voicing her complaints. Even though they kept their thoughts to themselves, seeing a dedicated shinobi, who had given everything to the village, being pushed to the point of wanting to retire was disheartening. No matter how much respect they had for the third Hokage and the higher-ups, it didn't sit right. Today it's Yagami Takuya, but who's to say it won't be them tomorrow? Elder, I'm afraid I'll need to return to the village. I'll have to leave the camp in your capable hands, Tsunade said abruptly. With everything that had happened, Tsunade couldn't stay calm. She needed to go back to the village. She couldn't focus on fighting on the front lines or healing the wounded with this unresolved. The room fell silent as everyone held their breath. Right now, the war was at a critical stage, and Tsunade leaving the battlefield could destabilize Hidden Leaf Village's entire advantage over Hidden Sand Village. With both Jiraiya and Orochimaru already gone, the pressure was mounting. And now, Tsunade was leaving too, with no clear timeline for her return. Everyone knew about Tsunade's close relationship with Takuya. If his situation wasn't resolved, Tsunade might not just leave the front lines, she might never come back at all. How was Sakamo supposed to respond to this? Sakamo Hatake felt like the command role he held was more of a burden than anything else. He had accepted the absences of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. But now, with Tsunade also leaving and no guarantee of her return, the weight on his shoulders was crushing. Tsunade, I really hope you'll stay. The war has reached a decisive point, and your departure would seriously impact our efforts, Sakamo said, trying his best to persuade her, though with little confidence. I'm sorry, Elder, Tsunade replied, shaking her head as she looked toward Hidden Leaf Village in the distance. If I leave, yes, it will affect the camp. The war will probably drag on longer. But if I don't go, I fear something even worse could happen. Sakamo Hatake could only shake his head in resignation. Do you think the Hokage will approve Takuya's retirement request? Sakamo asked, though he already knew the answer. After all, Takuya had contributed a great deal to the village, something everyone could see, although the higher-ups had never publicized it. The truth was clear now. Takuya was being targeted. Because of his Uchiha bloodline, he was singled out. In the command center, the few Uchiha Jonin who had came to fight on the front lines looked visibly upset. From what I know of the Hokage, he won't approve such a request, Narashikashi added, trying to reassure Tsunade. Tsunade, your concerns are unnecessary. I believe the Hokage will handle this situation properly. Right now, our priority is the war. After all, everything we do is for the village. Everything is for the village. That was the third Hokage's favorite line, often used to educate and persuade Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. But this time, when Tsunade heard it, it only grated on her nerves. Chapter 225, Submitting the Request and Warning Orochimaru. Sorry, Elder. I need to return to the village. Once I'm back, I'll ensure that Orochimaru and Jiraiya return to the camp to support you. You don't have to worry about the camp being weakened, it's only a matter of a few days. Tsunade knew that while it was important to settle personal matters, she couldn't afford to mess around with the war. Even if she returned to Hidden Leaf Village, she would make sure Orochimaru and Jiraiya went back to assist Sakamo Hatake. That's good to hear. Sakamo Hatake and Narashikashi both let out a sigh of relief. Although there was no shortage of Jonin in the camp, what they truly lacked were the powerhouses who could swathe the battlefield. Sakamo was strong enough, but holding back the third Kazekage was already a challenge, leaving him unable to do much more. Luckily, Chio and her brother Ebizo had retired and returned to Hidden Sand Village. If they had remained, the pressure on Hidden Leaf Village would have been even greater. Let's just say that having Chio alone would have given Sakamo plenty of trouble. Well, I'll be on my way now. With that, Tsunade swiftly departed, gathering her things to return to Hidden Leaf Village. In the command center, the others exchanged glances. The meeting, as expected, couldn't continue. What is this mess? Why can't we just focus on finishing the war properly? Sakamo Hatake was visibly frustrated, slamming his hand on the table. As the frontline commander, he felt nothing but helplessness, having to endure this situation. Yet, no matter how frustrated he was, there was nothing he could do but carry on. Even as commander, he had to follow orders from the higher-ups. Despite being the commander, he couldn't give direct orders to people like Tsunade, and could only negotiate with them. Thankfully, the Sannin respected Sakamo Hatake as a senior. If it were someone else in command, things might have been even more difficult. No one dared to speak further. When matters involved the higher-ups, it was best not to say anything that could get them into trouble. The next morning, Takuya arrived at the Hokage's office, knocking on the door for all to see. Come in. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse, and he looked worn out, his increasingly aged face showing signs of fatigue. Hokage-sama, here is my retirement request. Takuya placed the application on the desk. I ask for your approval, Hokage-sama. Seeing the application on the desk, the third Hokage, already groggy from anger and lack of rest, felt a dull ache in his head. Rubbing his temples, he sighed. Takuya, I may have expressed myself poorly, but I had no intention of forcing you into retirement. Takuya said nothing, simply turning and leaving the office. Of course, you didn't want me to retire, you just wanted to target me while still hoping I'd keep working myself to death for the village. It seems this misunderstanding will be hard to clear up. The third Hokage shook his head, filing the application away with the rest of the documents. As for reviewing and approving it, that was out of the question. Go and summon Orochimaru and Jiraiya for me. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Anbu operative swiftly left to find Jiraiya and Orochimaru and deliver the message that the Hokage wanted to see them. Orochimaru was in decent shape, despite having stayed up all night for his research, still looking sharp. Jiraiya, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. His hair was a mess, dark circles under his eyes showing he hadn't slept well at all. After sending Nawaki back to the village, Jiraiya had gone to certain places that weren't appropriate for children, looking for some fun. Since he couldn't gather research by peeping, he figured it was fine to pay for entertainment, right? During his downtime, Jiraiya lived the high life, though it was hard on his wallet and his stamina. Before he could fully enjoy himself, Minato had shown up. The events from yesterday had kept Jiraiya awake all night, leaving him half dead by morning. Even when you're having fun, you should take care of yourself. You're going to end up dead because of women at this rate, Orochimaru commented dryly, glancing at Jiraiya. Shut up. I couldn't sleep because of that brat Takuya's situation, alright? Jiraiya snapped, clearly annoyed. Orochimaru smirked but didn't bother responding. Look at you, all worn out, and you're trying to blame it on Takuya? I didn't sleep either, and I'm perfectly fine. When they arrived at the Hokage's office, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the exhausted third Hokage and Jiraiya, who looked like he had no energy left. Ahem, Jiraiya, you really should take it easy, you're still young, the third Hokage said with concern, seeing how worse off Jiraiya looked than himself. How many women did you entertain to end up like this? It was too late for excuses. Jiraiya sighed in frustration, yawning as he asked, Old man, let's keep this short. I didn't sleep a wink last night, I'm exhausted. What do you need from us? Orochimaru, did Denzo give you any chakra metal? The Hokage's first question was directed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened his hands and shook his head slightly. So they found out about Denzo moving supplies around. No wonder the old man looks so haggard, there must have been quite the stir. Chakra metal? Are you hiding something from me? Jiraiya thought, staring at Orochimaru, who had no intention of explaining further. I've stripped Koharu and Hamura of their authority, the third Hokage said, keeping his tone calm and controlled as he delivered the news. Stripped them of their power? Orochimaru was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the third Hokage to go this far. Was this because of the chakra metal? It seems Denzo has kept a lot of things hidden. Things were getting interesting. For Denzo and the two elders, power was everything. Without it, their high-ranking status would be almost meaningless, an outcome far worse than death. What? Jiraiya's reaction was much stronger. His sleep-deprived self nearly jumped out of his chair, leaning over the desk as he exclaimed, Whoa, old man. What's gotten into you? Why strip them of their power now? While I think you did the right thing, is this really the best time to do it? The third Hokage shook his head. I didn't want to do this either, but they've been getting more and more reckless. If I don't rein them in now, I fear my position as Hokage will become nothing but a title. Enough about that. Composing himself, the third Hokage changed the subject, his face becoming more serious. The reason I've called you both here is not only to inform you that I will not approve Yagami Takuya's retirement request, but also to ask that you return to the front lines as soon as possible. With Tsunade leaving, the pressure on Sakamo will be immense. Knowing that Tsunade would rush back as soon as she got the news, the Hokage needed to make arrangements in advance. Like sending Orochimaru and Jiraiya back to the battlefield ahead of time. Understood. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. Jiraiya, on the other hand, wore a pained expression, pleading, Sensei, can I rest a few more days? Look at me, I'm about to collapse. No. The Hokage firmly denied Jiraiya's request. You have 1 day to rest. By tomorrow night, both of you must depart. This war has dragged on long enough, and if we keep stalling, we won't be able to handle it much longer. I hope you can understand my concerns. It's all for the village, I get it, I get it. Jiraiya casually echoed the Hokage's usual mantra, leaving the third Hokage momentarily speechless. This guy's even quoting me now. Fine, I'll go. No need to look at me like that. Honestly, I'd rather leave anyway. If I stay, Tsunade will come back, and you two will start fighting. I won't even know who to side with. Since it was clear he had to return to the front lines, Jiraiya decided to accept it. The Hokage clearly wasn't going to let him stay in the village. And if Orochimaru was going, so was he. At least with Orochimaru going too, things felt more balanced in Jiraiya's mind. Alright then, old man, I'm off. Jiraiya waved dismissively, deciding that he'd go home to get some sleep first. Otherwise, he might collapse on the way to the front. Man, my back. I really should take it easy next time. Otherwise, I'll wear myself out. Orochimaru, I don't know what deal Denzo has offered you, but let me warn you, don't accept any of his terms. As for Nawaki's weapon, I'll handle that. Chapter 226, Tsunade rushes back to Hidden Leaf Village just as Orochimaru was about to step out the door. He paused, looked back at the third Hokage with a smile, and left without saying a word, quietly closing the door behind him. What deal did you make with Denzo? Why was he looking for you? Jiraiya, ever the curious one, leaned in, trying to probe for information. Unfortunately, the only response he got was a cold glare from Orochimaru. Ever since the war in the Land of Rain had ended, Orochimaru's attitude towards Jiraiya had become increasingly frosty. Fine. The coolest and most handsome toad sage won't ask anymore, alright? Who's that sour expression for anyway? Boss, give me 2 bouquets of flowers. After purchasing the flowers, Takuya made his way to the cemetery, placing them in front of his parents' tombstone. He cleared the surrounding weeds, sat cross-legged in the snow, and quietly paid his respects. Every year at this time, Takuya would visit his parents' graves alone, offering flowers and sitting in silence, keeping company with those who now rested in peace. He wasn't like Kakashi, who had the habit of muttering to the gravestones. If Kakashi didn't have that annoying habit of rambling on, maybe Minato and Kushina's fates wouldn't have ended so tragically. I thought I was early, but it looks like you beat me here. Minato had also arrived at the cemetery, placing his flowers in front of Takuya's mother's tombstone. Like Takuya, he sat down cross-legged, arranging some small snacks in front of the grave. Another year is almost gone before we knew it. Want a drink? Takuya pulled out the hidden stash of alcohol from his ceiling scroll. Minato stared, dumbfounded, as Takuya pulled out bottles of liquor and various snacks. Takuya, we're still young. Isn't it bad to be sneaking drinks like this? But you drank last time. That's because last time Nawaki ended up making a drunken fool of himself. Exactly. It's just the 2 of us today. After we finish, we can go visit Nawaki at the hospital and really rub it in. Takuya grinned, already imagining Nawaki's exaggerated outburst of frustration, and couldn't help but chuckle. Minato, who had been hesitant, suddenly lit up at the thought. This might actually be a great idea. Those jerks. Both of them. They're drinking behind my back while I'm stuck in the hospital. Arg. It was said that Nawaki wailed for the entire afternoon from his hospital bed, much to the dismay of the doctors who feared something was wrong with him. The medical team had to perform a full-body examination before they were reassured that Nawaki was just extremely upset. After all, Tsunade treated her brother like a disciple, and if something were to happen to him while he was recovering in the hospital, it would be hard for the doctors to face her. Takuya's plan was simple. He just wanted to have a few drinks to mark the day, which wasn't a particularly happy one. Who could have guessed that Minato, still so young, would have a rapidly growing tolerance for alcohol? In the end, Takuya ended up getting tipsy himself, dragging a dazed Minato to the hospital to visit Nawaki before returning home to collapse into bed. Late at night, Tsunade arrived back in Hidden Leaf Village. As soon as she returned, the Anbu were quick to report it to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama has returned. I see. If she comes to see me, you're dismissed for the night. No need for any of you to stick around and guard me. Yes, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage anticipated that if Tsunade came looking for him, things would likely escalate. People tend to say things they regret when they're in a rage. If the Anbu were still around at that time, it wouldn't be appropriate. But the third Hokage was overthinking things. Although Tsunade was visibly in a bad mood, she didn't storm into the Hokage's office in the middle of the night. Instead, she headed straight to the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital to check on Nawaki. Tsunade-sama, Nawaki is recovering well, but he was causing a bit of a fuss earlier today, the doctor reported. A fuss? What about? Hearing that her brother's recovery was going well, Tsunade felt relieved. She yawned and asked casually. The journey that would normally take 2 to 3 days, Tsunade had shortened to just 1. She was exhausted from pushing herself so hard to reach Hidden Leaf Village so quickly. The doctor's expression became somewhat awkward as he explained, it seems his friends were drinking and didn't include him, so he's been complaining about it all afternoon. Tsunade, in the middle of stifling another yawn, froze. Her drowsy eyes suddenly shot wide open. Drinking? That brat's still thinking about drinking? The last time Nawaki got drunk, he made an absolute fool of himself, and Tsunade had wanted to kick him to the curb. And now, even while bedridden, he was still fixated on drinking. Unbelievable. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson. She made a mental note to add this to her list of things to address with Nawaki once he was back on his feet. If he causes trouble over something like this again, just sew his mouth shut. I can always fix it afterward. Sew his mouth shut? The doctor was stunned, speechless. Meanwhile, Nawaki, asleep in his hospital bed, seemed to be having a nightmare, his body twitching involuntarily. They're definitely siblings. No one but family could say something like that. Nawaki is in your hands. I have some other matters to deal with, but I'll check on him again tomorrow. Please rest assured, Tsunade-sama. I'll take good care of him. Just keep an eye on him. No need to hover over him constantly, his recovery abilities are quite strong. Waving her hand dismissively, Tsunade left the hospital. She wasn't particularly worried about Nawaki's health. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Senju clan. While his recovery abilities weren't as extreme as those of the Uzumaki clan, they were still far beyond the norm. Right now, Tsunade had more pressing matters, Takuya's situation. Leaving the hospital, Tsunade made her way to Takuya's house. Too tired to bother asking Kushina for the key, she opted to climb through the window. Well, here I am, exhausted beyond belief, and look at you, drunk and snoring away. She opened the door and saw Takuya sound asleep, even drooling a little. Annoyed, she tugged on the blanket a couple of times. Wake up, you little brat. You think you're old enough to be drinking like this? Takuya, who had been dreaming about playing board games with the daughter of the god of dreams, was suddenly woken up. He blinked his eyes blearily at the figure standing over him. You're back already? If I hadn't rushed back, were you planning on staging a rebellion or something? Tsunade shot back. Already back? Tsunade thought to herself, most people would take 2 to 3 days to complete the journey I just made in one. I pushed myself to the limit, exhausting myself, just to make sure you didn't do anything stupid while I was gone. Yet, here you are, passed out drunk, taunting Nawaki to the point where he was yelling in the hospital, and now sleeping it off without a care in the world. Chapter 227, If Hidden Leaf Village disappears, would there still be rogue ninjas? Starting a rebellion? What's the point? Isn't it better to just live your life peacefully? Rubbing his eyes, Takuya sat up. Upon seeing Tsunade, he realized there was no way he could go back to sleep. Grumbling, he stretched and put on his slippers, heading to the bathroom. After drinking too much alcohol and other beverages during the day, nature called. Creak, creak. As the floorboards creaked under Takuya's feet, Tsunade felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She lazily sprawled out on the sofa in the living room and shouted toward the bathroom, when are you finally going to replace this house? The floorboards are about to fall apart. Don't tell me you're too broke to buy a new place. You think everyone's rolling in money like you, the cash cow? Takuya's muffled voice came from the bathroom. I'll get around to it. I've grown attached to the place, so I haven't felt the need to change it, but yeah, this house is getting pretty old. At the mention of cash cow, Tsunade's expression immediately soured. You want me to cook for you? Sure, I'm starving. Haven't eaten anything all day except for 2 soldier pills. Those things are bad for you if you eat too many. So, hard or soft? Hard, obviously. Soft noodles don't taste as good. As Takuya started preparing the ingredients for noodles, his foggy mind gradually cleared up. It was only then that he realized the conversation they just had sounded a bit off. There was definitely an innuendo there. Good thing Tsunade doesn't get those jokes from my previous life, or else she'd definitely lose it. After drinking during the day and snacking on jerky, Takuya realized he was actually hungry. That little brat Minato is probably still snoring away, huh? Thinking back to how Minato had been slurring his words and mocking Nawaki after getting drunk, Takuya couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought the usually straight-laced little son had such a side to him when drunk? After slurping down a large bowl of noodles, Tsunade leaned back, patting her stomach in satisfaction, and let out a contented burp. By the way, about your application, there's no way the old man's going to approve it. I know. I just wanted to make a point. I'm done playing their games. I'm letting them know I'm not putting up with their nonsense anymore. Does it even matter if it gets approved? No, Takuya wasn't concerned about that. He just wanted to make it clear that he wasn't playing along with them anymore. I'll take care of this. You don't need to worry about anything. Just keep living your life as usual, Tsunade said, her expression serious. She knew it was time to have a good talk with the third Hokage. Things couldn't go on like this. If they pushed Takuya too far, it could end badly for everyone involved. And that was assuming things didn't escalate. If they did, Tsunade didn't even want to imagine the consequences. What's there for me to worry about? It's not like they're going to kill me just because I submitted a retirement application. Takuya chuckled. Normally, when a shinobi applied for retirement, they would have certain memories sealed away, especially those related to Hidden Leaf Village's secrets. But that wasn't something that could be done to just anyone, especially someone like Takuya. From Hidden Leaf Village's founding until now, no Jonin had ever successfully retired unless they were severely injured and forced into retirement. And Jonin were essentially the peak of the shinobi hierarchy. Tsunade was speechless. How can you still laugh at a time like this? She sighed and said, they won't kill you, but they'll definitely target you more aggressively. For instance, they could try to steal your memories. After all, the village wouldn't want you spilling secrets. What will you do if the sealing squad shows up? Don't try to scare me. If they came to steal my memories, I'll just seal them first. My sealing jutsu's pretty decent. Even Gushina said it wasn't bad. Is that the point I'm trying to make? Tsunade was exasperated. What I mean is, they'll start coming after you even more. And here he was talking about sealing people before they could seal him. Tsunade felt like she was about to explode. Not being able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique didn't mean Takuya couldn't learn sealing jutsu. He just hadn't focused on it too much. Minato, on the other hand, had to learn sealing jutsu in order to master Flying Thunder God. Enough of that. Tsunade slammed the table. Attacking your own people is considered an act of betrayal. You want to become a rogue ninja. If the sealing squad showed up, it would mean that the third Hokage or someone else in power had given the order. At that point, resisting would be considered an act of treason. They would treat him like a rogue ninja. Of course not. Takuya chuckled. I am not the kind of person to become a rogue ninja. Hidden Leaf Village is my home, and it was my mother's favorite place. I could never betray it. At least this brat has some self-awareness. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, but then Takuya's next words made her jump in shock. I don't want to be a rogue ninja, but if someone forces me into that situation, then I'll have to find a way to ensure I don't end up as one. For instance, by making Hidden Leaf Village disappear. If Hidden Leaf Village no longer existed, would the term rogue ninja even apply? Takuya Yagami. Do you even realize what you're saying? After a moment of stunned silence, Tsunade leapt up from the sofa, slamming the table with enough force to shout. Why would you even think something like that? Do you know what that kind of thought implies? Shrugging his shoulders, Takuya spread his hands in a nonchalant gesture. I started thinking like this the moment I realized I was being constantly targeted. And yes, I know exactly what it implies. This is my home, but if someone keeps pushing me to the point where I can't even come home, then is it really still home? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for it to just disappear? With that, Takuya suddenly smiled. I've thought about it carefully. It doesn't seem all that difficult to make Hidden Leaf Village disappear. At least, I could pull it off right now. Brat, I think it's time I teach you a thing or two. Tsunade's chest was heaving in anger. If word got out about what Takuya had just said, it would cause an uproar. It could even turn him into a public enemy of Hidden Leaf Village. This wasn't something he could just casually talk about. No, I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Besides, you can't do anything about it. In the dim light, crimson began to glow in Takuya's eyes. As the Sharingan spun, it gradually transformed into the clockwise swirl of the Mangekyo. Tsunade was completely frozen in place, staring in disbelief. Your eyes. When did this happen? The Mangekyo. Damn it, how could this have happened? As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and someone who had always admired Tobirama, Tsunade was well aware of the significance of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only did it signify a massive increase in power, but its appearance also often heralded a change in the user's mental state. Sometimes, they could even become mentally unstable. After all, the Uchiha clan had already proven this fact many times. Among Hidden Leaf Village's two major jutsu clans, the Hyuga had strict and oppressive rules, while the Uchiha were practically known for being lunatics. It wasn't an insult, they had earned that reputation themselves. The term lunatics wasn't something outsiders had just slapped on them, the Uchiha had lived up to it on their own. I've had them for a while. Closing his eyes, Takuya deactivated the Mangekyo, answering casually. I awakened them after I was forcibly kept in the village. I thought that was the end of it, but it turns out it was just the beginning. I have to admit, the lengths those old geezers go to in their efforts to suppress the Uchiha are impressive. They've got more tricks than an old lady has outfits. Chapter 228, Hidden Leaf Village is sick, and the only cure is cutting out the rot. Stop with the nonsense. Tsunade gritted her teeth and slammed the table again. Destroy the whole village? Then I might as well say I'm going to destroy the world. Anyway, I'll handle this. You're that confident I won't do something drastic, Tsunade? Handle what, exactly? Takuya put down his chopsticks, took a sip of his soup, and spoke with a hint of frustration. If this could have been fixed, it would have been dealt with ages ago. Instead, it's just been one thing after another. Those old geezers are always using their age and experience as an excuse, going on about everything for the village. Like targeting people from the village is somehow supposed to make it better? Tsunade knew he wasn't wrong, which only made her more frustrated as she ruffled her hair in thought. So nothing works, huh? Fine, then. You tell me, how do we fix this? We can't exactly just kill them off. Of course not. We're civilized people, after all. Resorting to violence wouldn't look good. Civilized people? Takuya, you of all people have the nerve to say that? The ninja from the Sand and Rain villages are terrified of you. How many of them have you killed? And now you're calling yourself civilized? Tsunade decided to sit back and see what brilliant idea Takuya had. Why do you think I'm being targeted? Takuya suddenly asked. Tsunade didn't even need to think. Because of the Uchiha. You've got Uchiha blood in you. If it wasn't for that, you'd be one of the village's rising stars, someone they'd prioritize for training. In fact, the old man did want to train you up, but you refused. Train me to be the next Kagami Uchiha. Takuya couldn't help but laugh. What was the point of being groomed as the next Kagami Uchiha? They'd just be making him into another tool to spy on the Uchiha. Like I'd ever agree to that. No way. If it came to that, I'd rather side with the Uchiha. At least as long as they haven't been wiped out yet, the higher-ups wouldn't dare to touch me. I'd rather throw my lot in with the Uchiha than become another Kagami Uchiha. This kid is really burning bridges with the higher-ups, Tsunade thought, slapping her forehead. What a mess. Honestly, old man, why did you ever let those old fools run wild like this? Alright, just get to the point already. Stop bringing up the Uchiha, it's giving me a headache. Watching her rub her temples, Takuya thought for a moment. Tsunade, do you want a quick fix, or are you aiming for a permanent solution? Let's hear both. Tsunade didn't have any brilliant ideas of her own, so she was willing to hear Takuya out. After all, he was at the heart of the issue, and she trusted him. The quick fix is simple. Just go storm into the Hokage's office and make a scene. Given her status and position, if Tsunade went and caused an uproar at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage would have no choice but to rein in those old men a bit. But that was only treating the symptoms, not the cause. Yes, making a scene would make the third Hokage back off for a while. After all, if it escalated, and she brought it up to the daimyo, the third Hokage would be in serious trouble. The third Hokage wasn't like Denzo, he still had enough respect for the daimyo to avoid causing a full-blown scandal. Unlike Denzo, who could make the daimyo tremble with just a glare. The third Hokage didn't want things to blow up, especially not with the war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village at a critical stage. If things got too chaotic now, it would be bad for everyone. And what about a permanent solution? Tsunade asked. If Takuya's idea had merit, why not give it a shot? It's easy, just steal your brother's dream. Takuya spread his hands with a grin. Becoming Hokage was a long and difficult journey for most people, but Tsunade was different. She had a natural advantage. All she had to do was say she wanted to be the fourth Hokage, and it wouldn't matter if Nawaki or even someone like Minato tried to stand in her way, there wouldn't be any contest. Even Orochimaru wouldn't stand a chance. You've got to be kidding me. Me, Hokage? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Before she could say anything more, Takuya cut her off. Of course, I know that's impossible for you. Being Hokage is too hard, and it's way too much work. With your lazy personality, you'd never last. Lazy? Me? Tsunade had never imagined anyone would describe her that way. Growing up surrounded by praise, Tsunade was stunned by the sudden and blunt assessment. Sure, maybe she was a little lazy, but lazy enough to pick at her feet? Where did that even come from? Was that something you said to a woman? Especially a beautiful woman? The table creaked ominously, cracks forming under Tsunade's immense strength. Takuya calmly gathered up his cup and chopsticks, asking, can you honestly say you don't sit around picking at her feet? Can you? Little brat. Tsunade exploded. What's wrong with picking at your feet? Everyone does it. Just because I do it, I'm not allowed to? And another thing, lazy enough to pick at my feet. Is that really how you describe a woman? Takuya gave her an appraising look and replied, it's not something you'd say to a girl, sure. But you're a grown woman now. Why are you still pretending to be some young kid? You know how old you are, don't you? You're in your 20s. Stop acting like a teenager. Takuya Yagami. Tsunade's piercing scream echoed across the village, startling even the Anbu on duty. That sounded like Lady Tsunade. Coming from Takuya Yagami's place. It's from over there, huh? Let's check somewhere else. No need to get involved, Lady Tsunade can handle it herself. Sure, it was the middle of the night, and disturbing the peace wasn't exactly allowed. But it mattered who was causing the disturbance, and why. The Anbu thought it was best to stay far away. Just from the sound of her voice, they could tell Tsunade was furious. Anyone who tried getting involved now would only end up regretting it. Ahem, my bad. I shouldn't have called you old. Takuya coughed and rubbed his face. Women were all the same, mention their age, and they explode. You're still talking. Tsunade glared at him. Takuya waved the white flag. Alright. You're young. Full of youth and vitality. Happy now? After a bit of back and forth, Tsunade finally calmed down and started thinking. Takuya didn't rush her, instead heading back into the kitchen to clean up. When he returned, Tsunade looked up at him and asked, do I really need to become the fourth Hokage to change all of this? If you want to make a lasting change, that's the only way. Takuya got serious, laying out his reasoning for Tsunade. You already know the village's stance toward the Uchiha. I do. My grandfather had a lot of issues with the Uchiha, and after Madara Uchiha's attack, it only got worse. And aside from Madara, have the Uchiha ever actually done anything to hurt the village? Tsunade paused for a moment and then shook her head. No, not really. Then why do you think the higher-ups are still targeting them? Because power? Tsunade wasn't naive. She knew the realities of the situation, but it wasn't something she liked to dwell on. Her teacher, the third Hokage, was part of the higher-ups. And their stance toward the Uchiha was inherited from her great-uncle, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. They weren't the ones who started this, it all came from Tobirama. Exactly. It's all about power. Were the Uchiha being treated unfairly? Absolutely. Though they had a reputation for being overly emotional, the clan had done little to harm the village. But that didn't matter to the higher-ups. What had started as a cautious attitude toward the Uchiha under Tobirama had evolved into outright persecution. It was all about securing their grip on power, uniting the village under their control. In other words, Hidden Leaf Village is sick. And the only way to cure it is to cut out the rot. And to do that, someone new has to take the reins. Chapter 229, Can't Fight Power? Then join it. That's impossible. Even if I agreed, there's no way my teacher would step down so quickly. Tsunade frowned. Is the plan feasible? It definitely was. As long as she became the fourth Hokage and took control of the village's power, there'd be no room for people like Denzo to stir up trouble. At that point, the best they could do would be to cause minor annoyances. Of course, you can't achieve that in one step. But you can join their ranks, Takuya explained. It's simple, once you enter the inner circle and hold power, you'll be able to limit their influence. That's the key. To change the situation didn't mean she had to become the fourth Hokage right away. With the way things were, the third Hokage wasn't going to step down anytime soon. So instead, becoming part of the power structure would allow her to restrict their moves. You want me to take over the medical department? Tsunade asked, thinking he was hinting at that. Medical department? Hell no, Takuya almost snapped, holding back his frustration. Are you pretending to be clueless? No, what you should aim for are the finance or logistics departments. As long as you control one of those, you'll have certain people eating out of your hand, he continued. They wouldn't dare mess with you after that. The finance department was unlikely to be handed over, as the third Hokage would probably keep it under his control. But the logistics department? Tsunade had a real chance at that, especially if she was willing to push for it. Why did Denzo run amok? Besides the third Hokage's favoritism, it was because he had allies in charge of the finance, medical, and logistics departments. Whenever he needed funding or supplies, he had it. But if Tsunade took control of either the finance or logistics departments, she'd be able to put a stop to that. Denzo wouldn't be able to make a single move without hitting a wall. And as for the medical department? Well, what use was that? It was great for the village in terms of training medics and making money, but if you wanted real leverage, finance and logistics were the way to go. There's a saying, if you can't beat them, join them. You can mess with each other later. If Tsunade could gain control of just one of those departments, Denzo and the others would be in for a world of trouble. If you don't want to do that, then just forget it. Go to bed early and save yourself the headache of fighting over something you won't win. Takuya had been thinking over this for days. Letting those old geezers have their way couldn't go on forever. You could kick up a fuss once or twice, but if you did it too often, people would stop caring. The best way forward was for someone to act as a counterbalance to them. And Tsunade was the perfect candidate. Right now, it's me. But one day, it could be Nawaki, Takuya said, his tone serious. Power can corrupt, and Nawaki's dream is to become Hokage, like your grandfather, the first Hokage, to protect the village. But what do you think will happen when he starts stepping on other people's toes? Would Denzo and the others hesitate to go after Nawaki? Takuya didn't think so. Tsunade was too high profile to target directly, But there were still plenty of ways to make her life miserable with limitations and restrictions. As for Nawaki, well, aside from being the first Hokage's direct descendant, what else was special about him? Not much. Once Nawaki started reaching for a bigger slice of the pie, someone was bound to get upset. So no matter what, I'm going to have to jump into this political whirlpool, huh? Tsunade groaned inwardly. What a headache. But did she really have any other choice? Kicking up a fuss wouldn't solve much, but staying quiet would only make her seem weak. If she took on a position of power, that meant entering the very heart of the village's politics, something Tsunade had never wanted to do, even though it wasn't a particularly hard task for her. Oh, right. Takuya, who had already walked into the bedroom, stuck his head back out. By the way, the guest room bed hasn't been made. If you want to sleep, you'll have to do it yourself. Otherwise, the couch is always an option. And one more thing, you've been wanting to reform the medical department and expand the training of medics, right? Well, if you don't get any real power, your proposals are going to be shot down. We could even bet on it if you'd like. The logistics department was Koharu's domain. Trying to reform it would be like taking food out of someone else's mouth. There was no way they'd agree to it. All the talk about war funding and resources was just an excuse. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't so broke that it couldn't train a batch of medics, even in wartime. The truth was, they just didn't want to give up control. Tsunade's reforms wouldn't happen until she was out of the picture and the pressure on the medical department became too much to handle. But if Tsunade were in charge of the logistics or finance departments, Koharu wouldn't dare oppose her. Otherwise, she'd get squeezed. You want to oppose me? Fine. Then just wait until you need money or supplies. That's when you'll understand what real power feels like. Great. Now she had yet another reason to jump into the political fray. As for betting? Forget it. When had she ever won a bet against Takuya Yagami? Tsunade always lost. Whether it was cards or bets, she was on the losing side every time. Takuya, don't be so mean. I'm your guest, and you can't even make the bed for me? Do it yourself. You're not my wife, so why should I? Dream on. The third Hokage had been bracing himself for Tsunade to barge into his office and raise hell. But to his surprise, she never showed up, not even late into the night. Eventually, too exhausted to wait any longer, the third Hokage dozed off at his desk. A few hours later, he woke up and resumed his work, just in time for Tsunade to arrive. Instead of her usual storming in, she knocked on the door. Once given permission, she entered the office quietly. No yelling, no shouting. She simply stood there, silently watching him. Had Tsunade come in guns blazing, yelling and kicking down doors, the third Hokage would have known how to handle her. But this silence was unnerving. The third Hokage couldn't help but feel uneasy. Something was definitely off. The two of them just stood there, staring at each other. Finally, unable to take it any longer, the third Hokage cleared his throat and spoke. Tsunade, I understand why you hurried back to the village, and I didn't expect things to get this far. But rest assured, I won't approve Takuya Yagami's resignation. Hidden Leaf Village has never once approved a Jonin's retirement without a valid reason. Hidden Leaf Village has also never targeted one of its own prodigies from such a young age, Tsunade retorted. Teacher, you've set a precedent. One that neither my grandfather nor my great-uncle would have ever dared to. Cough, cough. Chapter 230, Is it impossible, or are you just unwilling to share power? The third Hokage started coughing uncontrollably. This time, it wasn't an act, he was genuinely choking. Tsunade's words had hit him hard. And you did it so blatantly. Every time someone stepped back, you pushed forward 3 steps. It makes me wonder, will future prodigies of the village have to keep their heads down? After all, with this precedent set, who's to say they won't be next? Don't underestimate Tsunade. It's not that she can't throw verbal punches, she just doesn't do it often. But that doesn't mean she won't. In just a few sentences, she'd managed to leave the third Hokage speechless. Do you know what happened this morning? Tsunade asked, her voice full of disappointment as she looked at the third Hokage. When I went to visit Nawaki, he asked me why this was happening. I didn't know how to answer him. Alright, enough. This kind of thing won't happen again. The third Hokage could no longer sit still. Tsunade's words had hit him where it hurt, and he felt deeply uncomfortable. You said the same thing last time. And the time before that. Tsunade wasn't backing down. The third Hokage. She was right, he had said this before, multiple times. When had he become the very person he despised? When had he started targeting a child? The third Hokage couldn't help but question himself. I shouldn't have listened to other people's lies. In a desperate attempt to deflect, the third Hokage tried to pass the blame, hoping to minimize the damage. Also, I've already stripped Koharu and Hamura of their duties. They've done a lot of things that were detrimental to the village recently, and I think they need time to reflect. Tsunade was genuinely surprised to hear this. Koharu and Homura being stripped of their powers was something only a few people knew about, and she certainly hadn't expected it. There had to be something more to it. The third Hokage wouldn't just remove them from power for no reason while allowing them to keep their positions as elders and advisors. But this was good news. It saved her the trouble of fighting them for it and getting into a heated argument. Tsunade, who had barely slept while mulling things over all night, had finally decided to take Takeya's advice. Whether it was for Takeya, for herself, for Nawaki, or for the village's future, she had to step up and fight for what was right. Her original intention was to let them handle things gracefully. But since they had shown no shame, she had no choice but to handle it herself. As Takeya put it, "I'm tired of this. I'm done playing their games, so I'm joining in." If it came down to it, they could all suffer together and see who would end up worse off. "Well, that's wonderful," Tsunade said with a smile, her serious demeanor lightening. Seeing this, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Tsunade's expression had softened, he felt hopeful. Whether she was angry or happy, it was better than the cold, expressionless stare she'd been giving him earlier. That stare had unnerved him, making him feel like something bad was about to happen. And soon, his instincts proved correct. The moment Tsunade learned that Koharu and Homura had been stripped of their power, she lit up with joy. Maybe it was only temporary, and perhaps they'd eventually get their power back. But did Tsunade care? Absolutely not. She only cared that positions were now available, and there was no reason for the third Hokage to hesitate. Pulling up a chair, Tsunade sat down in front of the Hokage's desk. "Sensei, I've made up my mind. Instead of wasting my time in a haze, I might as well do something beneficial for the village. Let me take over the finance department. Don't worry, I won't use public funds to gamble." Crash. The third Hokage had just reached for his tea when his hand slipped, causing the cup to shatter on the floor, tea spilling everywhere. Some of it even splashed onto Tsunade's pants. "The finance department? Absolutely not." The third Hokage jumped to his feet, completely taken aback. The finance department was one of the most critical parts of the village and something he had personally controlled for years. Even Koharu and Homura had died that position for a long time, and yet he had never relented. Controlling the village's finances was something he'd always kept close to himself. "Sensei, is it because you think I have a gambling problem that you don't want to hand over the finance department to me?" Tsunade's smile faded. "Or is it because the Senju clan is gone, and my grandmother isn't here anymore, that you think I shouldn't hold any power within the village?" "No, that's not what I mean," the third Hokage quickly tried to explain. "Tsunade, the finance department and the Anbu are two of the most crucial areas in the village, directly overseen by the Hokage. It's not something that can be delegated. I hope you understand." "Then how did the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan get their development funds?" And Tsunade didn't even get to finish before the third Hokage interrupted her, his voice rising as he tried to convince her. "Tsunade, I understand where you're coming from, but you have to understand me too. The finance department and Anbu really aren't negotiable. It's not just about development. There was probably no one else in Hidden Leaf Village who could get away with saying such things out loud. Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew the truth but pretended not to. If these matters ever became public, the entire village would be thrown into chaos. Using funds meant for training civilian ninjas to instead raise clan members? What a brilliant move. Only someone in the Hokage's position could pull off something like that. So, is it that it's not possible? Or is it that you're unwilling to let it go? Tsunade pressed further. The third Hokage felt his head pounding. What had gotten into Tsunade? She had never cared about power before, but now she was suddenly after the finance department? That couldn't happen. If she took control, certain things wouldn't stay hidden for long. "It's not possible," the third Hokage replied, putting on a serious face. "Tsunade, any other department is negotiable, but the finance department and Anbu are off limits. It doesn't matter if you're my student or the granddaughter of the first Hokage, it's not happening." "Fine. Then how about the logistics department? That's fair, right?" Tsunade wasn't going to give up so easily. If the finance department was off limits, surely the logistics department was a reasonable request. The third Hokage hesitated. He almost nodded before catching himself. The logistics and medical departments were Koharu and Homura's strongholds. If Tsunade took over logistics, they would both be furious. Wait, no. Make that 3 people, Denzo, 2. Tsunade, I don't understand why you're suddenly so interested in these matters, but I think you're rushing things. How about this, I'll place you in charge of the medical department for a while to help you get acclimated. What do you think? He needed to restore Koharu and Homura's power soon, or things could get messy if Tsunoda started causing trouble. Denzo could wait a bit longer, he needed more time to cool off. With Koharu and Hamura out of the picture for now, the third Hokage had no good reason to reject Tsunoda's request entirely. Otherwise, dragging up the past would only reflect poorly on him. Fine, sensei. You're so thoughtful. I'll stay in the medical department and just be a regular doctor, then. Something about the way she said it felt off. The third Hokage couldn't shake the feeling that Tsunoda was plotting something. Am I just overthinking things? Oh, by the way, Tsunoda added, as if something had just occurred to her. Sensei, I'm a bit short on money right now. Could you calculate how much merit and contribution I've earned, and exchange it all for cash? I'm practically broke these days. Cough, cough. All of it? Into cash? The third Hokage's eyes widened, his voice rising several notches. Chapter 231, If they get their positions back, we'll meet at the daimyo's court. It's true that military merits and contributions can be exchanged for money, but very few ninjas would actually do so. That's because keeping those merits recorded allows you to rise in ninja ranks and exchange for the jutsus or other things you want. If any other ninja had asked to cash out their merits, the third Hokage might have laughed. But when the person asking is Tsunoda, the third Hokage wasn't laughing. In fact, his hands were trembling. That's right, exchange it all. I want to buy a nice house near the daimyo's residence. And by the way, sensei, you took a lot of things from the Senju clan, didn't you? How do you plan on accounting for that? When Hidden Leaf Village was founded, every clan contributed something, jutsu scrolls, materials, and more. The Senju clan was no exception, offering much without compensation. After the clan was dissolved and became common folk, many of those items became the village's property. No one had ever bothered to calculate what was owed, until now, as Tsunoda wanted to bring up that very tab. Tsunoda, that's not how we calculate things, the third Hokage said, his mouth dry. Oh, really? Then let's just count what's mine. Even if the village doesn't support it, I can still exchange my merits for money, right? Oh, and while you're at it, convert all of Takuya Yagami's as well. He's also looking to buy a house near the daimyo's place. We'll be living there soon. What? The third Hokage finally realized something was very wrong. Tsunoda was planning to throw in the towel, just like Takuya. They were both done playing the game. Whatever the village wanted to do, they didn't care anymore. They weren't even going to argue. They were simply going to step back, let the village do as it pleased, and watch from afar. Tsunoda, what are you saying? Are you unhappy with my arrangements? The third Hokage asked, clearly concerned. No, I'm very satisfied, sensei. That's why I'd like to wrap things up quickly. I'm tired and want to rest. The battlefield is no place for people, fighting tooth and nail only to gain nothing in the end. It's pointless. Staying in the village is so much more comfortable. Or even better, living in the daimyo's court, now that's the life. Enough. The third Hokage was finally at his breaking point. Tsunoda, even if you're dissatisfied with my arrangements, you don't need to act like this. Are you planning to abandon the village? You're the one abandoning me. Tsunoda's anger flared up. Granduncle was worried that the Senju clan's influence would undermine the Hokage's power, so he dissolved the clan and made us commoners. But just because the clan is gone, does that mean I no longer have the right to move forward? And what about you? Shall I say how the Sarutobi clan was dissolved? Shall I spell it out? Sensei, you've made many promises, so many. But never once have you followed through. You let those 3 old geezers run wild every time. If your promises are useless and I'm not allowed to move forward, then I'll choose to leave. No, Tsunoda, that's not what I meant. It's just that the logistics department is. The third Hokage stammered. Because the logistics department is managed by the Koharu and Mito families, right? I understand. The third Hokage felt like he'd been stabbed in the heart again. Tsunoda's words felt like a slap to the face, hard and humiliating. Tsunoda, you know that the village has been at war for years now. The finances are. The third Hokage didn't want to settle any accounts. Even if they crunched the numbers, it wasn't like they could come up with a large sum of money for Tsunoda. The wars had been costly. Hidden Leaf Village wasn't broke yet, but they certainly weren't swimming in riches either. The third Hokage was already hoping to request funds from the daimyo once the war was over. Now Tsunoda was demanding to settle accounts? How could that be possible? Are you messing with me? Tsunoda didn't have the patience to listen to the third Hokage's excuses. Sensei, you're still the same. Whenever I bring something up, it's always, this can't be done, and that can't be done. Sensei, you've really disappointed me. Some people and things just have a way of making you lose faith. At that moment, Tsunade thought to herself that Takuya's decision to lay all his cards on the table was the right one. If they didn't call out this behavior now, who knows how long they'd continue to be strung along and taken advantage of. If this isn't going to work, then I'll pretend I never returned. Oh, and one more thing, Tsunade said, pausing at the door. She turned back, her gaze cold and distant as she looked at the third Hokage. I don't think Koharu and Mito should be in charge of any important village departments either. If they get reinstated, then we'll see each other at the daimyo's court. Her words hung in the air like a final ultimatum. The third Hokage had no choice but to reflect. What a mess. One problem after another. For the first time in a while, the third Hokage felt the urge to break something. How had things gotten so out of control? When had this all begun? Ah, yes, after Koharu and the others proposed suppressing Takuya Yagami. That kid was cursed, wasn't he? And now, thanks to him, the third Hokage had been directly threatened by Tsunade herself. He couldn't give Tsunade the logistics department. But Tsunade wouldn't allow him to give it back to the Elder Council either. Tsunade's mood was clearly bad, Takuya could see that in a heartbeat. He didn't even need to ask to know that the third Hokage had turned her down. Trying to take control of the finance or logistics departments? No way. Anything else? Also no way. The most she'd be allowed was to mess around a bit in the medical department, and that was it. There was no need for Tsunade to say anything, Takuya already knew the outcome. I'm going to buy a house. You want to come? Tsunade was right. Takuya did need to buy a new place. Living in this rundown house was hardly ideal. Of course, I'm coming. I need a new house too. Tsunade grumbled, hopping up from the couch. Blinking, Takuya couldn't help but ask, Tsunade-hime, do you have any money? What, I can't buy a house if I don't have money. Someone else will pay for it. Let's go. Shopping will help heal my broken heart. Whether she had money or not didn't matter, as long as the bill ended up at the Hokage's office. Tsunade had made up her mind. If they didn't want to settle accounts and give her money, fine. She'd just shop till she dropped, leaving the Hokage's office to deal with the bill. Takuya understood immediately. Seeing the look on Tsunade's face, he knew exactly what she was planning. In that case, let's go. It wasn't his wallet being emptied anyway. Whoever had to deal with Tsunade's spree, well, that wasn't his problem. With money in hand, Takuya and Tsunade headed straight to the biggest real estate office in Hidden Leaf Village. Don't be fooled by the fact that most buildings in Hidden Leaf Village are made of wood. The village is actually quite modern. It has everything you'd expect from a contemporary city, but most of the high-rise and villa districts were built in the previously more remote areas, farther away from the Hokage's office. Generally, the closer you got to the Hokage Rock or the Hokage's office, the older the architecture became, with more traditional wooden buildings. In the opposite direction, however, you'd find yourself walking into what felt like a modern city. Tsunade-sama. While Takuya drew little attention, Tsunade was like a walking celebrity. Nearly everyone in Hidden Leaf Village knew who she was. Is that really Tsunade-sama? Is she here to buy a house? Wow, I finally get to see one of the legendary Sannin in person. Tsunade-sama is my idol. Takuya, used to this kind of reaction, immediately decided to distance himself from her. If he stuck around, the pressure would be overwhelming. Best to buy his house quietly. As for Tsunade, well, keeping a low profile wasn't really an option for her anymore. Chapter 232, I want everything, and I want 3 of each. After browsing for a while, Takuya settled on a 2-story villa. The price seemed reasonable, 12 million ryo, which wasn't over the top for him. Seeing Takuya make his purchase, Tsunade immediately turned to the sales staff, who had been following her around, sweet-talking and trying to win her over. I'll take this villa, and that one too. Package them all together. Takuya. If the third Hokage knew how freely Tsunade was spending money like this, especially if he was footing the bill, he might faint in the bathroom. It doesn't matter which era or world it is, you should never underestimate what happens when women start shopping. The villas were already fully furnished, so after the paperwork was done, they'd be ready to move in. Tsunade's reasoning was simple, since the third Hokage was going to cover the bill anyway, why not just go ahead and buy 3? One for herself, one for Nawaki, and one for Kushina. After all, it wasn't coming out of her own pocket. You're spending big. Does the Hokage know? Takuya asked. Of course he doesn't, but even if he didn't know, he'd still have to pay up, Tsunade said, arms crossed, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. She couldn't help but chuckle when she thought of the stunned expression on the sales staff's face when she said the bill would be sent to the Hokage's office. Hurry up. We still need to buy furniture and appliances. Once we've done that, we can grab a bite to eat and move in tomorrow. Takuya could only hope the third Hokage wouldn't pass out from the stress of all the bills she was piling onto his desk. The third Hokage had thought about Tsunoda's issues after she stormed out. He needed to come up with a way to appease her while also keeping Koharu and Hamura in check. Knock, knock. Come in, he called, setting his pipe down. Hokage-sama, the head of the finance department, Sarutobi Ichiro, entered and bowed. What brings you here, Ichiro? The third Hokage inquired. Technically, there was no finance minister, as the third Hokage handled the department himself. He didn't trust anyone else with the responsibility, so Ichiro, a member of the Sarutobi clan, helped manage it in his stead. Hokage-sama, this is a bill from the real estate office, Good Living. They asked for your signature and seal. Ichiro handed over the paperwork, looking anything but amused. A bill? From the real estate office? The third Hokage was perplexed. Why would I be buying property? He didn't need to buy a house in Hidden Leaf Village, so what was this about? Taking the bill and scanning it, his eyes widened, and soon after, a fit of coughing overtook him. This is outrageous. It turns out Tsunoda had bought a new house. Well, actually, 3 villas. It wouldn't have been an issue if she had the money herself, but she didn't. And now she had sent the bill to the Hokage's office. What's worse, she didn't just buy 1 villa for herself and Nawaki, no, she also decided to buy 1 for Kushina. And now the Hokage's office had to cover it all. Where's Tsunoda? Tell her to come see me immediately, the third Hokage demanded, his face dark with frustration. He realized Tsunoda was retaliating. If the logistics department refused to give her supplies and the finance department refused to hand over money, she'd just spend until the Hokage had to cover it. After all, with her war contributions and merits, she had every right to be compensated in cash. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ichiro exited the office, nodding to the Anbu waiting by the door. The Anbu agent quickly left to summon Tsunoda. Meanwhile, Tsunoda and Takuya were busy picking out furniture. After Takuya paid his share, he stood back and watched Tsunoda put on a show. I'll take this, that, and these over here. I want 3 of each, and 1 set should be in pink. Deliver them to this address and make sure they're set up properly, Tsunoda ordered, not holding back. Since she didn't have to pay, Tsunoda was as extravagant as possible. Everything, I want everything. 3 of each. Once it's all installed, send the bill to the Hokage's office. Someone there will handle it, she added casually. It wasn't unusual for customers to ask for a bill later, but this was Tsunoda, the famous Sannin. Did she really need to do that? And sending it to the Hokage's office? Was that really appropriate? Still, the customer is always right. As long as they got paid, what did they care? If the Hokage's office was footing the bill, so be it. Even the Hokage had to pay for things. Watching this unfold, the Anbu agent nearly stumbled as he rushed over. It seemed like Tsunoda had bought quite a lot, all in 3s and top-tier items, no less. The third Hokage was going to have a headache over this for sure. Once everything was settled, Tsunoda seemed pleased with herself. So, where to next? Food? Or do you think the restaurant will have trouble sending the bill to the Hokage's office? You're going to have them send the restaurant bill too? Takuya couldn't help but laugh. Pointing toward a corner, he added, you might want to deal with it first. He's been watching us for a while. Tsunoda turned around, finally noticing the Anbu agent lurking nearby. Her good mood made her overlook him until now. Tsunoda-sama, the Hokage requests your presence at the office, the Anbu agent said, stepping forward now that he'd been spotted. Go back and tell him I'm busy right now. I've got more shopping to do. He should just focus on paying for everything, and if there's no money, I'll go tear down the finance department. Let's go eat, she added, calling to Takuya. Takuya stifled his laughter, patting the nearly teary-eyed Anbu agent on the shoulder before following Tsunoda out of the mall. The two of them decided to grab some barbecue. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was at his wit's end. Not only had Tsunoda refused to come see him, but she had sent another bill to his office instead. Looking at the string of numbers on the bill, the third Hokage's eye twitched. He had a feeling this was just the beginning, not the end. Tsunoda was going to keep buying, and every bill would end up on his desk. Hokage-sama. Before the third Hokage could even catch his breath, another bill arrived. This time it was a member of the Akimaki clan, holding a bill and looking rather distressed. This is Tsunoda-sama's tab from the restaurant. She asked me to bring it to you. What did I do to deserve this? The third Hokage sighed, forcing a smile as he said, give it here. The Akimaki member looked relieved, as long as someone acknowledged the bill. They didn't care who paid it, just as long as someone did. Chapter 233, A Feast Every Day, and the third Hokage can't take it anymore PFFT. One glance at the bill, and the third Hokage nearly choked on his tea. Something wasn't right. Did they make a mistake with the total? How on earth does a barbecue meal cost several 100,000 ryo? Is the meat plated with gold or something? Hokage-sama, there's no mistake in the bill. Tsunade-sama didn't eat much herself, but she took a lot of it to go, about 100 servings of our special marinated meat. She said she'd take it home and eat it slowly. Now, a lot of our regular customers can't even order because we're out of stock. After dismissing the messenger, the third Hokage's hands trembled. Immediately, no, right now, bring Tsunade to me. Either she comes to see me, or I'll go find her myself. In just half a day, Tsunade had already spent tens of millions of ryo. If this continued, who knows what might happen next. By having all the bills sent directly to the Hokage's office, Tsunade was making her stance clear. If you won't deal with the issue, fine, I'll make you pay. The third Hokage had been reluctant to confront the matter for two reasons. First, Hidden Leaf Village genuinely didn't have a lot of liquid funds at the moment. Second, Tsunade's reputation as a compulsive gambler meant she had accumulated a massive amount of debt. But until now, no one had dared to send her bill straight to the Hokage's office. This time, Tsunade had decided to let loose completely. She's a real spender, the third Hokage thought with a shudder, looking at the growing pile of bills. No matter how much wealth you had, it would never be enough to keep up with Tsunade's spending habits. Tsunade bought us a house? That's awesome. I've been sick of this rundown place for ages, rats, bugs everywhere, freezing in the winter and suffocating in the summer. Finally, we'll get to live in a proper house. Kushina jumped up in excitement, while Takuya stood there in disbelief. Their current living conditions really were terrible. The house wasn't great, and even after Kushina had helped renovate it, the place was still barely holding together. Now that they were moving, Kushina couldn't contain her joy. As Hidden Leaf Village's top young wealthy kunoichi, it was absurd that Kushina had been living in a rundown place. People who didn't know might have thought she was stingy. Pack up your things. We're moving right now, and tonight we're having a barbecue. Eat as much as you want. It's easy to be generous when you're not the one paying. Tsunade's declaration was filled with confidence and swagger. Takuya didn't have much to pack, but Kushina and Tsunade had so much stuff that they had to hire carriages to move it all. So, Takuya and Minato went ahead to check out the new place. Holy! Minato was floored by the sight of the massive villa in front of him. Could I ever afford a place like this? Minato wondered, mentally counting the savings in his little wallet. If it were possible, he would love to live next to Takuya, but unfortunately, his budget couldn't handle it. These houses were just too expensive. A villa costing a few million ryo was far beyond Minato's means. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford one. There are smaller places nearby, though. Around a few 100,000 ryo should be enough. If you're interested, we can check it out tomorrow. Minato definitely couldn't afford millions, but a few 100,000? That was more doable. Assuming, of course, that he could get the third Hokage to help cover the costs. Based on his past missions' earnings alone, Minato figured he couldn't even scrape together 100,000. And that was with him being frugal. If it were Nawaki, forget 100,000, he'd struggle to save even 10,000. Having a sister who constantly borrowed his pocket money was a tough life. Tsunade, on the other hand, wasn't fazed by the cost. She had blown through the equivalent of Asuma's bounty in a single day. Minato, scratching his head, wondered, I've heard the village is having some financial difficulties lately. Do you think it's a good idea to ask the Hokage for money now? Currently, Minato didn't need to exchange his merit points for jutsu, so he could technically exchange them for cash. But the question was, did the village even have the money? Or, more importantly, would the third Hokage be willing to give it up? No problem, I'll lend you the money. Just pay me back later, Takuya said, patting Minato on the shoulder with a grin. Deal. Minato replied excitedly. A few 100,000 ryo. With some effort, he could definitely pay that back. Once the village's finances loosened up, he'd get the money in no time. Don't underestimate how quickly a ninja can earn. Though the expenses are high, so are the earnings, especially for someone like Minato, who didn't have many expenses. Once everything was sorted and the place was cleaned up, Takuya's move was complete. Meanwhile, Kushina, ever the big spender, had hired people to move her things, clean the new place, and even organize her personal belongings. She didn't lift a finger. All she had to do was manage a few private items, and everything else was taken care of. Where's Tsunade? Takuya asked, noticing her absence as Kushina happily set up a grill in the villa's garden. Kushina giggled. Tsunade got called in by the Hokage after all that spending. She's probably going to get yelled at. No surprise there. The third Hokage must have had a heart attack after seeing Tsunade blow through millions of ryo in a single day. Well, no need to wait for her. Once Mikoto gets here, we can start eating. We'll save some for Nawaki so he doesn't miss out. But can Nawaki even eat barbecue? No worries, Takaya reassured her, patting Kushina's head. Don't underestimate the Senju clan's ability to recover. Sure, they're not as extreme as the Uzumaki, but they're still strong enough to handle a little barbecue. Tsunade, what do you think you're doing? The moment Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office, the usually calm third Hokage was practically shouting at her, clearly furious. Stop yelling, Tsunade said, nonchalantly picking at her ear. The Senju estate has been empty for years, and the houses are old. What, I'm not allowed to buy a new place? It was a perfectly reasonable excuse. The third Hokage's anger deflated a little. It was true, the Senju estate had fallen into disrepair over the years. Now that the clan had mostly assimilated into the general population, only Tsunade and Nawaki remained. They didn't even use the Senju name anymore. So, Tsunade buying a new place wasn't unreasonable. The Hokage couldn't exactly argue with her logic. But did you really need to buy 3 houses? Damn it, who built these villas, charging millions of ryo each? You might as well be robbing people. And even worse, Tsunade hadn't just bought 1, she bought 3. Not even the third Hokage had the guts to pull something like that. Yeah, Tsunade replied lazily, filing her nails as she sat in her chair. 1 for me, and 1 for Nawaki. He's getting older, you know. He can't live with me forever, can he? It'd be inconvenient. Don't you think? Fine. You've got a point. But what's the deal with the third house? Oh, that one's for Kushina. Did you forget about her? She's practically my sister. I've been so busy with village affairs that I haven't had time to take care of her. Buying her a house is the least I could do, right? PFFT, the third Hokage almost spit up blood. Her reasoning was sound, but did Kushina really need Tsunade to buy her a house? Kushina could sell a chunk of Hidden Leaf Village and still have enough houses to move into a different one every day for a year. Did she really need Tsunade's help? Chapter 234, Third Hokage Compromises. Tsunade takes over logistics, and besides, you never gave me the money, so I had to send the bills to your office. So, all of this is your fault. Don't try to argue otherwise. Tsunade expertly passed the blame on to the third Hokage. The third Hokage held back his rising anger, fearing that if he lost control, he might explode. Tsunade, let's put aside the matter of the house for now. You've done a lot for the village, and spending some money is understandable. But we can't continue like this. Do you understand? The long years of war have already drained the village's finances. Tsunade tilted her head as the third Hokage tried to reason with her, his tone laced with frustration. I don't manage the treasury. How would I know if there's any money left? The third Hokage was left speechless by her bluntness. It was true, Tsunade didn't oversee the treasury, so how could she know how much money was left in the village's coffers? Even if there was money, the third Hokage could always claim there wasn't. What was Tsunade going to do? Audit the accounts herself? That's why spending money quickly was always better, so you don't end up getting tricked and left clueless. Well, if that's all, I'll head out. Everyone's waiting for me to join them for barbecue. Enough. Tsunade clearly had no intention of changing her ways. Her attitude made it obvious, she was going to keep spending. And who knows what she'd buy next. Today it was houses, tomorrow, it might be some high-end equipment. That would be even more of a headache. Medical equipment doesn't come cheap, it could easily run into the tens of millions or even billions of ryo. The third Hokage couldn't handle Tsunade's reckless spending like this. Even if Tsunade didn't buy things for herself, she could find other ways to drain resources. Today, the medical department needs this. Tomorrow, they'll need that. Pay up quickly, or the department can't function anymore. All of this ends here. No more targeting Yagami Takuya or anyone else, I assure you. And starting today, you'll take over management of the logistics department. The third Hokage had finally given in. He couldn't handle Tsunade's endless spending spree any longer. Under normal circumstances, during peacetime, the third Hokage might have been able to ignore her tantrums. But with Hidden Leaf Village still embroiled in war, if Tsunade started making a scene, he'd be the one suffering. If things got out of hand, it could negatively impact the war effort and even upset the daimyo, which would create even bigger problems. And who would the daimyo look to for financial support if Hidden Leaf Village's funds were drained? Never underestimate Tsunade, she had the influence to sway the daimyo more than the third Hokage ever could. Huh? Tsunade blinked in surprise at the third Hokage. She hadn't expected him to fold so quickly, and after just one day of pushing. That was fast. Here's the seal of the logistics department head. I'm giving it to you now. But I hope you'll refrain from making major personnel changes until the war is over. Since he had already compromised, the third Hokage decided to hand over the official seal of the logistics department to Tsunade, though he added a condition. No major personnel changes until the war ended. Koharu and Hamura had been running both the logistics and medical departments for years. Who knows how many cronies they had placed there or how many skeletons were in those closets. If Tsunade stirred things up now, it would be utter chaos. Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford the kind of disruption at the moment. The war had to be won first, and then they could clean house. Once the war was over, Tsunade could bring in people she trusted to take over key positions. Fine. Tsunade agreed without a second thought. She wasn't power hungry, just as Takuya had said. Tsunade would much rather kick back and relax. Wait, no. That little brat, Takuya, was always spouting nonsense. There's no way I'm as lazy as he claims. Maybe once in a while, sure. Who doesn't take it easy sometimes? Taking over the logistics department wasn't about power, it was about balancing the influence of the elders and Root. Tsunade never cared much for power. But I will be conducting a thorough inspection of the logistics department starting tomorrow. Some people have been acting without any discipline. I hope you understand, old man. I'm not trying to grab power here. I just want certain individuals to behave themselves. I'll make sure people cooperate with you. Go celebrate, and let this old man rest for a while. The third Hokage massaged his temples. He still had plenty of problems to deal with, including how to handle Koharu and Hamura. Luckily, he already had a plan. If things couldn't be resolved with Tsunade, then it was time to put some pressure on the Elder Council. Using the recent unauthorized movement of logistics department resources as a pretext would be the perfect opportunity. Once Tsunade left, the third Hokage immediately sent for Koharu and Hamura. As for Denzo, the third Hokage decided it was better if he stayed out of village matters for now. Denzo's recent actions had crossed a line. For the time being, the third Hokage wouldn't give him a chance to make a comeback. Since being stripped of their power, Koharu and Hamura had mostly been sidelined at home. Despite that, even with the heavy infiltration of the Anbu, nothing happening in the Hokage's office escaped their notice. Hearing about Tsunade's wild spending spree had them in a panic. But there was little they could do. In their current positions, they couldn't just storm into the Hokage's office and demand answers as they once could. Doing so would risk exposing the Anbu infiltration and create an even bigger mess. So, they had no choice but to wait. Fortunately for them, the third Hokage hadn't completely abandoned them. When the summons came, they felt a sense of relief as they headed toward the Hokage's office. See? I knew Hiruzen wouldn't abandon us, Koharu said with a hint of satisfaction as they walked. Hamura smiled and added, that's just Hiruzen's nature. He's angry about what Denzo did, and it's understandable. This meeting is probably about Tsunade and Yagami Takuya. We should be ready to let these issues go for now. You're right, Koharu agreed. What's important now is to regain Hiruzen's trust and return to our original positions. The sooner the war ends, the better. As for Denzo, we'll deal with him later. Neither of them knew that their control over the logistics department had already been handed over to Tsunade. They believed the third Hokage had forgiven them and spent the walk strategizing their next moves. It wasn't until they arrived at the Hokage's office and learned that Tsunade was now in charge of the logistics department that they were completely blindsided. Hiruzen, what's the meaning of this? The logistics and medical departments have always been under the Elder Council's management, and now you've given them to Tsunade? Are you really going to make such a drastic change over something Denzo did? Koharu was livid, her voice rising in pitch. Hamura stood beside her, his face equally grim. You two really have the nerve to bring up Denzo's actions? If it weren't for your constant indulgence, would he have dared to go this far? The third Hokage snorted and said, I think Denzo could use a bit more rest. And let me remind you, I'm the Hokage. Just as I appointed you to lead the logistics and medical departments, I can appoint others as well. Tsunade's status, her strength, and her reputation in the village all make her more than qualified for the role. I feel very comfortable entrusting the logistics department to her. You don't trust us? Koharu practically shrieked. Chapter 235, the end of the Second Ninja War. What used to be hers was now given to someone else. She and Hamura had essentially become powerless elders, and how could she possibly accept that? It doesn't matter if you're an elder or even the Hokage, without power, you're just a figurehead. Look at Minato as an example, he became the fourth Hokage, yet his situation was miserable. Not only did he have no control over the other departments, but even the Anbu, a division directly under the Hokage, could be influenced by others. We've worked together for so many years, and we've always supported you. Now, you're just kicking us aside? As the complaints became more pointed, the third Hokage couldn't hold back his anger any longer. I became Hokage because my teacher appointed me as the third Hokage, and because I had Mido-sama's support, allowing me to rise to the position. It was true that the third Hokage had managed to secure his place thanks to the help of Koharu and the others. But their help was nothing more than icing on the cake. The real support came from Tobirama Senju and Uzumaki Mido. Without their appointments and backing, who would have become Hokage was still a question. At the time, the village was in turmoil, and a war was being fought externally. Many from the Senju clan even came forward, stating that the Hokage position shouldn't be handed to outsiders. It was Uzumaki Mido who stepped in and silenced them. Without Mido, it's uncertain whether the third Hokage could have succeeded. And that was when the Senju clan had already scattered. Otherwise, there would have been no chance. Koharu's words were essentially an attempt to steal the credit, implying that the third Hokage only became Hokage because of their contributions. Koharu. If she kept talking, she might lose the medical department as well. Hamura quickly stopped Koharu. Hiruzen, since you've handed over the logistics department to Tsunade, you should have at least informed us, right? You still have time to handle what needs to be handled. Tsunade won't be investigating the logistics department until after the war, but she will begin auditing tomorrow. Be mindful of that. Koharu obediently fell silent as the third Hokage gradually calmed down. And also, stop trying to target Yagami Takuya. I can promise you he won't be brought into the inner circle. Not targeting Takuya was the third Hokage's final bottom line. As long as Takuya didn't try to reach for the center of power. With the audit set for tomorrow but no full investigation until after the war, Hamura let out a sigh of relief and tugged on the visibly upset Koharu. Koharu, we need to understand Hiruzen's position. Let's take care of what needs to be done. I understand. Koharu grumbled, sitting back down with a huff, ending the argument. With Hamura and Koharu accepting their fate and calming down, the third Hokage continued, you are my friends, my comrades. We've come this far together since childhood. I won't let you suffer any losses. As long as you don't repeat what you did, I might consider giving you control of the mission department. The treasury was non-negotiable, but that left the mission department. Since Tsunade had taken over the logistics department, the third Hokage decided to appease Koharu and Hamura by offering them control of the mission department. Losing the logistics department in exchange for the mission department didn't seem like much of a loss. The one losing out was Denzo, after all. But that wasn't their concern, at least not right now. If Denzo caused trouble, he would go after the third Hokage, not them. As the third Hokage spoke, he stared pointedly at the two, who were beginning to look pleased, and said sternly, as for the missing funds from the treasury in the past, I won't look into it. But I hope that, moving forward, you'll think more carefully about what's best for me? The two were shocked. They hadn't expected the third Hokage to know about that. The missing funds from the treasury had been their doing, in collaboration with Denzo. As for where the money went, it had all been funneled into Denzo's root operations. The money the third Hokage allocated simply wasn't enough to satisfy Denzo's greed. The two exchanged glances and immediately promised, in the future, we won't help Denzo with anything without your approval. Friendship is one thing, but there's a limit to everything. The third Hokage seized this opportunity to drive a wedge between the Elder Council and Denzo, making it easier to control both the council and root. Without the support of the Elder Council, Denzo's only remaining ally would be Hiruzen Sarutobe himself. Is it all over? When Tsunade returned to the villa, the barbecue was already over, leaving only Takuya sitting in the yard with a plate of grilled meat on the table. Everyone else had already gone. Takuya pushed the plate toward her, took a sip of his juice, and gave her a once-over. They went to visit Nawaki and brought him some grilled meat. He must be getting bored, lying in the hospital all day. Looks like you had some good news, judging by that glow in your eyes. Here. Tsunade tossed the seal onto the table and grabbed some grilled meat to eat. She was hungry, and even with her mouth full, she didn't forget to speak. Today was intense. For the first time in my life, I've experienced the joy of buying whatever I want. Takuya picked up the seal that Tsunade had thrown over. Sure enough, it was the seal of the logistics department. The third Hokage couldn't withstand Tsunade's spending spree and, fearful that she'd go even further, was forced to give in and hand over the logistics department to her. Looks like some people are about to have a bad day. Delicious. Oh, right. With the last bit of grilled meat in her hand, Tsunade muttered through her chewing, the old man promised there won't be any more targeting of you. You can relax now. Yeah, right. Takuya just smirked and didn't take it to heart. Sure, most of the time it was the Elder Council and Denzo causing problems, but the third Hokage wasn't exactly innocent either. You could listen to what these people said, but trusting them. Only a fool would do that. Still, with Tsunade now in charge of the logistics department, as long as Takuya didn't touch any sensitive interests, The chances of being targeted again were slim. As long as he didn't align himself with the Uchiha. The next day, Tsunoda went to audit the logistics department, and when she returned, her expression wasn't very pleasant. It was clear that Hidden Leaf Village's current financial situation wasn't great. It was lucky that Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village hadn't made any moves yet. If they had joined the war, Hidden Leaf Village would have been in deep trouble. Tsunoda stayed in the village while the fighting on the front lines raged on. Even the arrival of the new year didn't put an end to the war. The good news was that Hidden Sand Village couldn't hold out any longer. They were retreating, pulling back deeper into the Land of Wind. It seemed like surrender was only a matter of time. And indeed, Hidden Sand Village didn't last much longer. Despite the third Kazekage's best efforts, Hidden Sand Village ultimately became the losing side. In the end, they had no choice but to wave the white flag and surrender to Hidden Leaf Village. What followed was an intense round of negotiations. The Elder Council was ruthless in demanding compensation, and Hidden Sand Village, being the defeated side, had no choice but to accept Hidden Leaf Village as terms. Thus, the Second Ninja War officially came to an end. Hidden Sand Village was left gravely weakened, while Hidden Leaf Village, though also heavily damaged, was quicker to recover. As for Hanzo's attempts to take over the Land of Iron, his plans were thwarted when Anoki and the Third Raikage intervened, forcing him to retreat back to Hidden Rain Village. There were even rumors of a minor skirmish between Hanzo and the Third Raikage, as the latter was not known for his patience. No one knew the full details, but after the talks, Hanzo withdrew. This left the Third Hokage and the Elder Council feeling somewhat bitter. When Hidden Leaf Village had tried to reason with Hanzo, he'd responded by chasing them down. But when Anoki and the Third Raikage arrived, he simply left the Land of Iron without a fuss. Was Hidden Leaf Village beneath him? With the war over, Tsunoda began reshuffling the logistics department, replacing people she didn't like or couldn't trust. Chapter 236, Tsukumo Hatake praised by the daimyo. Denzo's hidden resentment. The Third Hokage's fears didn't come true. Although Tsunoda took over the logistics department, aside from changing some personnel, she didn't make things difficult for Koharu and Hamura. As long as they presented properly stamped documents from the Hokage's office, they were able to access supplies without any issues. Koharu and Hamura sighed in relief. It seemed Tsunoda wasn't interested in causing trouble and making things awkward for everyone. However, while Koharu and Hamura could relax, Denzo wasn't as lucky. With Tsunoda in charge of the logistics department, it became significantly harder for the route to move supplies as freely as before. Many of the resources that route required had previously been quietly diverted, but with Tsunoda in charge, Denzo lost the ability to casually requisition them. Even Koharu and Hamura, who used to help him, were now of little assistance. Even after the war ended and the Third Hokage returned route to Denzo, he couldn't be happy about it. With Denzo's personality, he was bound to start scheming to get Tsunoda out of the way. However, after the war, an unexpected move by the Fire Country daimyo forced him to suppress his ambitions. His attention shifted to Hidden Leaf Village's greatest hero of the Second Ninja War, Tsukumo Hatake. Tsunoda's takeover of the logistics department was simply to balance the power of Denzo and the Elder Council. The fact that Tsunoda didn't cause them trouble was proof that she didn't want to create any conflict. As long as they didn't stir up trouble, they wouldn't find themselves at odds with Tsunoda anytime soon. But Tsukumo was different. As the biggest hero of the Second Ninja War, his reputation skyrocketed after the war. He even earned the admiration of the daimyo. After consulting with the Third Hokage, the daimyo granted Tsukumo the right to wear the Hokage's half-sleeve. This was already a significant signal. It led many in Hidden Leaf Village to believe that the Fourth Hokage would undoubtedly be the man known as the White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Little did Tsukumo know that the numerous achievements he made for the village, combined with the daimyo's bestowed half-sleeve, would soon attract the attention of the higher-ups. Check it out. Doesn't it look cool? Nawaki proudly patted his new Jonin vest, smugly showing it off. You look like a complete idiot. Minato gave him a sideways glance, flashing him a look that said, figure it out yourself. Takeya, sitting off to the side, didn't hold back his critique. To be honest, wearing that just makes you look even more ridiculous. You're a walking green flag. Nawaki wasn't pleased by the comment. What do you mean by walking green flag? I'm just wearing a standard Jonin vest. Besides, the vest isn't the point. The point is that I passed the Jonin exam, alright? It's called having presence. This kid is beyond saving. Takeya sighed, covering his face in exasperation. Since when did Nawaki start tying a headband around his forehead like his grandfather, Hashirama Senju? And if you insist on wearing one, couldn't you pick a different color? At least Hashirama wore a red headband. But no, Nawaki went with dark green. And to top it off, after passing the Jonin exam, he happily threw on his green Jonin vest. So now Nawaki's outfit consisted of a dark green headband, a green vest, green pants, and green shoes. Takuya wasn't exaggerating when he said Nawaki was a walking green flag. Sigh, I never thought our team would eventually look like a ragtag bunch. One's a walking green flag, and the other's a bright yellow mess. Minato, who had been quietly reading, froze for a moment, his handsome face flushing red. Don't bring that up again. I don't wear yellow anymore. Just imagine Minato, with his bright blonde hair, dressed in all yellow. It was blindingly bright. Minato only wore that combination once, and never touched yellow clothing again. Thank goodness Takuya didn't have the habit of wearing all white, or they truly have looked like a team of misfits. 3 people, Nawaki dressed in green, Minato dressed in yellow, and Takuya dressed in white. If they ever stood together. Well, you can imagine the scene. Alright, enough showing off. How about we celebrate at the Hot Pot restaurant tonight? Sound good? That's more like it. Nawaki grinned widely, plopping down and giving Minato a friendly elbow jab. Minato's book fell to the ground as he rolled his eyes in exasperation. He picked up the book, set it aside, and gave up on reading. With Nawaki the fool around, he had no chance of reading in peace. Oh, by the way, when I was getting my Jonin credentials, the Hokage called me in for a chat. Is it about becoming a Jonin instructor? Minato chimed in. The Hokage asked me about it too, if I had any interest in becoming an instructor. Minato had passed the Jonin exam 6 months earlier, and the 3rd Hokage suggested that he join the Anbu for further training. But Minato had declined, and the 3rd Hokage didn't push him. Instead, the Hokage proposed that Minato become a Jonin instructor. And now, Nawaki had been roped in as well. What do you think, Takuya? Both of them turned to look at Takuya, who was leaning against a tree with a toothpick in his mouth. Why are you looking at me? Takuya spat out the toothpick. The Hokage suggesting you become instructors to guide new talents shows he has faith in both of you. Yeah, right. Nice try. Nawaki and Minato exchanged looks of skepticism. Takuya Yagami was the first of them to become a Jonin instructor. Did they not know why he had taken up the position? So please, go on. We'll just sit back and watch you spin this story. Alright, I can't keep pretending. Takuya burst out laughing. After everything that had happened, both Nawaki and Minato didn't have much goodwill left for the higher-ups. When the 3rd Hokage asked them to become Jonin instructors, their first instinct was to refuse. Because what came to mind wasn't being valued or promoted, but rather the fear of being targeted. Clapping his hands, Takuya laughed. What else could it be? 3 Jonin just hanging around, each one lazier than the next, not bothering to take or complete any missions. Do you think the Hokage can just sit back and let that happen? It had been over 2 years since the war ended, and during that time, Takuya had rarely left the village, let alone gone on missions. The 3rd Hokage's promise to Tsunade had finally come true. He hadn't interfered in Takuya's affairs at all. Even the Elder Council had been keeping their heads down. As for Denzo, he had teamed up with Orochimaru for some unknown project, and it was clear nothing good would come of it. Takuya couldn't understand why Orochimaru insisted on working with Denzo. Was the lure of immortality really that strong? With no one bothering him, Takuya had been living a leisurely life. Not only that, Nawaki and Minato had grown just as lazy. One was busy honing his skills, the other refining the Flying Thunder God technique. For a short while, it was fine. But after some time, the 3rd Hokage couldn't stand it anymore. And so he suggested that Minato and Nawaki become Jonin instructors, to train the next generation. This way, they'd leave the village and go on missions. After the war, the village lost a lot of top-tier strength. There's a backlog of A-rank and S-rank missions that no one's taking. In a situation like this, do you really think you can keep avoiding missions? Now that you mention it, it has been a while since I went on a mission. After hearing Takuya's words, Minato felt a little embarrassed. He recalled that the last time he went on a mission was 2 months ago. If every Jonin in the village were as lazy as they were, Hidden Leaf Village would be doomed. Chapter 237, If you don't fear getting hit, you can choose not to ask. Nawaki thought for a moment and nudged Takuya. Give us some advice. You're all comfortable now, the Hokage doesn't bother you, but we're not so lucky. Get lost, Takuya responded, annoyed, pushing Nawaki away. Dressed in that all-green outfit, and he still wants to stick close to me? Nawaki might not mind looking green, but I do. After several incidents, the 3rd Hokage had stopped managing Takuya's affairs, leaving him in a sort of free-range mode. If Takuya wanted to rest, he rested. If he got bored, he took a mission and went out for a while. This was something Nawaki and Minato were extremely envious of. But unfortunately, what Takuya could do, they couldn't. Let's talk while we walk. If we're going to celebrate, we need to let the kitchen staff prepare first, Takuya suggested. When Minato passed the Jonin exam, they had celebrated at the hot pot restaurant. Now it was Nawaki's turn, and if they didn't celebrate, he'd definitely feel unbalanced. Minato and Nawaki followed Takuya back to the village. On the way, Takuya shared his advice. Whether or not to become a Jonin instructor is something you both need to think about. Becoming an instructor means losing a lot of your freedom. If you get good students, that's fine. But if you get troublemakers, they'll drive you crazy, and you'll be responsible for their safety and growth. On the flip side, you could just take a few missions here and there, complete them, and arrange your time however you like. I personally prefer the latter. Maybe it's because I hate dealing with too much trouble, Takuya added with a shrug. He gave his advice, but in the end, the choice was up to Nawaki and Minato. After all, he couldn't decide someone else's path. They weren't kids anymore. Now that they were both Jonin, they had to face things on their own. Nawaki, you'd better ask your sister for her opinion, Takuya suggested. Minato could decide for himself, but Nawaki was a bit more complicated. Consulting Tsunade would have a significant impact on his decision. Minato nodded, deep in thought, but Nawaki's expression soured. He didn't want to go to Tsunade for advice. Was it because his rebellious phase had arrived late? Nawaki was already 16, and only now was he starting to resist his sister's guidance. Can I not ask her? Nawaki muttered, unsure of when he had developed this idea. He only knew that as time passed and he grew older, he found himself increasingly unwilling to consult Tsunade about his affairs or let her control his life. Ungrateful, thought Takuya, speechless. Other people would love to have a powerful sister to rely on, but Nawaki had one and still wanted to rebel. Was it because Tsunade had scared him so much when he was younger that Nawaki's rebellious phase arrived late? Takuya and Minato both smirked. If you're not afraid of getting beaten up, you don't have to ask her. Nawaki. Damn it. I knew it. Am I really destined to never escape my sister's control? Ugh, how frustrating. Nawaki irritably scratched his head, then noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He squinted. Takuya, isn't that the Hyuga girl you used to mentor? Hyuga Sazune? Hyuga Sazune? Takuya looked up. Sure enough, there she was, across the street. It had been a while since he'd seen her. The once cold and aloof girl had grown up, and she looked noticeably prettier than before. Just as Takuya was about to wave and greet her, Minato tugged at his sleeve. What's up? Takuya gave him a questioning look. Minato pointed subtly in Nawaki's direction, and Takuya followed his gaze. Nawaki, who had just been scratching his head in frustration, now stood frozen like a statue, staring wide-eyed at someone. Captain? Hyuga Sazune had noticed the trio from across the street. Her face lit up with a joyful smile as she ran over, her small wooden sandals clacking against the pavement. Hey, Sazune. Long time no see. You've grown even more beautiful, Takuya said with a smile, raising his hand to give her a light pat on the head. It was a habit he had developed when she was younger. But before his hand could land, a slender, pale hand blocked it. Lord Takuya, although your relationship with Miss Sazune is good, it's still a bit impolite to pat a young lady's head like that, said a young woman standing beside Sazune. This was Hyuga, Sazune's branch family guardian, who had stepped in to protect her charge. It's fine, Mko. Captain didn't mean anything by it, Sazune protested, frowning at Mko. Reluctantly, Mko withdrew her hand and stepped back. In the past few years, while Hidden Lee Village had been dealing with the war, some other significant events had unfolded. For instance, both the Hyuga clan's old patriarch and the Uchiha clan's old leader had passed away one after the other. Their successors, Funan Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga, were forced to take up the mantle of leadership under the pressure of their clan's elders. When the Uchiha clan held their patriarch's funeral, Fugaku had even sent someone to invite Takuya. However, Takuya had declined. Time changes everything. Even though it hadn't been that long, only 2 or 3 years, Hyuga Sazune had changed significantly. The cold and distant little girl was gone. Back in the day, getting a smile out of her felt harder than taking down Denzo. Sorry about that. It was my mistake, Takuya apologized with a smile. Are you out shopping for something? Yes, Sazune replied, smiling gently. My older brother's birthday is coming up, so I wanted to pick out a present for him. Glancing at Nawaki, whose eyes were glued to a certain someone, Takuya chuckled and nodded. Well then, we won't keep you. See you next time. Goodbye, Captain. See you next time, Sazune said with a slight bow, before she and Mko went on their way. Snap out of it. They're already gone, Takuya said, smacking Nawaki on the head as he continued to stare after them. If you're going to like someone, at least don't embarrass yourself like this. Ow! Nawaki yelped, rubbing his arm. What was that for? But no one paid him any attention. Takuya and Minato had already started walking ahead. Looking at the fresh handprint on his arm, Nawaki angrily flipped Takuya the middle finger behind his back. Damn, he really doesn't hold back. Takuya. At the hot pot restaurant, Kushina excitedly bounced over, grabbing onto his arm and refusing to let go. Takuya chuckled, gently ruffling Kushina's soft, silky hair. Nawaki passed his Jonin exam, so we're celebrating for him today. Can you go tell Tsunade and Mikoto so they don't miss out? Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll go tell them myself, Kushina said, patting her chest confidently before skipping out the door. Takuya gave instructions to the kitchen staff to start preparing, then led Minato and Nawaki upstairs to a private room. But something about the atmosphere tonight felt off. Chapter 238, Are you the one who's crazy, or am I? Takuya poured the freshly brewed tea into the cups, glancing over at Minato. Minato looked back at him, then raised an eyebrow in Nawaki's direction. Normally, Nawaki was the loudest one in the group, always full of energy. But today, he was uncharacteristically quiet, sitting by himself, lost in thought. He didn't even notice when Takuya pushed a teacup in his direction. His hand propped up his chin, and his eyes were vacant as if his mind had drifted far away. Minato leaned closer to Takuya, lowering his voice. Do you think he's serious this time? How should I know? Takuya rolled his eyes. Let's wait and see. When has this fool ever been reliable? Besides, it's not our problem to worry about. But Tsunade. She's going to have a headache with this one. I thought the Hyuga clan didn't marry outsiders, Minato said, his expression turning curious. Exactly. Takuya grinned mischievously. That's why Tsunade's going to have a rough time. As long as Nawaki had feelings for a girl and the girl liked him back, Tsunade would proudly assure him, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. But if that girl turned out to be from the Hyuga clan, Tsunade's first instinct would probably be to strangle her brother. And this wasn't even confirmed yet, it was all just Nawaki daydreaming. Falling head over heels after just one meeting? It sounded a bit ridiculous. Takuya didn't believe in love at first sight. To him, it was just people being attracted to someone's appearance. They see someone pretty and get infatuated. That's not love at first sight. If you're attracted to someone's looks, just admit it. No need to come up with excuses. Imagining the scene of Tsunade going berserk and beating her brother, Minato shivered, casting a sympathetic glance at Nawaki. At the same time, he silently thanked his luck for being an only child. If he had a sister like Tsunade, Minato figured he'd have been knocked out long ago. Kushina, Nawaki passed his Jonin exam, and Takuya wants to celebrate at the hot pot restaurant. When do you finish work? Kushina had gone to the logistics department with Mikoto Uchiha to find Tsunade. Is that today? Tsunade asked, ruffling her slightly messy hair. She closed the file she had been working on and stretched. Well then, I'll take the day off. Might as well go buy him a gift. The three women wandered around the marketplace for a while, each picking out gifts. Mikoto bought a set of ninja pouches, Kushina picked out a stylish outfit, and Tsunade, who was short on cash, finally settled on 2 green headbands. Even though she wasn't fond of the color herself, she knew Nawaki was obsessed with green. In the past, she hadn't thought much of the color. But now, she could barely stand the sight of it. It was all Takuya's fault. Somehow, even cheating had become associated with the color green, and now Tsunade couldn't even look at Hidden Leaf Village's standard Jonin vest without being reminded of it. Nawaki, here's the gift I got you, Kushina said. This is from Mikoto, and this one's from Tsunade. Receiving gifts along with the celebration made Nawaki perk up. The dazed expression he'd had earlier vanished, and soon he was back to his usual self, the loudest one in the room, grinning ear to ear and earning the most eye rolls from everyone else. Did we misread the situation? Takuya and Minato exchanged glances, starting to think maybe they had imagined things. How could this fool Nawaki fall for someone at first sight? After dinner, they all headed home. In the past, they would have gone their separate ways, but now they all lived close by. Even Mikoto decided to stop by Kushina's house for a visit. Time really flies, Takuya muttered, standing in the bathroom and looking at his reflection in the mirror. His Sharingan shifted from its 3-tomoe form to the Mengekyo shape. But this time, there was a change. The edges of the large fan-shaped design now had ripples that connected the 6 hooks together. The Eternal Mengekyo. Takuya had achieved the Eternal Mengekyo Sharingan when he was just 14 years old. It allowed him to use his Mengekyo abilities without worrying about losing his eyesight. The only person in Hidden Leaf Village who knew about his Mengekyo was Tsunade, and she had never told anyone. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Takuya glanced outside, sensing Nawaki's chakra. What is this guy doing here instead of going home to sleep? Nawaki had had a bit to drink earlier. Takuya and Minato knew all too well what Nawaki was like when he drank. Fortunately, with Tsunade around to keep him in check, Nawaki didn't dare act up. After getting dressed and drying his still wet hair with a towel, Takuya walked over and opened the door. Nawaki, his cheeks flushed from the alcohol, poked his head inside like a thief, glancing around nervously. The sight made Takuya laugh. "You coward. There's no one here. Come in." "Good, no one's around," Nawaki said, looking relieved. He had been worried that Mikoto Uchiha or Kushina might be hanging around Takuya's place, so he had to make sure. Sitting down on the couch, Takuya asked, "You've had a few drinks, so why aren't you sleeping? What are you sneaking around for, looking all guilty? Is there something you don't want everyone to know about?" "No, absolutely not." Nawaki quickly shook his head, though his guilty expression remained. "All right, as long as you're happy." Takuya gave him a blank stare. He was curious to see what nonsense Nawaki would come up with this time. Nawaki sat there, fidgeting awkwardly, opening his mouth to say something but holding back each time. He scratched his head and rubbed his face so much that Takuya started to get impatient for him. "Spit it out, or get lost. Are you just here to act like a fool?" Cough, cough. Nawaki coughed nervously, avoiding Takuya's gaze. After a few moments of hesitation, he quickly waved his hands and said, "I just wanted to ask you for a favor." "Go on." "Well, it's just. Could you help me find out some things about Hyugamko?" Nawaki's voice was full of anxiety, mixed with excitement. He was more nervous now than he had been during his Jonin exam, though he couldn't quite explain why. It felt like his heart was being tickled by a kitten. Takuya's hand froze mid-motion as he dried his hair. He stared at Nawaki in disbelief. If there were special effects, several large question marks would be floating over his head. "Are you kidding me? Hyugamko, wasn't she just Hyuga Suzune's attendant?" Takuya had thought Nawaki was just attracted to her looks and would soon forget about it. But this kid was serious. What should I even say? Despite Nawaki's fondness for pretty girls, the truth was he had been single his whole life. He had never dated anyone, so the fact that he'd finally fallen for someone was, in a way, good news. But there was one big problem: the girl he liked was from the Hyuga clan. That's a major issue. Takuya tossed the towel aside and rubbed his face. He felt torn between laughing and yelling. "Look, what exactly are you thinking? There are so many girls in Hidden Leaf Village, and you go and like someone you met once for less than 2 minutes, and she's from the Hyuga clan?" "I didn't plan it," Nawaki muttered, scratching his head awkwardly. His already flushed face grew even redder. He thought Hyugamko was beautiful, even though she wasn't considered especially stunning. After having time to think about it, Nawaki realized he really liked her. She was his type. Takuya, now both amused and exasperated, laughed out loud. "Have you lost your mind? Or is it me who's going crazy?" Chapter 239, Tsunade, you actually like girls? Wake up. There's no future here. It's not just that you have a one-sided crush, even if you both liked each other, it wouldn't be easy to be together. I'm not afraid of difficulties," Nawaki declared, clenching his fists, showing his determination. "What else can I say?" Takuya stood up and walked toward the balcony, calling out to the neighboring house. "Hey, crazy lady, come over here. I've got something to talk about." "No, wait." Nawaki panicked, nearly losing his mind as he tried to stop him. But it was too late. "What did you just say, brat?" Tsunade's angry voice came from next door. In a flash, Tsunade pulled open her window and jumped onto Takuya's balcony, skipping the stairs entirely. The word crazy instantly triggered Tsunade's rage. She leaped from her own balcony right into Takuya's, wearing nothing but her sleepwear, fully prepared to beat him up. How many times had she told him not to call her a crazy lady? Did she look like a crazy woman? This was all Jiraiya's fault. He'd better watch out next time she saw him. "Stop messing around. I have something to tell you." Takuya waved his hand, motioning for Tsunade to sit down. He wasn't in the mood for her antics. Poor Jiraiya. Hopefully, the next time they met, he wouldn't be walking around with a black eye. As for Takuya, he was definitely the vengeful type. He'd find a way to make Jiraiya pay back. "What's the issue?" Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at Takuya through gritted teeth. Her look seemed to say, "This better be important, or you're not getting away unscathed." If this wasn't a serious matter, she'd deal with him first, then go after Jiraiya for that crazy lady insult. Takuya remembered the day Jiraiya had yelled that after getting drunk, he almost didn't live to see another day. "Do you want to tell her, or should I?" Takuya glanced at Nawaki. It wasn't that he enjoyed exposing people, but something like this was best if Tsunade knew. Maybe she could offer advice or even help Nawaki out. Because when it came to this kind of thing, Takuya had no good suggestions. If Nawaki liked a girl, even if she was from the Uchiha clan, Takuya would have fully supported him. But the Hyuga clan? That was a different story. They were strict about marrying within the clan, even allowing cousins to marry just to keep the bloodline intact. Trying to break that tradition was like trying to tear down their entire way of life. The entire Hyuga clan would come after you if you tried. Even the third Hokage wouldn't joke about something like that, let alone Takuya. Hinata and Naruto were a special case, a product of exceptional circumstances. Hayashi had abandoned Hinata at one point, and after the Fourth Great Ninja War, in which the Hyuga suffered significant losses, Naruto had become practically invincible. Only after all those events did the Hyuga agree to the marriage. Without those factors, there was no way they would have allowed Hinata to marry outside the clan. If that had been suggested earlier, you'd be met with threats of dramatic sacrifices. What are you doing here? Tsunade finally noticed her brother sitting awkwardly nearby. Wow. The favoritism is real. Nawaki could only silently console himself, trying not to get upset. He opened his mouth to speak, but the impatient look Tsunade gave him made him swallow his words. He froze, too scared to continue. Takuya put a hand over his face. This was too embarrassing. Was his sister really that scary? Fine, I'll say it. Takuya sighed. Nawaki was hopeless. Nawaki's got a crush on someone. Really? Tsunade's mood shifted instantly. Her annoyed expression turned to surprise, and then, slowly, into pure delight. You actually like girls? Takuya. Nawaki. No, that's not what I meant, Tsunade quickly corrected herself after realizing how her words came out. She leaned forward, her excitement obvious as she continued to press. What's her name? What does she look like? When can I meet her? I'll give you my approval after I meet her. The barrage of questions left Nawaki too flustered to respond. His head hung low, avoiding his sister's gaze, unsure of how she would react once she knew the whole story. Cough. She's about 15 or 16, and she's pretty. Kind of delicate looking, Takuya chimed in, giving Nawaki a bit of help. Alright, this is serious enough, Tsunade thought, finally relaxing. She decided to let the crazy lady insult slide for now. She gave Takuya a glance that said she'd let him off the hook, for now. After all, her brother had finally found someone he liked, which was a huge deal. And? What else? She pressed. What's her name? What does she do? Is she a ninja? Which clan is she from? Or is she from a civilian family? She's a ninja. From the Hyuga clan, Takuya added, then quickly stepped aside. That's wonderful. Tsunade slammed her hand down on the table, her enthusiasm increasing. It wasn't that she had anything against ordinary people, but two ninja parents meant a higher chance of talented children. Tsunade always hoped that Nawaki's kids would have good ninja potential. I'll help you. She was already plotting how to arrange a meeting so she could personally check out this girl. But just as she started planning, something felt off. A ninja? From the Hyuga clan? Was this a joke? The smile on her face froze, and she glanced at Nawaki, who was still looking down, then at Takuya, who had backed away. Don't look at me. Ask your brother. Takuya shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. The Hyuga clan. Tsunade's expression changed rapidly, like a performer switching masks in a Peking opera. In just a few moments, her face showed everything from joy to frustration. Nawaki, who had been sitting quietly, was so nervous his palms were sweating. I can't believe this. Several minutes later, Tsunade slumped back, exhausted. You really had to make things difficult for me, didn't you? Of all people, you had to like someone from the Hyuga clan? Surprised by her relatively calm reaction, Nawaki blinked and asked hesitantly, Sis, you're not mad? Why would I be mad? Tsunade asked, lightly smacking his head before leaning closer to him. Listen, Nawaki, I'm not against whoever you choose to be with. Though I'll admit, I'm surprised by your choice. But you have to understand, the Hyuga don't marry outside the clan. Are you sure about this? Moved by his sister's concern, Nawaki felt a wave of emotion. Sis, I'm sure. I won't back down. You really are my brother. Let me think this through. Tsunade patted his shoulder, offering reassurance, though her mind was racing with how to convince the stubborn elders of the Hyuga clan. Ahem, Takuya, still watching from a distance, interrupted. I think you're getting ahead of yourselves. He's only seen her once, barely knows her name, and this is still a one-sided crush. Tsunade, still deep in thought about her brother's future, glanced over at him, her eyes asking if that was true. Sis, get lost. You're getting all worked up for nothing, Tsunade huffed. I thought you and this girl had mutual feelings. And yet. It's just this. Frustrated, she gave Nawaki a kick, sending him stumbling, clutching his arm in pain. You're killing me here. Tsunade stormed out, leaving behind a confused and dejected Nawaki, and a thoroughly amused Takuya, who was now laughing so hard he'd collapsed onto the couch. You traitor. Nawaki whined. I can't believe you called my sister over. Chapter 240, You've become addicted to sleeping in my bed? Nawaki, still rubbing the spot where Tsunade had kicked him, continued to complain about Takuya's betrayal. Wiping the tears from laughing so hard, Takuya leaned back, clutching his stomach and said, "How was I supposed to know your sister would support you like that? I thought she'd talk you out of it. I don't care. You set me up, so now you've got to help me." "Help with what?" "Giving you tips on how to date." "I'm not sure I can help, honestly. Girls have always been the ones chasing me." And with that, Nawaki stormed off in a huff. Barely 2 minutes after he left, Tsunade swung over the balcony again, effortlessly jumping from her side to Takuya's place. She headed straight for the fridge. That dumb kid finally left. I have no idea what he's thinking, trying to pursue a girl from the Hyuga clan. "Hey, where's the bottle of sake I left in here last time? Drinking at night isn't good for your health, so I put it away," Takuya replied without even looking up from his spot. Honestly, he couldn't figure out why Nawaki was so fixated on this. That's why he hadn't agreed to help. If it had been any other girl, Takuya would have been on board, but Hyugamko? It was better to just forget it, go to bed, and dream about something else. With her sake gone, Tsunade wasn't thrilled. Left with no choice, she poured herself a glass of water instead. "You think Nawaki's really going to give up on this?" "Who knows? It's not like it's set in stone yet. Even if Nawaki didn't give up, who was to say Mko would even like him back? Besides, the Hyuga clan had notoriously strict traditions, and they were known for being uptight." Takuya leaned his chin on his hand, casually kicking the couch where Tsunade was sprawled out without a care in the world. "Knowing how stubborn Nawaki is, I'd say you'll have a hard time staying out of it, whether you like it or not." "Damn it." Tsunade shot up from the couch, slapping the cushion in frustration. "Why do I have to clean up his mess just because he wants to chase some girl? Because you're his sister." Takuya burst into laughter. Tsunade clenched her fists, her teeth grinding. She was itching to hit something. "Don't give me that look like you're about to punch someone. My head hurts just thinking about how Nawaki's going to keep pestering me to help him arrange dates. Honestly, why did Nawaki have to drag him into this? The kid's plan was absurd. He didn't want Takuya to give him advice. Instead, Nawaki wanted Takuya to arrange for Sazune to come out, and then naturally Mko would follow. Nawaki figured that would give him a chance to spend time with Mko. Takuya seriously considered cracking open Nawaki's skull to see what was going on in there. The plan was ludicrous. Speaking of which, Tsunade's anger dissipated as her curiosity peaked. Her wide eyes blinked as she asked, "So, are you going to help him?" "PFFT. Cough." Takuya nearly choked at the question. "You two are crazy. I'm not that insane yet. Do you even realize how strict the Hyuga are? Trying to arrange for one of them to marry outside the clan is like slapping their whole family in the face. But what if Nawaki really does like this Mko girl?" Tsunade asked, tilting her head. Then Takuya started to say I'm not helping with that, but found the words wouldn't come out. As frustrating as it was, he couldn't deny how close he felt to both Tsunade and Nawaki. They were his friends, his family in a way. If Nawaki needed his help arranging a meeting, Takuya knew deep down he wouldn't be able to say no. So, instead, he waved Tsunade off, muttering, "Go home and get some sleep. Stop bothering me." "No way. I'm sleeping here. Not only am I staying, but I'm taking your bed. If you've got the guts, go steal mine." Takuya stared up at the ceiling, utterly speechless as Tsunade marched straight into his bedroom. If it were any other girl, he might have been amused. But Tsunade? Forget it. Her room was a disaster zone, so messy even Nawaki avoided it. There was no way Takuya was sleeping in that pigsty. Takuya often said Tsunade was lazy enough to neglect her own personal space, and it wasn't slander. It was the truth. When it came to day-to-day life, she was a total slob. Oh well, he figured. He'd just have to make do with the couch for tonight. Is he serious? Minato was dumbfounded when he heard the news the next day. He, like Takuya, had assumed Nawaki's crush was just a fleeting thing, a passing fancy that would go away with time. But Nawaki was dead serious about it. The Hyuga don't marry outside the clan. This is going to be next to impossible, right? Impossible doesn't even begin to cover it. It's like declaring open war on the entire Hyuga clan. It's the same as trampling all over their traditions and honor. I'm thinking. Maybe after some time, Nawaki will forget all about it. How about we take a mission, go out for a while? Takuya honestly had no idea how to help with this, so his best option was to leave the village for a bit. He figured if they went on a mission and stayed away for 10 days or so, Nawaki might have already moved on by the time they got back. Sounds good to me, Minato grinned. The third Hokage had been hounding both him and Nawaki to become Jonin instructors, but Minato wasn't too keen on the idea. Taking on a mission seemed like the perfect way to dodge it. If we can find the right mission, that is. The problem was finding a mission that suited 3 Jonin, one of whom was as overpowered as Takuya. Regular missions weren't challenging enough for them, and they had no interest in assassination or intel gathering tasks. That really narrowed their options. After all, S-rank missions weren't exactly growing on trees. That's easy. Leave it to me. Takuya stood up and walked to his bedroom door, knocking loudly. Get out here. We need you for something. If you're not out in 5 minutes, Nawaki's problem is all yours to deal with. Thud. Barely 3 seconds later, there was a loud crash from inside the room, like someone had fallen out of bed. Hearing the commotion, Minato couldn't help but laugh. By now, he was completely used to Tsunade crashing at Takuya's place, and even more used to her taking over his bedroom. In fact, Minato casually strolled over to the balcony, knowing what was coming next. What's the big deal? It's so early. Tsunade grumbled as she emerged from the room, her hair a mess. Her clothes were practically falling off her shoulders, leaving very little to the imagination. Good grief. Takuya slapped a hand to his forehead. Can't you at least tidy yourself up before coming out here? You're not at home, you know. Your place is way more comfortable than mine. Your room is so clean, it's great for sleeping, Tsunade replied nonchalantly, pulling at her clothes without a care in the world. Fine. You win. From now on, I'm locking my bedroom door every night. I'll only open it when I'm ready to sleep. Let's see you try to crash here then. Sighing, Takuya rubbed his temples, watching as Tsunade flopped onto the couch. So, what's so urgent that you had to wake me up? She yawned, still half asleep. Chapter 241, Mission. I think Nawaki might just be going through a phase, Takuya said, shaking his head. He'll probably forget all about it soon. That's why Minato and I want to head out on a mission for a while. Yeah, we just need a task to keep us busy, Minato added. But it's tough to find the right mission, so we were hoping you could help us pick one. When Tsunade heard this, she immediately perked up. The thought of Takuya and Minato helping out made her feel relieved, because if no one did anything, she'd be the one left with the headache of dealing with her brother's romantic misadventures. Not a problem, she said. I'll head to the Hokage's office and talk to the old man about it. You're looking for something that'll take a bit of time, right? There were plenty of long missions, the most classic example being border patrol. Those could last for up to a year or more, and most shinobi weren't exactly eager to be stuck on guard duty that long. Takuya quickly waved his hand. Let's not go that far. 1 or 2 months will do the trick. I'm not planning to waste half my life on the border. Got it. Leave it to me, Tsunade said, bounding up from the couch and heading to the bathroom, not even bothering to put on shoes. Takuya watched, sighing as he rubbed his forehead. He could already feel the stress creeping in. As soon as she was done getting ready, Tsunade rushed to the Hokage's office and burst through the door, nearly giving the 3rd Hokage a heart attack. Tsunade, for heaven's sake, Hiruzen muttered, recovering from the shock. You're the head of the logistics department now. You need to start acting with a bit more decorum. Tsunade waved him off, eyes bright with urgency. This is important. I need the mission files, and I need them now. Something's come up with Nawaki, and I need to get him out of the village for a while. Hiruzen blinked, confused. Wait, what? Why the sudden rush? Is this because I suggested he become a Jonin instructor? Tsunade didn't wait for him to piece it together. She dove right into the stack of mission scrolls, flipping through them until the 3rd Hokage finally caught up, pressing his hand down on the pile to stop her. Hold on. Tsunade, what's going on? At least give me a reasonable explanation. Tsunade sighed, looking him straight in the eye. Nawaki's got a crush. And? The girl is from the Hyuga clan. The room fell into a heavy silence. On second thought, Hiruzen cleared his throat. I think it might be a good idea to get him out of here for a bit. I'll help you find a mission. How about border patrol? That could take a good year. By the time he gets back, maybe she'll be married off already. The Hokage's enthusiasm surprised even Tsunade. His eagerness to push her brother out of the village left her momentarily stunned. Nawaki having a crush was supposed to be good news for the Senju clan's future. But when the object of that affection turned out to be a Hyuga, things got a lot more complicated. Hiruzen, not one to miss an opportunity to avoid future headaches, was more than willing to send Nawaki off on a mission. He started flipping through scrolls with fervor, hoping to find the perfect way to get him out of the village for a while. Here we go, Hiruzen said after a moment, pulling out a scroll. Guarding the border for a couple of months. It's not too long, not too short. Should be just enough to let him cool off. Guard duty again? Tsunade could already picture the whining from Takuya. She quickly changed the plan to a more palatable option, guarding the shipping lanes. It would still take about 2 months, but at least it wasn't the border. After securing the mission, Tsunade rushed out of the office, task in hand. Watching her go, Hiruzen rubbed his temples. Of all the girls in the village, you just had to go and like a Hyuga, didn't you, Nawaki? Don't you realize how impossible it is to marry into that clan? If only Hashirama or Tobirama were still around. With those two, the Hyuga wouldn't dare cause trouble. But now, even if Hiruzen's own son had feelings for a Hyuga, he wouldn't dare entertain the thought. When Tsunade returned with the mission scroll, she handed it off to Takuya and Minato. Here's the mission. You leave tomorrow. I took care of the paperwork, now you just need to get Nawaki on board. Great. I'll go pack. You handle Nawaki. Minato grinned and, in an instant, disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's gotten way too good at that, Takuya said with a sigh, watching him vanish. Don't blame anyone but yourself, Tsunade teased. I gave you the same opportunity to learn it, but you couldn't figure it out. It's your fault. Yeah, but you used to bully Minato all the time, Takuya said with a smirk. You'd better watch out, one day, he'll come for revenge. Minato had always joked about how he'd get back at Takuya one day, especially now that his Flying Thunder God technique was near perfect. Minato? Revenge? Takuya yawned, waving his hand dismissively. Flying Thunder God isn't everything. He wasn't worried in the slightest. Minato might be able to teleport, but against Takuya's Sharingan, especially his Mangekyo, it was a different story. Minato's tricks didn't scare him. If Minato ever tried to challenge him, Takuya would just laugh. At the end of the day, no matter how far Minato's technique advanced, he was still just a little brother in comparison. Of course, Minato was incredibly skilled. Ever since he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Nawaki had stopped sparring with him entirely. Before, the two would train together constantly, but now, Nawaki was always on a losing end. Want to train? Minato would ask. Nope, Nawaki would reply, pretending not to hear. Nawaki had grown tired of chasing after someone who could blink in and out of existence at will. It was like trying to fight a ghost. At times, Nawaki would even grumble about how Tobirama had created such an unfair jutsu. What he didn't realize was that without it, Tobirama might have never defeated Izune Uchiha in the first place. You're all talk, Tsunade shot back at Takuya, shaking her head. One day, you'll see how much trouble Minato's technique can cause. Mark my words, he's going to surpass you. Takuya didn't even flinch. Bedroom doors locked. If you want to sleep, go home. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Clean up after yourself, and if I come back to a mess, you can forget about freeloading here again. Leaving Tsunade with that stern warning, Takuya left to find Nawaki. As lazy as Tsunade was, Nawaki wasn't much better. Every time Takuya visited his house, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Kicking aside a stray soda can, Takuya found Nawaki passed out, snoring. Typical. Nawaki jerked awake, instinctively grabbing his kunai when Takuya kicked the bed. What the hell? It's so early. Once Nawaki realized it was just Takuya, he dropped the kunai and collapsed back onto his bed, ready to go back to sleep. You've got a mission, Takuya announced. Get up, pack your stuff. We leave tomorrow. Hearing the word mission, Nawaki snapped fully awake, scrambling to get dressed. Wait, a mission from the Hokage? I didn't hear anything about that yesterday. Takuya shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe they just want to get us out of the village for a while, seeing as we keep avoiding the whole Jonin instructor thing. Better to let the third Hokage take the blame, Takuya thought with a grin. After all, if Denzo was busy flirting with Orochimaru in the shadows, someone else had to be the scapegoat. Chapter 242, Fugaku Uchiha's sudden wedding. What's Denzo up to these days? Takuya muttered as he packed his gear. He had a strong feeling that Denzo was probably experimenting with Senju Hashirama's cells, maybe even grafting Sharingan into his own body. After all, plenty of Uchiha shinobi had died in battle over the years, and many of their bodies were never recovered. Takuya doubted every single Sharingan had been taken by the enemy. It was more likely Denzo had taken advantage of the situation and collected a few for himself. He shook his head, trying not to get too distracted. Man, this mission couldn't have come at a worse time, Nawaki groaned from across the room. He had been planning to gather more information about Hyuganko, but now he had no time to prepare. Despite his complaints, Nawaki still obediently packed his things, preparing for their departure the next day. After helping Nawaki get ready, Takuya headed out to grab some supplies for the mission. When he returned home, he was met with a surprise. A certain someone was already there, cleaning up his place. Smiling to himself, he snuck up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Ah! Mikoto Uchiha squeaked in shock, almost dropping the duster in her hand. She relaxed the moment she caught his familiar scent, playfully smacking his hand. You scared me. Can't you ever behave? Takuya rested his head on her shoulder, inhaling deeply with a contented sigh. Weren't you supposed to be working today? What brings you here? I came to give you this, Mikoto said, pulling out an invitation and handing it to him. She sighed softly. My mother wants you to come tonight. It's important. Wait, what? Takuya raised an eyebrow, staring at the invitation. Someone actually invited me to something? Takuya released Mikoto and opened the invitation, his eyes widening slightly as he read it. Seriously? A wedding this fast? Fugaku Uchiha was getting married. It was all happening so quickly, and without any prior rumors or fanfare. One day he was single, and now he was about to tie the knot. Sitting down next to him, Mikoto rested her hand on his shoulder, smiling softly. He's marrying the daughter of the sixth elder. Her name's Shizuku Uchiha. She's really beautiful, but yeah, the whole thing seems rushed. Takuya chuckled. Without Mikoto, there was no way Fugaku would have stayed single. Even if he didn't want to marry, the Uchiha elders would have pressured him into it. And now, here he was, getting married to solidify his position as clan leader. Looks like it's a marriage for convenience, Takuya said with a shrug. Gotta secure the clan's support. By marrying the elder's daughter, Fugaku would secure more backing within the clan, ensuring his leadership was stable. And if she really was as pretty as Mikoto said, he wouldn't be too unhappy with the arrangement either. But Takuya couldn't help but wonder, is he gonna have two sons? Maybe one of them will be named Itachi, and the other Sasuke? He grinned at the thought. It would be kind of poetic, considering the future he knew. However, the name Shizuka brought something else to mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old teammate, Kagami Uchiha. The names were eerily similar. So, should I go? Takuya asked, unsure. He hadn't attended the funeral of the previous Uchiha clan leader, and he wasn't exactly thrilled about getting involved in Uchiha politics now either. Seeing his hesitation, Mikoto's voice softened. It's okay if you don't want to go. I understand. But my mom really hopes you'll be there. If you skip this, though, I'm worried the Hokage might take notice. Takuya sighed. He had worked so hard to avoid being drawn into the Uchiha's messes, and now this wedding was threatening to pull him back in. Attending could cause the higher-ups to start watching him again, but just going to the wedding shouldn't cause too much trouble, he reasoned. Alright, I'll go. Even if he wanted to avoid the Uchiha clan, there were some ties he couldn't just cut off. Especially not with Mikoto and her mother around. As much as he tried to distance himself, there was always a connection to the clan through them. Besides, attending a wedding was different from attending a funeral. The two had completely different connotations. Attending the old clan leader's funeral would have raised eyebrows, but showing up to Fugaku's wedding? That wouldn't make anyone suspicious. Let's take a nap first, Takuya suggested with a mischievous grin, wrapping his arms around her again. Unfortunately for Takuya, that plan wasn't going to work. Mikoto had things to prepare for the evening, and on top of that, she was one of the bridesmaids. Her mother had insisted she participate, and Mikoto couldn't refuse. And to make matters worse, Kushina had just shown up too. The idea of sneaking in a nap with Mikoto was officially dead. Around the same time, wedding invitations were being delivered to nearly everyone in Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelon. Even the third Hokage and the elders had received them. Denzo too, though Takuya seriously doubted Denzo would attend. Hiruzen, on the other hand, had to make an appearance. Despite the underlying tension with the Uchiha, appearances had to be maintained. The Uchiha didn't exactly welcome half-hearted congratulations, but the Hokage had to at least show some goodwill to maintain peace. At least for now, the Uchiha hadn't been pushed to the outskirts of the village. Their clan grounds were still located in one of Hidden Leaf Village's busier districts. That said, because of their strained relations with the village, the Uchiha compound often felt eerily quiet. But today was different. Today, the entire Uchiha district was buzzing with life. Decorations adorned the streets, red lanterns hanging everywhere as the clan prepared for their leader's wedding.